Jerusalem, Trojan Horse by J.J. Benitez.
My watch showed 3 in the afternoon. It was 2 hours before Arlington National Cemetery closed its doors. I had consumed almost the entirety of that Monday, October 12th, in front of the 3 graves of the unknown soldiers and the tiny perpetual orange flame that gives life to the rustic gray paving under which the remains of President John Fitzgerald Kennedy rest. Although by dint of reading it I had ended up learning it, I consulted once again the clue that the Major had given me. For the umpteenth time, I examined the massive white marble sarcophagus that stands on the east face of the Memorial Amphitheater, and which constitutes the initial and most prominent monument of the tomb of the unknown soldier. On the west face, 3 figures have been sculpted that symbolize victory, achieving peace through courage. But that panel didn't seem to be related to my clue. Slowly, like any other tourist, I skirted the cord that closes the small rectangular esplanade and went to sit in front of the back face of the central tomb, on the steps of a small amphitheater. Exhausted, I reviewed everything I had written down. In front of me, 16 feet from the graves, an infantryman from the 1st Battalion of the Old Guard, based at Fort Myer, paced up and down, rifle on his shoulder, wearing the dark dress uniform. Although the security chain separated me about 30 feet from this part of the tomb, the legend engraved on the marble could be easily read. Here rests gloriously a soldier of the United States known only to God. Will the clue be there? I asked myself nervously. The lone sentry, lean and cold as the bayonet that topped his shining musket, had stopped. After a brief pause, he turned, shifting his shoulder weapon. Seconds later, he retraced his steps, stopping in front of the grave. There, he repeated the change in position of his rifle, and, turning again, he resumed his solemn parade. My friend, the American Major, did refer to the soldier who stands guard day and night at the Heroes' Cemetery in Washington. The sentinel who watches before the tomb will reveal to you the ritual of Arlington. Read the first sentence of his last letter. But it will be fair that, before continuing with this new adventure, I tell when and under what circumstances I met the Major and how I found myself involved in one of the strangest and most fascinating investigations of all that I have undertaken. In the month of April 1980, and for other reasons that are not relevant to the case, I was in Mexico, Federal District. A few months ago, I had written my first book about the discoveries of NASA scientists on the Shroud of Turin, and I remember that in one of my interventions on Aztec television, specifically in Jacobo Zabludowski's prestigious and popular news program, I had commented on some details about the terrifying tortures to which Jesus of Nazareth had been subjected. To my surprise and that of the Televisa team, that night there was a torrent of calls from the most nonsense points of the Republic and even from Miami and California. Upon returning to my hotel, the President Chapultepec operator gave me access to a call that I will never forget.
Mr. J.J. Benitez?
Who is this?
Are you J.J. Benitez?
Yes, it's me. Who's this?
I have seen you on Mr. Zabludowski's program, and I would be very honored if I could talk to you.
Sure, go ahead, I responded almost mechanically as I let myself fall on the bed. In those first moments, I mistook my caller for the typical curious person, and I prepared to end the conversation at the first opportunity.
As you may have guessed from my accent, I am a foreigner. Honestly, listening to you, I was impressed by your interest in Christ.
Excuse me, what did you say your name was?
No, I haven't told you my name. And if you allow me, given my status as a former American Air Force pilot, I would prefer not to give it to you over the phone.
That put me on guard. I sat up and tried to organize my thoughts.
I don't know what's your work plan in Mexico, but perhaps it might be of great interest to you if we met. What do you think?
I don't know, where are you?
I'm calling you from the state of Tabasco. Are you planning any trips to this area?
Frankly, no, but once again I let myself be carried away by intuition. A former USAF pilot? It could be interesting. My experience as a researcher has taught me to accept risk. What could I lose with that interview? Can you advance something?
No, believe me, I can't on the phone. What's more, I don't want to deceive you, and I'll tell you in advance that in that first conversation, if it ever takes place, you probably won't draw too many conclusions. However, I insist that we meet.
Fine, I agree. Where and when will we meet?
Can you travel to Villahermosa? I will be here until Saturday. Do you know the city?
Yes, of course. If memory serves, in July 1977, Raquel and I had visited the archaeological zone of Palenque in the state of Chiapas and the colossal Olmec heads of Villahermosa. But I was now in the federal district, 600 miles from the torrid Tabasco region.
Is Friday the 18th okay with you?
One moment. Let me check my agenda. The truth is that I knew in advance that there was no commitment for that Friday. But the fact of having to travel to Tabasco without guarantees or references about the person I intended to interview had irritated me. And I busily looked for some excuse to get me off such a crazy trip. They were tense seconds. On one hand, journalistic instinct pulled me towards Villahermosa. On the other, common sense had begun to trip up my fragile enthusiasm. Fortunately for me, the first prevailed, and I accepted. Very well. I think there is a flight leaving Mexico first thing in the morning. Where can I see you?
Do you know Parque de la Venta? The one with the Olmec heads.
Yes, I know it.
I'll be waiting for you next to the Great Altar.
But how am I going to recognize you?
Don't worry. Most likely is that I will recognize you first.
All right. In any case, I will carry a book in my hands.
As you like.
So, until Friday.
Correct. Thank you very much for taking my call.
It has been a pleasure. Good night. As I hung up the phone, I was assaulted by a swarm of doubts. Why had I agreed so quickly? How sure was I that this supposed foreigner was a retired USAF pilot? What if it had all been a joke? At the same time, something told me that I should go to Villahermosa. The tone of that man's voice made me sense that I was dealing with a sincere person. But what did he want to communicate? I thought naturally of that enigmatic information. The most logical thing, I told myself while trying in vain to fall asleep, is that this is some UFO case carried out by the North American military. Or not. Why did he mention my interest in Christ? What did a military veteran have to do with this matter? To tell the truth, the more I stirred the event, the thicker and more irritating it seemed to me. So I opted for the only practical solution. Forget about it until Friday, April 18th.
Tabasco.
At 10:45, just an hour after taking off from Benito Juarez Airport in Mexico City, I landed in Villahermosa. As I stepped onto the track, a familiar tingling in my stomach announced the beginning of a new adventure. There I was, under a tropical sun, with the inseparable black camera bag on my shoulder and a copy of my book, The Envoy, in my hands. We'll see what fate has in store for me, I thought as I crossed the scorching tarmac toward the terminal building. That situation, why am I going to deny it, fascinated me. I have always liked playing detectives. For this reason, and from the moment I left the jet of the Mexican aviation company that had taken me to the state of Tabasco, I focused my attention on the people waiting at the airport. Could the mysterious caller be there? If I listened to the timbre of his voice, my anonymous friend must have been around 50 years old. Maybe more, considering he was a retired active-duty pilot. I held the book with my left hand, making sure the cover was clearly visible, and slowly walked to the currency exchange service. If the American was there, he had to detect me. I exchanged a few dollars, and with the same calmness I headed to the exit door in search of a taxi. No one made the slightest movement or addressed me at any time. It was clear that the foreigner was not at the airport, or at least he had not wanted to show signs of life. A few minutes later, at 11:15 on that Friday, April 18th, 1980, an employee of the Parque Museo de la Venta handed me the corresponding entrance ticket, as well as a simple but documented map for the location of the gigantic Olmec sculptures. The park seemed quiet. I consulted the map and verified that the Great Altar, our meeting point, was located right in the center of that beautiful open-air museum. The itinerary marked a total of 27 monuments. I had to get to Enclave number 5. If all went well, there I should finally meet my informant. Without wasting time, I entered the narrow path, following the red footprints that had been painted by those responsible for the park, and that constituted a nice help for the visitor. A few feet away to my left, I discovered Monument number 1. It was a formidable semi-destroyed jaguar head, weighing 30 tons. I continued walking, entering a thick forest. The heart began to beat faster. About 80 paces, to the right of the path, sculptures of a monkey and another jaguar appeared. They were monuments, numbers 2 and 3. In front of the jaguar, the plain marked the figure of a manatee, carved in serpentine. It was number 4. I advanced another 98 feet, and leaving behind one of the bends in the path, I recognized among the thickets enclave number 4 Bias, another small jaguar, also carved in basalt. Next was the great triumphal altar. Those last feats to the small esplanade where monument number 5 stands were singularly intense. Until that moment, I had not met a single tourist. My only company was my thoughts and that crazy hubbub of the endless multicolored birds that flashed between the tops of the corpulent guayacans, conocast, and red cedars. Upon entering the clearing, I stopped. My heart skipped a beat. The great altar was deserted. Under the altar, in a central niche, a naked and muscular figure held a dagger in his left hand. With its right, the statue held a rope to which a prisoner was tied. The furious midday sun brought me back to reality. Where is the damn Yankee? The mere idea that he had teased me disarmed me. I advanced bewildered towards the great altar, feeling the crunch of the white pebble under my boots. Maybe I've gotten ahead of myself, I thought in a feeble attempt to calm down. Suddenly, alerted by the sound of my footsteps on the gravel, a man appeared from behind the great stone mass. We both remained motionless for a few seconds, watching each other. I will never forget those moments. Before me was an individual of considerable height, perhaps reaching 5 feet 9 inches, with gray hair and wearing a guayabera and equally white pants. I breathed a sigh of relief. Without a doubt, that was my anonymous communicator.
Good morning. Are you J.J. Benitez?
I nodded and shook his hand. I usually give great importance to this gesture. I like people that do it with force. That handshake was solid, like that of two friends who meet after a long time.
I appreciate you coming. I think you won't regret having met me.
Neither in this first interview nor in those that followed in subsequent months was I able to find out the exact age of that American. Judging by his appearance, bony and with a face riddled with wrinkles, he was perhaps around 60 years old. His clear eyes, sharp as a saber, inspired confidence in me. I don't know the reason, but from that first meeting at the foot of the great altar in the Museo de la Venta, a mutual current of trust was established between us.
I know a restaurant where we can talk. Are you hungry?
I didn't feel the slightest appetite, but I accepted. What consumed me was curiosity. After a few minutes, we sat in a shady establishment, almost at the end of the 18th parallel street. On the way, neither of us exchanged a single word. I suppose that my new friend did the same thing as me, trying to discover even the smallest details in each other. After that greeting in the Museum of the Gigantic Negroid Heads, the certainty that I was faced with possible good news had been gaining ground. I'm listening. I broke the silence, inviting my companion to start talking.
First of all, I want to remind you of what I already told you on the phone. You may feel disappointed after this first conversation.
Why?
I want to be very honest with you. I barely know you. I don't know how far your honesty can go. To place the information I have in your hands, you must first show me that you trust me. For this reason, and I ask you not to be alarmed, I need to test and be sure of your firmness of spirit and, above all, your interest in Christ.
The American put an orange juice to his lips and continued drilling me with that hawkish gaze. He must have caught my confusion. What the hell did my firmness of spirit have to do with Christ? Or rather, with my interest in Jesus? Allow me a couple of questions, sir.
If you don't mind, call me Major. At the moment, and for security reasons, I cannot tell you my real name.
That upset me, but I accepted. What else could I do if I really wanted to get to the bottom of this enigmatic matter? Okay, Major, let's go by parts. First of all, you claim to be a retired U.S. Air Force officer. Am I wrong?
No, you're not.
Good. Second question. What does my interest in Christ have to do with that information that you claim to have? The waiter places 2 trays on the red tablecloth with cebas and green mole, quesadillas, and an immense Tampiqueña-style meat fillet. The Major remains silent. Now I realize that that must have been a difficult situation for him. My friend must have fought to contain himself.
When you find out the nature of that information, you will understand my precautions. Before that happens, I must be convinced that you, or the chosen person will be able to value it, and above all, that will make good use of it.
I don't quite understand why you chose me.
Do you believe in coincidence?
Honestly, I don't.
When I saw and heard you on television, there was a phrase you said that prompted me to call you. You had the courage to publicly acknowledge that now, based on your research into the discoveries of NASA scientists, you had discovered Jesus of Nazareth. You don't seem to be ashamed of Christ.
And why would I if I really believe in him?
That was what you conveyed through the program. And that, neither more nor less, is what I am looking for.
I couldn't contain myself and blurted out, "Excuse me, are you a member of any religious sect?" The major seemed taken aback, but he ended up smiling, giving me new information about himself.
I live alone and retired. I am a believer, and you cannot speculate to what extent. However, I have fled from any type of church or religious group. Rest assured, you are not dealing with a fanatic.
I thought I perceived a few drops of sadness or melancholy in some of his words. Today, when I remember him, and as I unravel the enigma of the North American major, I cannot avoid a shiver of emotion and deep respect for that man. Where do you live?
In Yucatan.
May I ask why you live alone and retired? Before he answered, I tried to corner him with a second question. Does it have anything to do with that information that you know?
To that I can answer with a resounding yes.
Silence fell between us again. And what do you want me to do? The major took out a small, faded blue notebook from one of the pockets of his guayabera. He wrote a few words and handed me the sheet of paper. It was a post office box in the city of Chichen Itza, in the aforementioned state of Yucatan.
I want us to stay in touch. Can you write to me at this address?
Naturally, but... The man seemed to guess my thoughts and replied with a firmness that left no room for doubt.
It's necessary that I test your sincerity. I beg you not to be bothered. I just want to be sure. Although you don't understand it now, I know that my days are numbered, and I'm in a hurry to find the person who should disseminate that information.
That confession left me perplexed. Are you telling me that you know you're going to die? The major lowered his eyes, and I cursed my lack of awareness. I'm sorry.
Don't apologize. Dying is neither good nor bad. If I have hinted it to you, it has been so that you know that that moment is near, and that, consequently, you are not dealing with a joker or a madman.
How will I know whether or not you have decided that I am the right person?
Although I hope we will see each other again soon, don't worry. Simply put, you will know.
I can't hide it anymore. You know that I investigate the UFO phenomenon.
I know.
Can you at least clarify if this information has something to do with these spaceships?
The only thing I can tell you is no.
That ended up disconcerting me. 2 hours later, with my spirit weighed down by doubts, I took off from Villahermosa towards Mexico City. I couldn't imagine then what destiny had in store for me.
Yucatan.
Upon my return to Spain, and for several months, the major and I exchanged a series of letters. At that time, my activities in UFO research had already reached a volume and penetration sufficiently notable to tempt the various intelligence services operating in my country. I was aware then, and I am also aware now, that my phone had been tapped and that on very rare occasions, given the nature of some of these inquiries, the subtle agents of these departments, civil and military of information, had followed very closely my excursions and interviews. What these sleuths never knew, I hope at least, is that in anticipation that my mail could be intercepted, I had rented a certain post office box, taking advantage of the complicity of a good friend, who always appeared as the legitimate user of said P.O. box. This trick has allowed me to divert from the official channel those letters, documents, and information in general that I wanted to isolate from the unhealthy curiosity of the aforementioned secret agents. Naturally, whatever might happen, and given the major's former profession and nationality, his letters always followed this confidential channel. Not even Raquel, my wife, knew of the existence of this new friend or of my successive contacts with him. On the other hand, and even if the major's letters had fallen into the hands of the intelligence services, I highly doubt that their content would attract their attention. No matter how much I pushed, I could never get him to give a single clue about the information he claimed to have. His kind writings were always focused on a more intense and extensive knowledge of my way of thinking, my concerns, and especially my steps and investigations around the passion and death of Christ. I remember that one of his letters was dedicated entirely to questioning me about the last part of my book, The Envoy. Apparently, my supposed interview with Jesus of Nazareth, which closes said work, had a special impact on him. And the fall of 1980 arrived. To be honest, my hopes of obtaining some clue about the Major's impenetrable secret had been weakening. There were difficult moments in which doubts assailed me with great virulence. I think that my lack of enthusiasm would have ended up fading if I had not received that laconic letter, almost telegraphic, in which my friend begged me to leave everything and fly to the city of Mérida in the state of Yucatan. For several days I struggled in agonizing anxiety. What should I do? Had the Major decided to speak clearly to me? I was tempted to write to him once more and ask for explanations, but something held me back. I sensed that this could be another test, perhaps the definitive one. Finally, I made the decision to fly to America and began endless efforts to try to subsidize all or part of the expensive trip. Contrary to what many may think, my financial resources are always scarce, and that sudden jump to the other side of the Atlantic ended up unraveling them. Providentially, my friend and editor José Manuel Lara accepted the idea of presenting my latest books in America, and with this excuse, I landed in Bogotá. That detour, although it delayed my interview with the Major for a few days, seemed extremely prudent to me. I was not willing to grant the slightest respite to the intelligence services, and I announced this to my friend in a letter that preceded me, and in which, of course, I indicated the day and the flight on which I expected to land in Mérida. At the end of my obligations in Colombia, I managed to cancel my commitments in Caracas, flying in the strictest incognito to Yucatan. When I crossed customs and before I had time to look for the Major, I came face to face with a sign on which my first surname had been written. The scandalous cardboard was held by a strong man with a thick black mustache and tanned complexion. When he introduced himself, he identified as Laurencio Rodarte, at the service of the Major.
He couldn't come to meet you. If you don't mind, I'll drive you to him.
My instinct made me distrustful, and before leaving the airport, I tried to find out what role that individual played and why the Major had not come.
The Major is sick.
Where is he?
I'm sorry, but I'm not authorized to tell you. He sent me to pick you up and...
Listen, Laurencio, I have nothing against you. What's more, I thank you for coming to pick me up, but if you tell me where the Major is, I will go on my own.
It's just that my orders...
Don't worry. Tell me where the Major is waiting for me and I will go meet him. The tone of my voice was so firm that Laurencio ended up shrugging his shoulders and reluctantly asked,
Are you familiar with Chichen Itza?
Yes, I am.
The Major ordered me to take you to the sacred cenote. You should be there at 4.
And turning around, he headed for the exit door. I checked the local time and found out that I had just 2 hours to get to the sacred well of the Mayans. I had visited on other occasions the archaeological site of the remote town of Chichen Itza, east of Mérida, and in the middle of the jungle of the Yucatan Peninsula. I also knew the 2 famous cenotes, the sacred and the profane, located a short distance from the city, and which, according to archaeologists, could have been used by the ancient Mayans as natural water reservoirs, and, in the case of the sacred cenote, as a center religious in which human sacrifices were practiced. Seeing the black Toyota driven by Laurencio drive away, I gave myself a break, trying to put my thoughts in order. Of course, it didn't take me long to reproach myself for my dry and radical attitude toward the Major's emissary, especially when haggling with the taxi drivers who stood guard at the airport. After quite a bit of back and forth, one of the drivers agreed to take me for 850 pesos. And at around 2 in the afternoon, without eating anything, and with my clothes soaked with sweat, the taxi headed towards route number 180 in the direction of Chichen. As promised, the taxi driver covered the 74.5 miles that separate Mérida from Chichen Itza in just over an hour and a half. After a dizzying shower at the archaeological village hotel, I headed to the place chosen by the Major. At 4 o'clock, at a brisk pace, and with my heart in my mouth, I left behind the impressive pyramid of Kukulkan and the platform of Venus, entering the so-called Sacred Way, which ends precisely in a cenote or pot, almost 197 feet in diameter and 131 feet deep. Before reaching the edge of the sacred well, I saw 2 people sitting at the foot of a leafy acacia tree with small pink flowers. Seeing me, one of them stood up. It was Laurencio. I slowed my pace, and as I approached, I felt an uncontrollable wave of shame. Once again, I was wrong, but that feeling disappeared at the sight of the second person. I was stunned. It was the Major, but 20 years older than he looked when I met him in Villahermosa. He remained seated on the stone platform of the old sacrificial altar, watching me with a mixture of disbelief and emotion. Slowly, in silence, I let the camera bag slide, while Laurencio helped him up. The Major then extended his long arms and, without knowing why, letting me be carried away by my heart, we hugged each other.
Dear friend,
His piercing eyes, now sunken in a skull-like face, had become moist. Something very serious, in fact, had undermined his former and gallant figure. His body appeared bent and reduced to a bundle of bones, under dry skin dotted with brown rings of melanin. A white, unkempt beard further marked his decadence. I tried to apologize, shaking Laurencio's hand, but him, without losing his smile, begged me to forget the incident at the airport. The Major, leaning on my shoulder, suggested that we walk a little to the meadow that surrounds the Kukulkan Pyramid. With unsteady steps and endless stops along the way, we approached the castle or pyramid of the Feathered Serpent. Thus, on that first day in Chichen Itza, I learned from the Major himself that his end was near, and that, contrary to what I could imagine, his death would precisely mark the beginning of my work. I also learned that, as he had hinted to me on other occasions, his illness was the result of an unforeseen failure in a secret project carried out years before, when he still belonged to the North American Air Force. When I questioned him about this project, suspecting that it might be closely related to the information he had promised to give me, the Major asked me to remain patient and wait a little longer. For 2 days, my life practically passed in the small one-story house on the outskirts of Chichen and very close to the Balancanchen caves on the road that runs towards the Mayan Valladolid. There, Laurencio and his wife had been taking care of my friend for 6 years. Needless to say, I took advantage of that magnificent opportunity to delve as far as possible into the Major's past and identity. However, my inquiries among the various police authorities and the people of Chichen were not as fruitful as I would have liked. Out of a minimum of delicacy towards my friend, and because I had begun to esteem him, even apart from the promised information, I chose to stop the timid and hidden probes. Every time I launched into the tracking operation, a feeling of disgust towards myself ended up taking over. It was like I was betraying him. I decided to stop such maneuvers, promising myself that I would be ruthless if the supposed secret information finally ended up in my possession. However, and thanks to those first inquiries, I confirmed as positive some of the information that the Major had provided me about himself. He was indeed of North American nationality. His passport appeared in order, and he had belonged to the USAF. Although he may never have known it, before returning to Spain I already knew his true identity, as well as other small details about his clean and peaceful life in the Yucatan. All this, logically, calmed me down and made my curiosity and interest grow in that information that the Major had told me so much about. Before leaving, when I announced to the former officer my intention to return to my country, I clearly expressed my concern regarding his deteriorating state of health and the no less disturbing circumstance, at least for me, of not having obtained even the slightest clue about the jealous secret he claimed to have. The Major asked Laurencio to bring him a white envelope that was resting on one of the shelves in the cupboard of the small living room where we were talking. With a serious gesture, he placed it in my hands and commented,
here you have the first delivery. The rest will come to you when I die.
I examined the envelope with some nervousness. It's closed. Can I open it?
I would beg you to do it far from here. Maybe on the plane.
As I put it between the pages of my passport, my friend adopted a more relaxed tone.
Thank you. You need to understand that your search begins now.
My search of what?
I only ask that you continue believing in me, and that you put all your heart into deciphering the clue that will lead you to my legacy.
I still don't understand.
It doesn't matter. Now, before you abandon us, you have to promise me something.
The Major stood up and I did the same. At one end of the room, Laurencio watched the scene with his proverbial silence. Then he announced to me while raising his right hand,
Promise me that, whatever happens, you will never reveal my identity.
Despite my growing confusion, I also raised my right hand and promised him with all the solemnity I could muster.
Thank you again. God bless you.
That was the second and last time I saw the Major alive. Upon returning to Spain, and while my plane flew over the craters of Popocatépetl, I took in my hands the mysterious envelope that the American had given me. I felt it slowly, and, with surprise, I guessed something hard inside. Curiosity, hardly contained during those days, overflowed, and I proceeded to open it with all the care I could muster. When I looked inside, the disappointment almost caused me to go into cardiac arrest. It was empty, or rather, almost empty. Carefully attached to the walls of the envelope, using a transparent strip of adhesive tape, was a key. I tore it off without being able to contain my disappointment, and passed it from one hand to the other, not knowing what to think. I tried to calm down, deceiving myself with the most disparate arguments. But the cold, naked truth was still there, in front of me, in the form of a key. To make matters worse, that piece, barely 1.5 inches long, did not show a single sign or inscription that would allow any type of identification. It had been used, that was clear. But where? For hours I debated among 1,000 conjectures, mixing the little that the Major had given me in advance with a labyrinth of my own speculations and fantasies. The end result was a serious headache.
Here you have the first delivery. The rest will come to you when I die.
What mystery did that phrase contain? And, above all, what could the rest consist of? The only thing that was clear, or moderately clear, in all that confusion was that the information, or whatever it was, must have some relationship with that key. But which? It was absolutely necessary to wait unless I wanted to go crazy, and that's what I did. Wait patiently. During the spring and summer of 1981, the Major's letters became increasingly distant in time. Finally, towards the month of July, and with the consequent alarm on my part, the faithful Laurencio was in charge of responding to my writings.
The Major has entered a deep state of prostration. He can barely speak.
Those letters predicted a quick and fatal outcome. Mentally, I even prepared myself for a new and final trip to the Yucatan. Above my undeniable and sustained interest, let's call it journalistic, there had prevailed, thank God, a deep-rooted affection for that premature old man. God knows well that I would have liked to be with him at the moment of his death. But fate reserved another role for me in this disconcerting story. Was it a coincidence? Honestly, I don't know what to think anymore. The fact is that on September 7th, 1981, my birthday, a new letter came to my possession from Chichen Itza. In a few laconic sentences, Laurencio announced the following to me.
I have the painful duty to inform you that our common brother, the Major, passed away on August 28th. Following his instructions, I am attaching an envelope that only you should open.
Although the news did not take me by surprise, I must confess that the disappearance of my friend plunged me into a singular melancholy for several days, perhaps comparable to the sadness that the death of another dear teacher and friend produced in me a year later, Manuel Osuna. That same afternoon of September 7th, with a low spirit, I drove my car to the cliffs of Punta Galea. There, in front of the blue and gentle Cantabrian Sea, I prayed for the Major. Right there, in the middle of solitude, I broke the sealing wax that protected the envelope and extracted its contents. Curiously, contrary to what I would have imagined weeks ago, in those moments my crazy curiosity and unbridled interest in unraveling the mystery of the Major took a back seat. For more than 2 hours, the long-awaited second delivery remained almost forgotten on the passenger seat of my car. I had truly appreciated that old man. But in the end, as I say, my curiosity prevailed. The envelope contained 2 large sheets of thick squared paper. I immediately recognized the Major's pointed handwriting. One of the pages was a letter, written on both sides. It was dated August 1980. That meant that the Major had made the decision to trust me with his secret shortly after my first meeting with him, which occurred on April 18th, 1980. The letter, which was signed with his names and surnames, was actually a final recommendation for me to try to stay on the path of honesty and love towards my fellow men. In the last paragraph, and almost in passing, the Major made reference to the famous second delivery, explaining to me that to get to the information I so desired, I would have to first decipher the clue that was attached on a separate sheet. Finally, and with a crude but striking underline, he begged me to make good use of this information.
My wish is that with it, you can bring a little more peace to all those, like you and me, who are committed to the search for the truth.
The second paper, also handwritten by the Major, presented a total of 5 sentences, which at first glance seemed absurd and incongruous. The guard who keeps the vigil in front of the tomb will reveal the ritual of Arlington Cemetery to you. Key and ritual lead to Benjamin. Open your eyes before John Fitzgerald Kennedy. The brother lies to rest in 44 West. The shadow of the medlar tree covers him in the late afternoon. Past and future are my legacy. The Major, once again, seemed to enjoy that game. Or was it not a game? I asked myself 1,000 times why so many detours and precautions. If my friend had died, the logical thing is that he would have made it easier for me to bring and carry information without the need for new complications. But things were as they were, and my only alternative was to clear that increasingly tangled mess. As the reader will suppose, I spent hours with all 5 senses glued to those phrases. I was tempted to go to some of my friends for help, but I held back. I would have been forced to give them background of such a long and incredible history, and, above all, as time went by, far from being discouraged, I viewed the matter as a personal challenge. And those who know me a little know that that is one of my weaknesses. First of all, the only thing that was clear is that the key that the Major gave me had an undoubted and close relationship with the second sentence. That key should lead me or take me to Benjamin. But what or who was Benjamin? Over and over again for almost 3 weeks, I broke down phrase by phrase and word by word. I made the craziest changes and jumps in the sentences, looking for a more logical meaning. It was useless. By dint of diving into the clue, I ended up learning it by heart. That month of September and part of the following, I lived by and for that encrypted message. I spent days wandering without any direction and with a lost gaze, practically oblivious to everything around me. It was my children, and especially Raquel, who suffered most harshly from my apparently absurd and inexplicable changes in character, my continuous depressions, and even an unfair irascibility. I hope that now, as they read these lines, they can understand and forgive me. I even consulted with expert locksmiths who examined the mysterious key from every possible angle. The result was always identical. Ordinary alloy, routine teeth, everything ordinary. But that situation, which was beginning to border on the undesirable limits of obsession, could not continue. And one fine day I balanced. What did I really have in my hands? What conclusions had I reached? Unfortunately, it could be limited to a couple of tracks. First, Arlington is an American cemetery. I knew that it was the famous cemetery of that nation's war heroes. I documented as much as I could, and verified, in fact, that in said place there is a tomb that houses the remains of an unknown soldier. By pure logic, I thought that said tomb would be guarded or watched by some guard of honor. Could the Major refer to said sentinel? Second, also in Arlington, National Cemetery is buried the President Kennedy. But why should I open my eyes to John Fitzgerald Kennedy? These were the only commonalities I had been able to weave together. The sentinel who keeps the vigil in front of the tomb will reveal the ritual of Arlington Cemetery to you. This first sentence had me upset. You didn't have to be very alert to understand that one of the key pieces had to reside in the word ritual. Proof of this is that the Major had been in charge of repeating it in the second sentence. What was that ritual? Why should the sentinel be the one to reveal it to me? Did I have to ask him? But if so, who should I go to? There was no way around it. The first step had to be deciphering the damned ritual. Only then could I know what or who Benjamin was. As for the last 2 phrases of the clue, honestly, I temporarily dispensed with them. I almost had to call my good friend Chencho Arias, at that time director of the Diplomatic Information Office of the Spanish Ministry of Foreign Affairs. In all likelihood, thanks to his contacts in Washington, he would have cleared part of the way for me. But I thought twice and shelved the idea. After all, there would have been 4 more sentences left to clarify. There was no other solution. I had to fly to the United States and face the problem head on.
Washington.
At 11:50 a.m. on Sunday, October 11th, Flight 903 of the North American company TWA took off from Barajas Airport, reaching its cruising level, 33,000 feet, in just over 16 minutes. Our next stop, New York, was thousands of miles away. There was plenty of time to plan the strategy to follow once in Washington, as well as to enjoy a cold beer and exchange impressions with the colleagues and friends who occupied a good part of that airplane. It was curious, simply incredible. At that time, while I was racking my brain trying to unravel the enigmatic clue of the Major, another event came to confuse things even more. In a splendid article in ABC, the writer Torquato Luca de Tena offered the Spaniards the scoop on some fantastic discoveries in the eyes of the Virgin of Guadalupe in Mexico City. It was like a shotgun blast. That new bait at 6,200 miles precipitated my decision to jump back to the American continent. That justified my trip doubly. However, for the umpteenth time, I had to face the always prosaic but inevitable money chapter. My plan was clear. Washington first, then Mexico. This time, however, fortune quickly smiled on me. Or was it not fortune? The fact is that, before I could complicate my existence, a providential phone call from Madrid informed me of the imminent trip of the kings of Spain to the United States. I had accompanied Don Juan Carlos and Doña Sofia on other state visits, and I knew that this was an opportunity that I could not miss. Among other important reasons, because this type of trip is always very affordable for the modest finances of journalism professionals. This is how on October 11th, 1981, and in the company of 30 Spanish journalists, a second TWA airplane placed me at the national airport of the federal capital of the United States. It was 5:58 p.m., Washington local time. Despite my growing restlessness and nervousness, my long-awaited visit to Arlington National Cemetery had to be delayed until the next day, Monday. That October, the Cemetery of American Heroes closed its doors at 5 in the afternoon, and sheltering myself from the fatigue of the trip, I declined the invitation of my dear friends Jaime Peñafiel, Gianni Ferrari, and Alberto Schomer to visit the city, locking myself tightly in room 549 of the Marriott Hotel and headquarters of the Spanish press. Them, of course, were oblivious to the true objectives of my trip. Until the wee hours of the morning, I remained engrossed in the possible plan of attack. A plan, by the way, that, as always, would end up experiencing significant variations. But I will try to go in parts. At 9 a.m. of the next day, October 12th, with my cameras on my shoulder and an innocent air of a clueless tourist, I approached the offices of the Temporary Visitors Center at the gates of Arlington National Cemetery. There, a kind official, map in hand, showed me the shortest path to locate the tomb of the unknown soldier. A light, cool breeze off the Potomac River had begun to sway the branches of the aspen and spruce trees that line both sides of McClellan's Drive. A few minutes later, and trembling with emotion, I saw the squares of Wheaton and Otis, and immediately behind it the grave to which, without a doubt, the message of my friend the Major was referring to. Although the cemetery had opened its doors barely an hour ago, a large group of tourists were already spread out along the chain that isolates the small esplanade of large gray slabs where the large white marble mausoleum is located, where the remains of an American soldier who fell on the battlefields of Europe rest, and two other graves, to the right and left of the previous one, in which two other unknown soldiers, killed in the Second World War and the Korean War respectively, were buried. There was the sentinel, the only one, as I was informed at the visitor center, that stands permanent guard in Arlington. The sentinel that watches over the tomb will reveal the ritual. My first minutes in front of the tomb were an indescribable mixture of daze, confusion, and absurd rush to assimilate everything around me. And in the middle of that mental chaos, the Major's first sentence: "The sentinel that watches." After 2 hours of observation with a somewhat calmer spirit, I took out my logbook and began a frantic note of everything I had been able to perceive. The sentinel, the central point of my inquiries, was relieved every hour. That meant 60 minutes. The truth is that, as I was writing, many of those observations seemed ridiculous to me. But I was not in a position to ignore even the smallest of details. I also made an exhaustive description of his clothing. Dark blue, almost black, tunic, equally blue pants, somewhat lighter, with a yellow stripe on the sides, 8 silver buttons, white gloves, and a black flat cap. On his shoulder, a carabiner with a fixed bayonet. I observed that the sentinel, upon reaching the end of his short and martial parade before the tombs, always changes his shoulder weapon. Curiously, the rifle never appears facing the mausoleum. But what did all that have to do with such ritual? The soldier's short walk in front of the tombs passed monotonously and silently. It was clear that the sentinel could not speak. As is easy to understand, I had no illusions about the remote possibility of questioning him about the Arlington ritual. In that first sentence of his obscure clue, the major did not affirm that said soldier could transmit the aforementioned ritual to me by word of mouth. The expression, will reveal, could be interpreted in very different ways, although almost from the beginning I ruled out a hypothetical dialogue with the member of the old guard. The secret had to be somewhere else. Surely, and considering that a ritual is a ceremony, one would have to concentrate one's efforts on everything related to said rite. A bit bored, and in order not to raise suspicions due to my prolonged presence in the East Plaza of the amphitheater, I tried to divide the morning and part of the afternoon between the always busy unknown soldier enclosure and the tombstone of the ill-fated President Kennedy, located just over 984 feet away on the eastern slope of the hill that ends precisely with the aforementioned 3 tombs of the unknown North Americans. "Open your eyes before John Fitzgerald Kennedy," read the 3rd sentence of the message. But no matter how much I opened them, my mind remained blank. I even added the numbers of his dates of birth and death without any result. Out of pure inertia, I played with the president's age, creating endless guesses as absurd as they were useless. I think the only positive thing about those long hours in front of Kennedy's grave, and those of the 2 sons who died before him, was the Lord's Prayer that I let fall in silence, as a modest recognition of their work. At 3 p.m., hungry and half-defeated, I collapsed on the neat white steps of the tiny amphitheater that stands in front of the 3 graves. In my notebook, full of numbers, more or less accurate comments, and even drawings of the 10 sentinels that I had seen parading up to that moment, there was only room for disappointment. "I think I'm going to faint," I wrote. "I'm not smart enough." Sentinel number 6, after one of those monotonous pauses, transferred his musket to the opposite shoulder and resumed his pace. In the silliest way, probably attracted by the shine of his boots, I began to count each of his strides, while matching them with an insult, a reward for my proven ineptitude. 3. Idiot. 4. Imbecile. 7. Fool. 20. Idiot. 21. Delusional. The soldier stopped. New pause. He turned, shifted his rifle. New pause. And his parade continued. 2. Hake. 4. Donkey. 12. Calamity. 20. Paranoid. 21. 21. The last insult was replaced by a shudder. Have I counted correctly? The sentinel had taken 21 steps. My depression disappeared. I stood up and counted again. 19, 20, and 21. I can't be wrong. That new clue revived my enthusiasm. How had I not realized much sooner? I advanced towards the security chain and, watch in hand, I timed the time the soldier consumed in each movement. 21 seconds. 21 steps in 21 seconds? I did new tests and all, absolutely all, gave the same result. What does that mean? Was it a coincidence? Stung by my self-esteem, I decided to account for even the most insignificant of the sentinel's movements. It was then, as I counted the time spent by the soldier in each of his pauses, that my heart began to accelerate. 21 seconds. It can't be, I said to myself, trembling with excitement. I'm probably wrong. But not. As if he were a robot, the sentinel walked 21 steps, taking 21 seconds. He stopped for exactly 21 seconds, turning and changing the position of the weapon. The new pause, before continuing with the parade, lasted another 21 seconds, and so on. I wrote down my discovery and reread the major's clue with special fruition. The sentinel that watches over the tomb will reveal the ritual of Arlington to you. It can't be a coincidence, I told myself obsessively. But why 21? What does the number 21 mean? In order to be sure, I waited for the last 2 changes of the guard, and I repeated the calculations. Soldiers number 7 and 8 behaved exactly the same way. Absorbed by that figure, I was almost locked in the cemetery. With a strange joy, I returned to take refuge in the hotel, sinking into endless musings. The next morning, and after a practically sleepless night, I joined the delegation of journalists. Although my thoughts were still fixed on the tomb of the unknown soldier and that mysterious number 21, I decided to take advantage of that unrepeatable opportunity to visit the interior of the White House and see up close President Reagan, General and Secretary of State, Haig, and of course, the kings of my country. After enduring endless checks and searches, I took my place with my companions on the pampered lawn that extends in front of the famous White House. At 10 o'clock, and coinciding with the arrival of Don Juan Carlos and Doña Sofia, the cannons located 328 feet away thundered the space with the ordnance salvos. Someone behind me had been keeping track of the cannon shots and made a comment that I will never be able to thank enough.
20 and 21.
I turned as if moved by a spring and asked, "They were 21. The journalist looked at me squarely and exclaimed as if he were looking at an ignorant fool.
It's the ritual greeting. 21 gunshots.
When I returned to the Marriott, I picked up the phone, ready to answer my questions at a stroke. I dialed 6931174 and asked for Mr. Wilton, Public Relations and Press Officer at Arlington National Cemetery. The good man must have been stunned to hear my problem. "Look, I am a Spanish journalist, and I wanted to ask you if the number 21 is related to any ritual."
Are you referring to the tomb of the unknown soldier?
"Yes."
Indeed, the Arlington ritual is based precisely on that number. As you know, the greeting to the highest dignitaries is based on the number 21.
"Excuse my insistence, but are you sure?"
Naturally.
Hanging up the phone made me want to jump and scream. I opened my notebook and reviewed the major's clue. If the Arlington ritual is number 21, the second phrase, "key and ritual lead to Benjamin," was beginning to make some sense. It was clear that my key and the number 21 were closely related, and that if I could discover who or what Benjamin was, part of the mystery could be revealed. But where should I start? In good law, that little key had to open something. A home, perhaps? Its small dimensions did not seem to fit, however, with the keys commonly used in North American homes. I momentarily discarded that possibility and focused on other, more logical ideas. Could the major have kept his information in a bank or a post office box? On the contrary, was it a ticket office in some of the left luggage services at a railway station? There was only one way to decipher Benjamin: to be patient and go through the Washington telephone, postal, and railroad directories, one by one. If this first exploration failed, time would be to delve in other directions. But that laborious search was going to be suddenly suspended by a phone call. Despite my intense dedication to the matter of the American major, I had not forgotten the subject of the fascinating discoveries of NASA scientists in the eyes of the Virgin of Guadalupe. As soon as I set foot in the United States, one of my first concerns was to call Mexico and find out if Dr. Aste Tonsman, one of the most prominent experts, was in the Federal District, or, as I had been informed in Spain, he could be in New York, where he works as a professor at Cornell University. It was vital for me to locate him in order to not make a trip in vain to the Mexican Republic. That same morning of Tuesday, October 13th, I begged the hotel operator to insist, for the third time, to dial Dr. Tonsman's home phone number. And in the middle of the afternoon, as I say, the warning from the kind telephone operator was going to disrupt all my plans. On the other end of the telephone line, Jose Aste's wife confirmed to me that the scientist planned to return to Mexico from New York next Wednesday or Thursday. After some hesitation, my practical sense prevailed, and I considered that the most appropriate thing to do was to freeze my research in Washington. Tonsman was a basic piece in my second project, and I couldn't waste his fleeting stay in Mexico. After all, I was the only one who had the clue to the major's secret, and that gave me a certain peace of mind. And before I could regret it, I packed my bags and boarded Easterline's Flight 905, heading to the cities of Atlanta and Mexico City, FD. That Wednesday, October 14th, 1981, a second adventure was going to begin for me, which months later would be reflected in my 14th book, The Mystery of Guadalupe. These things usually happen to me. For hours I had stood in front of President Kennedy's tomb, unable to glimpse the secret of that third phrase in the Major's clue. Open your eyes before John Fitzgerald Kennedy. Well, my eyes opened at 32,800 feet above sea level, and when I was thousands of miles from Washington. As the plane headed toward the city of Atlanta, our first stop, I had the idea of trying to fit the number 21 into the last 3 sentences of the message. I must have changed color because the pretty Eastern stewardess, with an air of concern and pointing to the coffee cup dangling at the edge of my lips, commented as she leaned over the back of my seat.
Don't you like the coffee?
Excuse me?
I asked if you're okay.
Ah, yes, I'm fine. It's the number 21's fault. The flight attendant looked up and checked my seat number. No, excuse me. It's just that lately I've been dreaming about the number 21. The girl smiled a smile of commitment, and placing her hand on my shoulder, she said,
Have you tried playing the lottery?
and she disappeared down the hallway, convinced, I suppose, that the world is full of crazy people. For a moment, the flight attendant's long legs managed to take me out of my reflections. I finished the coffee and counted the letters that made up the name and surname of the deceased American president again. There was no doubt. They were 21. That second discovery, and especially the fact that both pointed toward the number 21, confirmed my initial suspicions. The Major had to have kept his secret in some deposit or enclosure closely linked to said figure and obviously to the key that he had given me in Chichen Itza. I also considered the possibility that Benjamin was a relative or friend of the Major, but, in that case, what did the number and the key mean in all that? During my prolonged stay in Mexico, I was tempted to take a break from researching the Virgin of Guadalupe and fly to the Yucatan to visit Laurencio. But my financial resources had decreased so alarmingly that, much to my regret, and if I really wanted to finish my investigations in Washington, I had to give up and postpone that visit to Chichen for a better occasion. A year later, in December 1982, upon returning to Mexico for the presentation of my book, The Mystery of the Virgin of Guadalupe, I verified with some horror that if I had traveled to Yucatan at that time, my visit would have been fruitless. As local authorities confirmed to me that Laurencio and his wife had left the city of Chichen Itza shortly after the Major's death. And although I have not given up on the goal of locating them, till this date I still have no news of the faithful companion of the former North American Air Force officer. Needless to say, my first steps in that winter of 1982 were directed towards the location of my friend's grave. There, in front of the modest wooden cross, I had my last conversation with the Major, thanking him for having placed his greatest and most precious treasure in my hands. Upon setting foot in Washington again, my first concern was not Benjamin. Sitting on the bed in my new hotel room, this time much more modest than the Marriott, I spread all my capital on the quilt. After a thorough registration, my reserves amounted to a total of $75 and 1,500 pesetas. Although the tragedy seemed inevitable, I did not let reality beat me down. I still had the credit cards. During those days, I limited my diet to a breakfast as solid as possible and a glass of milk with a modest sandwich at bedtime. The truth is that immersed in the investigations, and since I am not a man of great appetites, the thing was not excessively painful either. My great obsession, oddly enough, was taxis. That did diminish, and in what way? My meager economic chapter. Key and ritual lead to Benjamin. This second phrase in the Major's cipher code was a cross that tormented me for 4 days. During that time, as I had planned before my departure from Washington, I dedicated my body and soul to reviewing the encyclopedic telephone directories of the federal capital, as well as to the corresponding visits to the railroad stations, Central Post Office, and Dulles and National airports. The left luggage services at the stations were crossed off my list, in view of the significant difference between the keys used in said lockers and the one in my possession. On the other hand, airports lacked such lockers, so my interest ended up focusing on bank-safe deposit boxes and P.O. box. These last two alternatives seemed more logical when it came to storing something of a certain value. And I started with the banks. I reviewed the 100 or so financial centers and branches in the city, not finding a single clue that made mention or reference to the name Benjamin. On the other hand, and as I was able to verify personally, if the Major had locked his information in one of the safe deposit boxes of any of these banks, neither me nor anyone else would have been able to have access to it, if he did not have the corresponding documentation that would accredit as the legitimate owner or user of the box. In some cases, these security measures were even reinforced with the existence of a second key in the possession of the person in charge or guard of the bank's vault. However, and to squeeze every last bit of information, I started a final double investigation. I knew the identity of the major and began to press a series of resources and contacts at the level of the Spanish embassy and the Pentagon itself, in order to clarify whether the deceased North American soldier had any relatives in Washington. That, clearly, was my greatest imprudence, judging by what would happen 2 days later. The second front, to which, thank God, I gave greater dedication, consisted of checking the addresses of the 2 central offices and 58 post office branches in the city. At the U.S. Postal Service headquarters, which is the central brain of the postal service of the entire country, a friendly official spread before me the long list of postal stations located in Washington, D.C. By throwing the aforementioned relationship in my face, looking for some clue about the refractory name of Benjamin, my eyes could not go beyond the first branch. I jumped. The following appeared on the list. Box numbers: 1-999, Benjamin Franklin, St. Pennsylvania Avenue, Washington, D.C. 20044. I wrote down the data, unable to stop my hand from shaking in a mixture of excitement and nervousness. I lit a new cigarette, looking for a way to calm down. I had to be absolutely sure that this was the desired clue, and I went through the 60 addresses with a meticulousness that I cannot even explain to myself. To my surprise, I discovered that the name of Benjamin Franklin was repeated 3 more times, in positions 14, 19, and 33 of the aforementioned list. In the rest of the Washington post offices, Benjamin's name did not appear at all, but there was something I didn't quite understand. Why 4 postal services on the same street of Benjamin Franklin? The one located in place number 14, the heading was marked by the numbers 6100 through 6199. The one that occupied position 19 on the list recorded the numbers 7100 through 7999, and the last one, at number 33, was preceded by the number 14,001 through 14,999. I turned to the official again and asked him to explain to me the meaning of those numbers. The answer, resounding and concise, dispelled my doubts.
There are 4 sections corresponding to as many P.O. boxes or post office boxes. In the first of the list, as you see, are those between numbers 1 and 999, both inclusive.
I suppose that postal worker had not received a thank you as effusive and happy as mine until that day. I jumped down 3 at a time the gigantic steps of the U.S. Postal Service, and I snuck like a meteor into the first taxi that passed by. It was 12 noon on November 4th, 1981. As I approached Benjamin Franklin Street, ready to take advantage of that streak of good luck, I retraced the major clue. Now I was beginning to see clearly. My key and the ritual, that is the number 21, lead to Benjamin. Coincidentally, of the 60 post offices in all of Washington, only one is located on a street named after Benjamin. And curiously also, in that, and only in that, branch was post office box number 21. If we take into account that the 60 offices had more than 24,000 boxes in 1981, what conclusion could I reach? But halfway through, my joy found itself in a pit. I had forgotten the key at the hotel. In this case, my Franciscan prudence had played a trick on me. I checked the time. There was no time to return to the hotel and then leave for the post office branch. Grumpily, I entered the offices, willing to at least take a look. I asked about the sale of stamps and, with the excuse of writing some postcards, I wandered around the immense, bright rooms for a little over 15 minutes. On the first floor, attached to a black marble wall, hundreds of small metal doors, about 4.7 inches on a side, with their corresponding numbers, were lined up. That was my goal. Fortunately for me, the movement of citizens was such that the black police officer guarding that first floor did not notice my movements. Before leaving the branch, I did a quick inspection of the lockers, stopping for a few seconds in front of number 21. For a moment, I had the feeling that I was the target of dozens of glances. The keyhole seemed to match, due to its small size, to that of a key like the one I kept. As I resumed my walk to the hotel, I realized that the postcards were still in my sweaty hands. Neither Ana Benitez, nor my parents, nor Alberto Schomer, nor Raquel, nor Castillo, nor Gloria de Larrañaga ever received such memories. That afternoon, in a last effort to relax, I went to the Space Museum on Jefferson Drive. Despite the imminent and apparently simple final phase of the search for the Major's information, the doubts had intensified. What if I was wrong? What if that post office box wasn't what I was looking for so hard? The truth is that I was reaching the limit of my possibilities. Those, I was sure, were my last hours in the United States. If I couldn't resolve the dilemma, I would have to forget about it for a long time, sitting in the museum hall, inevitably alone, and with an anguish capable of killing a horse. I missed someone with whom to share those tense moments. In the center of the room, a long line of tourists and curious people waited patiently for their turn to pass by the urn, in which a fragment of lunar rock, no larger than a cigarette, was displayed. A second, much smaller piece had been embedded at the foot of the display case, and as if it were a sacred relic, each visitor, as they crossed in front of the urn, ran their fingers over the black and worn stone. Out of pure inertia, I opened my notebook and described everything I observed, and naturally I ended up landing on the Major's clue. My terrible habit of underlining, drawing, and tracing 1,000 scribbles on the books or notes that I handle was about to shake me off from that deep sadness. In reality, it all started as a game, as a simple and unconscious relief from the tension I endured. I know of many people who, when they talk on the phone, meditate, or simply talk, accompany their words or thoughts with the most absurd drawings, lines, circles, etc., drawn on any sheet of paper. Well, as I say, in those moments I dedicated myself to boxing, in no order or concert, some of the words of each of the 5 phrases that made up the encrypted message. Fortune, or wouldn't it be luck, wanted me to enclose in separate rectangles, among others, the first words of each of the key phrases. Next, continuing with that hobby, I had fun crossing them with as many vertical lines. As I read that apparent gibberish from top to bottom, one of the absurd constructions left me stunned. The first 5 words of each sentence, read in this vertical sense, contained a meaning. And what a meaning! The key opens the past. The rest of the sentences thus prepared, however, made no sense. Before accepting the new clue, I reviewed the message, tracing and joining the words from top to bottom, from left to right, and even diagonally. But it was useless. The only ones that yielded anything coherent, coincidentally, were the first 5. The sentinel that watches over the tomb will reveal the ritual of Arlington to you. Key and ritual lead you to Benjamin. Open your eyes before John Fitzgerald Kennedy. The brother lies to rest in 44 West. The shadow of the medlar tree covers him in the late afternoon. Past and future are my legacy. What had the Major meant with this 6th clue? I intuitively linked the new phrase with the last one in the message. Past and future are my legacy. What relationship could exist between the key, the past, and the future? Encouraged by that sudden discovery, although powerless to clear up so much mystery, I prepared to wait for the first lights of that Thursday, which I felt was particularly intense. As I got off that Thursday, November 5th, 1981, in front of the post office branch on Benjamin Franklin Street, I noticed that my knees were buckling. In my right hand, closed like a trap, the small key that the Major had given me in the Yucatan appeared slightly clouded by a cold and uncomfortable sweat. I took a deep breath and crossed the threshold, heading with a determined step towards the wall where the swarm of metal lockers gleamed. It had been a wise move, without a doubt, to wait for the clock to strike 10 that morning. Dozens of people were busy at that time in the different postal offices. When I stood in front of locker number 21, a large group of citizens, especially elderly people, proceeded to open their respective deposits, indifferent to everything around them. I passed the key to my left hand and, in a mechanical gesture, wiped the growing sweat from my right palm against the corduroy of my gray pants. I took another deep breath and retrieved the small key, tremblingly carrying it to the lock, but my nerves betrayed me. Before I could even check whether it fit in the hole or not, the key slipped through my fingers, landing on the polished white tile. The tinkling of the piece and its multiple bounces on the pavement made me pale. I threw myself after the damned key like an automaton, furious at myself for such clumsiness. But as I was about to pick it up, a long, sure hand came before me. When I looked up, a thread of fire pierced my stomach. The helpful individual was one of the police officers on duty at the branch. In silence, and with an open smile, the agent extended his hand and handed me the key. God wanted me to know how to respond to that gesture with another smile of circumstances and, without even opening my lips, to turn around in the direction of box number 21. Now I tremble to think what could have happened if that representative of the law had asked me a question. With the shock still in my body, I tested the hole with the tip of the key. The heart jumped without mercy. "Please enter! Enter!" Sweetly, as if it had heard me, the key entered all the way. It made me want to scream. It had entered. It wasn't actually my right hand that was holding the key. It was my heart, my brain, and my entire being. Before continuing, I looked cautiously left and right. Everything seemed normal. I swallowed and tried to open it. No matter how hard I pulled outwards, the metal door did not respond. I felt another wave of blood hit my stomach. What was happening? The key had gone into the slot. Why couldn't I open the box? In the midst of so much nervousness and obfuscation, I realized that I was forcing the lock in only one direction, the left. I then turned it to the right, and the door opened with a slight creak. I wish I could have stopped time. After so many sacrifices, anguish, and headaches, there I was, at 10:15 on Thursday, November 5th, 1981, about to clarify the mystery of the Major. In those moments, although it may seem incredible, before proceeding to explore the box, I felt that I did not have a camera. But an elementary sense of prudence made me leave the equipment at the hotel. I reached out and felt the metal surface of the locker. In the semi-darkness, I guessed the presence of a couple of lumps. They were at the back of the narrow rectangular niche. When I touched them, I identified them as something similar to tubes or cylinders. I took one out and saw that it was a kind of cardboard cartridge, about 12 inches long, perfectly and solidly protected by a plastic or laminated paper sleeve. Its weight was very light. It did not present any inscription or name except for a small number 1, drawn in black and by hand on a small white label, glued or adhered in turn to one of the circular faces of the cylinder. All this, as I say, under a shiny plastic material carefully fixed to the cartridge. I hurried to take out the second bundle. It was another cylinder, twin to the first, but with a 2 on another of its faces. Suddenly I began to experience a strange rush. I had the intense feeling that I was being watched, but, overcoming the desire to turn around, I put my hand into the box, making a third search. My fingers then tripped over an envelope. I placed it at the mouth of the niche and, before removing it, I made sure that the locker was empty. I even reviewed the top and side walls. Once I was convinced that box number 21 had been completely clean, I took hold of that white envelope and, without even examining it, I proceeded to close the door. Appearing naturally, I put the key away and headed to the exit of the branch. For a moment I wanted to run, but drawing strength from weakness, I stopped halfway. I took one of the last ducats and took advantage of that feigned excuse to return. The truth is that I didn't see anything suspicious. The intense movement of citizens had slightly decreased, although small groups could still be seen in front of the marble tables, at the different counters, and next to the boxes. Somewhat calmed, and assuming that this feeling could be due to my excitement, I crossed the threshold, away from the post office. 3/4 of an hour later, the green sign saying, "Do not disturb," hung on the doorknob of my room. I placed both cartridges on the glass table that served as my desk and took a couple of steps back. I had done it. For a few minutes, with the envelope in my hands, I enjoyed that spectacle. I couldn't even suspect what those cardboard cylinders contained, but that, at that moment, was the least important thing. I had done it. I considered everything well spent: time, money, loneliness. I dropped onto the floorboard and, as if it were a movie, I remembered the steps I had followed in those months. But finally, curiosity prevailed and I tore the envelope. There was not a single word or indication on the outside. As soon as I took out the sheet of paper it contained, I identified the Major's sharp, agitated handwriting. It was dated April 7th, 1979, in Washington, D.C. In it, he simply stated that his brother, on the Great Journey, had died 2 years earlier, in 1977, and that following the impulses of his own conscience, that same April 7th, 1979, the diary of said journey was concluded. The brief message ended with the following words.
I only ask God that our sacrifice can be known one day, and that it brings peace to men of goodwill, in the same way that my brother and I had the grace to find it.
At the bottom of the note, the Major pleaded that the person who had access to the diary and this letter respect the anonymity of both. For this reason, I have suppressed the identity of the person the Major mentions, calling him his brother. I can clarify that it is not really a blood brother, but rather a purely spiritual qualification. My first reaction upon reading the obituary was to consult the clue. That confession of the deceased USAF officer seemed to fit squarely into the fourth and no less mysterious phrase, "The brother lies to rest in 44W. The shadow of the medlar tree covers him in the late afternoon." The name of Arlington came up in me again. Yes, now it can make sense. Now I'm starting to understand. The cemetery had to be visited again. Actually, as I was able to verify when reading the Major's diary, the last 2 sentences of his encrypted message were nothing more than a confirmation, for the person who reached his legacy, of the physical reality of his partner on the Great Journey and, obviously, of the nature of the aforementioned diary. In all honesty, after knowing that incredible information that had been locked in the cylinders, the location of my friend's deceased companion was not vital either. Those who know me a little know, however, that I like to rush the investigations, and even more if I was so close to the end. But the surprises were not over on that unforgettable Thursday. Before proceeding to the solemn opening of the cardboard cartridges, I placed the envelope next to the cylinders and photographed them as I pleased. Then, after checking that the protective plastic did not offer the slightest gap where to begin the extraction work, I took one of my razor blades and delicately separated the circle that covered one of the sides of the cylinder, precisely the opposite of the one with that small label with the number 1. I nervously felt the cardboard. It seemed very solid. After a thorough, I would almost dare to call it a microscopic examination, I was forced to take it out of its circumference. An hour later, the persistent cover, 1.2 inches thick and 4 inches in diameter, finally popped, revealing the inside of the tube. Seconds later, a bundle of papers appeared before me, perfectly rolled up. It had been inserted into a transparent plastic sleeve, hermetically stapled at the top. I had to use a little nail clipper to remove the 17 staples. With an excitement that is difficult to transcribe, I took a first look at the documents and found that they had been typed into a single space and into what we know as Bible paper. Each page, from 7.8 by 12.2 inches, up to a total of 250, had been signed and initialed in the lower left corner by the Major. It was the same writing, and I would say the same ink, that appeared at the bottom of the letter that I had removed from P.O. Box number 21 that I had just opened. The text captivated me from the moment I set my eyes on it, and I don't think I would have been able to detach myself from reading it had it not been for that unexpected phone call. Around 1 p.m., as I say, the telephone in my room brought me back to the harsh reality.
Mr. Benitez?
It's me. What is it?
2 gentlemen are asking for you. They're here.
2 gentlemen? Who are they?
One moment, I don't know.
Who could be interested in seeing me? What's more, I thought with a strange premonition, who knows I'm in Washington?
One of them claims to be from the FBI.
Everything had happened so quickly and unexpectedly that shortly after hanging up the phone, I began to pale. It was neither logical nor normal for the FBI to be interested in me. What could have happened? What new trouble had I gotten myself into? Suddenly I remembered. Days ago I had made the mistake of asking around the Spanish embassy and the Pentagon for possible relatives of the Major. As I hastily gathered up the cylinders and the envelope, hiding them at the bottom of my camera bag, a whirlwind of fears, hypotheses, and counter-hypotheses confused my brain even more. With the key to my room in my hands and scared to death, I showed up in the hall. Two well-built, neatly dressed individuals stood up from the seats in front of the elevator door. I didn't even have a chance to approach the reception desk and ask about my unusual visitors. With a somewhat forced smile, one of them met me, extending his hand.
Mr. Benitez?
When I introduced myself, the one who had shaken my hand first, and who seemed to be calling the shots, invited me to sit with them.
Don't worry, it's just a routine.
I also forced myself to smile, while begging them to identify themselves. Over the phone, they told me that one of you is an FBI agent. Could I see your IDs? Instantly, and as if my request were part of an equally routine and habitual ceremony, they both took out black plastic wallets from inside their jackets. In the first one, belonging to the one that had identified me as soon as he saw me in the hall, I was able to read, in characters that stood out from the rest, the words Federal Bureau of Investigation. That, in effect, corresponded to the famous acronym FBI. On the second credential, which was not removed from my sight as quickly as that of the FBI agent, I could read the following: Department of State, Press Office, and something like an address, 2201 C Street, Washington, D.C., and a number that began with 202-632. Thank you very much. Go ahead.
We know who you are, and we also know your status as a Spanish journalist, and we have been informed that last Tuesday, at 11:15 a.m., you became interested in the possible relatives of the Major. Well, first of all, we wanted to find out if this data is correct.
Indeed, it is.
In that case, we would like to know why you have such interest in the Major's family.
My brain, awakened because of fear, searched for the answers with a coldness that still scares me. Well, it's an old story. I met the Major on one of my trips to Mexico and established a sincere friendship with him. We wrote to each other, and a few weeks ago, when I visited that country again, I found out that he had died. Without blinking, I held the Yankee's bewildered gaze. Perhaps he was expecting another version, and when he realized that I had told him the truth, at least part of the truth, he was hesitant. That was his first mistake. Before he could ask a new question, I took advantage of those seconds and took the initiative. You will also know that I am a researcher and writer of the UFO phenomenon. The agent smiled. On one occasion, the Major gave me to understand that he knew some information related to this topic, and he gave me the name of a colleague who resides in the United States. He would give me the information as long as I knew how to wait for the Major to die. My interlocutor, just as I wanted, took the bait.
Can you give us the name of that person?
The truth is that I wouldn't want to harm anyone.
Don't worry.
All right. I have no problem giving you the name of that person I'm looking for as long as you keep me out of it and answer a question. The two characters crossed a look of complicity, and the State Department official, who had not opened his mouth until that moment, asked in turn,
"What is it about?"
"Could you provide me with a clue about a relative of the Major, or about that friend I'm trying to locate?" Before his partner had time to respond, the FBI agent intervened again.
Done deal. Tell us what is the name of the person you should contact.
Upon taking note of the name and first surname of the Major's traveling brother, the agent hesitated and exchanged a new, fleeting glance with his companion. That was his second mistake. That almost imperceptible hesitation ended up alerting me. At that moment, for the first time, I began to become aware that I had ventured into an extremely dangerous matter. Those individuals, it was obvious, knew much more than they were saying. But that was not the worst. The dramatic thing is that I had in my possession information that was beginning to burn my hands, and for which the United States intelligence services would have been capable of anything. And what about that clue? The FBI agent remained silent, and after writing something on one of the pages of his notebook, he tore it out, placing it in my hands.
That's all we can tell you. We believe it's one of the Major's relatives.
On the paper, I could read the name of the city of New York and two last names. I simulated a certain annoyance. But can't you tell me something else? The individuals stood up and, after wishing me luck, walked away towards the exit door. Unintentionally, those guerrillas had given me the best excuse to leave Washington in a hurry. Before returning to my room, I had the good fortune to peek out of the revolving door of the hotel and see how the agents entered a metallic blue car, parked 65 or 98 feet from where I was. I immediately entered the hall, heading towards the elevator, and noticing the weight of the receptionist's curious gaze on me. Before closing the door to my room, I hung the Do Not Disturb sign again and locked the security chain. My knees then began to shake and I had to fall onto the bed. I suppose that my disturbance was due in part to that, let's say, delicate visit and, above all, to what that first cylinder contained. I don't know how long I lay in bed, staring into the darkness of my room. One thing was clear in all that mess. Now more than ever I would have to act with lead feet. If the FBI had taken action in the business, it was because, logically, they were aware of the great journey that the Major and his brother had taken. You don't have to be an eagle to perceive that the American intelligence services were not willing to let that secret information be leaked to the press. For the moment, the Major's exquisite prudence had given me a certain advantage, and I was willing to use it, naturally. If the FBI and the State Department, who were well aware of the death of the 2 USAF veterans, continued to believe that I was only trying to locate the Major's friend, perhaps my departure from the country would be easier than expected. This, in summary, was the most important resolution that I ended up adopting that noon on Thursday, November 5th, 1981. Return to Spain immediately, and with my treasure, of course. I jumped out of bed and prepared to carry out the last phase of my plan, a visit to Arlington National Cemetery. Although, I repeat, the confirmation of the death of my friend's companion and brother was no longer particularly important, deep down, I needed to close that mysterious circle that was the clue. I set up the cameras and checked my watch. It was 2 in the afternoon. I still had another 3 hours left before the cemetery closed its doors to the public. But, when I was about to leave the room, an elemental sense of prudence forced me to look out the window. For a moment, I didn't react. Parked next to the sidewalk in front of the hotel, in the same place where I had seen it at around 1:30 p.m., the metallic blue car of the agents who had visited me. Instinctively, I leaned back and closed the window. It couldn't be a coincidence. That was the FBI vehicle. It was clear that I had underestimated the agents. If I risked going out now, what could happen? There was the not fantastic possibility that I would be discreetly followed, or what could be much worse, that they would take advantage of my absence to search the room. This last idea filled me with horror. What could I do? Nor did I resign myself to remaining cloistered within those 4 walls. Suddenly the fire escape came to mind. Yes, that may be the exit. I turned on the television and, trying to make as little noise as possible, slowly opened the door. The hallway appeared deserted. I quickly positioned myself at the end of the corridor, in front of the emergency exit. Unlike what usually happens with Spanish hotels, North American hotels ensure that these doors remain permanently open. When I looked outside from the metal platform or landing that connects the stairs with the 6th floor where I was, I verified that that exit led directly to a narrow and little-traveled street. There was not a single vehicle in the vicinity. That calmed me down. A few minutes later, I closed the door to my room again and prepared to escape. The most important thing was not to raise suspicions. So, following a methodical plan, I phoned room service and requested a frugal lunch. Then I undressed, putting on my pajamas. I dialed the concierge number and, adopting a slow and tired tone, I explained to the employee on duty that I was very tired and wanted to sleep. Finally, and after insisting that no calls be passed to me, I begged him to wake me up at 6:30 p.m. If, as I suspected, those in charge of the hotel had orders to monitor and report my arrivals and departures, this could be a good alibi. 15 minutes later, a waiter knocked on the door. He pushed the cart with the food, and after placing a substantial tip in his hand, I told him not to bother coming back to pick up the small rolling table. "I'll take it out to the hallway myself when I wake up," I added. The man seemed satisfied and disappeared down the corridor while I hung up the Do Not Disturb sign again. I dressed in seconds, pinched one of the buns, and carried the camera bag, at the bottom of which I had placed the cardboard cartridges and the Major's letter. It was 2:45 p.m. After making sure that the door to my room was perfectly closed, I put the key away, and like a ghost, I crossed the barely 30 steps that separated me from the emergency exit. After closing it behind me, I dedicated a few seconds to an exhaustive exploration of the street and the sections I had to descend. Everything was calm. Without wasting another minute, I rushed down the stairs, trying to step with the toes of my boots. When I reached the penultimate landing, I stopped. My heart couldn't fit in my chest. I took a look and, after checking that the path was still clear, I continued with an excess of optimism. And I make this observation because, when I faced the last steps, I was about to break my head. I had not counted on a small big obstacle. The fire escape ended at a considerable height above the ground. I looked out and realized with anguish that, if I intended to maintain my escape, I would first have to jump those 6 or 10 feet. The truth is that I never knew for sure how far I was from the pavement. I had to act quickly. Either I return to the 6th floor or I jump. My position at the end of that fire escape was frankly compromised. Any pedestrian who happened to pass by at that moment could discover me. I swallowed hard and held the bag to my belly, wrapping both arms around it. Then, in an act of pure unconsciousness, I jumped. Despite the bending of the legs, the impact was respectable. In my desire to protect the photographic equipment, I leaned excessively to the side, rolling full length on the hard cement. I have rarely gotten up at such speed. My only worry was that someone might have seen me jump. But fortune seemed still on my side. The alley was still lonely. I cleaned my jacket with a couple of slaps and ran towards the intersection that could be seen in the background. If everything worked out the way I wanted, on the other side of the block and in the opposite direction from the one I had taken, the FBI Turismo should continue parked. 20 minutes later, a taxi took me to Memorial Drive, at the very gates of the cemetery. Although in my quick trip to Arlington I had not appreciated that the dreaded blue vehicle was following us, on this new visit to the Cemetery of American Heroes, I avoided entering through the main door. I walked along Schley Promenade, and 5 minutes later I showed up at the counter at the temporary visitors center. Honestly, as I explained to one of the officials that my purpose was to locate the grave of an old friend, my hopes, given the limited information I had, were not very solid. The woman took note of the name and surname, as well as the year of the supposed death, 1977, and without further ado, as if that question were one of many, she turned around and went to a monitor, located to the left of the room. I saw her typing, and after a few seconds some green signs and words appeared on the screen of the computer that I couldn't decipher. Immediately afterwards, the official took one of the small maps that I already knew and wrote in red the first surname and the name of my friend, and on the bottom line in black and in the spaces intended for the grave and the section, the numbers corresponding to each of them.
Do you know the cemetery?
Not much.
Well, it's easy. We are here.
With the red marker, she marked the temporary visitors center, and then drew a line on the L'Enfant and Lincoln Promenade. With a precision that stunned me, she made a point in section 43, concluding,
Here you will find the tombstone. If you go on foot, it is 10 minutes.
Thank you so much. It is possible that the young lady interpreted that gratitude and my long smile as a logical feeling for being able to locate the person I was looking for so quickly. But the shots were going in another direction. As I walked towards the point indicated on the map, my excitement increased. The fact that Arlington's computer had responded affirmatively, declaring that the Major's brother had in fact been buried there, had made me vibrate with excitement, momentarily forgetting my past troubles. At the intersection of L'Enfant Drive and Lincoln Drive, I stopped. If the official's instructions were not wrong, I should have been a little more than 980 feet from the grave. When reviewing the map, I noticed another detail that precipitated my joy. Coordinates 44 and W mathematically converged in that area of section 43. This cleared the first part of the fourth phrase of the major clue. The brother sleeps in 44W. The small paved path led me to a meadow lined with hundreds of white tombstones, barely 1.5 feet high. I consulted the grave number, and after several walks across the well-maintained lawn, the name and surname of the USAF officer also appeared before me almost like a miracle. A small cross enclosed in a circle had been engraved on the top of the stone. Below, the identity of the deceased, his rank, the army to which he had belonged, and the dates of his birth and death, respectively. That was all. I felt a mixture of anger and sadness. That man, like my old friend, the Major, had been buried without a single allusion to the fascinating mission he had carried out in life. And the worst thing is that his own country, at least the intelligence services, were determined that said journey remain classified as secret and confidential. On the horizon, blurred between the green, yellow, and red trees of the National Cemetery. The white monolith erected to the memory of the first President of the United States paradoxically pointed to the skies. I knelt down and swore I would fight until the end. Nothing and no one would stop me from that commitment to spread the legacy of those men. At 4:30, after photographing the tombstone, and when I was about to leave, a shadow startled me. Part of the inscription had begun to darken. I looked up and noticed a small tree. It was a medlar. The shadow of the medlar tree, I remembered the last part of the 4th sentence of the Major's message, covers him in the late afternoon. I remained absorbed, contemplating how the swaying shadow of that humble companion of solitude was stealing the light from the stone, second by second. As I looked at the meadow, I realized that this was the only tree that grew next to this section of the cemetery. There was no longer any doubt. The clue was solved. I picked up some of the medlar that had fallen on the grass and put them in my bag. Finally, I cut a small branch and placed it at the foot of the tombstone. Little by little, with a dying sun behind me, I moved away from that place. I have never seen the fragile medlar with its tiny green leaves that accompanies the American hero, but we both know that that afternoon, part of my heart remained in Arlington. In my original escape plan, I had not anticipated, at least, that the return would be precisely through the main door of the hotel. Now that I think about it with a certain perspective, if I had known then that there was no possibility of access from the alley behind the fire escape, it's most likely that I would not have gone all out for that unnecessary check in Arlington National Cemetery. But I couldn't back out now. I am a man who accepts risks, and, furthermore, delighted. Dusk had begun to dull the colors of the big city when the taxi stopped in front of the revolving door of my hotel. As I paid for the quote, I breathed a sigh of relief when I recognized in front of me, about 20 steps away, the car of my persevering guardians. Either I was very wrong, or those individuals thought I was sleeping soundly. I was going to find out soon. I jumped out of the taxi and crossed the sidewalk, glancing sideways to my left. Although it was a matter of seconds, I was able to perceive how the one who remained behind the wheel, was agitated, hastily touching the shoulder of his buddy, who was reading a newspaper. I don't know what could have happened next. I snuck into the hall like a flash, avoiding the elevator. Thank goodness the receptionist had his back turned, and I presume he didn't see me disappear up the stairs. Panting and cursing my tobacco, I burst into my room at the precise moment the phone rang. I tried to regain my breath and let it ring a couple of times. When I picked it up, I recognized the receptionist's voice.
Excuse me, sir. Did you told me to call you at 5:30 or 6:30?
It made me want to beat him like a rag. But I hid it, assuming that one of the agents could be next to the receptionist, if not both. At 6:30, please.
I'm sorry, sir. It was a mistake.
I accepted the apology, and whatever might happen, I undressed, making a good account of the forgotten lunch. It was 5:30 in the afternoon. If the FBI took the bait and considered that everything had been a confusion and that I had not moved from my room at all, perhaps those last hours in Washington would not be too difficult. But what if it wasn't? I had to clear up doubts, and I began to hatch a new plan. It was necessary for me to find out to what extent they believed my words. My concern, as is easy to guess, was focused on the documents. I had to get them safe at any cost. But how? I spent more than half an hour reconnoitering and exploring every corner of the room. However, none of the possible hiding places seemed safe enough to me. I even went so far as to unscrew the shower head, considering the possibility of rolling up and hiding part of the Major's diary in the tube that protruded just over 13 inches from the bathroom wall. Thank God, instinct or intuition, or both at the same time, made me suspicious, and finally, I decided on the simplest and riskiest solution. I carefully pierced the second cylinder and extracted another packet of folios, also protected in a transparent and carefully stapled plastic sleeve. I threw all the staples inside the wine bottle, which had been left half empty, and with the help of several strips of adhesive tape, I secured both bundles of paper to my chest and back, respectively. Then I dressed carefully, proceeding to fill the cardboard cartridges with rolls of photography, still unused. I placed them at the bottom of the camera bag and removed the films from both machines, replacing them with others, still virgin. My purpose was to leave the hotel uncovered and leave the field clear for the guys from the FBI. I ran the very serious risk that instead of searching my room, they would choose to follow and search me. In this second case, the documents would have flown in a matter of minutes. In anticipation of this delicate circumstance becoming a reality, I saved the rolls of TRIX and slides that I had obtained in my recent investigation in Mexico, as well as the images of Arlington in the pockets of my jacket and pants. In case of registration, it is always better that they locate the films first. Maybe they will become satisfied and forget about the rest. It's not that that stratagem convinced me too much, but what else could I do? I cut the tails of the films from a dozen rolls, still unused, and lined them up on the small desk, pretending that they were the fruit of my graphic work in those last days. At 15 minutes past 6, I took a sheet of paper with the hotel's letterhead and wrote with careless strokes, Friday, November 6th, 1981. Call Mr. Guerin at 1 p.m. Phone 652-5783. I tore the sheet into small pieces and dropped them into the metal wastebasket, previously separating one of the small squares of paper on which the following fragment could be read. Phone number 6525. I placed this part of the writing on the floor of the room, very close to the wastebasket, as if in the maneuver, when throwing the papers. One of them had fallen outside the enclosure. Then I emptied one of the ashtrays into the aforementioned trash can and proceeded to mess up the bed, carefully wrinkling the sheets. At 6:30, just as I expected, the phone rang. The employee, in a much kinder tone, reminded me of the time. Thank you very much. By the way, I would like to go to the cinema. Do you know if there are any nearby?
Yes, sir. What kind of movie does the sir wants to see?
Well, if you'd be so kind, check them out yourself. I'm coming down. When I hung up, I rubbed my hands. Despite the regrets, that was electrifying. Finally, and before leaving the room, I carefully wrapped my notebook in a couple of newspapers, hiding between its pages the letter that I had rescued from box number 21. I checked that I had the passport, the tickets from my trip back to Spain via New York, and my last $30, and opening the door, I pushed the lunch cart into the hallway. I removed the Do Not Disturb sign and closed. As I headed towards the elevator, I passed a tray that had been deposited on the floor next to another of the rooms. Suddenly, I remembered the staples, and stepping back, I took my bottle of wine, stealthily exchanging it for that of that guest. Once in the hall, I spoke without haste with the receptionist, who kindly, and at my request, accompanied me to the street, pointing out the shortest way to get to the chosen cinema. I pretended not to have understood well, and the man repeated his instructions in great detail. Both him and I furtively glanced at the metallic blue car, which was still parked a short distance. That comedy, in reality, was part of the second phase of my plan. I wanted it to be perfectly established that, over the course of the next 2 hours, I was going to try to peacefully enjoy a movie, and naturally, it was vital to make myself noticed. With my hands in my pockets and the field diary tightly held under my arm, camouflaged among the newspapers, I walked away with a distracted air, like someone starting a peaceful walk. The weight of the sheets, especially those on the chest, were beginning to hurt me. With 2 or 3 stops, apparently casual, in front of as many businesses, it was more than enough to verify that the agents had not moved from inside the Turismo. With that equally casual step, I disappeared from 17th Street, in search of the populous Pennsylvania Avenue, among whose restaurants, shopping arcades, pubs, and cinemas, it is always easier to go unnoticed. I bought a ticket, and at 7:30 I entered one of the projection rooms. But my intention was not to watch a movie. After 15 minutes, and faced with the indifference of the doorman, I left the cinema, heading to a telephone booth. Although I was very close to 14th Street, I thought it was much more prudent to first call the IFE agency office in Washington. One of the journalists, an old friend, was going to play a decisive role in this last part of the plan. As expected, the first number communicated incessantly. I dialed the second one, #332-3120, and finally managed to speak to the editorial staff. I wasn't forced to explain too much. The colleague, whose identity I cannot reveal for obvious reasons, sensed that something out of the ordinary was happening to me and agreed to see me immediately. At around 8:30, I retreated to McPherson Square and, convinced that no one was following me, I quickly slid towards the old elevator of the National Press Building on the aforementioned 14th Street in the northwest sector of the city. My friend was waiting for me in apartment 969, headquarters of the EAF agency. An hour later, with the same air of nonchalance, I pushed open the hotel's revolving door. Gladly, and without asking too many questions, the journalist had promised me his help. At 10 in the morning the next day, as we had agreed, he would show up at my hotel. My intuition did not fail this time. As I approached the main door of the hotel, I discovered that the metallic blue car had disappeared. When I asked for my key at the concierge, I noticed that the employees were different. And although my fingers had been guests lately, I understood that it was a new shift. I gave the orders to be woken up at 8:30 on Friday, and with a worrying tingling in my stomach, I took the path to the 6th floor. I couldn't erase from my mind the suspicious circumstance that the FBI vehicle was no longer in front of the hotel. What could have happened in these 3 hours? I didn't need much time to find out. As soon as I closed the door to my room, my eyes fell on the small desk. The blank scrolls that I had deliberately lined up on the glass sheet that covered the table were gone. Before proceeding with a rigorous general inspection, I opened the camera bag, seeing with relief that my machines were still there. However, as I had assumed, the half-impressed rolls that I had replaced at the last minute had also been removed, possibly rewound, from their respective boxes. The rest of the equipment was still intact. The cardboard cylinders filled with film did not seem to have attracted the attention of the intruders. They were still at the bottom of the bag, covered by the green mini-towels that I usually borrow in the hotels where I happen to stay, and that, following the custom of my teacher and friend Fernando Mugica, I usually use to avoid collisions and friction between cameras and lenses. Nor had the 4 or 5 medlars that I had collected in Arlington been stolen by the agents, because at this point, and as I was able to confirm minutes later, it was obvious that my room had been clocked by the FBI. In a first check, I was able to deduce that the rest of my belongings, suitcase, clothes, toiletries, etc., were still where I had left them. The individual or individuals who had burst into the room had been extremely careful, trying not to disturb the rigid order that I always impose around me. Those guys were looking for information, any information that could be related to the major or the friend I said I was looking for, and it wasn't going to take long to confirm it. Somewhat calmer after that quick inventory, I stood in front of the trash can into which I had thrown the pieces of paper, as well as the butts from one of the ashtrays. The papers were still at the bottom of the container, except for the one I intentionally dropped on the bedroom floorboards. This, in a regrettable error by the agent, was found by me at the bottom of the trash can, along with its brothers. Knowing as I do the information services, I knew that one of the places where they always look is precisely in the trash cans. The trap had worked. The agent, after reconstructing the sheet of paper that I had torn up, returned it to the trash can, ensuring that the 28 parts fell in their entirety into the metal bucket. That clumsy FBI representative had also left another trace of his passage on the glass of the desk. As the reader may have imagined, emptying one of the ashtrays into the trash can, and more specifically onto the papers, was not a gesture of hygiene, although that may be the first impression. That maneuver was perfectly calculated. And now, upon examining the glass on which clearly the sheet of paper had been painstakingly reconstructed, it did not take me long to detect, as I say, the trace of the intruder. As he was putting the pieces of paper into place, the agent did not notice that a small portion of ash, but sufficient for my purposes, fell on the glass of the table. Once the puzzle was revealed, the individual returned the remains to their corresponding place, not taking the precaution of cleaning the surface on which he had worked. With the help of a tiny magnifying glass, Agfa Lupe 8 by, which always accompanies me and is very useful for examining slides, I instantly located numerous grayish-white particles, which were nothing more than part of the ash with which I had covered the papers. If the agents, as was easy to assume, had taken good note of what was written on said sheet, there was a high possibility that they would fall into a new trap. Before going to bed, and in anticipation that my phone would be tapped, I dialed the number of the Spanish Foreign Ministry, letting the person who answered me know that I was a friend of Mr. Garzon, Minister of Information, and that please write to him that I would call him around 1 p.m. the next day. In this way, and more than likely that my conversation had been recorded, the FBI thus received confirmation of what, without a doubt, they had read in my room. I left my suitcase practically packed and got ready to rest. But when I went to brush my teeth, I received another surprise. Those damned agents had pierced the toothpaste tube from end to end and in 3 places. When I checked the shaving cream, as I feared, I found the tube also leaky. What could these guerrillas have been, and what are they capable of? That night, and for whatever might happen, I put up the safety chain and propped up the door with the only chair in the room. As a last precaution, I decided not to remove the documents from my chest and back. Contrary to what I myself could have assumed, that uncomfortable burden did not prevent me from finally giving up sleep. It was funny. It was the first time I slept with a top secret between my chest and back. In accordance with the plan drawn up the previous afternoon at the headquarters of the F News Agency, at 10 o'clock on Friday morning, I deposited the key to my room at the concierge, then headed to one of the taxis that were waiting at hotel doors. After having breakfast in the room, I had proceeded to fill the cardboard cartridges with some of my dirty clothes, handkerchiefs and socks, basically, closing them again and writing on each of them my name, surname, and address in Vizcaya. And although the weather in Washington, D.C. was cool and sunny, I put on a bone-colored trench coat. With the cameras on my shoulders and the major's cylinders in my hands, I got into the taxi, asking him to take me to the city's main post office. If the FBI was following my movements, those cartridges and my colleague, the journalist, would help me give them a good distraction. At 10:30 a.m., the taxi driver stopped his vehicle in front of the post office building. With the promise of an excellent tip, I begged him to wait a few minutes, just enough time to postage and certify both packages. The man kindly agreed, and I jumped out of the car while watching a black car pass the taxi, parking about 260 or 300 feet in front. With the feeling that the occupants of that vehicle had a lot to do with those who had broken in and searched my room the night before, I entered the busy central office. Thank God my friend was already waiting inside. At full speed, and before the astonished eyes of a young lady who was filling out I don't know what forms at the same table where I had met with the IFE reporter, I took off my trench coat and passed it to my partner. I wrote the taxi's license plate on one of the forms that lined up in the lockers, and, when I handed him the paper, I warned him to be careful with the car I had seen parking a short distance from the taxi. Following the planned plan, my colleague stuffed himself into his trench coat, while I blended into the crowd, heading towards the package check-in window. If everything went well, after 5 minutes, the journalist should get into the taxi that was waiting for my return. In order to make his identification even more difficult, I asked him to go to the post office with a bag of the same color and as similar as possible to the one I usually carried. When the official put away the cardboard cylinders, I headed towards the door, and from the threshold, I saw that the taxi and the black car had disappeared. Without wasting a minute, I headed towards the Gallery Place subway station. From there, following the McPherson-Farragut West line, I reappeared at the Foggy Bottom station. It was 11:30. An hour later, another taxi dropped me off at Washington National Airport. Either I was very wrong or the FBI agents were about to take a solemn surprise. At 1:25 p.m. on that hectic morning, Flight 104 of the BN Company took me out of the federal capital. I can hardly describe those last 4 hours at the New York airport. If my friend had not managed to deceive the stubborn American agents, my safety, and what was much worse, my treasure, was at serious risk. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, as we had agreed, I dialed Eve's phone number in Washington. My accomplice, whom I will never be able to thank enough for his audacity and cooperation, greeted me with the password that only he and I knew.
From Santos to Bilbao?
I'm going all over the shore. I responded with a voice breaking with emotion. That meant, among other things, that our plan had worked. In 4 words, my liaison informed me of what had happened from the moment he got into the taxi. My suspicions were well-founded. That black car, which had parked a short distance from the main facade of the post office, resumed its discreet pursuit. The agents, 3 in total, could not imagine that my friend had taken my position and that all that labyrinth had no other objective than to allow my sudden departure from the country. following the instructions of the new passenger, the taxi driver, who saw his fare increase with a sudden tip of $50, a tip that, according to my colleague, made him temporarily mute and deaf, and in the face of the presumed desperation of the FBI, drove his vehicle inside the Spanish Chancellery at number 2700 15th Street. They both remained there until 1:30 p.m. At that time, one of the regular flights took off from Washington, placing me, as I have already mentioned, in New York City. The confusion of the guerrillas, who had patiently waited for the taxi to leave, must have been memorable when they saw the aforementioned vehicle appear, but with 2 other occupants in the back seat. My friend, who had abandoned his trench coat and bag inside the chancery, put on a red cap and was accompanied by one of the officials and a friend. The FBI took the bait again and, believing that I was still inside the embassy, continued waiting.
It is possible that they are still there.
At 7:15 p.m., with the documents solidly adhered to my chest and back and almost on the verge of tachycardia, TWA Flight 904 took me up at 6.2 miles, heading to Spain. The next day, Saturday, once my landing in Madrid Barajas was confirmed, the colleague showed up at the hotel, collecting my suitcase and settling the bill. Of course, and just as I suspected, the cardboard cylinders that I had certified in Washington never reached their legitimate destination. How wrong I was. My anguish did not end with the rescue of the Major's diary. It was after reading those documents that my spirit was involved in all kinds of doubts. For 2 years, always in the most impenetrable of silence, I have carried out 1,000 efforts to try to confirm the veracity of what the deceased USAF pilot left written. However, despite my efforts, I have achieved little. The nature of the project is so fantastic that, assuming it was true, the top-secret slab has buried it, making it inaccessible. Something that the Soviets and the Americans, by the way, have accustomed us since they engaged in the crazy arms race. You don't have to be a lynx to understand that, both in the conquest of space and in the development of war potential, both hide a good part of the truth and, what is worse, they don't feel the slightest shame when it comes to lying and denying. It is also not surprising, therefore, that an iron curtain has fallen on the project that the Major recounts in his legacy. In the present work, I have carried out the transcription as faithful as possible of the first 350 pages of the total of 500 that contained both cylinders. Although I am not going to reveal the content of the rest of the project for the moment, I can say that it responds to a common denominator, a great journey, as defined by the Major himself. A journey that would make Jules Verne pale. I am not so foolish, of course, as to believe that with the discovery and subsequent transfer of these documents outside the United States, the risks have disappeared. On the contrary, it is precisely now, on the occasion of its coming to public light, when the intelligence services can tighten their circle around this unconscious journalist. It is a danger that I assume, not without some concern. But, as a forewarned man is worth 2, after a cold evaluation of the matter, I have also taken certain precautions. One of them, the most important without a doubt, has been to deposit the originals of the aforementioned project in a bank-safe deposit box in the name of my editor, José Manuel Lara. In the event that I were eliminated, the aforementioned documentation would be published ipso facto. Naturally, as soon as I set foot in Spain, one of my first concerns, in addition to putting both original documents in safekeeping, was to photocopy, in duplicate, the 500 pages that I had taken from Washington. In order to avoid as much as possible the risk of disappearance of said diary, one of the reproductions has been saved, along with the official documents that were delivered to me in 1976 by the then Chief General of the Air Staff, Don Felipe Galarza, in another safe deposit box in the name of an old and loyal friend resident in a Spanish coastal city. Throughout these 2 years, as I say, and after knowing the will of the Major, I have carried out numerous consultations, especially with scientists and doctors, trying to clarify, at least, the fictional part that both journeys distill. Let's face it, and in all honesty, the former have been skeptical about the possibility of such a project materializing. Despite this, and before moving on to the diary itself, I want to make it clear that my obligation as a journalist begins and ends precisely with obtaining and disseminating the news. It will be the reader, And who knows if it will be the men of the future, as happened with Jules Verne, who will have to draw their own conclusions and grant or withdraw their confidence in everything they find in the following pages. In any case, and with this I conclude, if the Major's great journey was just a dream of that strange and tormented man, may God bless the dreamers. Today, April 7th, 1977, 1 year after my voluntary retirement to the Yucatan jungle,
once the death of my brother was known, and the 4th year after our return from the great journey, I humbly ask the Almighty to grant me the strength and life necessary to write down everything I know and contemplate through the infinite mercy of God in Palestine. It is my desire that this testimony be known among men of goodwill, believers or not, who, like us, walk in search of the truth. I have known for more than a year, as my brother also knew on the great journey, that my death is near. Therefore, following his repeated requests in the increasingly firm impulses of my own conscience, I have proceeded to organize my notes, memories, and sensations. I hope that the person or persons who one day may have access to this humble and sincere diary endorse my desire to remain, like my brother, in the most rigorous anonymity. We are not the protagonists, but him. It is not easy for me to summarize those years prior to the definitive launch of the great journey. And although it has never been my purpose to reveal the confidential programs and projects of my country, to which I have had access due to my status as a soldier and active member until 1974 of the OAR, Office of Aerospace Research, I understand that before offering the fruits of our experience in Israel, I must give background to those who read this report of some of the events prior to that historic January 1973. I must also warn that, given the nature of the discovery made by our scientists and the dramatic consequences that could arise from an erroneous or deliberately negative use of it, my previous clarifications will only have a purely descriptive character. As I mentioned before, it is not the means that matters in this case, but the results that we joyfully saw fit to achieve. Thus, I discharge my conscientious scruples and trust that one day, if humanity recovers its lost sense of justice and spiritual values, those responsible for this sublime discovery will be those who make it known to the world in its entirety. It was in the spring of 1964 when, confidentially and by pure chance, I heard about the existence of an ambitious and revolutionary project sponsored by a FOSI and a FORS, and on which a large team of experts from the Massachusetts Institute of Technology had been working for years. I had been selected in October 1963 with 13 other USAF pilots for one of the NASA projects. In my capacity as a doctor and engineer in nuclear physics, and since I was still part of the OAR, I was entrusted with a specific job of supervising the so-called LLSV, or Lunar Landing Research Vehicle. In the aforementioned spring of 1964, two of these curious flying machines, in which the first tests for the future lunar landings of the Apollo project began, finally arrived at the place where I had been assigned, the NASA Flight Research Center at Edwards Air Force Base, 80 miles north of Los Angeles. In that desolate landscape, in the heart of the Mojave Desert, I remained until the end of 1964, when the preliminary flight tests of the LLSV were successfully concluded. I do not have to repeat that those tests and other projects, especially those of the Yusuf, had been classified as top secret. Entry into the base area and the experience area in particular was limited to specially accredited personnel. For months I lived with other astronaut candidates, officers, scientists, and technicians, all of them in possession of the top secret security clearance, and a fantastic project reached my ears. Operation Swivel. Once my work at Edwards was completed, NASA estimated that I should join the Marshall Space Flight Center. My true vocation has always been research, specifically the young world of the unified theory of elementary particles. However, my concerns in that month of December 1964 ran in other directions. NASA's costs had begun to skyrocket, and the Marshall Center was working day and night to find new systems or energy sources that would make the expensive chemical batteries of the Explorer, Mercury, and Gemini projects cheaper. A week before Christmas, and for reasons of my work, I had to fly again to Edwards Base. During one of the lunches with the specialized personnel, I met the new head of the Swivel project, the general, a serene man of brilliant intelligence, who knew how to listen patiently to my discussions and complaints about the mental myopia of some senior officials at NASA, who had repeatedly rejected my suggestions about the need to replace outdated chemical batteries with fuel cells or atomic batteries. The general seemed interested in some of the details of atomic batteries, and me, I admit it, went overboard, saturating him with the rain of data and information about the excellence of plutonium-238, curium-244, and promethium-147. Before leaving the table, the general asked me only one question.
Do you want to work with me?
Thank heavens my answer was a withering yes. Thus, in January 1965, I permanently left NASA to join the USAF Experience Module in Mojave. I had met a good part of the scientists and military personnel who were working on that fantastic project during my previous stage at the Edwards base. This made things easier, and my definitive integration into Operation Swivel was quick and complete. For the first few months, my role, in accordance with the wishes of the general who had hired me and whom I will henceforth call by the assumed name Curtis, was focused on a frantic research into an auxiliary energy supply system using an atomic battery called SNAP-9A, which stands for Systems for Nuclear Auxiliary Powers. At that time, the project had already passed the first and obligatory phases of experimentation. These had taken place always in the strictest of secrecy between 1959 and 1963. I never knew, nor was I overly concerned, who or whom had been the promoters or discoverers of the basic system that had allowed such an adventure to be conceived. In some of my many conversations with General Curtis, he hinted that although the initial team had included some of the veteran scientists of the Manhattan Project, which gave birth to the atomic bomb, the change in criteria regarding the nature of the so-called elementary or subatomic particles came from Europe. Apparently, through the CIA, the North American Air Forces had received, from Western Europe, a series of documents in which they spoke of an abrupt 180-degree change in the interpretation of quantum physics. In essence, since it is not my intention here and now to dwell excessively on purely technical issues, that basic system that had driven the operation consisted of the discovery of an elementary entity, widespread in the cosmos, in which science were not aware until that moment, and which has been, and will be in the future, the milestone for a better understanding of the formation of matter in the universe itself. That elemental entity that was baptized with the name of Swivel showed that all the efforts of science to detect and classify new subatomic particles were nothing more than a sterile mirage. The reason, meticulously verified by the men of the operation in which I worked, was as simple as it was spectacular. A swivel has the property of changing the position or orientation of its hypothetical axis, thus becoming a different swivel. The discovery perplexed the few initiates, inevitably dragging them to a very different vision of space, the intimate configuration of matter, and the traditional concept of time. Space, for example, could no longer be considered a scalar continuum in all directions. The discovery of the swivel destroyed the traditional abstractions of the point, flat, and straight line. These are not the true components of the universe. Scientists such as Gauss, Riemann, Bolyai, and Lobachevsky had brilliantly sensed the possibility of expanding Euclid's restricted criteria, developing a new geometry for an n-space. In this case, the help of mathematics saved the serious obstacle of the mental perception of a body of more than 3 dimensions. We had assumed a universe in which atoms, particles, etc., form galaxies, solar systems, planets, gravitational and magnetic fields, etc. But the discovery and subsequent verification of the swivel gave us a very different vision of the cosmos. Space is nothing more than an associated set of angular factors made up of chains and chains of swivels. According to this criterion, we could represent the cosmos, not as a straight line, but like a swarm of these elemental entities. Thanks to these foundations, the astrophysicists and mathematicians who had been recruited by General Curtis for the Swivel Project were verifying with amazement how in our known universe, a series of curvatures or undulations are periodically recorded, which offer a general image very different from the one we had always had. But I don't want to deviate from the main objective that has pushed me to write these lines. At the beginning of 1960, and as a consequence of a more intense study of the swivels, One of the project teams made another discovery that, in my opinion, will mark a historical milestone in humanity. Through a technology that I cannot even hint at, those hypothetical axes of the elemental entities were inverted in position. The result filled all the scientists with horror and joy at the same time. The tiny prototype on which the experiment had been carried out disappeared from the sight of the researchers. However, the equipment continued to detect its presence. From then on, all efforts were concentrated on perfecting the aforementioned swivel investment process. When I joined the project, the general explained to me that, with a little luck, in a few more years, we would be in a position to carry out the most sensational explorations in time and space. A short time later, I understood the true import of his statements. By multiplying our knowledge about the swivels and mastering the technique of matter inversion, a fascinating reality appeared before the team. Beyond or on the other side of our limited physical perceptions, there are other universes. Words only serve to gag the description of these concepts, as physical and tangible as the one we know. In successive experiments, General Curtis's men came to the conclusion that our cosmos has an endless number of unknown dimensions. Mathematically, it was possible to verify 10. Of these 10 dimensions, 3 are perceptible by our senses, and a fourth, the time, reaches our sensory organs as a kind of flow, in a unique sense, and which we could roughly define as arrow or oriented sense of time. In that flood of information, another discovery appeared before our astonished eyes that will one day change the cosmic perspective and that we baptized as our twin cosmos. For me personally, as well as the general head of the project, what ended up captivating us was the new concept of time. By manipulating the axes of the swivels, it was found that these elemental entities did not suffer the passage of time. They were the time. Long and laborious investigations revealed, for example, that what we call infinitesimal time interval was nothing more than a difference in angular orientation between two closely linked swivels. That constituted a true cataclysm in our concepts of time. It was not very difficult to detect that, due to one of those miracles of nature, the time axes of each swivel pointed in a common direction. For each of the moments that we could childishly define as my now, the next moment and the next and the next and so on, those imaginary axes varied their position, giving way to different now. And the same thing obviously happened with the now that we call the past. That potential, simply within the reach of our technology, made us vibrate with excitement, imagining the most splendid possibilities of travel to the future and the past. From then on, 1966, the project was subdivided into 3 ambitious programs. Although closely linked, the 3 teams worked hard to develop as many modules that would allow us to explore, on the terrain, in 3 very different directions. Firstly, with a journey to another dimensional framework within our own galaxy. Secondly, enforcing the time axis of the swivels forward, move an entire laboratory, with astronauts included, to our own immediate future. Finally, and following an opposite process, place another module or laboratory in the Earth's past. I was assigned to this 3rd project, baptized Trojan Horse, and I will refer to it in everything that surrounded it until it was completed in January 1973 in this first part of the diary. From 1966 to 1969, our module, baptized among team members as the Cradle because of its resemblance to said piece of furniture, underwent successive modifications until it reached a volume large enough to house 2 crew members. The attention of the small group of scientists who were selected for Operation Trojan Horse was focused for many months on achieving a system that would allow total and safe manipulation of the time axes of the swivels of the entire cradle, both manually and electronically. Finally, and with the collaboration of Bell Aerosystems Company of Niagara Falls, the same company that designed and built the LM, or lunar module for the Apollo project, we obtained a laboratory 10 feet high with 4 extendable support points, each 13 feet long, and a total weight of 3,000 pounds. Unlike the module of the first of the projects that I have mentioned, whose operation was baptized as Marco Polo, ours did not require a propulsion system. The operation of inversion of all the atomic subparticles of the cradle, including its geometric enclosure, its occupants, and all the gases, fluids, etc. that comprise it, could be carried out dry, that is, without the cabin and its support feet having to move from the chosen place. Our work habitat in all those years, the salty heart of the Mojave Desert, also met another requirement of great importance for the first and decisive experiences of Operation Trojan Horse. The geological reports reassured us greatly by assuring us that that area, despite being on the edge of the North American tectonic plate, with great telluric activity, had not suffered major changes since the end of the Jurassic period, more than 135 million years ago, when the so-called Nevadan disturbance occurred. Despite everything, and as a complementary measure, the cradle was provided with auxiliary propulsion equipment consisting of a twin engine to that of the LLRV on which I had worked in 1964. General Electric provided us with a main engine of a jet turbine CF200-2V, which was mounted vertically that allowed rapid and safe upward movement. These security measures, which were very little used, are nevertheless of great importance. One of our obsessions, while the first great journey of the Trojan Horse project was taking shape, was to get the orography of the chosen terrain for the jump back in time. If our technical reports were wrong regarding the physical and geological configuration of the contact point, the reversal of the swivel time axes could be catastrophic. The cradle, for example, located in the 20th century on the ground, could be disintegrated if it appeared, by mistake, inside a mountain and which in the past could have occupied that space that today we were using as a contact point. Therefore, after countless calculations and studies, General Curtis's men willingly accepted that, with few exceptions, the inversion phase should always be caused in the air, in a stationary state. Once the contact point was located electronically and visually, the cradle could be landed comfortably and without any risk of shock or disintegration. The first flight tests of the cradle, whose mass inversion equipment was suppressed at that time for basic safety reasons, were carried out by the then pilot chief of research at the NASA Edwards Center, Joseph A. Walker, now deceased, and who in 1964 and 1965 directed and took part in more than 24 experimental flights of the LLRV. He knew well the propulsion systems of the lunar lander simulators, and his verdict was positive. The cradle, despite its dilapidated appearance, responded docilely. In 1969, with 100 highly satisfactory tests, the team definitively set the ideal altitude at 800 feet to proceed with the mass inversion. The average time consumed in the takeoff and hover operation before the inversion phase was set at 5 minutes. Finally, in the fall of 1969, the general gave green light, and 4 of those unique astronauts who formed the first flight to the past team were fortunate enough to experience up to a total of 6 trips back in time. All of them always performed in pairs and in the fixed stationary, 800 feet high, in the middle of the Mojave Desert. To concern myself now with these fascinating experiences would take me very far from my true purpose. I will therefore dispense with their description because, in addition, they were meticulously recorded in many other reports, currently in the possession of the Air Force Office of Special Investigations and, unfortunately, of the DIA, Defense Intelligence Agency. I will point out, however, that the delicate system of rewinding and adjusting the time axes of the swivels on the dates programmed by the team turned out to be astonishingly precise, thanks to the revolutionary computer network that had served from the beginning for the location of the swivels and that were incorporated into the mass inversion system. Naturally, that gigantic effort would have been of little use if our technology had not been capable of modifying the swivel beams, and specifically the time axes, forcing them to new angles. The computer network, through a complex procedure, managed to fine-tune this transfer of the axes and ultimately of the module with an error of almost 2 hours on the desired dates. And finally, the big day arrived. General Curtis called us to an emergency meeting. The men of Operation Trojan Horse, always under the command of Curtis, outlined half a dozen journeys, each more fascinating. However, logic and a strict sense of order made it inadvisable to launch several projects at the same time. It was necessary to decide on a first exploration without relegating the rest of the propositions to oblivion. After many hours of debate, and unanimously, the summit of scientists and specialists in an emergency session at the Edwards base chose 3 moments in the history of humanity as possible and immediate candidates for a final election. It was March 10th, 1971. The three objectives were the following. First, March-April of the year 30 of our era, precisely the last days of the passion and death of Jesus of Nazareth. Second, the year 1478, place, Island of Madeira. Objective, try to find out if Christopher Columbus could have received any confidential information from a prediscoverer of America about the existence of new lands, as well as the route to follow to reach them. Third, March 1861, place, the United States of North America itself. Objective, to know exactly the background of the Civil War and the thoughts of the newly elected President Abraham Lincoln. Each of the projects had been prepared exhaustively, down to the smallest details. I led and fiercely defended the second of the journeys. Through numerous readings and contacts with experts at Yale University, I was convinced that Columbus was not the first discoverer of the American lands, and this was a magnificent opportunity to learn the truth. But both the journey to the Civil War and to the Portuguese island of Madeira ended up being shelved in favor of the first, the transfer in time to the year 30 of our era. Despite the natural disgust of the defenders of the eliminated projects, we all recognized that the level of risk was significantly lower in the great journey to the Jerusalem of Christ than in the American Civil War or the 15th century. In the case of the exploration during Lincoln's time, the chosen astronauts could face obvious physical dangers, and neither General Curtis nor the rest of the members of Operation Trojan Horse were willing to put the safety of our men at risk. Regarding the journey that I advocated, the lack of precision in the exact date on which the voyagers were able to arrive with his caravel on the island of Madeira was decisive. Our historical contribution, although rigorous, left an inevitable margin of errors. As one single man from that decisive and final determination, the 61 members of the Trojan Horse team of exploration into the past, we devoted ourselves to the development of what was going to be our first official adventure in time. I won't deny that in those weeks that followed my election by General Curtis to be part of the Cradle's crew and descend in the time of Jesus of Nazareth, my state of mind was profoundly altered. Despite the undeniable joy of being part of the first pair of explorers in another time, the responsibility of such a complex operation overwhelmed me, and it took many days to adapt and calmly assimilate my commitment. I never found out exactly why the head of the Swivel Project appointed me for that great journey. It is very possible that, when it comes to assessing knowledge and personal conditions, other colleagues should have occupied my position by a wide margin of merit. Curtis, in one of the many interviews I held with him following my appointment, suggested that the nature of the exploration fundamentally required the presence of a man skeptical of religious matters. Unlike many other members of the team, I was not active in any church or religious movement, making my agnostic nature evident. Due to my rigid scientific and military education, and although I always tried to respect the religious beliefs and inclinations of others, I had never felt the slightest need to take refuge or seek encouragement in transcendental ideas. How little I could imagine what fate had in store for me, and I had to acknowledge with the general that, in fact, objectivity was one of the basic conditions to carry out that observation of history with a minimum of rigor. My work in that transfer to the year 30, like that of my colleague, required the acceptance and compliance of a rule, which had become a golden rule for the entire Trojan Horse project team. The explorers could not, under any circumstances, not even that of their own survival, alter, change, or influence the men, social groups, or circumstances that were the objective of our observations or that simply could arise in the course of them. Any hesitation in assuming this main premise was grounds for a sudden expulsion from the group of explorers. This inviolable fact already presupposed absolute objectivity in the observers. However, the general, in a sign of subtle prudence, preferred that, in our case, objectivity went hand in hand with a special asepsis in religious matters. As is easy to understand, a means as powerful as the manipulation of the time axis of swivels could be extremely dangerous if it fell into the hands of unscrupulous individuals or with a fanatical and partisan vision of history. In the first 6 mass inversions that were carried out on a purely experimental basis in the Mojave Desert, it was found that the transfer of the module and the pilots to other remote dates did not affect their physical nature nor their psyche or memory of the crew members. These, while the jump back lasted, were aware at all times of their own identity, remembering normally to which era they belonged. In the group, there was a thorough and honest discussion, the very serious repercussions that it would have entailed for a person or for a community. The tragic circumstance that someone from a bygone era could be killed in a confrontation, for example, with one of our explorers. If the cause-effect principle responded to reality, the historical results could be disastrous. Hence, our mission, above all, could only aspire to the observation and analysis of the chosen events, characters, or eras, and it was not little. Fortunately for the Trojan Horse Project, our relations with the State of Israel were unbeatable, especially after the Six-Day War. It was essential to the execution of the great journey that the cradle could be transferred to Palestine and located at the chosen point of contact. All of this, moreover, without raising suspicions. But I can say little about these efforts, which fell entirely on the shoulders of General Curtis. Only at the end, when there were barely 2 months left until the countdown, those closest to the head of the project learned of the obstacles that had arisen of the harsh conditions imposed by Golda Meir's government and of the failed but irritating attempts by the CIA to gain control of the operation. Those battles in the darkness of the offices and state bureaucracy went unnoticed by me and the rest of the team, immersed in the last phase of the preparations for the adventure. Now I thank heaven for this supine ignorance. The rest of 1971, as well as almost all of 1972, my center of operations changed noticeably. During those 2 years, my time was divided between the small town of Malula, the University of Jerusalem, and the Edwards base. Operation Trojan Horse contemplated 2 perfectly clear and defined phases. A first, in which the module would undergo the already known mass inversion process, forcing the time axes of the swivels to the previously set day, month, and year. In this first step, logically, my companion and I would remain on board until entry on the designated date and final settlement at the point of contact. The second, undoubtedly the most risky and attractive, required the abandonment of the cradle by one of the explorers, who had to mix with the Jewish people of those times, becoming an exceptional witness of the last days of life of Jesus the Galilean. That was my job. This task, which I didn't want to think about until the final moment arrived, forced me during those years to feverishly learn the customs, most important traditions and languages in common use among the Israelites of the year 30. A good part of those 21 months I dedicated myself to the harsh learning of the language that Christ spoke, Western Aramaic or Galileic. Following the texts of Spitler and his teacher at the University of Munich, Bergstresser, it was not very difficult to locate the only 3 corners of the planet where Western Aramaic is still spoken: the village of Malula in anti-Lebanon, and the small populations, today totally Muslim, of Yucatan and Bahia in Syria. And although Arabic has ended up jumping the mountains of Lebanon, contaminating the language of the 3 towns, the phonetics and morphology remain fundamentally Aramaic. Timely documentation that accredited me as an anthropologist and researcher of dead languages from Cornell University opened all the doors, allowing me to complete my studies at the University of Jerusalem. There I contrasted my knowledge of Galileic Aramaic, learned among the simple people of anti-Lebanon, with other sources such as the Palestinian Targum and the literary Aramaic of Qumran, Nabatean, and Palmyrene. Finally, as a complement, my preparation was enriched with some basic but sufficient notions of Greek and Mishnaic Hebrew, which were also spoken in the Palestine of Christ. I visited countless times what the Catholics called holy places, although I was aware that this reconnaissance of the terrain was of little use to me at the moment of truth. Nor did I want to delve excessively into the biblical texts in which the passion, death, and resurrection of the Savior are narrated. For obvious reasons, I preferred to face the facts without preconceived ideas and with an open spirit. If my obligation was to observe and transmit the truth of what happened in those days, the most advisable thing was to maintain that attitude clean and devoid of prejudices. Upon returning to the Edwards base, at the end of 1972, everything was long faces. I soon learned, and the final confirmation came from Curtis himself, that despite the efforts at the highest level, the Israeli government did not give its authorization for the entry into its country of the cradle in the rest of the sophisticated equipment. Logically, they had the right to know what it was about, and the head of the Trojan Horse Project had not provided any amenities to resolve this end of the issue either. The strictest sense of security, however, made it impossible for the general to warn the Israelites about the true nature of the operation. What could we do? After a hectic December, in which, honestly, we came to fear for the success of the Great Journey, the Pentagon, following Curtis's recommendations, planned a strategy that subdued the Jews. Since 1959, both the Soviet Union and our country had been developing a secret program of spy satellites intended for mutual observation of all types of military facilities, industrial, agricultural, urban, etc. These flying eyes were gaining in penetration, especially from the so-called third-generation satellites in 1966. In a fourth generation, the Pentagon, with the collaboration of companies specialized in photography, Eastman Kodak, iTech Corporation, and PerkinElmer, had managed to place a new model of satellite, the Big Bird series, into orbit, whose equipment were capable of photographing, at an altitude of 93 miles, the newspaper headlines of a man sitting in Red Square in Moscow. Despite the great secrecy of the National Reconnaissance Office, a specialized department responsible for this type of information, based in the Pentagon itself, some of the characteristics of Big Bird ended up leaking among the intelligence services of other countries. The government of Golda Meir had pressed on numerous occasions so that the precise network of our spy satellites could provide them with graphic information on troop movements, the establishment of ramps, new constructions, etc., in the Arab countries. Well, that was our opportunity. For about a year and a half since early 1971, the Pentagon had begun working on a new Big Bird satellite design, the KH-2. Curtis, with prior authorization from the United States Army High Staff, and after meeting personally with President Nixon and Secretary of State Kissinger, flew again to Jerusalem. This time he did offer the Prime Minister, Golda Meir, and his Minister of War, the legendary Moshe Dayan, a satisfactory explanation. Within the most rigorous of secrecy, the U.S. wanted to collaborate with the country friend, Israel, setting up a photoreception laboratory for their Big Bird. In this way, the Jews could have a quick and faithful system of control of their enemies, in my country, a new and strategic station, which saved time and a good part of the always cumbersome maneuver of recovering the 8 disposable capsules that it carried each satellite and that were rescued every 15 days in the vicinity of Hawaii. From a purely military point of view, the operation was also of great interest to the United States, which could thus photograph strips as unstable, politically speaking, as the USSR's borders with Iran and Afghanistan and other areas of Pakistan and the Persian Gulf, being able to receive hundreds of negatives at the new owned station, the Israeli one, within 3 minutes of having flown over said areas. Thanks to this subtle deception, General Curtis and part of the Trojan Horse Project team managed to land in early January 1973 in Tel Aviv. To avoid suspicion, and by mutual agreement with the Mossad, Israeli intelligence service, the USAF equipped a jumbo plane in which the seats had been eliminated, loading 10 tons of top-secret equipment in its cabins. From the fake passenger airplane, even camouflaged with the markings of the Jewish company El Al, a large group of apparently peaceful American tourists descended. It was January 5th. What the sagacious agents of the Israeli intelligence service never knew is that mixed with the material for the satellite photo reception station, our cradle was also traveling. Curtis's plan was simple. In a detailed study carried out in Washington by CIRVIS, Communication Instruction for Reporting Vital Intelligence Sightings, with the collaboration of the Cartographic Department of the Israeli Ministry of War, the installation of the Big Bird image receiving network had to be carried out within a period maximum of 6 months from the date of arrival of the material. The specialists had to proceed, in a first stage, to the selection of the definitive settlement. The military had designated 3 possible points: the summit of Mount Olivet, or of the Olive, a short distance from the holy city of Jerusalem, the Golan Heights, on the border with Syria, or the granite massifs of the Sinai. Cleverly, General Curtis had matched the first of the possible receiving station locations with our point of contact for the Great Journey. Long before the government of Golda Meir hindered the progress of our operation, the specialists of the Trojan Horse Project had estimated that the aforementioned Mount Olivet was the appropriate area for the cradle-ground connection. Its proximity to the village of Bethany in Jerusalem had made it the strategic place for the descent. And although the Israelites showed a certain surprise at the designation of that hill as the first of the 3 experimental bases, they seemed quite convinced by the Americans' explanations. Israel was still involved in numerous skirmishes with its neighbors, the Egyptians and Syrians. Had the installation of the receiving station begun in the Sinai or the Golan, the risks of destruction by enemy aircraft would have been very high. It was necessary to save time and, above all, train the Jews in handling the equipment with a wide margin of safety and without incidents. Once the ideal settlement had been located, the numerous controls had been verified, and the Israelites had been instructed, the laboratory would enter the operational phase, always shared by both countries. That meant, by all indications, more than enough time for our work. The Jews, in short, accepted the advice of the Americans with excellent submission and collaborated closely in the transportation and surveillance of the equipment. The men of Operation Trojan Horse had agreed since mid-1972 that the point of contact should be the small square that encloses the octagonal mosque called the Ascension of the Lord. The high wall that surrounds the relic from the time of the Crusades was the perfect bulwark to avoid the gaze of curious onlookers. Curtis, with the rest of the group, had planned even the smallest details. The experience was inexcusably scheduled for January 30th, 1973. It was the perfect time for several reasons. Firstly, because the assembly of the electronic equipment for the Big Bird receiving station should begin between the 20th and 25th of that same month of January. Secondly, because, on those dates, the influx of pilgrims to the holy places would experience a notable decrease. Finally, because the group wanted to honor the memory of one of the greatest men of humanity, Mahatma Gandhi. Precisely on that January 30th, 1973, the 25th anniversary of his death would be celebrated. Of course, the primary reason was the first. Trojan Horse needed a week to assemble and general check the cradle. General Curtis, when drafting the installation project for the satellite photography receiving laboratory, had imposed a condition that was understood and accepted by Golda Meir in their cabinet. Given the highly secret nature of the optical scanners used and some electronic elements, the assembly of the equipment should be carried out solely and exclusively by the Americans. The security and internal surveillance of the station, while this phase lasted, would be an unavoidable mission of the United States. The government of Israel would be in charge of external protection and could participate in the project once said assembly was completed. This ruse had no other justification than to keep the Jews away, thus allowing us the full development of our true program. The jump in time, scheduled, as I say, for Tuesday, January 30th, had been limited to a total of 11 days. Trojan Horse, therefore, had a maximum of 3 weeks to prepare the cradle, to carry out the adventure itself, and for the no less delicate return. Several days before the fake group of American tourists left the United States for Tel Aviv, Moshe Dayan had given the appropriate orders for his Secret Service to activate a mini-operation, small in size, but vital for the taking of possession of the aforementioned Ascension Mosque. It was necessary for our technicians to be able to work inside said small square, without raising suspicions among the population, and much less among the Muslims, responsible for worship in the octagonal tabernacle that stands in the center of the enclosure. In those days, both the PLO, Palestine Liberation Organization, and the Egyptian Secret Services, the Mukhabarat, in perfect connection with the Soviet agents who still operated in Cairo, had deployed an intense terrorist wave in Israel. Postal bombs were in fashion, and rare was the day when one of these deadly devices was not detected or exploded in Jerusalem, Tel Aviv, or the rest of the country. Just on the eve of our operation, January 29th, a total of 9 of these postal bombs were received in different offices and organizations in the city of Jerusalem. The plan of the very effective Israeli Secret Service, Mossad, was consummated on the afternoon of January 1st. A couple of young agents, looking like tourists, forgot a suspicious briefcase next to the strong walls of the Ascension Tabernacle. Mossad itself was in charge of raising the alarm, and in a matter of minutes, the square and the octagon were evacuated, while a team of explosive disposal specialists was in charge of inspecting and detonating the package bomb of the alleged terrorists. The event, given the nature of the place and prior agreement with those responsible for the custody of the holy places, was hidden from the media. As the Israelites of Dayan had anticipated, the explosion caused little damage to the exterior walls of the mosque. However, in a routine but obligatory inspection of the rest of the octagon, Mossad agents, posing as architects from the Army's Sapper Division, discovered and showed the custodians of the place some plates or X-rays of the foundations of the east face of the mosque, seriously affected by the attack. That left the Muslims confused, but Mossad had everything planned. In a gesture of goodwill, and to the confusion of the Arabs, the Jewish vice president, Yigal Allon, summoned those responsible for the mosque, informing them that the government had made the decision to repair the damage, as a sign of good faith. The imminent proximity of Jewish Easter and Catholic Holy Week perfectly justified the unusual haste of Golda Meir's government to undertake the repair of the monument. No one could suspect that, under that opportune and apparent political maneuver of the Jews, a double intention was hidden. The comedy was simply perfect. Although the foundations of the mosque were intact, no one dared to doubt the reports of the supposed architects. 48 hours after the explosion, a special division, made up of archaeologists and experts from the University of Jerusalem, the French Biblical and Archaeological School of the Holy City, and the Museum of Antiquities in Amman, began work on excavation around the perimeter of the small mosque, with the approval of the Arabs. Honestly, we never knew how the Israeli Secret Service managed to embark said group on such a restoration effort. At some moments, we even suspected that those discreet and diligent archaeologists were nothing more than Mossad men. The fact is that, when General Curtis and the rest of the Trojan Horse Project made a first inspection visit to the Ascension Square, the workers had dug trenches next to the mosque, building 2 large barracks, one on each side of the octagon and in accordance with the measurements previously provided by Curtis to the Dayan Army. The 71 feet in diameter of the small square, surrounded by a stone wall another 9 feet high, were more than enough for our purposes and, of course, for the installation of the photo-receiving laboratory. Since January 7th, in a staggered manner and taking advantage of the constant entry and exit of material, the Israelis and Americans managed to bring in all the secret material into the barracks. A week later, with the logical joy of Curtis and all the scientists and soldiers who had taken part in the transport of the equipment, everything was ready for the supposed assembly of the Big Bird receiving station. That meant an advance of almost 7 days in the program. As of January 15th, the head of the Trojan Horse Project informed the Israeli military authorities that the American engineers were preparing to begin assembly work on the laboratory and that, consequently and in accordance with the agreement, access to the barracks were strictly prohibited to all non-American personnel. The Jews retreated to the outside of the enclosure, maintaining, however, a neutral corridor through which the archaeologists could circulate, whose task should not be suspended under any circumstances. If the Arabs were to intuit that those repair works on their mosque were nothing more than a cover to hide other purely military objectives, Trojan Horse and the location of the receiving station itself would have been in a very compromised situation. The restoration teams, therefore, continued with their mission at the walls of the octagon, while we unpacked the material, dedicating ourselves to a frenetic task of assembling the cradle. But the general's joy and ours too were going to suffer a sudden setback. The poisonous tentacles of the CIA, we never found out how, had touched and detected the joint Jewish-American operation, and the Defense Intelligence Agency was pressuring Kissinger to fill them in. The Secretary of State's successive denials created strong tensions between the CIA and the small military circles in the Pentagon that were aware of the mission. The situation was so unsustainable that General Curtis was summoned to Washington in order to calm things down and try to find a solution. Meanwhile, the rest of the Trojan Horse team continued their efforts, although with their spirits dampened by the proximity of the always dangerous shadow of the CIA. In this case, Curtis's obvious skill was of little use. The director of the CIA, Richard Helms, was not willing to give in. Given the seriousness of the events and at the express suggestion of Kissinger, President Nixon would advise a few days later that Helms resign as director of the CIA. In order to reinforce the confidence of the Pentagon, on January 4th, General and Curtis's close collaborator, Alexander Haig, was appointed as Vice Chief of the High Staff of the United States Army. The newspapers then published that the resignation of the CIA director was due to deep disagreements between Helms and Kissinger on matters related to state security. They were not wrong, although they never knew the true reasons for that drastic surgical operation at the top of the CIA and the High General Staff of the United States Army. Once the storm had weathered, Curtis returned to Jerusalem, rejoining the final preparations for what, without a doubt, was going to be one of the greatest adventures in the history of humanity. On January 25, 1973, the cradle already rested in the center of the main barracks. It had been completely assembled except for the 4 support points. These, for basic reasons of prudence, would not be assembled until a few hours before takeoff. A clever hydraulic device allowed a total opening of the roof of the improvised hangar in which our operations were carried out. In this way, and as planned, the launch of the module on the night of January 30th would not have to present any special difficulties. I suppose that the person who reads this diary will wonder how an artifact with the characteristics of our cradle could rise above Mount Olivet without attracting the attention of the population in the Israelite army. Long before launching this operation, the Swivel project had incorporated into its modules, as a basic condition for all or almost all future missions, a permanent emission system of infrared radiation. The cradle had a kind of external membrane that covered the entire vehicle, and whose functions, among others that I cannot specify, were the following. First, shielding of the module, using a shield or cushion of infrared radiation above 700 nanometers. This infrared light source made the entire device invisible, allowing it to maneuver above any human nucleus without being seen. As I pointed out previously, this requirement was absolutely essential for our observations, thus not harming the natural rhythm of the individuals that we intended to study or control. Second, absorption, without reflection or return, of decimeter waves used primarily in radars. In the case of the Israeli military screens, these security devices were previously adjusted to the waves used by such radars, 1,347 and 2,402 megacycles. This simple procedure nullified the possibility of electronic location of the module, while it was elevated to 800 feet, the ideal point for the immediate mass inversion phase. Third, the membrane that covers the outer shielding of the cradle, whose total thickness is 1.3 inches, had to cause an artificial incandescence that eliminated any type of living germ that could always adhere to its surface. This precaution prevented such germs from becoming three-dimensionally inverted with the ship. An involuntary entry of such organisms into another time or another three-dimensional framework could have entailed unforeseeable consequences of a biological nature. As for the inevitable roar of the J-85 jet engine, which was to place us in the aforementioned stationary, the scientists had managed to reduce it to a sharp whistle by incorporating powerful silencers. Another issue impossible to resolve until that moment was the thunder caused at the moment of mass inversion of the cradle. Fortunately for us, that boom could be attributed to any of the Israeli fighters that flew day and night over the territory, and that when crossing the sound barrier unbalanced the molecules of the air, giving rise to what in aeronautical terms is known as a sonic boom. As had happened in the 6 previous tests in the Mojave Desert, the increasingly closer launch of the module altered our spirits. Curtis tried to keep my traveling companion and I away from the Ascension Mosque for a couple of days, but our steps always ended up leading us to the hangar. 3 days before the start of the great journey, the head of Trojan Horse called us to a final meeting in which we reviewed the main lines of the operation. Curtis seemed obsessed with our safety. We both knew our respective obligations, but the general's insistence worried us. What could the Swivel project director be hiding? Months after that experience, my brother and I had the opportunity to learn the real reason for his concern. The strategy to follow in the descent to the time of Jesus of Nazareth had been thoroughly thought out. Once on the ground and after several hours of reviewing controls, my module companion, whom from now on I will call Eliseo, should remain in command of the cradle for the 11 days of exploration. Only in case of high emergency could he abandon the ship. My role, as I think I have already hinted, required disembarking ashore and approaching the Master of Galilee, whom I should follow and observe for as long as possible. In order to avoid a possible temptation on the part of the explorers to exceed the time set for the operation, the central computer of the cradle had been previously programmed, without any possibility of extension or cancellation of said program, for automatic takeoff and return of the swivel time axis at 7 a.m. on February 12, 1973. At those moments, everything would be prepared in the Ascension Mosque grounds for the re-entry of the module and its sudden dismantling. While the adventure lasted, Curtis's men would conclude, in the second barracks, the assembly of the laboratory receiving photographs of the Big Bird. This would allow rapid evacuation of the Trojan horse material, as well as the entry of Israeli personnel into the hangars. Before adjourning that last work session, Curtis informed us that, in accordance with the Pentagon and, of course, Kissinger, 24 or 36 hours before takeoff, world attention would be focused thousands of miles from Jerusalem, thus reinforcing the security measures of our leap towards the first century. Indeed, as the general had announced on January 28, 1973, and after intense efforts on both sides, the United States and Vietnam signed the definitive agreement in Paris that promised to end the tragic war. On January 30th, Eliseo and I barely left the hangar. Almost the entire day was spent inside the cradle, checking the equipment. My companion had to undergo a last and delicate operation, the insertion into the rectum of a small tube, designed to collect feces. These, previously treated with turbulent currents of water at 38 degrees Celsius, would be sucked during the 11 days of his forced stay in the module by a miniaturized device that was attached to his buttocks. In this way, feces are broken down into its basic chemical elements. Part of these are gelled and transmuted into oxygen and hydrogen, thus serving to obtain synthetic water, which is recovered and returned to the urine water cycle for ingestion. The rest of the elements are converted into sludge and expelled in gaseous form to the outside. In my case, this defecation device was not advisable, since one of the basic rules of conduct for explorers who had to work outdoors was to carry the minimum essential equipment and always hidden from the view of potential observers. I did have to wear, however, what in Trojan horse slang we called the snake skin. Through a spraying process, the explorer covered his naked body with a series of different protective aerosols, forming an artificial and millimetric epidermis, capable of protecting vital areas from both possible mechanical and bacteriological aggression. Although this second skin could adhere to the entire body due to the clothing that had to be worn, the head of the project estimated that the armor, transparent and extremely elastic, should be limited from the genitals to the respective areas of the neck that protect both carotid arteries. This very effective protective suit, which one day will be very useful to our astronauts, submariners, etc., can resist, in the manner of old-fashioned bulletproof vests, impacts such as that of a projectile, 22 caliber, at 20 feet from distance, without interrupting the normal perspiration process and avoiding, as I say, the filtration through the pores of chemical or biological agents. The Swivel Project had developed, especially for the astronauts of the fascinating Marco Polo operation, other devices that would make NASA technicians pale with envy. Here are some of the most suggestive. The eyes and mouths of explorers to other three-dimensional frames of our galaxy can be protected with an absolutely revolutionary system. The former, for example, are equipped with an optical system made up of gas lenses that, perfectly controlled by a computer, allow the adaptation of vision both in an adverse atmospheric environment and in the vacuum of sidereal spaces. Astronauts' ears, on the other hand, can incorporate miniaturized acoustic capsules, operated by gravitational wave-receiving equipment. These devices serve to transmit short messages between the members of a group, or, as in our case, to maintain permanent communication during the 11 days that the adventure was going to last. Thanks to these match heads easily hidden inside the ear, both Eliseo and I were able to know about each other without having to carry uncomfortable radio devices, which would have broken, on the other hand, the strict purity of the exploration. Regarding food, in the case of long-duration trips, astronauts are provided with a double tube that leads, at one end, to a special device located in the lumbar region, and at the other, to an extremely fragile mechanism and attached to the lower lip. The tube is prepared inside with a network of mechanical cilia that slowly propel capsules that contain various concentrated foods. These are elliptical in section and are protected by a very thin, gelatinous film that is very soluble in saliva. The astronaut's eyelid, opened and closed a sequential series of times, sends a coded signal to the computer in the lower back, and the capsules are propelled to the mouth. The other conduit transports a nutritional serum, with different regulated concentrations. Finally, capsules housed in the nasal passages generate oxygen and nitrogen, based on the transmutation of pure carbon. Furthermore, CO2 is captured by the same device and decomposed into its basic elements, carbon and oxygen, and converted, the first with energy release that is used to heat the epidermis. Although our module was prepared with this equipment, in reality it was hardly used, with the exception of the snakeskin and the auditory transmission system. The cradle had been equipped with a special reserve of water and food, sufficient for both expedition members for a period of time slightly longer than 14 days. For my part, the problem of diet was not excessively complicated. In my intense training during the previous 2 years, I had learned the dietary patterns of the Jews, as well as that of the Gentiles who lived together with the settlers of Judea in those times. As a foreigner, my dress and customs had been fixed by Trojan horse as those of a Greek merchant in wines and wood. I knew perfectly well what my limitations were in this regard. However, in the event of an emergency, there was always the option for me to return to the module. My only trip outside the hangar was at dusk on that unforgettable Tuesday. Without knowing why, I avoided the scaffolding of the archaeologists who had been working on the restoration of the mosque and entered inside the octagon. It was strange. There, alone in front of the 3 small candles that illuminate the stone, in which, according to the pious imagination of Catholic pilgrims, the imprint of a raised foot can still be seen, I wondered why Trojan horse had chosen precisely the mosque of the Ascension of Christ to heaven as our starting point for that other ascension. In silence, Eliseo and I hugged Curtis and the rest of the team. There weren't many words in that farewell. We were all aware of the historical moment in which we were involved and the dark dangers that could await us on the other side.
Until February 12th.
The general murmured with a touch of emotion in his words. Good luck, added the Trojan horsemen. And at 11 p.m., GMT, Greenwich time, the cradle began to rise towards a firmament whitened by stars. In 30 seconds, we reached the level of 800 feet, carrying out the hovering of the module. All systems were working according to plan. Although our ship was not going to travel through space, as would happen months later with the Marco Polo Project expeditioners, Eliseo and I, following the specifications of the head of swivel operation, we had the mission of testing one of the spacesuits specially designed for swivel axis inversion processes and for better resistance during very strong accelerations. At 11:03 p.m., the central computer electronically activated the axial inversion system of the subatomic particles of the entire cradle, as well as the boundary layer of the outer membrane, pushing the time axes of the swivels to angles equivalent to the desired recoil, 709,137 days. In other words, to March 30th of the year 30. Tenths of a second after the replacement of our old 3-dimensional reference system with the new time, and as the Trojan horsemen explained to us upon our return, a very strong explosion was felt on the summit of the Mount of Olives, with the subsequent joy of our companions and the confusion of the Israelites. March 30th, Thursday. It was perhaps the moment of greatest tension. Eliseo and I, dressed in our spacesuits, noticed how our hearts accelerated its frequency up to the threshold of 150 beats. The computer read 23 hours, 3 minutes, and 22 seconds on Thursday, March 30th of the year 30. We had gone back a total of 17,019,289 hours. Little by little, we regained control of the heart rate by focusing on the stationary maintenance operation and the general review of the systems. Nothing seemed to have changed. The external source of infrared light continued to shield us, and the altimeters marked the original values. Altitude of 800 feet above the ground, and 0 oscillation in the module. During the infinitesimal mass inversion process, the SNAP 10A nuclear battery had continued to power the CF-200-2V main jet turbine engine. Our position in space, therefore, had not changed. Once we had checked the main circuits, Eliseo and I made a first visual contact with the area. To the west of our position, and just over 1,000 feet away, we saw an extensive luminous core. Despite the many hours of training, the emotion left us speechless. The radars confirmed the profile of a human settlement with an endless number of low-structure constructions and two larger buildings. One located on the east side of the city, much more voluminous, and another to the southwest. We later learned that these were the large temple complex and the Antonia Tower and Herod's Palace, respectively. Our assumptions, despite the pitch-black darkness, were correct. Those flashing yellow lights corresponded to the holy city of Jerusalem. The entire urban center appeared closed by a wall, a second wall with characteristics very similar to the one that constituted the perimeter of the town, divided Jerusalem by its northern third, precisely from the west face of the temple to the north facade of the Herodian palace. To the east-southeast of our module, two other groups of dim lights could also be seen, infinitely smaller than the first and located practically on the foot of the mountain on which we were stationed and which we presumed to be the Olivetti. The 29-inch-long wave equipment sent some first and confusing images of these human nuclei, and it was not possible to confirm whether, as we suspected, they were the villages of Bethany and Bethphage. After that first scan of our immediate surroundings, my exploration brother and I executed the second phase of the plan. A new mass inversion in order to polarize the axes of the swivels until the deadline, which would serve as an authentic starting point for a subsequent descent to the summit of Olivete. At 23 hours and 33 minutes, the module went back in time, appearing 15 hours earlier. Although the flow of the atomic generator would have allowed us to keep the ship stationary until dawn the next day, March 31st, the objectives of the exploration recommended this second inclination of the time angles of the swivels until reaching 8 hours and 33 minutes of March 30th of the year 30. Although I do not wish to advance events, our previous information sources pointed to Friday, March 31st, as the date on which the Master of Galilee entered Bethany, coming from the neighboring city of Jericho, located about 21 miles from the aforementioned town of Bethany, where Lazarus' family resided. If everything went normally, I should be there approximately 24 hours in advance. How to describe that dawn on March 30th over the vertical of the Mount of Olives? The rising sun had extinguished the torches of Jerusalem, offering our astonished eyes an immense cluster of white and ochre houses, pressed against each other and broken in 1,000 directions by broken streets, and standing out above that mosaic, a formidable rectangular fortress, built on the east face of the city. It was the temple erected by Herod the Great, with immense colonnades limiting spacious courtyards and atriums. As the historian Flavius Josephus had described, a brilliant dome corresponding to the sanctuary shone like a snow-covered mountain. From north to south at the foot of the east wall of Jerusalem, we can see the dry, sharp bed of a torrent that we identify as the Kidron. Towards the east-southeast, slightly blurred by a hill, the Dead Sea Basin was lost on the horizon, its blue surface timidly mirrored, standing out like a miracle against the dry and ashen undulations of the desert of Judah. Much further in the background, lost in an incredible blue-green, the foothills of Moab. Eliseo and I were delighted to discover, near the southern edge of the walls of the holy city, the tiny rectangle of brown water which, according to our maps, was to correspond to the pool of Siloam. In that same direction, and a short distance from the walls, a slope ended in the bed of the Kidron. In that place, known as the withered land of Hakeldama, the tragic end of Judas Iscariot was to occur, and below the module, a promontory that stretched parallel to the great east wall of Jerusalem. It was, in fact, Mount Olivet, full of olive groves. The first inspections, using an echo sounder system, confirmed the abundance of calcareous terrain in a wide radius around Jerusalem. The equipment of environmental analysis, based on a stereographic procedure very similar to X-rays, confirmed the presence of vegetation in a belt of approximately 10,300 miles. The entire northern and northwest fringe of the city had an extraordinary abundance of orchards and fruit tree plantations. To the south and southeast, especially in the Olivet Mass, olive groves were much more frequent, with alignments of vineyards standing out here and there. These grew mainly on the western hill of the Kidron Valley and, more precisely, to the south of the temple esplanade. As a curious detail, I will say that our devices detected a small urban center to the southwest of the city. Later we learned that it was the village of Arabinthon, in whose surroundings extensive chickpea plantations grew. A dusty road surrounded the eastern face of the Mount of Olives, linking the towns of Bethphage and Bethany with Jerusalem. The surroundings of these villages were also full of palm trees, fig trees, and sycamores. In the middle of that splendid orchard, we were struck by the dryness of the aforementioned Kidron torrent, and specifically, a weak trickle of red water that gushed out at the bottom of the slope that flows under the walls and a short distance from the no less famous pinnacle of the temple. In one of my forays into the holy city, I would have the opportunity to unravel the mystery of that thread of red water. Before proceeding to the final descent on the summit of Olivet, my partner and I finished the topographic measurements. Some of these calculations honestly overwhelmed our capacity for wonder. The measurements of the temple, for example, were portentous. That rectangle, which occupied just over a fifth of the city's surface, appeared enclosed by robust walls 150 feet high. Its northern face, known as the Court of the Gentiles, and to whose westernmost end the Antonia Tower was attached, measured 900 feet in length. Facing the Olivet, the east facade of the temple, all of it in white marble, reached 1,285.5 feet. The western wall was practically the same dimensions as the previous one, and finally the south face, which closed the sacred precinct and in which two large doors could be distinguished from the module, was 801 feet long. As for Herod's temple itself, which stood in the center of that large rectangle, the equipment gave us 578.4 feet long by 417.6 feet wide. The Antonia Fortress or Tower, residence of Caesar's representative during the most important festivals of the Jews, rose at a height of 2,220 feet above sea level. It was another superb construction, measuring 450 by 384 feet, flanked on its four corners by powerful towers, each 105 feet high. To the west of the city, at the highest point of Jerusalem, 2,280 feet, the Herod family had located their fortress residence. The palace and royal gardens occupied a strip of land, next to the aforementioned westernmost wall of the holy city of 900 by 300 feet. The building stood out for its three slender towers, 120 feet, 90 feet, and 75 feet respectively. From the north wing of the Herodian palace, as our radars had detected the night before, another wall extended to about half of the west face of the temple, dividing the city into two sectors. The dimensions, in short, of Jerusalem were the following: maximum length, from the Antonia Tower to the south vertex, 3,696 feet. In this southern corner of the city, next to the Pool of Siloam, we detect the lowest level of the land, 1,980 feet. The width of the holy city, counting from the western outer wall, corresponding to Herod's palace, to the pinnacle of the temple, 667.6 feet. The impregnable wall that guarded Jerusalem rose 225 feet above the surface of the valley. The course of the Kidron ranged between 1,860 feet at its lowest level in front of Hakeldama and the spur that forms the walls to the south of the town, and 2,040 feet as it passes in front of the Garden of Gethsemane on the west slopes of Olivet. The computer computed the total length of the city's outer wall, recording 11,378.1 feet on the screen. For its part, the wall that crossed between the homes, dividing Jerusalem into two perfectly differentiated cities, as I would have the opportunity to see in person, had an approximate length of 1,446.6 feet. In our vertical, the Mount of Olives offered two maximum heights: 2,220 feet in front of the Pool of Siloam, that is, south of the city, and 2,454 feet, maximum elevation, in front of the temple. The Garden of Gethsemane, located at a lower elevation than this, was at a distance of 739.2 feet, in a straight line from the slope to the east wall of the temple. That maximum elevation of Olivet, 2,454 feet above sea level, was located about 180 feet above the temple. This, together with the location by our equipment of a small rock formation that stood out on said summit among a sea of olive trees, we decided to establish our point of contact on the small clearing of hard limestone. At 10 hours and 15 minutes, the module landed, finally, on the summit of the Mount of Olives. In a first try, The 4 extendable feet of the cradle sank slightly between the rock slabs. Finally, the ship was stabilized and we proceeded to deactivate the main engine. Although the descent could not be visualized by the inhabitants of Jerusalem or its surroundings, an observer relatively close to our point of contact could have discovered a sudden swirl of dust and dirt caused by the collision of the gases against the ground in the final braking operation of the module. Fortunately, that dust disappeared in just over 60 seconds, as did the sharp whistle of the ship. Despite everything, Eliseo and I remained alert for almost half an hour, attentive to any unexpected emission of infrared radiation coming from human beings that could break into the security field of our vehicle, set at a radius of 150 feet. Any individual or animal that entered said strip of land would automatically be displayed on the module panels. In the event of an alleged attack, the crew member who remained inside the cradle was authorized to trigger a special defense device located in the outer membrane of the fuselage that projected a wall of dome-shaped gravitational waves. Although this protective semisphere could not be visualized, the intruder or intruders trying to cross would have received the sensation of advancing against a hurricane wind. As I already mentioned at the time, none of the expedition members could cause any harm, much less kill, any of the members of the social network to be observed. Around 11 a.m., after verifying the surface temperature, 11.6 degrees Celsius, the relative humidity, 57%, the direction and intensity of the wind, light breeze from the northwest, and other more complex values of a biological nature, I began the last preparations for my definitive departure abroad. While Eliseo continued to monitor our surroundings, I undressed, proceeding to a meticulous inspection of my body. I had to get rid of any inappropriate objects at that time. A wristwatch, a chain with an identity tag, mandatory in the armed forces, and a small gold ring that I had always worn on my left little finger. Immediately afterwards, I underwent spraying of the trunk, belly, genitals, back, and base of the neck and nape, thus putting on the obligatory defense that we called snakeskin. As I have already mentioned before, this second epidermis was a thin film whose base substance is a silicon compound in colloidal solution in a volatile product. This liquid, when sprayed on the skin, quickly evaporates the diluent, leaving the skin covered with a thin layer or porous, opaque film of an anti-electrostatic nature. Its color may vary depending on the mission, and it can even be used as a code when working in a group. However, and in order to avoid possible unpleasant surprises, I preferred to wear an absolutely transparent epidermis. Trojan Horse had studied with equal scrupulosity the attire I would wear during those 11 days. Since I had to pretend to be an honest foreign Greek merchant, the experts had prepared a double set of clothing, a short skirt or kilt, dark brown, a simple off-white tunic, a cingulum or girdle braided with Egyptian ropes that held the tunic, and an uncomfortable mantle or robe, capable of being rolled around the body or suspended over the shoulders. The cumbersome chlamys, which I almost lost at several points during my exploration, had been made by hand, like the tunic, with wool from the Judean mountains and dyed with woad until it was a discreet sky blue. To make both tunics, the experts had hired the services of skilled weavers from Syria, heirs of the ancient commercial center of Palmyra, who still handled Baal linen. In anticipation of a possible failure of the auditory transmission device, which I had incorporated inside my right ear, Curtis had ordered that the chlamys be provided with a 2-inch buckle with which to fasten the pallium or mantle over my left shoulder. This bronze buckle contained a microtransmitter capable of emitting short-term messages using electromagnetic pulses of 0.0001385 seconds each. In this way, an effective and permanent connection with the base was guaranteed. As for footwear, 2 pairs of sandals had been designed with esparto grass soles braided in the Turkish mountains of Ankara. Each specimen was pierced manually, embedding into the edges of the soles pairs of thin strips of cowhide leather, suitably fixed. Each cord, 19.7 inches long, allowed the rustic footwear to be attached, with enough looseness to be able to wrap it around the shin of the legs in 4 turns. A month before the launch, in order to simplify my daily grooming during the great journey, I let my beard grow untidy. Those clothes and my long beard unleashed Eliseo's good humor, seeing me subjected during those last minutes in the module to all kinds of jokes and pranks. Those moments of fun were highly relaxing, making us momentarily forget where we were and what destiny had in store for me. Following one of the popular customs in Palestine of those times, I impregnated my hair with a few drops of common oil. This way, they were softer and silkier. Finally, I hung from my belt a small waterproof oilcloth bag in which Trojan horse had deposited a Roman pound worth of gold nuggets. The obvious difficulty of obtaining legal tender coins of those handled in Jerusalem in the year 30 had been compensated by those grams of gold, extracted especially from the very ancient Tharsis veins in the foothills of the Iberian mountain range of Las Comoras. According to our data, it shouldn't be difficult to exchange them for silver denarii and fractional coins such as the ace, obolus, or setertios. Eliseo verified the transmission systems for the umpteenth time, expanding the initial reception band from 10,500 feet to 15,000. Before landing, the electronic equipment had measured the distance between Bethany and the Holy City, following the course of the road that surrounds the east face of Olivet, yielding a result of 8,325 feet. The scenario where I had to move in those days had been limited precisely between both towns, Bethany and Jerusalem, with the small town of Bethphage a short distance from the village of Lazarus, so presumably my maximum distance from the cradle, which was in an enclave equidistant from both urban centers, should never be higher than 1,000 feet. The margin established for auditory transmission and reception between Eliseo and me was therefore more than sufficient. At 12 noon, after an emotional hug, my partner activated the descent ladder and I jumped to the ground. My first concern when walking on that land bleached by the midday sun was to check my position on the Olivet. As I took a few steps towards the olive grove that spilled out toward the south, I realized that great silence, barely broken by the purring of dragonflies. I stopped and, after making sure, I opened the auditory communication with Eliseo. Judging by the distance I had traveled from that group of yellowish rocks on which the module had landed, I must have been a little more than 90 feet from Eliseo. The brother's words sounded clear and strong in my ears.
It is very possible that the reason for this silence is due to the presence of the cradle. Despite the shielding, some animals have been able to detect the wave emissions.
Somewhat calmer, I continued my detailed location of reference points, vital for a possible and hasty return to the ship. Although the micro-transmitter on the buckle acted at the same time as an omnidirectional radio beacon with ultra-high-frequency VHF signals, thus making it possible for one of the onboard radars to receive my echo uninterruptedly and in an estimated radius of 50 miles, I was not authorized to carry a location system for the invisible module. The nature of my mission had advised those responsible for Trojan horse against including one of the beacons in my limited package that operate at a frequency of 75 megacycles, and which would have been extremely useful for my reunion with the cradle. In short, I would have to use my sense of direction, at least to the limit of the ship's safety zone, 150 feet from it. Once inside that circle, Eliseo could lead me through the transmitter built into my ear. Thank God, the point of contact was at one of the highest elevations of Olivet. This circumstance, together with the presence of the small, stony clearing, made the location of our vehicle's settlement relatively comfortable, whether ascending the eastern slope, which ends in Bethany, or the western slope, which flows into the Kidron ravine. I briefly checked my outfit, and with cautious steps I entered the olive grove. To my right, among the epileptic branches of ancient olive trees, could be seen the golden dome of the temple and a good part of the walls of Jerusalem. But despite my intense desire to approach the western edge of the Mountain of Olives, as the Israelites also called Olivet, and enjoy that unparalleled spectacle that was the Holy City, I stuck to the planned plan and began the descent along the southern slope in search of the path that we had seen from the air and that would lead me to Bethany. Suddenly, as I leaned over to avoid one of the leafy branches, I noticed with some shock the conspicuousness of my footwear, suspiciously neat as if it belonged to a wandering and restless foreign merchant. Without hesitation, I sat down on one of the roots of an ancient olive tree, and after looking around, I grabbed several handfuls of that ochre, spongy earth, rubbing it against the esparto grass and the ligatures. The unexpected stop on the road was recorded in the module, and Eliseo was interested in my safety.
Something wrong, Jason?
From the moment I left the cradle, that was going to be my war sign. The name Jason had been taken from the hero of the Thessalonians and Boeotians, leader of the famous expedition of the Argonauts, sung by the Greek poet Apollonius of Rhodes and by the Latin epic poet Valerius Flaccus. I had accepted that name, although I was aware that I had never been a hero and that my mission in Trojan Horse was not exactly the search for the Golden Fleece, into which good old Jason had put so much effort. After explaining that momentary setback to Eliseo, I resumed my march, always attentive to my possible first encounter with the inhabitants of the area. When I had walked just over 300 steps, I left the olive grove behind. In front of me was a meadow shaded by two corpulent cedars almost 131 feet high. My heart pounded in my chest. 4 large tents had been pitched under those trees. For a few seconds, I didn't know how to react. I stayed still, undecided. Under the dark canvas of the tents, numerous individuals were agitating. I pressed my right ear and Eliseo appeared instantly.
What's up?
First human contact in sight. Apparently they are merchants. I see some flocks of sheep next to several shops.
Santa Claus in affirmative. According to the Book of Lamentations and the rabbinic writing Ta'anit 4, at that end of the southern slope of Olivet, where you are now, a group of shops were traditionally set up where they sold what was necessary for the purification sacrifices in the temple. According to this information, under one of those 2 cedars, you should also find a pigeon market for the sacrifices. That is, about 40 arrobas, or 1,322 pounds of pigeons, if you prefer. Santa Claus also mentions a text by Josephus, Wars of the Jews, in which he describes a wall built by Titus when he surrounded Jerusalem. This wall led to the Mount of Olives and enclosed the hill to the rock called the Dovecote. It is very likely that in the surrounding area you will find dovecotes dug into the rock.
Copy, thank you. I'm going to them.
Wait a moment, Jason. These reports may be useful to you. Santa Claus adds that, according to the rabbinic writing Menahat, these rams came from Moab, the lambs from Hebron, the calves from Sharon, and the doves from the royal mountain or Judea. The cattle come from the coastal plain between Jaffa and Lydda. Some beef cattle arrive from Transjordan, possibly sheep. Dominant languages among these merchants: Aramaic, Syrian, and perhaps some Greek.
Okay.
Good luck.
As I approached the stores, my excitement increased. This could be my first opportunity, not only to make contact with the Israelites, but to practice my Galileic or Greek Aramaic. As I entered between the tents, an indescribable smell, a mixture of sheep, smoke, and cooking oil, almost played tricks on me. 3 of the tents had been converted into sheepfolds. Under the blackened canvas tents patched everywhere, about 150 lambs and rams were huddled. In the 4th tent, large jars of oil and flour were lined up. Under the protection of the latter, a group of men with large red, blue, and white tunics formed a circle, sitting on their cloaks. A short distance away, outside the shadow of the tarp, several women, mostly in long green robes, were busy around a campfire. Next to them, some half-naked children with shaved heads helped with what I assumed was the common lunch. A large pot bubbled on the fire, held by a hoop and 3 iron feet as sooty as the belly of the kettle. Several young girls with their faces covered by a white veil and diadems on their foreheads remained kneeling next to some rectangular stones. Mechanically, each girl took a handful of grain from a bag next to the group and placed it on the slightly concave surface of the stone. Then they grabbed another narrow stone with both hands and proceeded to crush the handful of wheat. One of the women passed the flour through a sieve with a wooden ring, depositing the result of the grinding in a type of basin. I remained for a few minutes absorbed with that spectacle. The group had already noticed my presence, and after exchanging some words that I did not catch, one of them stood up, heading towards me. The merchant, possibly one of the oldest, pointed to the flocks and asked me if I wanted to buy any lambs for next Passover. As he spoke, the man showed teeth decimated by cavities. I smiled, and in the same popular Aramaic in which he had asked me, I explained that no, that I was a foreigner and that I was only passing through to Bethany. Realizing, both from my accent and from my attire, that I was, in fact, a Gentile, the Hebrew regretted having gotten up, and with a pout of displeasure at the presence of that impure man, he turned around, joining the rest of the vendors again. An elemental sense of caution made me move away from the place, down the slope, in search of the long-awaited path. As I crossed in front of the second cedar tree, in which, as the computer had predicted, a fifth tent had been pitched, under which numerous cages with pigeons were stacked, I barely stopped. Although my spirit had regained confidence when I realized that I had not had great difficulties in understanding and being understood by that Israelite, I did not want to tempt fate either. The sun continued running westward, dangerously cutting my time on that Thursday, March the 30th. I had to hurry to enter Bethany. At 6:22 p.m., sunset would put an end to the Jewish day. By that time, I should have resolved my contact with Lazarus' family. I quickened my pace and soon found myself on the ledge of a small embankment. That's where the Olivet skirt ended. At my feet, about 16 or 19 feet away, the road that linked Jerusalem to Jericho appeared, passing through Bethany. From my improvised watchtower, I could see groups of walkers coming and going in both directions. They were, for the most part, pilgrims who went to the holy city or who left the walled enclosure, on their way to their camps. On both sides of the dusty road, losing itself in the horizon, stretched a motley mass of shops and improvised stalls. I crept to the road and informed the module of my intention to begin my way in an easterly direction, that is, in the opposite direction to Jerusalem. I soon discovered that those people were, almost entirely, Galileans who had arrived in successive caravans, and that, according to an ancient custom, they used to camp on this side of the city. The Passover festival, one of the most solemn of the year, brought together hundreds of thousands of Israelites in Jerusalem from the different provinces and from abroad. That year, furthermore, the solemnity was doubly important, as Passover coincided with a Saturday. Accommodation in Jerusalem must have been very difficult, and the pilgrims ended up settling in the surrounding area. Among the tents, I distinguished dozens of women and children, engaged in lively conversations or busy arranging their fragile pavilions of skins and multicolored fabrics. Despite not being obliged to participate in the festival, it was clear that Jewish families came in their entirety to the holy city, and there they remained during the days and nights prior to the sacred rites of the offering and the Passover meal. As I walked among that happy, diverse, and chatty crowd, I began to intuit what it could be like, what it was going to be like, the triumphal entry of Jesus of Nazareth in the early hours of Sunday afternoon in Jerusalem. To my great joy, none of the campers or pilgrims who passed me showed the slightest surprise when they saw me. However, my concern grew when I saw at the end of the road a group of horsemen belonging to the Roman garrison in Jerusalem who were surely returning to their quarters in the Antonia fortress. As a precautionary measure and feigning fatigue, I sat on the edge of the path at the next of one of the tents. Instinctively, I put my hand to my ear, and lowering the tone of my voice, I informed Eliseo of the approach of the patrol. My brother, after consulting the computer, provided me with some information about the soldiers.
It may be a small unit, a tourmae, made up of about 33 horsemen. The legion based in Caesarea has 5,600 men, of which 120 belong to the cavalry. The presence of one of the 4 tourmae in Jerusalem may mean that Pontius Pilate has already moved to his residence in the Antonia Tower to administer justice during the Passover. Heads up, Santa Claus specifies that these riders may come from Germanic lands. Their social background is very low, and their behavior is especially aggressive towards Jews. Each of these units is commanded by 3 officers, decuriones, heads of the line.
Santa Claus's warning was accurate. The horsemen advanced at a pace, pushing aside the careless with the sharp iron bases of their pilum or spears. In total, I counted 33 soldiers, perfectly uniformed with dark chainmail, shiny golden helmets, greaves, long swords at their belts, and hexagonal shields, edged with a metallic edge. All of the knights wore reddish pants, quite tight and reaching halfway up the leg. They marched 3 abreast, occupying practically the entire road. As they passed by, I noticed with astonishment that, with the exception of the chiefs or decurions, they were all very young, perhaps between 18 and 30 years old. Naturally, I couldn't give much credit to that impression either. In the year 30, the average lifespan could range around 40 years. The armed group was closed by a trio of soldiers on the backs of gray horses on whose rumps had been tied bundles of javelins, somewhat shorter than the pilum they carried in their right hands, and possibly exceeding 6.5 feet in length. Despite seeing it with my own eyes, how difficult it was for me in those first hours to come to terms with the idea that I had gone back in time and that what I truly had around me was the Palestine of Emperor Tiberius. As I was about to get up and resume my walk, I felt the light pressure of a hand on my shoulder. When I turned my face, I found a boy with dark skin and deep black eyes. He was wearing a short tunic with wide sleeves and an indefinable color. In his left hand, he held a wooden bowl of water. Without saying a single word, he smiled and handed me the dark container. I wet my lips in the water and handed the pot back to him, thanking him for the gesture. "Where do you come from?" I asked him, caressing his shaved skull. The little boy turned to a small group of men and women resting inside a tent. One of the women, possibly his mother, encouraged him with a gesture of her hand to respond.
"We're from Magdala, sir."
"That's near the lake, right?" The boy nodded his head. "Have you heard about Jesus the Nazarene?" Before my young friend could respond, one of the men walked up to us. He looked about 35 or 40 years old. He sported a thick black beard. He took the little boy by the arm and asked,
"Are you a follower of the Tecton?"
That word left me confused. "Forgive me, friend. I am a foreigner, and I don't know the meaning of that word." The man released the child and, crossing his arms in the folds of his cloak, added,
"We knew his father as Joseph the carpenter and blacksmith, and that's what we also call his son."
I was tempted to join that family of Galileans and delay my entry into Bethany, but I thought twice and realized that there was no one better than Lazarus and his sisters to tell me about the Master. As I continued on my way, I asked Eliseo if I could obtain information about this new definition of Jesus. Santa Claus was very concise. The Galileo, in fact, received the nickname Tecton as a carpenter, builder, or blacksmith, according to the version of that term in the Shabbat rabbinical writing 31. Mark also alludes to Tecton in 6.3. It is possible that I had walked a little more than halfway between Jerusalem and Bethany when I left behind the crowded camp of the Israelite pilgrims. From there, the stores were much scarcer. If it weren't for the fact that I could be wrong, I would have sworn that more than 1,000 improvised shelters had been planted at the entrance to the holy city. This could mean, at an average of 6 or 7 persons per tent, about 6,000 or 7,000 pilgrims. In that last mile, however, I did not observe a decrease in the intense traffic of people and beasts with cargo. Groups of Jews with donkeys and some camels continued to flow in one direction and another, carrying bundles of firewood, heavy pointed jugs, or herding herds of goats. The vegetation on both sides of the road had become more flourishing. To my left, the eastern slope of Olivet appeared closed by olive groves, cedars, and some sycamores. To my right, next to palm and fig trees, a series of cinnamon trees caught my attention, with their incipient clusters of extraordinarily fragrant violet flowers. The fact that I couldn't wear a watch worried me. It wasn't easy for me to figure out what time of day I was. The sun had already moved westward, but I did not know how much time had passed since I left the cradle. On the other hand, I wanted to get used to my new situation as soon as possible, and this forced me to dispense as far as possible with the auditory connection with Eliseo. Judging by the path taken and the stops made, it must have been 1:30 p.m., when upon leaving the only curve in the path, I saw a tiny group of houses on the left. In the background, and to the right, I also discovered another village, apparently larger than the first. Excited, I quickened my pace. Those towns had to be Bethphage and Bethany, respectively. As I approached the first town, my disappointment increased. Bethphage was nothing more than a miserable conglomerate of small one-story houses. The walls had been built with stones, possibly basaltic, and the interstices had been poorly covered with stones and mud. Most of the roofs of those half-dozen homes, with the exception of 1 or 2 terraces, had been covered with tree branches, reinforced with several layers of reeds and straw. The surroundings were full of fig trees and small orchards where countless chickens roamed. The last heavy rains in January and February had turned the streets into a muddy mess. Disappointed, I went out on the road again, informing Eliseo of my passage through miserable Bethphage and my imminent arrival in Bethany. The distance between the two villages was no more than 2,300 or 2,600 feet. The place of Lazarus' residence and his family presented, on the other hand, a much more solid and careful appearance. The houses, although modest, had terraces, and their walls, almost all whitewashed, had been built with carved stones. Upon entering the village, I was surprised to see some of the streets paved with pebbles. Others, however, remained narrow torrents, now dusty and smelly. The main nucleus of Bethany extended to the right of the road that leads from Jerusalem to Jericho. On the other side of the path, a smaller group of houses rested on the slope of the Mount of Olives. Some of these homes were practically embedded in the side of the mountain. The animation in the village was considerable. Numerous groups of Jews came and went between their houses, forming gatherings at the doors of the homes or in the shade of the frameworks of reeds and branches through which the ivy climbed, or where the naked and endless vines rested. It didn't take me long to find out that this agitation had been common in Bethany since the Master of Galilee performed the miracle of raising his friend Lazarus from the dead. The news had spread like wildfire throughout the kingdom, even reaching neighboring Syria and the coasts of Phoenicia. Since then, an endless stream of sympathizers, followers of Jesus, or friends of Lazarus, came to the house of the resurrected man with the sole desire to satisfy their curiosity. This stream of curious people had seriously increased in those days on the occasion of the upcoming Passover celebration. The path between Jerusalem and Bethany could be covered at a good pace in just over an hour, and this justified that exhausting grind through the streets of the until then peaceful town. It was not very difficult to get to Lazarus' house. It was enough for me to follow one of the groups of Jews that had just entered Bethany. A few minutes later, I found myself in front of a farm built almost on the outskirts of the main center of the town. On the facade, neatly whitewashed, a door opened with lintels and jambs worked with carved stones. In front of the house stretched a small garden, 16 or 19 feet long, and another 19 or 23 feet wide. In it, on a stone bench and in the shade of a leafy fig tree, a man was sitting. He wore a tunic with red and blue vertical stripes and long, wide sleeves. About 30 men surrounded him everywhere. Some had even placed themselves at his feet. Absorbed, those Jews listened and contemplated that man with a thin body and a pockmarked face. It was Lazarus. A shudder ran through me from head to toe. I tried to break through, but it was useless. Nobody was willing to give up their place. Lazarus had become the main attraction of those days. With a tired voice, as if he were repeating the event for the umpteenth time, he recounted his adventure and answered all the questions they asked him. Rising above the heads of the curious, I observed that he was a relatively young man. Possibly he was not even 40 years old, although the paleness of his face and pronounced dark circles aged him noticeably. A few minutes later, to my desperation, Lazarus stood up, saying goodbye to those gathered there. I saw him disappear into the darkness of the house while the Hebrews scattered, gesticulating and commenting on what they had seen and heard. And there I was left, overwhelmed and alone in front of the small wooden fence that surrounded the garden. What should I do? Should I enter the house? Should I wait? But to what and for what? I dropped down on the dusty little square that opened in front of the home of Jesus' friend and tried to cover myself with the cloak. I was beginning to feel the cool of the evening. I realized then that I had not eaten anything, and that judging by the position of the sun, we must be in what the Israelites called the 9th hour, that is, 3 in the afternoon. At that moment I understood why Lazarus had given up on that lively gathering. It was time for the main meal, what we call dinner. But I did not let myself get carried away by despondency. Trojan horse had planned that I would attempt an interview with Lazarus on that Thursday, and that's how it should be. I would wait. I thought about taking advantage of those minutes to buy some food, but I soon gave up. In my haste to get to Bethany, I had not taken the precaution to enter Jerusalem and try to exchange some of the gold nuggets for coins. On the other hand, that would have set me back considerably. To tell the truth, it was not hunger that obsessed me in those moments. My eyes, fixed on the door, were waiting for the possible appearance of one of the members of Lazarus' family. Intuition did not betray me. Less than half an hour had passed when, coming from the back of the house, a woman with her face covered with the traditional veil burst into the garden. 2 teenagers accompanied her. On the head of the voluminous matron, a reddish pitcher swung slightly. When she saw me, she must have been surprised. I knew that good customs in the Jewish social network did not allow a man to entertain himself alone with a woman, nor for them to smile or talk to strangers. So, overcoming my natural inclination to greet her or stand up, I remained silent, letting her pass in front of me. The good woman averted her gaze and quickened her pace, getting lost along one of the branches that led to the small square. I guess she must have noticed something strange in my presence because, a few minutes later, one of the boys came running back into the house like a meteor. Immediately, 2 men and the young boy who, without a doubt, had alerted them about the foreigner who remained sitting next to the white stakes of the fence, appeared at the threshold of the garden. I stood up and waited. The men, wrapped in thick tan cloaks, approached me.
What are you looking for, brother?
My name is Jason, and I am from Thessaloniki. I am here because I am looking for the Rabbi of Galilee.
He is not here.
Where can I find him?
What do you want him for?
I am a foreigner, but I have heard of him from Antioch to Corfu. I have traveled many leagues because I am a man who is not satisfied with the Roman or Greek gods, and because I would like to know the new doctrine of the rabbi they call Jesus.
Why are you looking for him here in front of Lazarus' house?
Since my arrival on the coasts of Tyre, I have not heard of anything other than the rabbi's last miracle. They say that he brought back to life his friend Lazarus, who had died 5 days before.
My master was buried for 3 days.
Then it's true. Before he could intervene again, I begged him if I could be received by Lazarus. Maybe he knows where I can find the master. The men exchanged a quick look.
Wait here. The master is not fully recovered.
I nodded as the servants disappeared into the estate. Faced with the imminent possibility of a first interview with Lazarus, I took advantage of those seconds of solitude to inform the module of what was happening. I must have made a good impression on Lazarus' servants. A few minutes later, I was invited to enter the house. I crossed the threshold with a mixture of shyness and excitement. What I had assumed to be the facade of the house was actually the wall of an atrium or small interior patio. The estate, from what I could see, was much larger than I had imagined. In the center of this rectangular atrium, open to the skies, a pond about 10 feet on a side. The floor, covered with red bricks, appeared slightly inclined and grooved so that rainwater could fall from the eaves of the buildings located to the left and right to the central enclosure. Both rooms were the same height as the facade wall, approximately a few feet. Later I learned that the one on the right was actually a stable, and that the one on the left was used as a storage for tools, harnesses, and plowshares. At the end of the patio, about 23 feet from the gate through which I had entered, another door opened, almost opposite the main one. There the man I had seen an hour before at the foot of the fig tree was waiting for me. Next to him, 3 other Jews, all of them wrapped in brightly colored robes. As I had observed among many of the Galilean pilgrims, they wore a band of cloth wrapped around their heads, letting one end fall over their right ear. They all had a full beard, but with perfectly shaved mustaches. Lazarus, on the other hand, kept a clear head, with straight, short, prematurely graying hair. The servants invited me to approach their master. When I reached them, I almost reached out to them with my hand. Lazarus and his companions remained motionless, examining me from head to toe. It was a difficult moment. Later I would understand that that coldness was justified. Since his resurrection, Jesus' enemies, especially the Pharisees and other prominent members of the Great Sanhedrin, had been showing worrying hostility toward their neighbor in Bethany. If the Nazarene already constituted a threat against the priests of Jerusalem, Lazarus, with his return to life, had revolutionized spirits, becoming exceptional proof of the Master's power. It was logical, therefore, that the family distrusted everything and everyone. That tense situation would be relieved. Fortunately for me, as soon as my host realized the harshness of my accent, which revealed me as a foreigner.
Were you looking for me?
I come from strange lands in search of the Levi of Nazareth, who is said to be a wise and just man. When I disembarked, I learned that you are his friend. That's why I'm here, looking for your understanding. Lazarus did not respond. With a gesture, he invited me to follow him, And upon passing through that second door, I found myself in a spacious porticoed patio, equally open but quadrangular. That without a doubt was the main part of the estate. A total of 14 stone columns, just over 6 feet high, supported a second floor, all of which was built of brick. The lower facade of the house, the one located under the porch, had been raised with large rectangular stones. I could count up to 7 doors, all of them made of solid ash-colored wood. A second cistern had been excavated in the center of the patio. From its 4 vertices, there were as many stone channels through which I assumed they would collect rainwater. The pool was practically full, with water of dubious color. Almost half of the patio was covered with a reed roof, on which rested the shoots of 2 vines brought by Lazarus' father from distant Corinth, on the coast of Greece. The fruit of this vine, from a very precious variety, had the particularity of producing grainless grapes. During my stay in Bethany, I had the opportunity to learn that Jesus of Nazareth had a special predilection for the fruit of those vines. Lazarus and his friends crossed the cobblestone floor of the patio and went to one of the doors on the left. As I passed under the arcade, I noticed 4 women sitting on one of the 2 stone benches attached to each of the 4 facades under the cloister. All of them wore neat tunics of light colors, generally greenish, with their heads covered by separate scarves. None, however, hid their faces. I will always keep a pleasant and indelible memory of that rectangular room to which the friend of Jesus had led me. Some of the most peaceful moments of my foray into Bethany would pass there. It was the family room, a kind of living dining room about 26 feet long by 15 wide. 3 long, narrow windows, made in the wall opposite the door, barely let in the light. A white pine table presided over the center of the room, the floor of which had been plastered with mortar. In one of the corners, some logs were sizzling, fueled by the strong draft of the hearth. The stove fulfilled a double mission. On one hand, it serves as heating in the harsh winter months, and on the other, it allows food preparation. To do this, the owners had built a short distance from the chimney itself a circular wall about 12 inches high, made up of 4 layers in which mud and rubble alternated. Inside, among the embers, the pots were placed, as well as some convex pans that were used to bake cakes made with unleavened dough. When they wanted to cook without the direct application of fire, the women placed some flat stones on the fire. Once heated, the embers were removed, and the stew was made on the stones. Almost all the walls had cupboards and wooden shelves lined with basins, trays, tureens, and other utensils, most of them made of clay or bronze. On the wall opposite the stove, and buried like a quarter in the floor, were 2 large bulging jars of a reddish-brown hue. They reached just over 3 feet in height, and, as Martha told me days later, they were intended for daily consumption of grain and wine. One of them in particular was held in great esteem by Lazarus and his family. It had been rescued many years ago near the city of Hebron and had belonged, according to the royal seal on one of its 4 handles, to the royal vineyards. In a thorough subsequent inspection, I was able to corroborate that, indeed, the jar had an upper register with the letters LMLK, which meant belonging to the king. Its capacity, significantly less than that of the jar used for wheat, was 2 Israelite bados. It always remained hermetically closed with a clay lid, in turn secured with cloth bands. The ceiling of the room, located 6.5 feet high, was crossed by 6 wooden beams, probably coniferous, which were very abundant in the surroundings. Other roofed parts of the house, with the exception of the terraces, had a less solid construction. The stable and the warehouse for the farm implements, for example, had been covered with highly combustible materials, straw mixed with mud and lime. This type of roof, as Lazarus explained to me, had a great drawback. Every time it rained, it was necessary to smooth it again in order to consolidate the surface material and prevent leaks. To do this, they used small stone rollers about 23.5 inches long. Lazarus and the remaining Hebrews stood around the crackling fire and sat on some of the goat skins that covered the floor. I did the same and prepared myself for dialogue. At that moment, a woman entered the room. In her left hand, she carried a fragile burning splinter. Without saying a word, she went around the 6 clay lamps that hung along the white walls and contained oil. After lighting the candles, she took a lantern, also made of clay, and introduced the flame of the improvised torch through the mouth of the bell-shaped container. Instantly, a yellowish flame sprang up. The woman, with diligent steps, placed that portable lamp on the end of the table closest to the group. She then approached the hearth and threw the remains of the splinter and two resinous-looking balls onto the embers. The canna fistula capsules, a perfume frequently used among the Hebrews, caught on like an exhalation, invading the room with a soft and long-lasting aroma. Suddenly, with hardly any twilight, darkness filled that historic room.
We beg you to excuse our suspicion. Since the high priest Joseph ben Caiaphas and many of the archarias of the Sanhedrin agreed to put an end to the master's life, all our precautions are few.
We know that the Betutians and Ben Bibei's henchmen have orders to arrest Jesus. The Passover festival is approaching and our informants assure that the canes and batons of the great Sanhedrin police will be ready to fall on the rabbi. They are just waiting for an opportunity.
Why? The master, as I understand, is a man of peace. He has never hurt anyone.
You're Greek. I don't know if you know the prophecy that has cherished and contemplated our people since ancient times. One day a Messiah will be born in Israel who will set men free. Well, the priestly caste believes and has made the people believe that this Savior will have to be, first and foremost, a high priest.
Should the Messiah be a member of the great Sanhedrin?
That's what they say. The long years of foreign domination have strengthened the hope of that Messiah, turning him into a political leader who frees Israel from the Roman yoke. The priests know that the Master preaches another type of liberation, and that is why they consider him an impostor. This would be enough to end the life of Jesus. But there is more. Those whitewashed tombs, as the Master called them, do not forgive Jesus for publicly ridiculing them. It is the first time in many years that someone stands up to them, undermining their influence on the common people. Jesus, with his words and signs, drags the crowds, and that multiplies their envy and resentment. That's why they swore to kill him.
But they won't succeed.
I questioned Lazarus with my eyes. What did those emphatic words mean? Jesus' beloved friend diverted the conversation.
Please excuse our rudeness. Judging by the dust on your sandals and the fatigue on your face, you must have walked a lot. I beg you, as our brother, to accept my hospitality.
That abrupt turn in Lazarus' behavior disconcerted me, but I let him be. The man left the room, returning a few minutes later, in the company of a woman.
Martha, my older sister, will wash your feet.
My heart was pounding, and without realizing the mistake I was making, I stood up. The rest of the group remained seated. It was too late to rectify. I tried to calm my nerves. I couldn't refuse my host's requests. It would have been considered an insult to the deep-rooted Eastern sense of hospitality. So placing my hands on the shoulders of the resurrected man, I smiled at him, thanking him for his kindness as best I knew how. I hardly had time to notice Martha, the lady, since this is the true meaning of that name. Before his brother had finished speaking, she had already crossed the threshold of the room, disappearing into the porticoed patio. Lazarus asked me to take a seat on one of the small, scattered four-legged stools with a wicker seat that surrounded the table. 5 minutes later, Martha's figure was silhouetted again in the door. She held an empty basin in her hands and a long white canvas hung from her left forearm. A boy followed her with a bronze jug full of water. As if it were a very routine habit, Lazarus's older sister placed the basin at my feet, wrapping what we would call a towel today. I hastened to loosen the leather straps that formed the laces of my sandals, while the woman emptied part of the contents of the jug into the basin. As I put my feet into the wide clay pot, I experienced a comforting sensation. The water was hot. Thank you. Thank you so much. Martha raised her face and smiled, revealing a gold thread that was used to hold some false teeth. That was another unmistakable sign of the family's wealthy position. While the woman proceeded to clean my sore feet, I tried to observe her carefully. Without a doubt, Martha was older than Lazarus. She looked between 45 and 50 years old. Her hands, robust and calloused, reflected an intense and long life of work. She was very similar in size to her brother, around 5 feet 2 inches, but thicker and with a round, weathered face. I deduced that her hair, covered by a black veil that fell to her back, must have been black, as were her eyes and eyebrows. Once the washing was finished, Martha wrapped my feet in the cloth with which she tied her waist and pressed the soft fabric, probably cotton, until both extremities were completely dry. She took the sandals and, to my surprise, handed them to the little boy. I remained silent, imagining that the good woman was trying to clean them. When I thought the operation was over, Martha asked me to roll up the sleeves of my tunic. I obeyed, and with great delicacy she took my hands, placing them on the basin. She poured the rest of the water contained in the jug over them, inviting me to rub them vigorously. Finally, she dried them, removing the basin to one side. At that moment, the lady of the house, who was still kneeling in front of me, reached for a little cord that surrounded her neck, extracting a small jet-colored cloth bag from between her breasts. She opened it, pouring the contents into the palm of her left hand. It was a handful of soft, tiny granules, shaped like tears, that sparkled in the light of the lamps. Martha rubbed that rubbery, resinous substance on each of my feet. Then she did the same with my hands, returning the smelly product to the bag. I couldn't contain my curiosity and asked her the name of that perfume.
It's myrrh.
In the days that followed my departure from the module, I learned that many of the Israelite women, especially those from the middle and upper classes, carried under their tunic, like Martha, small bags of myrrh. This provided them with a permanent and very pleasant fragrance. Both myrrh and aloe, balsam herb, and other aromatic resins were consumed with great profusion by the Jewish people, who used them not only to aromatize the temples, but in personal hygiene, in the home, and even in bed. Martha and the child left the room, and I, grateful and relieved, joined the group. Lazarus stoked the fire. So many questions were bubbling in my mind that I didn't know where to resume the conversation. I wanted to know the doctrine and personality of the Master of Galilee, but I also felt an acute curiosity about that unique example, a Hebrew brought back to life after death and burial. Since there was no question of wasting that unbeatable opportunity, scheduled, moreover, in General Curtis's work schedule, I begged my kind host to clear up some of my doubts about the well-known miracle of Jesus. As a doctor, and despite the evangelical texts and the numerous comments that I had collected up to that point, it was very difficult for me to even imagine that that man had suffered what we know today as clinical death, and that, to make matters worse, several days after his death, another man would have rescued him from the grave.
What do you want to know?
Couldn't it happen that you were asleep?
It is better that these are the ones who answer that question.
His friends were silent. For a moment I thought I had forced the situation, but finally one of them, in a sympathetic tone, picked up the thread of the conversation.
It is natural that you doubt. You, like many others, were not here when, in the last days of February, our brother Lazarus fell victim to an intense fever. Despite the care of his sisters and the prescriptions of the bleeders who came from Jerusalem, the illness increased. His weakness reached such an extreme that he was not able to hold a bowl of milk in his hands. Not even the temple doctor, Ben-Ahijah, could remedy him. The master was not in Judea at that time, and the family, in view of such a serious illness, made the decision to send a messenger to ask him to heal their friend. However, a few hours after the rider's departure, Lazarus died.
Do you remember the date?
How can you forget the day of a friend's death? Grief fell on this house in the late afternoon of Sunday, March 5th.
That means that the messenger reached Jesus when Lazarus had already died.
Indeed. The rabbi was then in the city of Bethabara, in Perea, and although the emissary rode all night, Jesus did not receive the news until the next day, Monday.
There is something that I don't understand. Did the messenger have orders to ask the master to come to Bethany?
No. Lazarus' sisters have enough faith in the rabbi to know that his presence was not necessary. They were aware that Jesus was preaching, and that a single word from him would be enough to heal their brother. Therefore, when Lazarus died shortly after the messenger's departure, everyone understood and accepted that it was too late. What was incomprehensible, even for Martha and Mary, was Jesus' response to the emissary. When he returned to Bethany on Tuesday morning, he stated again and again that he had heard the rabbi say that illness did not lead to death. All of us, as I say, believers or not, were baffled. No one could understand why Jesus, the family's great friend, showed no signs of life. When the news of Lazarus' death became known, many of his relatives and friends from nearby villages, as well as from Jerusalem, set out and accompanied the sisters in such a sad moment. Once the first part of the regulations on mourning had been fulfilled, our friend was buried with his parents in the family tomb at the end of the garden.
Wait a minute, was Lazarus buried here in his own house?
Yes, in the pantheon of his elders.
Although my question must have seemed inconsequential, for me it contained undoubted value. According to all the biblical texts I consulted before Operation Trojan Horse, The tomb of Lazarus had been located by the exegesis outside the town, and specifically on the eastern slope of Mount Olivet. The next morning, Lazarus' older sister, at my request, would take me to the natural grotto that opened at the foot of a rock about 33 feet high, a little more than 1,300 feet from the back of the house and at the bottom of the leafy orchard that formed the estate. That verification cleared up my doubts, strengthening my first impression about the comfortable economic position of the family, who had inherited large areas of vineyards and olive trees from their parents. The indisputable fact of even having their own family pantheon within the precincts of their house spoke for itself about the wealth of the brothers. What day was Lazarus buried?
On Thursday, March 9th in the morning. When the 3 days established by law were completed, the family and friends deposited the remains of Lazarus in one of the stone beds excavated in the grotto and proceeded to close the mouth with the slab.
My informants then referred to the difficult situation that the sisters of the deceased were going through.
Despite the numerous friends and relatives who had come to console them, Mary and the lady were immersed in deep pain. Something, however, differentiated them. While Mary seemed to have lost all hope, Martha continued clinging to one idea: the Master had to appear at any moment. And although she did not know very well what the rabbi could do at this point, with her brother dead and shrouded, the lady lived those almost 4 days with the fervent desire to see Jesus appear. Her faith in the Master was such that same Thursday morning, when the tomb was closed, she asked a neighbor of Bethany to stand on top of a hill to the east of the village, in order to watch the path that leads to Jericho and through which the rabbi of Galilee should arrive. A few hours later, the young woman broke into Lazarus' house, secretly warning Martha of the imminent arrival of Jesus and his disciples. Shortly after noon, the lady met the Nazarene at the top of the hill. Martha, seeing Jesus, threw herself at his feet, giving vent to her tears, while exclaiming with loud cries,
"Master, if you had been here, my brother would not have died."
Have faith, and your brother will rise again.
I know that he will rise again in the resurrection of the last day, and from now on, I believe that our Father will give you everything you ask of him.
I am the resurrection and the life. He who believes in me will live, even if he dies. Truly I tell you that whoever lives believing in me will never really die. Martha, do you believe this?
Yes, for a long time I have believed that you are the Liberator, the Son of the living God, the one who must come into this world.
Lazarus' companions continued their story, exposing the Master's surprise at not seeing Mary with his sister.
The lady, who had already recovered her usual temper, explained to Jesus the deep and painful ordeal that Mary was going through, and the Nazarene begged her to go and inform her. Martha entered the house again, and taking her sister aside, gave her the news of the Master's arrival.
My interlocutors must have noticed my surprise at this gesture from Lazarus' older sister, and entering into my thoughts, they clarified,
among the numerous people who had come to this house were some enemies of Jesus. Martha, trying to avoid any incident, deemed it appropriate not to speak in public about the rabbi's recent arrival in Bethany. What's more, her intention was to remain at home with friends and family, while Mary went in search of Jesus. But the sudden and impetuous departure of the younger sister alarmed those present who followed her, believing that Mary was going to her brother's grave. When Mary reached the Master, she also threw herself at his feet, exclaiming,
"If you had been here, my brother would not have died."
The group, upon seeing Jesus with the two sisters, remained at a safe distance. At that time, while the rabbi consoled them, many of the friends and relatives resumed their lamentations and moans.
Where is he?
Come and see.
And the sisters led him to the estate, crossing the orchard. When they were in front of the great rock, Martha pointed out the slab that closed the family pantheon, while Mary, in the grip of a new attack, knelt at Galileo's feet, sobbing and burying her face in the ground. There was a great silence, and those of us who were close to the rabbi saw how his eyes became moist and several tears ran down his cheeks. One of Jesus' friends, seeing him crying, exclaimed,
"See how he loved him. He who has opened the eyes of the blind. Prevent this man from dying."
But others of those gathered there, implacable detractors of the Master, took advantage of that opportunity to ridicule Jesus, saying,
"If he thought so highly of this man, why has he not saved his friend? What's the point of healing strangers in Galilee if he can't save those he loves?"
Jesus, however, remained silent. Then, lifting Mary up, he held her in his arms, easing her affliction.
What time was it?
It was very close to the 9th. At that moment, the rabbi, addressing some of his disciples, ordered them,
"Lift up the stone."
But Martha, advancing towards the master, asked him,
"Should we move the stone sideways?"
I questioned Lazarus' friends about the meaning of the lady's question. Honestly, I didn't quite understand. What had she meant?
Martha, like the rest of those present, understood that Jesus wanted to see Lazarus for the last time. Although we all believed in the resurrection of the dead, none of us, not even Martha, imagined what the rabbi's true intentions really were. That's why the lady believed that it would be enough to partially remove the slab. In this way, the master would have been able to look into the grave and contemplate the corpse of his friend.
Lazarus' older sister, however, tried to persuade Jesus, telling him,
"My brother has died 4 days ago. The decomposition of the body has begun."
The 5 men who were preparing to move the stone looked at Martha without knowing what to do. But Jesus, who had stood in front of them, and in a tone that left no room for doubt, reproached the lady's logical insinuation.
"Have I not told you from the beginning that this disease was not fatal? Have I not come to fulfill my promise? And after having seen you, have I not said that if you believe you will see the glory of God? Why do you doubt? How much time do you need to believe and obey?"
Martha stared at the master, and in one of his typical outbursts, encouraged the apostles and neighbors of Bethany who had volunteered to separate the stone so that they could open the cave. The thick silence was broken by the groan of the circular slab as it rubbed against the rock and by the broken cries of encouragement uttered by the volunteers in their effort to push aside the heavy closure. On the 4th or 5th attempt, the mouth of the tomb was exposed. Our rabbi then raised his eyes towards the blue of that evening and exclaimed so that we could all hear him,
"Father, I thank you for hearing my prayer. I know that you always listen to me, but because of those who are next to me, I talk to you so that they believe that you have sent me into the world and know that you intervene with me in the act that we are preparing to carry out."
Immediately afterwards, he stuck his left knee into the ground, and looking into the gallery that leads to the funerary chamber, he shouted loudly,
"Lazarus, come closer to me."
The echo resonated inside the cave, while the 40 or 50 people who were there felt a chill. Some of us closest to the master looked into the tomb and perceived in the darkness of the pit the form of Lazarus, tightly wrapped with strips of white linen and resting in the lower right niche of the Pantheon. Mary, scared, hugged her sister. Never has a silence been so dramatic. For a short period of time, we all held our breath. Although many of us had witnessed other miracles of the rabbi, the palpable and crude reality of those 4 days of burial made us doubt what was going to happen. That unusual silence had spread even to the surrounding area. The first familiar swallows had disappeared from the sky, and even the strong wind, so typical of this time, had inexplicably calmed down. Suddenly, the master took a step back. A lump appeared on the stairs leading to the mouth of the cave. Mary uttered a heartbreaking scream and fainted. Instinctively, we all stepped back. A man covered by a cloth was struggling to get outside, but his hands and feet were tied with bandages, and this made it difficult for him to walk. Surprise turned to terror, and most of the men and women fled through the garden, screaming and falling. It was Lazarus. With difficulty, leaning on his elbows and hands, that bundle crawled along the damp stone stairs until it reached the last steps. There he stopped, panting, while cold sweat ran down our faces. But no one, not even Martha, dared to take a single step toward the resurrected man. Jesus understood our panic, and addressing the lady, he ordered that we remove the strips of cloth and let him walk. With her eyes filled with tears, Martha bravely approached, proceeding to first untie the bandages that constricted his wrists. Then, without waiting to free him from the ankle restraints, she tore the sheet, revealing his brother's face. His eyes were wide open and his face was white as lime. Once freed, Lazarus greeted the master and his disciples, questioning his sister Martha about the meaning of those funeral clothes and why he had woken up in the garden. While the lady told him about his death, burial, and resurrection, Jesus turned around and with his usual serenity, he leaned, lifting Mary's body. The girl had not yet regained her senses, and the master, completely forgetting about Lazarus and us, led her in his arms to the house. Shortly after, the 3 brothers prostrated themselves before the rabbi, thanking him for all he had done. But Jesus, taking Lazarus by his hands, raised him up, saying,
My son, what has happened to you will happen in the same way to all those who believe in the gospel, but they will be resurrected in a more glorious form. You will be the living witness of the truth that I have proclaimed. I am the resurrection and the life.
This is all we can tell you.
Lazarus watched me intently, I suppose with less curiosity than I felt about him. If you allow me, I would like to ask you one last question. What memory do you keep of those days when you tasted death?
I've never talked about it, but there's not much I can tell you.
That question and the hint from the owner of the house surprised the group. Curiously, no one had bothered to find out what Lazarus had seen or felt during the 4 days in which he had remained dead.
There was a moment, I suppose at the moment of my death, when my head was filled with a strange noise. It was something like the hum of a swarm of bees. Afterwards, I don't know for how long, I experienced an unknown sensation. It was as if I was rushing down a narrow, dark passage. When I opened my eyes again, everything was darkness. I didn't know where I was or what had happened. I felt cold on my back. I realized then that I was lying on a bed of stone. I tried to get up, but I noticed that I was tied up and covered by a cloth. I tried to scream, but a knotted scarf over my head held my jaw tightly. I immediately understood that I was in one of the underground cavities used to bury our dead. However, contrary to what you may believe, I did not felt afraid. On the contrary, a great peace took hold of me, and slowly, as best as I could, I crawled towards the column of light that could be seen at the back of the chamber. You already know the rest.
I don't know how it came to mind, but suddenly I remembered that a sheet had been mentioned in the story of the resurrection. Abusing your hospitality, I would like to know if you still have the funerary clause.
Yes, I do.
Could I examine them? That unusual interest of mine in the shroud confused those present, but Lazarus agreed, begging one of the friends to go for them. Minutes later, the Hebrew placed a roll of cloth in my hands. With the help of Lazarus himself, and at my request, we spread the linen sheet on the table. Providentially, the sisters had chosen to keep the linen and bandages exactly as they were removed from Lazarus' body. And although the rigorous Jewish law prohibited all contact with corpses or with objects that, in turn, had remained next to the remains of men or animals, the singularity of the event, which broke all legal schemes, and the liberal spirit of these faithful followers of the doctrine of Jesus had made it possible for the funeral vestments not to be destroyed and for the family to handle them without scruples of conscience. When passing one of the oil lamps over the fabric, I was able to see a tear in the very center of the sheet, precisely in the part that should have covered the head. Upon carefully examining the fabric, I confirmed the existence of some brown patches, a product of the mixtures of ointments that had been used in the embalming. As a doctor, I paid special interest to detecting possible signs or traces that could reveal the natural process of putrefaction. According to my calculations, and judging by the information from my friends, Lazarus had died about 25 days before, on the evening of Sunday, March the 5th. Despite the isolation of the sepulchral cave, its low temperature, and the possible retarding action of oils and aloes, Martha's warning to Jesus about the smell of the corpse was, without a doubt, a clear symptom that his brother must have already presented. At the very least, the so-called abdominal green spot, the first sign of decomposition. This stain usually appears around 24 hours after death, and Lazarus, at the time of opening the tomb, must have been dead for around 90 hours. However, no matter how much I explored the sheet, I couldn't find any trace of liquids from, for example, the breaking of blisters in the epidermis. What I did perceive, when smelling some of the areas of the fabric, was an unmistakable smell of hydrogen sulfide, an emanation very typical of the putrefaction of organic matter. Although it was obviously not definitive proof, it gave me some idea about the possible cause of Lazarus's death, probably an acute and generalized infectious process. On a personal basis, and after the great journey, I became interested in all the texts, apocryphal or not, traditions, etc., in which the fate of Lazarus in later years could be discussed. The scant data I found pointed towards the fact that Jesus' friend would die for the second time at the age of 64, and, curiously, as a consequence of the same ailment that led him to the tomb in the year 30. But this information, logically, could not be verified. What really caught my attention was seeing how the testimony of Lazarus and his friends fully fit with the Jewish tradition about death. In general, the Hebrews believed that the drop of gall on the tip of the sword of the angel of death began to work at the end of the third day. By the fourth, therefore, the decomposition of the corpse was already an unquestionable fact. According to information from Lazarus' family, the master received the news of his friend's serious illness when he had been dead for 11 hours. That is, on the morning of Monday, March 6th. Jesus knew this Jewish belief about death and wisely waited until Tuesday to set out, arriving in Bethany when the remains of Lazarus had been dead for around 96 hours, more than enough time so that all the Jews who knew of the death could not doubt the miracle that was about to be accomplished. In the hours that followed, thanks to this and other information, I managed to fully understand why the Jewish priestly aristocracy, led in those years by the saga of the former high priest Annas, sought the death of Jesus of Nazareth. A few hours after the resurrection of Lazarus, the heads of the temple, and of course Annas' son-in-law, had a complete account of how much had happened in the Bethany cemetery. While the vast majority of the friends of the resurrected man, who had been exceptional witnesses of the event, were making headlines about it, proclaiming to the four winds the portentous sign of the Master of Galilee, other Jews, many fewer, although with twisted hearts, rushed to inform the caste of the Pharisees, who then enjoyed great primacy over the rest of the priests and Levites. It is almost certain that if the miracle had taken place at another time of the Jewish year, and not on the eve of the solemn Passover, and with a less wealthy and prestigious protagonist among the dignitaries of Jerusalem, the work of the Levi would perhaps have increased as an inventory the already long list of miracles. But the Nazarene had raised Lazarus of Bethany from the dead, a power reserved solely to the divine. Too close, too spectacular, and too important to be forgotten or condemned to silence. The event took on such proportions that Jerusalem suffered a shock. The circumstance that among the witnesses to his resurrection were some members of the temple and distinguished Jews, friends of Lazarus' family, precipitated the events even further, and the Sanhedrin, disturbed by the news, held an urgent assembly at 1 o'clock the next day, Friday. The single theme could be summed up in the following phrase: what do we do with the impostor? Although the Supreme Assembly of Israel had already discussed on other occasions the possibility of arresting and judging Jesus of Nazareth, accusing him of blasphemer and transgressor of religious laws, this time it was different. One of the Pharisees even proposed a resolution ordering the immediate capture of Galileo and his execution without prior trial. This caused bitter discussions among the 71 members of the Sanhedrin, especially between some elders or representatives of the secular nobility, case of Joseph of Arimathea, and the Pharisees. They considered such a decision illegal and abominable. After 2 hours of debate, and in view of the limited success of those who wanted the trial against Jesus to be carried out under the strictest orthodoxy, 14 members of the great Jewish assembly stood up, presenting their resignation on the spot. 2 weeks later, when the Sanhedrin accepted these resignations, the council relieved 5 other prominent members of their positions, under the accusation of reflecting feelings of friendship toward the Nazarene. These circumstances cleared the way for the Sanhedrin, which made the almost unanimous decision to arrest and execute the master. Lazarus and his family were not wrong in believing that Jesus' fate was cast. The hatred of the Sanhedrin against the rabbi was such that same Friday afternoon, March 10th, the temple police received the order to search for and capture Jesus, wherever he was found. But the imminent entry of Saturday at sunset on Friday would save the Nazarene. Although all of Jerusalem knew of Jesus' presence in Bethany, the Levites decided to wait until Sunday to execute the order to hunt and capture. The master's friends hastened to inform him of the serious agreement of the Sanhedrin, urging him to flee. But Jesus did not listen and continued in Bethphage until Sunday morning, March 12th. After saying goodbye to Lazarus and his sisters, the rabbi and his group left for their camp in the city of Pella. A few days after the master's departure, the mock Sanhedrin focused its anger on the resurrected man. Lazarus and his family were called to testify in Jerusalem, and the priest had to surrender to the evidence of Jesus' miraculous act. In this sense, the testimony of the doctor's temple, Ben Ajia, who had assisted the Bethany resident during his devastating illness and witnessed the embalming ritual with his own eyes, was decisive. However, the twisted heart of Caiaphas and his supporters caused it to be recorded in the archives of the Sanhedrin that miracle had its origin in the evil power of the prince of demons, ally of the Rabbi of Galilee. This resurrection, far from opening the souls of the religious representatives of the Hebrew people, it further poisoned their feelings towards Jesus. The high priest and the heads of the temple were in charge of convincing the rest of the court that if they continued down that path, the entire people of Israel would end up abiding by Galileo's doctrine, potentially leading the nation to a catastrophe. In a way, the Sanhedrin was right, since many Hebrews, including many of his own disciples, considered the Messiah as a political liberator, a revolutionary who would expel the Romans from Israel. It was precisely in one of those meetings of the Sanhedrin, as Nicodemus informed me, that Caiaphas alluded for the first time to the ancient Jewish adage, repeated later, which read, "It is better for a man to die than to see a community perish." But the problems of the Supreme Assembly of Israel did not end with Jesus. The Sanhedrin had fully realized that it was necessary to also eliminate Lazarus. What did they achieve by arresting and executing the Master if the maximum exponent of his power remained alive? The popularity of the resurrected man had reached such a degree that Caiaphas and the Pharisees also decreed the elimination of Lazarus. The Sanhedrin's plans ended up being leaked, and Jesus' friend was promptly informed. This dramatic situation had plunged Bethany's family into permanent anguish. Now I was beginning to understand his natural distrust when, a few hours before, I had requested to meet with Lazarus. Perhaps, in my opinion, another of the serious errors of the Sanhedrin was not first stopping the resurrected man. Upon verifying that Jesus had disappeared, the priests temporarily forgot about Lazarus and gave express orders to Yochanan ben Gudgeta, chief porter, as well as to the rest of the Levites or policemen in the service of the temple, so that, in the event that the Nazarene did appearance, was captured immediately. One of the most widespread comments in those days prior to the celebration of the Passover, and that I had had the opportunity to hear since my arrival in Bethany, was precisely whether the Nazarene would have enough courage to go to Jerusalem and celebrate, like every year, the sacred rites. This popular rumor had unhinged the priests to the point of moving the Lazarus problem to the background. This is how my first meeting with the beloved friend of Jesus went, finally interrupted by the entrance of Martha into the living room. On a wooden tray, she offered me a snack, which I thanked again with all my heart. After the story of the Hebrews who accompanied me, my admiration for the lady had grown noticeably, and she, I suppose, with her great feminine intuition, must have noticed it. As she handed me the food, Martha lowered her eyes, blushing.
"I beg you, Brother Jason, that you please accept this humble meal. We know you need it. And I also beg you to consider yourself at home. Tonight, and as many as you need, this will be your roof."
I tried to dissuade him, but it was useless. Lazarus and his friends had discovered that my attitude was clean and noble. The emotions of the day had whetted my appetite, and under the pleased gaze of my new friends, it didn't take me long to finish the roasted grain, the dried figs, the dates, honey, and the bowl of goat's milk that made up my dinner. Late at night, Lazarus himself led me to one of the rooms on the upper floor. A so-called scissor cot had been arranged in it, with a bed of cloth and intertwined ropes. The bed frame had been built from 2 pine wood stringers, each one solidly tied to 2 legs that crossed in the shape of a cross, and that did not rise more than 16 inches from the floor. For all the furniture, the small rectangular bedroom, 5 feet 9 inches by 8 feet 2 inches, featured a chest made of solid acacia wood, the same one that must have been used to build the legendary Ark of the Covenant, 3 feet high. On it, Martha had placed my neatly washed sandals, a basin, a metal jug with water, a cloth, and a small bouquet of rosemary with fragrant blue flowers. Above the head of the bed, hanging from the white wall and a short height from the red brick floor, a simple shell-shaped oil lamp illuminated. When I closed the door and was left alone, I looked out of the narrow loophole that served as a window, and my eyes watered as I contemplated that legion of stars, identical to the ones I used to see in the Mojave Desert. After a long connection with the module, I fell exhausted onto the cot. In reality, my hectic exploration had only just begun. March 31st, Friday. At dawn, a hoarse, monotonous noise woke me up. When I looked out the window, I was surprised to see that sound seemed to come from the entire village. I couldn't explain it to myself. After a quick cleaning, I established contact with the cradle, but Eliseo was not able to give me any information about it either. Intrigued, I descended the stone stairs that led to the central patio of the estate. As I reached the pilasters, that irritating purring grew louder. I noticed that it was coming from the room where I had stayed for a good part of the previous afternoon, and I headed there. The fire in the hearth rose vigorously on some logs recently placed at the bottom of the fireplace. At the foot of the circular wall of the hearth, Martha and one of the servants were vigorously grinding the wheat on a stone very similar to the ones I had seen the previous morning, on my descent down the south face of the Mount of Olives. Unlike those, this crusher was black and highly polished. When I approached the women and greeted them, I found that it was a basalt stone almost 2 feet long and 12 inches wide, very worn on its upper part as a result of the daily and vigorous friction. In an instant, my doubts were dispelled, and from that day on, I learned to identify the daily awakening of Bethany and Jerusalem itself with that obligatory and widespread sound in all the houses of grinding grain. As the elders of Lazarus' village told me, if one day the sound of the millstone turning wheat into flour could no longer be heard, it means that ruin and desolation, as Jeremiah had written, had come to Israel. Of course, I hadn't been the first to get up. Long before dawn, the women of the house were already busy with household chores. While Martha was in charge of buying bread in the village's communal oven, Mary and other young women carried water and finished cleaning the estate. The men, for their part, were finalizing preparations for the hard work in the fields. Lazarus' father, a rich landowner, had left his children enough land to live without hardship, comfortably allowing the poor to harvest one of the corners of their fields during each harvest, as the old precepts ordered. When I entered the living room, the diligent and tireless Martha was preparing the flour to bake some small unleavened cakes. When she saw me, she stood up, begging me to excuse her brother. Lazarus had had to accompany his workers to one of the nearby fields where they had been working on what they called late sowing. That is, the cultivation of products such as millet, sesame, lentils, melons, etc., and which necessarily had to be planted between January and March. Before I could react, Martha begged me to sit at the table. In the blink of an eye, she placed a wide wooden bowl in front of me and poured hot milk into it. Always silent, while her companion continued crushing the grain, she cut several slices from a loaf of brown bread that possibly weighed more than 3 pounds. 2 generous portions of cheese and honey completed my breakfast. Since the 3rd hour, approximately 9 in the morning, groups of pilgrims from Galilee, Perea, old acquaintances of the family, relatives from Jerusalem, and many curious people had been arriving at the doors of Lazarus' house. Like almost every day, those Hebrews had taken advantage of their obligatory presence in the holy city to distract themselves by seeing and listening to the resurrected man. Seeing them sitting in the garden and even invading the atrium and the central patio, I felt a certain anger. Did Lazarus not realize that most of those individuals were only looking for a reason to gossip? I understood that the patient friend of Jesus would have preferred to get out of the way. When I consulted Martha about the path I should follow to find her brother, the lady graciously abandoned her chores and asked me to follow her through the spacious orchard located behind the house and lined with numerous fruit trees. We had barely walked 300 steps when, upon arriving at a small esplanade, I stopped with a startled. In front of me stood a huge rock of soft limestone. At the foot of that grayish mass, dotted in some of its upper cracks with the mud nests of the first swallows, I distinguished a circular stone. Martha understood the reason for my surprise and, with a gesture of her hand, invited me to approach the family tomb. I silently inspected the closure of the cave entrance. It was a perfectly carved slab, barely 3 feet in diameter and barely 12 inches thick. That stone, very similar to millstones, constituted the closure of an entrance that, judging by its dimensions, was quite narrow. The front of the rock, on a surface of 6.5 feet from the ground, by another 10 feet wide, had been sculpted as a facade and plastered in white. I knew that removing the slab constituted a lack of respect for the dead. So without making any comment, I forgot that impulse that led me to ask Lazarus' sister to allow me to move the rock. On the other hand, the most likely is that, even if Martha had agreed, neither she nor I together would have been able to move those 600 or 1,000 pounds that the closure must have weighed. Minutes later, I left the garden, taking one of the paths that ran west and that, according to the lady, would take me to meet her brother. The temperature at that time of the morning was still cool. 10 degrees Celsius and a moderate north wind of 10 knots, Eliseo would confirm to me. The night before, the special cyclometer of the cradle, based on a beam of laser light, had detected a barrier of storm clouds, cumulonimbus, about 186 feet long, rising 6,000 feet above the profile of the Phoenician Israelite coast. At the moment, these threatening clouds of vertical development seemed to be slowed in their advance towards Jerusalem by a current of cold air coming from the north.
We must not rule out, however, that the conditions could change, and that in 24 or 48 hours there will be rain in our area.
I wrapped myself in the chlamys and continued along the winding path through the undulating fields of barley. Some farmers had already started harvesting. The reapers took the stems with their right hand, and with the other they cut them a short distance from the base of the spike. The sickles consisted of small curved iron blades, solidly set with rivets to a wooden handle. The threshing was carried out on a threshing floor close to the road. The women carried the bundles, scattering them on the ground. Then they separated the grain from the chaff, either by hand or with the help of oxen. In this last case, the most frequent, as far as I could see, the animals stepped on the barley. Afterwards, the men passed the threshing wheel over it, pulled by these same oxen. The most common were built with a flat board, whose underside had been embedded with small pieces of flint. Others were simple rollers, also made of wood. In a second operation, the women winnowed the straw, sifting the grain, and finally storing it in bags. Several donkeys and some carts were in charge of transporting them to the village, where they were transferred to silos or large clay jars like the one I had seen in Lazarus' house. It didn't take me long to find the resurrected man and his workers. Lazarus was happy to see me, but flatly rejected my idea of helping them with the planting work. We were in the midst of a dialectical struggle when some of the servers caught our attention. A horseman was approaching from the village. Lazarus placed his left hand as a visor and watched carefully. Suddenly, without making the slightest comment, he let go of the seedbed that was hanging from his shoulder and ran toward the pathway. The rider trotted up to my friend and, dismounting, hugged Lazarus. A moment later, he was riding again, riding away towards Bethany. The resurrected man made signs for me to approach. When I arrived next to him, his face appeared illuminated.
The Master is coming. Finally, you will be able to meet him.
But where is he? Has he arrived yet? I began to ask him hastily while trying to follow him, but Lazarus did not answer me. Before I could react, he had gained 164 feet of advantage on me. Despite his apparent weakness, he ran like a wild cat. Upon entering the house, I realized that the news had altered the family and friends. Martha especially ran from one place to the another, smiling and nervous. When she saw us, she hugged Lazarus, confirming the good news.
He's coming. Jesus is coming. They say he's about 10 furlongs from Bethany.
I did a quick mental calculation. That meant that the rabbi was about 6,102 feet from the village. I can swear that, despite my intense preparation, the long years of training, and my skeptical condition, Lazarus' family managed to infect me with their nervousness. Without being able to help it, a chill shook my spine. Inexplicably, my throat had gone dry. But in an effort to calm myself, I attributed it to the mad rush from the fields. Once again, I was wrong. Following Lazarus' advice, I stayed in the house. My first intention was to go out to meet the Nazarene, but the resurrected man suggested to me that it was much better to wait for him there.
He always comes to our home. Besides, the news will have already reached Jerusalem, and soon it will not be possible to walk through the streets of Bethany.
So, the Master has accepted the challenge and will spend Passover in the Holy City? My friend didn't want to answer. However, I saw a veil of sadness in his eyes. They sensed that this could be the last Passover of Jesus of Nazareth. Needless to say, the high priest and his followers could already be aware of the presence of the impostor in the neighboring village, and that, as Lazarus and his sisters knew very well, was dangerous. Shortly after the 9th hour, perhaps it was 4 or 4:30 in the afternoon, The agitation among the numerous people who were in the porticoed patio of the estate suddenly increased. Martha and Mary rushed towards the atrium and disappeared among the groups of men and women that practically blocked the main entrance. My heart raced. From outside, I could hear a murmur of voices, shouts, and greetings. Without knowing why, I felt afraid. I took a few steps back, hiding behind one of the columns on the right wing of the patio. The palms of my hands had started to sweat. I surreptitiously pressed my ear and, in a low voice, informed Eliseo of the imminent arrival of Jesus. After a few minutes, Lazarus' servants, friends, and family moved away, and a large group of men burst into the patio. Between laughter, kisses, and multicolored cloaks, my eyes were suddenly riveted on an individual who stood out far above the others. He had to be Jesus. His extraordinary size, at first I calculated it at just over 5 feet 9 inches, that turned him, along with almost all of those gathered there, into a giant. He wore a burgundy cloak covering his chest and with the ends rolled around his neck and falling over his broad, powerful shoulders. A long white tunic with wide sleeves covered him almost to his ankles. I didn't see any girdle or belt on him. He had a white cloth wrapped over his forehead, which fell over the right side of his hair. Not even at the moment of the module's mass inversion, on that night of January 30th, 1973, did I experience a cardiac acceleration like the one I was enduring at that time. The giant walked slowly towards the center of the courtyard. His right arm rested on Lazarus' shoulder. Around them, Martha and Mary gesticulated and clapped their hands amid the general joy. He was, without a doubt, a white man with a tall, narrow face typical of Caucasian people. His hair, straight and of a slightly caramel hue, fell over his shoulders. Shortly after, when he undid the cloth band that was wrapped around his forehead, and that almost all the men in his group also wore, I noticed that he parted his hair in the middle. He had a mustache and a fine beard, divided in two of an old gold color, similar to his hair. The mustache, although pronounced, did not hide his relatively thin lips. The nose baffled me. It was long and slightly prominent. Since entering the house, Jesus had not stopped smiling, showing white and impeccable teeth, very different from what the majority of the Hebrews suffered from. The master went to sit at the edge of the central pool, on one of the stools that someone had rescued from the dining room. Men, women, and children crowded around him. The sun's rays then fell on his face, and I was amazed. The contrast with those hardened, wrinkled, and aged faces of his friends and followers was simply admirable. His skin appeared tanned. I timidly peeked out from behind the pilaster. Jesus, a little more than 13 or 16 feet away, suddenly raised his face and pierced me with his gaze. A kind of fire ran through my insides. To the general surprise, the rabbi stood up, making his way among the people who had begun to sit on the red bricks of the pavement. My knees started to shake, but escape was no longer possible. That giant was in front of me. I will never forget that look. Galileo's eyes, slightly slanted in a vivid honey color, had a singular virtue. They seemed to concentrate all the force of the cosmos. More than observing, he transgressed. Long, thick eyelashes gave him a special appeal. The forehead, clear, ended in straight and sufficiently spaced eyebrows. He didn't blink. His face, peaceful and warmly illuminated by the sun, inspired a strange respect. He raised his arms and, placing long, hairy hands on my shoulders, smiled while winking at me. An unexpected warmth flooded me from head to toe. I tried to respond to his gesture, but I couldn't. I was confused and stunned, excited.
Welcome.
Those words, spoken in Greek, ended up disarming me. There was such confidence and affection in his voice that it took me a long time to react. The rabbi returned to the cistern while his friends watched him in total silence. Some of the disciples finally broke the silence and asked the resurrected man who I was. The young man, with undoubted satisfaction, explained to them that I was their guest.
A foreigner who had come expressly from Tyre to meet Jesus.
I remained motionless, as if petrified, trying to organize my thoughts. It can't be, I told myself over and over again. It's impossible for him to have guessed. How can he? No matter how many times I thought about it, I always came to the same crossroads. If no one had told him about me, why would they? How could he know who I was and why I was there? There were 50 people in the patio. He knew many of them, that was clear, but he didn't know others. This was my case, and yet he had walked up to me. I was never sure, not even now, when I write these memories, but only a being with a special power could have acted like this. The rest of the afternoon was for me like lightning tearing the skies from east to west. I barely noticed anything. I know that Martha, just like she did with me, washed the feet of the Nazarene and rubbed them with myrrh. I vaguely remember how Jesus left the house, accompanied by Lazarus and a large group. Martha would later inform me that the rooms of the estate were completely occupied by friends and relatives who had come to Bethany, and that, by mutual agreement with Simon, a staunch elder of the Master and an old friend of the family, Jesus would spend the night in the house of this former leper. At first, many of the inhabitants of Bethany and the pilgrims who had arrived at the village argued among themselves, believing that the rabbi would enter Jerusalem that Friday afternoon, in defiance of the decree of arrest that the Sanhedrin had promulgated. But they were wrong. Jesus and his people prepared to spend the night in Simon's house, as well as in other homes of friends and relatives of Lazarus' family. Everyone, that's the truth, did everything possible to make the Master feel happy during his stay in the small town. According to Martha, Simon had wanted to entertain Jesus properly and had announced a great banquet for the next day, Saturday. This meant a new hustle and bustle in both houses since, in accordance with the strict prescriptions of Jewish law, the holy day for the Hebrews began precisely with twilight of the previous day. During the rest of the day, the Master of Galilee received countless friends and visitors, chatting with everyone. At nightfall, Jesus returned to Lazarus' house, and there, in the company of his intimates and the family of the resurrected man, he regained his strength, showing himself to be in an excellent mood. Lazarus begged me to accompany them. The men took their seats around the large rectangular dining room table, and the women, led by Martha, began to serve. At first, I cautiously kept to the love of the fireplace, but Lazarus insisted, and I was forced to share with them the abundant food, some hunting, beans, legumes, nuts, and wine. I was surprised to see that no water was tasted at any of the meals. This was usually replaced by wine. Before beginning the late supper, the Master and the 14 or 15 people who were sharing the food stood up, singing a short song. I did the same, although I logically remained silent. At the end, Martha, in one of the hurried comings and goings, explained to me that that hymn titled, "Hear Israel," was actually a prayer. I was surprised to see how the rabbi, despite his public and pronounced differences with the doctors of the law, respected the old customs of his people. I don't know if I mentioned that the Master had displayed an infectious sense of humor throughout the afternoon, laughing and making jokes about anything. That was going to be, at least in the days preceding Thursday, April 6th, another of the aspects that surprised me about him. How far he was from that serious, tormented, and distant image that is deduced when reading many of the books of the 20th century. Jesus of Nazareth was a mixture of a child and a general, of a naive pastor and conscientious analyst, of a man who lives from day to day, and of a prudent advisor. But above all, he seemed happy, much more cheerful and carefree than his own disciples and friends, visibly upset by the high priest's threats. Immediately afterwards, Jesus, who presided over the table next to Lazarus, took charge of one of the loaves of bread, and according to his custom, he cut it into pieces and distributed it among the diners. We had barely begun when suddenly the Master addressed one of the men in the group. Calling his name made my heart skip a beat. It was Judas Iscariot. The disciple slowly got up and, approaching the rabbi, handed him something. Then he returned to his post. I remained as if hypnotized, contemplating that skinny and lanky individual, just over 5 feet 5 tall and with a small head. His aquiline nose stood out against his pale, almost gaunt skin, giving him the classic bird profile that I had studied in Ernest Kretschmer's typological classification. The great psychiatrist would have been very satisfied to know that his definition of the leptosomatic type completely coincided, in this case, with the schizothymic temperament of Judas: serious, introverted, reserved, unsociable, and even isolated. The truth is that as I got to know this man's character, I realized that he was actually a very shy man who hadn't had the opportunity to develop his immense emotional potential. His fine, abundant black hair contrasted with his practically beardless face. As I approached Jesus, I noticed that his tunic, instead of the simple cord or girdle, was fastened at the waist with a hagora, or dark sash, from which he had taken that small leather bag. Apparently, from what I was able to verify, the aforementioned belt was used above all to store money or small objects, in addition to weapons. Judas carried a small sword held on his right side. In those moments, however, I did not notice a singular fact. Like the Iscariot, other disciples also hid swords under their cloaks and hagora. The rabbi begged Lazarus' sisters to come to him. Mary was the first to abandon the things she was handling by the stove, placing herself in one of the corners of the table, next to Galileo. Soon Martha entered, drying her hands on her apron. The light from one of the two large lamps or portable skylights that had been placed on the table revealed Mary's attractive profile. A thick mane of carefully combed black hair fell down her back, almost to her waist. On her forehead, Mary, holding part of her hair, wore a light blue ribbon that stood out against her olive complexion. She had small, delicate features, typical of her 16 or 17 years. I had never once managed to speak to her, and yet her endless black eyes revealed a singularly sensitive heart. Jesus put the bag in Mary's hands and, addressing them both, asked them to accept that small gift. While Mary was blushing, Martha, seized with curiosity, snatched the gift from her sister's hands, opening it quickly. From my seat, I could barely make out some granules. Later, I learned that they were balsam seeds, bought by the rabbi himself on his way through Jericho. Before the general rejoicing, Mary, always silent, approached Jesus, placing 2 loud kisses on his cheeks. Little by little, however, the happy and casual tone of that meal began to fade. Thanks to the work and grace of some of Christ's men, it was obvious that they were seriously concerned about the direction their master's next steps were going to take, and that they, without a doubt, were totally unaware. The issue of the high priest's order to capture Jesus and the measures that had to be taken to safeguard the safety of the rabbi first, and of the rest of the group at the same time, soon arose. One of the most fiery and radical was a disciple with a graying beard and shaved mustache, practically bald and with light eyes. His round head stood out on a thick neck. That man, with a face riddled with wrinkles, I estimated that he was one of the oldest, perhaps around 40 or 45 years old, was not in favor of entering Jerusalem. He feared logically for the rabbi's life and tried by all means at his disposal to convince the group of the danger of the endeavor. Jesus attended the entire discussion impassively and seriously. He let everyone talk without saying a word. Until at a peak of the controversy, the master let his deep voice be heard, and addressing the apostle with blue eyes, he declared,
Peter, have you not yet understood that no prophet is received in his town, and that no doctor cures those who know him? If the flesh has been made because of the Spirit, it is a wonder. If the Spirit has been made because of the body, it is the wonder of wonders. But I marvel at this. How has this great wealth been installed in this poverty?
A dense silence hung in the room, and the master, rising, left to rest. That night and the following nights, the disciples, fearful of everything and everyone, stood guard in pairs at the doors of the house of Simon, the leper. Both Judas Iscariot and Peter, his brother Andrew Simon, called the Zealots, and the surprising twin brothers Judas and James of Alphaeus, were armed with short swords, practically identical to the gladius of the Roman legionaries, the well-known gladius hispanicus, or Spanish sword, as Polybius defined it. They were weapons 23 to 27 inches long, with a wide double-edged blade, with a tip that made them fearsome. Jesus' disciples tried to hide them under their cloaks, generally on the right side, and inside a wooden sheath. Jesus was not unaware that some of his closest followers carried weapons. However, except for the sad moment of his capture on Thursday night at the Gethsemane farm, he never mentioned or reproached them. April 1st, Saturday. Unlike the other days, that Saturday dawn, I was not awakened by the sound of grain grinding. The village seemed asleep, strangely silent. The Hebrews, masters, servants, and even their pack animals practically paralyzed life, starting with what they called the Sabbath vigil, that is, since twilight on Friday. The law prohibited all major work, long trips, making love, drawing water from wells, and even lighting fires. Those overwhelming rules of religious origin completely disrupted the daily rhythm of the social life of the Jews. And what at first should have been a reason for joy and well-deserved rest had ended up being deformed, becoming a tangled code of provisions, most of them absurd and ridiculous. Lazarus and his family, following the example of Jesus, adopted a much more liberal stance. That same afternoon, I would have the opportunity to see the many annoyances and headaches they were experiencing as a result of the sincere implementation of the doctrine that the Rabbi of Galilee had been preaching. In spite of everything, I was frankly surprised to see, from the early hours of the morning, an incessant crowd that, coming from Jerusalem and the camp set up next to its walls, tried to greet Lazarus and the man who had been able to defy the great Sanhedrin. According to my information, one of these Sabbath precepts specified that the man of the house was to give 3 orders when it began to get dark, that is, on Friday afternoon. Have you set aside the tithe? Have you prepared the arub? Finally, the head of the family had to order the lamp to be lit. Well, if the distance from Jerusalem to Bethany was about 15 stadia, almost 2 miles, how did those Jews fail to comply with one of the most severe norms of the Sabbath? Walking more than the 2,000 cubits established by the law? Lazarus, with a malicious smile, came to explain to me that also in those times, the law is done, the trap is done. The Israelites, to lighten this provision of the 3,000 feet, had invented the arub. If a person, for example, placed food enough for 2 meals during the Sabbath vigil, Friday within that limit of 3,000 feet, the arub was considered a temporary residence and could then walk another 3,000 feet in any direction. This explained the massive presence of pilgrims and residents of Jerusalem and Bethany, who, according to my friend, could have placed 1 or 2 arub on the aforementioned path that connects the 3 towns, Jerusalem, Bethphage, and the village where I was. My status as a foreigner and Gentile finally provided me with an opportunity to help the family that had welcomed me under their roof. Until the 3rd hour, 9 in the morning, and after overcoming Martha's resistance, I took care of transporting the water, as well as feeding the fire in the fireplace, collecting the eggs from the chicken coop, and cleaning and fine-tuning an ingenious contraption they called antiki, and which was nothing more than a kind of metal heater with a container for the embers. The Sabbath rest prohibited removing the ashes from it and, of course, reloading it. That utensil, provided with an inner tube in contact with the fire, was very useful for heating water. Not being Jewish, I was freed from those norms, and this, as I say, allowed me to partially compensate for the kindness and hospitality of my friends. But my heart burned with desire to go out to meet Jesus. Martha, with her very fine instinct, suggested that I leave everything and go in search of the Master. Shortly before, on one of his visits to his neighbor's house, Simon, on the occasion of preparing the feast that the inhabitants of Bethphage and Bethany wanted to offer the rabbi, I had had the opportunity to see him in the garden. When I was about to leave the house, the lady reminded me that I had also been invited, and that, if I considered it so, she herself would lead me to the place that had been assigned to me. I knew very well that a special event was going to take place at that dinner. What I could not imagine then was the very serious repercussion that it would entail for the Master. The estate of Simon, the richest and most important man in Bethany since the death of Lazarus' father, stood a short distance away and also in the eastern core of the town. The only substantial difference with my friend's house was the lush garden full of cypresses, carob trees, and palm trees, perfectly surrounded by a 6.5 feet high stone wall. In Jerusalem, with the exception of the rose garden, gardens were prohibited. That rule, on the other hand, was not binding on the remaining cities. Simon, a fervent believer and follower of Christ, was also a lover of plants, spending a good part of his advanced old age among his roses, galbanums, luminous and perfumed storaces of white flowers, cistus and the curious tragacanths, whose branches and trunks flow a precious whitish gum, highly medicinal. A silent crowd gathered at the doors of the estate, waiting to see the Master. As if they were a statesman of the 20th century, several disciples of Jesus remained stationed next to the big door, with their swords hidden by their sash and cloak, controlling the entrances and exits of friends, family, and servants of the house. the only ones authorized to cross the threshold. I didn't have the slightest problem crossing in front of Galileo's men. My friendship with Lazarus and the timely gesture of Jesus, greeting me the afternoon of the previous day, had earned me the sympathies and trust of the apostles. Seeing me, one of the disciples, Judas of James, twin of the other Alphaeus, asked me if I was looking for anyone in particular. I told him Jesus, and he was delighted to accompany me. Upon entering the main door, I found myself in front of the well-kept and extensive garden. A narrow path paved with white stones led us in a straight line to the open esplanade at the very foot of the marble staircase that gave access to the house. It was not necessary for Judas to point me to his master. The giant was surrounded by a dozen children playing. That spectacle fascinated me so much that in silence, almost on tiptoe, I walked around the small esplanade, sitting on the first steps of the stairs, and there I remained absorbed, enjoying like the little ones. Jesus had thrown off his cloak. His splendid white tunic appeared this time, girded by a cord. Among the hubbub of the little ones, their laughter stood out at times, clean and resounding like that bright morning. In truth, what moved me most was seeing how that grown man, capable of defying the high priests or resurrecting the dead, jumped, ran, or fell on the ground, completely devoted to the demands of those little people. Some women peeked surreptitiously into the atrium, contemplating the scene, and then sneaking away amid poorly contained laughter. One of those games was especially curious. Galileo stood with his back to the group of children and threw a stick backwards so that it landed as close as possible to the children. The boys fought over possession of the stick until one of them, usually the one who jumped the most, took it over. At that moment, both Jesus and the rest were running in all directions, while the owner of the stick made an effort to chase and touch any of the players with it. It was no coincidence that all the children tried to hunt the rabbi, but this one, far from providing amenities, drove them crazy, avoiding them and outwitting them among the trees and bushes. I don't know how long that lasted, maybe an hour or two. Suddenly, a premonition came over me. Either I was very wrong, or those were going to be the last games of Jesus of Nazareth. Suddenly, when that inexplicable melancholy was most poignant, the master stopped the game. He removed the cloth blindfold with which he was playing blind man's chicken from his eyes and caressed the little ones, ending the fun. Although Jesus had had multiple opportunities to see me there, sitting, it was at that moment that he turned his gaze toward me. The children scattered around the garden, and the master advanced toward the stairs. I tried to stand up, but the rabbi extended his hand, telling me not to move. He sat next to me, breathing still heavily and his forehead drenched with sweat.
Jason, friend, what's wrong with you? You are here to bear witness, and you must not give up.
Then you know who I am? Jesus smiled and, placing his long arm over my shoulders, pointed towards the garden door where his disciples were still standing guard.
It will be a long time until those in future generations understand who I am and why I was sent by my Father. You, despite coming from where you come, are closer to the truth than they are.
I don't understand, Master, why your men are armed. Very few would believe it in my time.
Those who are with me have not understood me.
Lord, there are so many things I would like to talk to you about.
We still have time. Your desire is enough for each day.
It was irritating, waiting for that opportunity for so long, and now, hand in hand with him, I didn't know what to say or what to ask. You asked me before what was wrong. How could you realize it?
Lift the stone and you will find me there. Cut the wood and I'm there. Where there is loneliness, I am also there too.
You know, all my life I have felt alone.
I am the light that is above everyone. There are many who stand at the door, but truly I tell you that only the solitary will enter the bridal chamber.
It calms me to know that those of us who doubt also have a corner in your heart.
The world is not worthy of him who finds himself.
1,000 times I have asked myself the same question. Why are we here?
The world is a bridge. Go through it, but do not settle in it.
But you haven't answered my question.
Yes, Jason. Yes, I have. This world is like the anteroom to my Father's kingdom. Prepare yourself in the anteroom, so that you may be admitted to the banquet hall. Be a walker who doesn't stop.
But Lord, I know many who have settled in their wisdom and who claim to possess the truth.
Tell me something, Jason. Where does the seed grow?
On the soil.
Truly, I tell you that true wisdom can only be born in the heart that has become like dust. The wise man and the old man, who do not hesitate to ask a 7-day-old child about the place of life, will live, because many first will be last and will become one.
You talk about the truth, but where should I look for it?
If those who guide you tell you, "Look, the kingdom is in heaven," then the birds of the sky will precede you. If they tell you that it is in the sea, then the fish of the sea will precede you. But I tell you that my Father's kingdom is within and outside of you. When you know each other, you will be known, and you will know that you are the children of the living Father. But if you do not know each other, you will be in poverty, and you will be poverty. Have you ever listened to your own heart? The secret to possessing the truth is only in my Father. And truly I tell you that my Father has always been in your heart. You just have to look inward. Blessed is he who seeks, even if he dies believing he has never found. And blessed is he who, by dint of seeking, finds. When he finds, he will be troubled. And having been troubled, he will marvel and reign over all.
Lord, I look around me and I marvel and sadden at the same time.
I assure you, Jason, that everyone who knows how to see what is before his eyes will receive the revelation of what is hidden. There is nothing hidden that will not be revealed.
My initial shyness dissipated. The warmth and cordiality of that man ended up breaking the most impregnable walls. But our conversation was suddenly interrupted by several of the disciples. The crowd that gathered at the doors of Simon's house demanded the rabbi, and the Nazarene's men felt powerless to contain them. When the master walked away, I swore to myself that I would look for new opportunities to converse with him and express my endless doubts. I went after him. The crowd that I had seen at the door of the garden of Simon's house burst out at the sight of the master. But Jesus did not move from the door. There, flanked by his disciples, he greeted the pilgrims. But these, hearing about the miracle that had been done with Lazarus, were not content with seeing him and began to ask him for a sign. I could not get over my astonishment. Judging by their shouts, those Hebrews, mostly Galileans, did not intend to listen to the Nazarene. The only thing that really mattered to them was witnessing another miracle. Jesus, with obvious signs of disappointment, raised his arms, and there was silence, an expectant silence, and many of those gathered there began to sit on the ground, convinced that their long walk would not be fruitless and that they would soon contemplate another show. But the master, in an energetic tone, told them,
"Fools, I appeared in the middle of the world, and in the flesh I was seen by them. And I found all the men drunk, and among them I did not find any thirsty. My spirit grieved for the sons of men, because they are blind in heart and do not see."
And before anyone present could react, he turned around, disappearing at a brisk pace in the direction of his host's mansion. Honestly, I was happy. That mob, thirsty for emotions and wonders, did not deserve anything else. Little by little, I realized that the crowds had barely assimilated that man's message. Not even those closest to him, as I would verify the next day, on the occasion of the triumphal entry into Jerusalem, had distinguished at that point in Christ's ministry which kingdom the Master was talking about. I was beginning to understand the true significance of those phrases of the rabbi, spoken shortly before, on the steps.
"Those who are with me have not understood me."
Around 3 in the afternoon, in the company of Lazarus and his sisters, I entered the porticoed patio of Simon's house for the first time. The old man was receiving 50 or so diners in the center of the venue. Everyone, whether or not they knew the head of the house, was greeted with the kiss of peace. Immediately, the relatives and servants of the elder leper accompanied the guests to the positions that had been assigned to them, around a very low U-shaped table. Unlike the patio of Lazarus' house, Simon's appeared covered entirely by an awning or canvas, attached by ropes to the capitals of the columns that surrounded the beautiful place. The central cistern had been covered with boards, so that in the center of the U, there was more than enough space to allow the movement of the servers. Upon arriving in front of Simon, Lazarus took charge of introducing me to the old man. When I kissed him, I saw how his right cheek still had the deep scars of his illness. Part of the eye, as well as that same area of the upper lip, were practically broken and deformed. The abundant white beard did not completely hide the trace of the terrible evil. The left hand had been mutilated in the last phalanges of the 3 central fingers. However, the venerable old man seemed to have forgotten those difficult years and now seemed happy and satisfied, wearing his best clothes, a linen tunic dyed in purple, and a mantle of brilliant silk with blue and scarlet stripes. When Lazarus and I went to our respective places at the table, I saw with relief that the resurrected man had been assigned to my side. Instinctively, I looked at Martha, who was standing with the rest of the women, and smiled maliciously. Following custom, I had to lie on my right side. Although the Jews usually ate sitting on chairs or stools, on great occasions, and this was a festival in which both villages, Bethany and Bethphage, paid sincere homage to the Master, the Hebrews had gradually adopted the Hellenistic tradition of having lunch reclining on comfortable cushions and mats. The only exception in this case was Jesus. As the guest of honor, he occupied the center of the U, a kind of low divan having been prepared, which barely protruded from the table. Although all the guests had received the corresponding invitation on Friday morning, including the names of the remaining diners in accordance with a deep-rooted tradition, that same Saturday morning, the owner of the house had sent as many messengers to the homes of his friends, reminding them of the place and time of the banquet. Respectfully, even forgetting the great friendship that united both families, Lazarus had waited for this second and last communication from the messenger. Only then did we leave the house. As I climbed the steps of Simon's estate, a white cloth caught my attention, hanging at the doors of the atrium. Lazarus explained to me that that canvas meant that it was still time to enter the dinner. The notice was only removed after the 3rd course had been served. Jesus and his disciples, all 12 of them, were already in the courtyard when my friend and I were received by the host. From what I could see, the rabbi seemed to have forgotten the unpleasant mishap with the crowd that had asked him for a miracle and was laughing openly, demonstrating an enviable humor. His men, on the other hand, despite having dispensed with their swords, did not reflect much joy. I noticed them nervous and grim. I immediately understood the reason. Among the guests were 4 or 5 priests from one of the communities of Pharisees, mortal enemies of the Master. At the doors remained some of the temple police, mostly Levites, who had gone to Bethany with the suspicious mission of escorting the high dignitaries of the Jerusalem priesthood. Lazarus whispered to me that there was a certain uncertainty about the true purposes of those Pharisees. It was very possible that, following Caiaphas's orders, that same evening, once the Sabbath was over, the men of the Sanhedrin would arrest Jesus. But the separated, or the saints, as the Pharisees were also known, made no gesture that could alert the followers of Christ. On the contrary, although at no time did they approach the group in which Jesus was conversing, after gathering up the wide sleeves of their tunics, they allowed the women to proceed with the obligatory washing of hands and feet, reclining in their positions with lively expressions of satisfaction. I suppose their cordiality could have been due to the magnificent food that had already begun to circulate on the table. Simon's servants had arranged a type of bowls of fine ceramics, today known as terra sigillata, compact and carefully shaped, made of red clay and, as Lazarus pointed out to me, from Italy. When I lifted my bowl, I could see on the base of it the maker's seal, a certain Camurius, a well-known potter from Arezzo. I memorized that name, and on Monday afternoon, when I was finally able to return to the module, Santa Claus confirmed that the aforementioned Italian craftsman had lived and worked in the times of Tiberius and Claudius, from the years 14 to 54 AD. Simon, following custom, had hired a cook from Jerusalem. Curiously, if things went wrong and the guests were displeased with the menu, the head chef had to make amends for the insult, paying the expenses out of his pocket in a proportion that always depended on the social category of the host and his diners. This was not the case. The truth is that everything was exquisite, at least for the Hebrews. After the broth, made of vegetables and aromatic herbs. The only dish in which the spoon was used. The guests enjoyed their own with the bronze and silver trays, full of cooked fish and roast lamb, skillfully seasoned with onions, leeks, and garlic. The fourth or fifth dish consisted of dried fruits, especially raisins, dates, and wild honey. All of this naturally, generously sprinkled, from start to finish, with a Hebron wine served in tall, exquisitely carved crystal glasses. A metal basin had been placed next to each diner in order to wash their hands. Jewish custom established that food should be taken with the fingers. When we got to the desserts, the general joy increased noticeably. Some of the servants and musicians hired by Simon began to play their instruments, mainly flutes and zithers, and the women who had been standing or sitting in a separate group watching the guests joined in the music, clapping their hands above their heads and following the rhythm with their bodies. Jesus, who had eaten with great appetite, drank his third glass of wine and smiled at the group, in which Mary stood out. Lazarus's younger sister, like the rest of her companions, had changed her everyday clothes and was wearing a striking tunic dyed with the famous purple of Tyre and Sidon. Our information pointed to the fact that the famous mollusk from the beaches of Phoenicia, the murex, was the raw material from which purple was obtained. This gastropod secretes an ink that, upon contact with air, it turns dark red. The Phoenicians discovered it and knew how to market it. Mary, as the Sabbath rules ordered, had dispensed with her usual headband and let her long black hair float. At that moment, while the servers removed the trays, what we know as the after-meal really began. The diners, euphoric by the vapors of the wine, engaged in the most disparate and endless controversies. Jesus and Simon, at the front of the table, were talking about the mythical Joshua and how the walls of Jericho were demolished. The disciples, for their part, remained strangely sober and silent, attentive only to the group of Pharisees who did not stop drinking glass after glass. To my surprise, some of the diners began to belch without the slightest shame. That soon became something collective. No one seemed to give much importance to the fact, except for the host and myself. But Simon's reasons, who responded to each of the rude gestures with a slight tilt of his head, obeyed another scale of values. Those belches came to publicly demonstrate the satisfaction of each of the guests for the splendid food and treatment received. Of course, I had to force myself to burp, thanking my new friend for his gastronomic wisdom and finesse. When the desserts were finished being served, several maids passed by each of the diners, offering tiny transparent and yellowish-white balls or capsules. When I was hesitant, Lazarus encouraged me to take one or two of those tears and put them in my mouth. It was a kind of chewing gum, very refreshing and aromatic. According to my friend, they were extracted from the mastic trees that populated thousands of all of Palestine. For the Hebrews, those balls strengthened the teeth and throat, also providing fresher and more pleasant breath. In the following days, and thanks to the mastic tears that Lazarus would provide me, my lack of dental hygiene was noticeably alleviated. But although everything seemed to happen in the healthiest and most intense joy, it was not going to take long for the scandal to break out. I think it took a few minutes for all of us, or almost all of us present, distracted by the music and the pleasant conversation, to notice that maiden who, stealthily emerging from the circle of women, had knelt behind Jesus' back. It was Mary. An internal whiplash alerted me. I was about to attend the anointing scene. Without being able to help it, I stood up, and to Lazarus' confusion, I slipped behind the table until I was in one of the corners of the U, a few feet from the guests of honor. Progressively, the diners fell silent, stunned by what was happening. The younger sister, with her usual silence, had opened a bottle about 12 inches high and tapering in shape. It seemed to be made of an extremely translucent material. I later learned that it was Oriental alabaster. And before the pleased gaze of Jesus, the teenager poured a good part of the content onto the master's hair. A cognac-colored liquid slowly and sweetly soaked the rabbi's brown hair, while a penetrating aroma filled the room. Mary closed the container, and after placing it between her legs, proceeded to spread the perfume between Galileo's silky hair. That anointing was done with such simplicity and love that the giant's eyes moistened. Once the operation was completed, Mary opened the jar again, pouring the essence of spikenard onto the master's bare feet. She spread the liquid along his ankles, heels, and fingers, giving Jesus gentle and prolonged massages until the liquid was perfectly spread. At this point in the anointing, some of the diners had begun to murmur among themselves, regretting this waste. At one end of the table, several of the disciples, among whom Judas Iscariot stood out for his showy gestures and risque words, supported the guests who were openly annoyed by the young woman's gesture with their gossip. Neither Mary nor Jesus were disturbed by those whispers. On the contrary, the beautiful sister of Lazarus, who had decorated the nails of her hands and feet with a yellowish red powder, she threw her head back and, placing her hands on the back of her neck, leaned over the rabbi's feet, throwing her thick hair in front of him. Then, without haste, she wiped the master's feet with her hair until they were dry and shiny. The comments, unfortunately, had gone sour. Judas, even with obvious indignation, went to Andrew, Peter's brother, asking him in a way that everyone could hear.
"Why wasn't this perfume sold and the money donated to feed the poor? You must speak to the master to rebuke her for this loss."
Mary, frightened by the turn of events, tried to get up, but Jesus stopped her. In placing his left hand on the young woman's head, he addressed the audience with a calm but firm voice.
"Leave her alone, all of you. Why do you bother her about this, if she has done what came from her heart? To you who murmur and say that this ointment should have been sold and the money given to the poor, let me tell you that you always have the poor with you, so that you can care for them whenever it seems good to you. But I will not always be there with you. I'm going to my Father soon."
Then, focusing that gaze on the eyes of Judas Iscariot, he intensified with a much more energetic timbre.
"This woman has kept this ointment for my body for a long time in her burial, and now that it has seemed good to her to make this anointing in anticipation of my death, she should not be denied such satisfaction. By doing this, Mary has reproved you all, in that with this act she evidences faith in what I have said about my death and ascension to my Father from heaven. This woman should not be condemned for what she did tonight. Rather, I tell you that in the times to come, wherever this gospel is preached throughout the world, what she has done will be said in memory of her."
Mary disappeared from the patio, and I returned to my place. Lazarus seemed saddened. Both him and Martha knew that their sister had saved for a long time to buy that expensive perfume. The family, contrary to what I had been observing among his own disciples, they had understood the essence of the problem and sensed that this could be the last Passover of Jesus. The murmurs decreased, but some of the apostles continued commenting on the event, shaking their heads negatively as a sign of disagreement with the rabbi. Judas Iscariot had fallen into an impenetrable silence. His eyes scared me. They exuded a dull and contained hatred. It was obvious that he had taken those words of Jesus as a personal reproach, and undoubtedly he had felt ridiculed in front of others. In my opinion, it must have been as a result of that incident when the traitor began to plot his revenge against Galileo. I very much doubt that Judas was thinking in those moments about handing over the master to the members of the Sanhedrin. It made no sense, since the temple police themselves had received specific orders to arrest him. However, his vengeful spirit thus saw a way open to try to humiliate Christ and make amends. The Sunday vigil was approaching when some of the Pharisees who had remained in prudent silence turned to Jesus, and ignoring the valuable nature of the perfume, they reproached him for having allowed that woman to violate the sacred laws of Sabbath. As I managed to understand, one of the rules established that a woman could not leave her house with a needle that had a hole, that is, suitable for sewing, nor with a ring that had a signet, nor with a cap in the shape of a snail, nor with a bottle of perfume. If she violated this code, she was obliged to pay and offer a sacrifice in compensation for her sin. Jesus watched the priest with amusement.
"Tell me, where do you come from?"
"From Jerusalem."
"And how is it possible that you condemn a woman who has walked less than one stadium, when you have traveled more than 15?
I then remembered that the Hebrews made a trick to be able to cover the 3,000 feet or half a mile, which was the maximum distance allowed on the Sabbath. Jesus knew that, although the common people put the Arab into practice, the saints or separated publicly boasted of their extreme purity not hesitating to break these laws when a good meal was at stake. The Pharisees stirred uneasily, but Christ was not willing to grant them respite. Almost all of the 5,000 members of the communities or brotherhoods of Pharisees in Israel were merchants, artisans, or peasants, lacking the solid training of scribes and who, based on their strict regulations regarding purity and the payment of tithe, they had risen above the amihars or great mass of the people of Israel. This conceit and hardness of heart was something that the rabbi of Galilee could not stand, and it didn't take long for him to proclaim it under their own noses, to the joy of some and the nervousness of others, especially from those closest to him, who feared the wrath of those who proclaimed themselves the people's party.
Woe to you, Pharisees! You are like a dog lying in the oxen's manger. Neither he eats nor lets the oxen eat.
Who are you to show us where the truth is?
Why did you go out to the field? To perhaps see a reed shaken by the wind, to see a man in delicate clothes. Your kings and your great personages, yourselves, cover with dresses of silk and purple. But I tell you that you will not be able to know the truth.
24 prophets have spoken in Israel, and we follow their example.
The diners turned their faces toward Jesus, but Galileo remained unperturbed. His control of the situation had frayed the spirits of the Pharisees.
You talk about those who are dead and are rejecting the one who lives among you.
Tell us who you are so that we believe in you.
You search the surface of heaven and earth and have not known him who is among you.
And turning his gaze towards me, he added,
You don't know how to scrutinize this time.
A surge of blood rose from my belly. The Pharisees chose to stand up, refusing to continue with that dialectical battle. Between expressive displays of indignation, they washed their hands in separate basins. But Jesus was not finished. And before they could leave the premises, he blurted out to them,
Woe to you, Pharisees! You wash the outside of the cup without understanding that he who made the outside also made the inside.
It was beginning to be very clear to me why the castes of priests, scribes, and Pharisees had conspired to arrest and kill that man. The stormy dinner practically ended with the departure of the priests. When the guests were already saying goodbye to Simon, Peter approached his master and, with a conciliatory air, proposed that Mary be separated from the group, since women, he commented, are not worthy of life. The Nazarene must have been as perplexed as I was, and in the same tone he responded to the impulsive disciple,
I will guide her to make her a man, so that she also becomes a living spirit, similar to you men. Because every woman who becomes a man will enter the kingdom of heaven.
That night, when I went to my room and established the connection with the module, Eliseo announced to me that the cold front had already penetrated from the west, and that, most likely, the entry of Jesus into Jerusalem, scheduled for the next day Sunday, would be threatened by rain. April 2nd, Sunday. That Saturday night I needed time to fall asleep. There had been too many emotions, but above all there was something that worried me. Why had Jesus made that statement about women? After much reflection, I could only reach one conclusion. The Nazarene was aware of the depressing social situation of women and had set out to vindicate her. In the studies that had preceded Operation Trojan Horse, I had had the opportunity to verify that, in almost the entire Eastern Israel was no exception, the role of women in public and social life was null. But the texts and documents that I had handled in my preparation were far from reality. From what little I had observed, the contempt of men for their companions was something that cried out to heaven. When the Jewish woman, for example, left her house, no matter what, she had to cover her face with a headdress that included 2 veils on her head, a diadem on her forehead with ribbons hanging down to her chin, and a mesh of cords and knots. In this way, the features of her face could not be known. Among the Hebrews, there was the story of an important priest in Jerusalem who did not get to know his own wife when applying the procedure prescribed for a woman suspected of adultery. A few days later, I would have the magnificent opportunity to attend a sad and fanatical tradition that the Jews called the Bitter Waters, understanding a little better the revolutionary position of Jesus towards the Hebrew women. The woman who left her home without covering her head offended good morals to such an extent that her husband had the right and, according to the doctors of the law, even the duty to leave her, without being obliged to pay her the sum stipulated for the divorce case. I was able to notice that, in this regard, there were women so strict that they did not reveal themselves in their own home either. This was the case of a certain Chimjit who, it is said, saw 7 sons become high priests, which was considered a divine reward for their austerity. "Let this and that come upon me," said the modest woman, "if the beams of my house have ever seen my hair." Only on the wedding day, if the woman was a virgin and not a widow, did she appear in the procession with her head uncovered. It goes without saying that the Israelites, especially those from the city, had to go unnoticed in public. One of the scribes, J.J Benitez, had even said around the year 150 BC, "Do not talk too much to a woman. This applies to your own wife, but much more so to your neighbor's wife." The rules of good manners even prohibited meeting a Hebrew woman alone, looking at a married woman, or greeting her. It was a dishonor for a student of the scribes to talk to a woman on the street. That rigidity reached such an extreme that the Jewess who entertained herself with everyone in the street or who was sewing at the door of her house could be repudiated without receiving the payment stipulated in the marriage contract. The woman's situation at home was not modified in relation to this public behavior. Daughters, for example, always had to give up first places and even passage through doors to boys. Their labors was strictly limited to domestic work as well as sewing and knitting. They took care of their younger brothers, and regarding the father, they had the obligation to feed him, give him water, clothe him, cover him, take him in and out when he was old, and wash his face, hands, and feet. Their rights regarding inheritance were not the same as those of men. Sons and their descendants preceded daughters. The parental authority was extraordinarily greater regarding the youngest daughters before their wedding. They were in the power of their father. Jewish society at that time distinguished 3 categories: the youngest, up to the age of 12 years and 1 day, the young between 12 and 12 and a half years, and the oldest after 12 and a half years. Until that age of 12 and a half, the head of the family had all the power, unless the young woman, although minor, was already engaged or separated. According to this social code, daughters had no right to own anything at all, neither the fruit of their work nor what they could find, for example, on the street. Everything belonged to the father. The daughter, until the age of 12 and a half, could not reject a marriage imposed by her father. There were cases of women being married to deformed men. The rabbinical writing Ketubot even spoke of some bewildered fathers who forgot to whom they had promised their daughters. The father could sell his daughter as a slave as long as she was not yet 12 years old. Betrothals usually took place at a very young age. A year later, generally, the daughter celebrated the wedding itself, then passing from the father's power to that of the husband. And really, there was no telling what could be worse. After the purchase and sale contract, because that was basically the betrothal and marriage ceremony, the woman went to live in her husband's house. This generally meant a new burden, in addition to the confrontation with another family strange to her, who almost always expressed open hostility towards the newcomer. To tell the truth, the difference between a wife and a slave or a concubine was that the former had a marriage contract and the latter did not. In exchange for very few rights, the wife was burdened with duties. She had to grind, sew, wash, cook, breastfeed the children, make her husband's bed, and, in compensation for her support, knit and sew. Others even added to these obligations those of washing the face, hands, and feet, and preparing the husband's cup. The power of the husband and father reached the point that, in case of danger of death, the husband had to be saved first. Since polygamy was allowed, the wife had to endure the presence and constant insults of the concubine or concubines. Regarding divorce, the right was solely and exclusively on the part of the husband. This logically gave rise to constant abuses. Of course, from a religious point of view, the Israelite woman was not equal to the man either. She was subject to all the prescriptions of the Torah and the rigor of civil and criminal laws, including the death penalty, without having access, however, to any type of religious teaching. What's more, a sentence by R. Eliezer said that he who teaches the Torah, the law, to his daughter teaches her debauchery. This eminent doctor, who lived around 90 AD, also said, "It is better to burn the Torah than to transmit it to women." In the house, the woman was not counted in the number of people invited, as I had had the opportunity to verify at the banquet offered by Simon the leper. And she did not have the right to give testimony at a trial. Simply put, she was considered a liar by nature. It was very significant that the birth of a boy was a cause for joy, and that of a girl was accompanied by indifference, even sadness. The rabbinic writings Kiddushin, 82b, and even the Nida, 31b, stated, "Woe to him whose children are girls." Only by knowing this deplorable social environment in which Jewish women poorly lived, could one fully understand the value of Jesus in surrounding himself with women, conversing with them, instructing them, and treating them like men. I was very surprised to see that the Rabbi of Galilee had not only chosen 12 men, but had also tried to surround himself with another group of women, I counted up to 10, who followed the Master wherever he went. This fact, like others that I would gradually discover, had not been clearly included in the canonical Gospels that we know. Just as Eliseo had announced to me in the last connection, that Sunday morning, April 2nd, dawned cloudy. A fine rain noticeably cooled the temperature, bringing a special shine to the countryside and perfuming Bethany with a pleasant smell of wet earth. As soon as I could, I moved to Simon's house. The Master, an early riser, had called his men and women, meeting them in the garden. There, the giant, who had a more serious countenance than the previous day, gave them specific instructions for the upcoming Passover celebration. He especially insisted that they not hold any public demonstration while they remained inside the holy city, and above all, that they not leave his side. Once again, the disciples associated those precautionary measures with the arrest order issued by the Sanhedrin. Jesus, as I think I have already mentioned, knew that some of his men were constantly armed. However, he made no reference to his swords. When Jesus Christ began to review what his ministry had been, from his ordination in Capernaum, until that day, I observed how Judas the Iscariot, turning a deaf ear, devoted all his attention to counting the common purse. Shortly after, he left the group entering the house. That same morning, very early, David Zebedee had given him the funds obtained from the sale of the camp that they had set up weeks before in the city of Pella on the eastern bank of the Jordan and about 40 miles from the Dead Sea. The common purse had to be important enough for Judas to deposit it that same morning in the hands of the elderly host. Apparently, the imminent entry of Jesus into Jerusalem did not make it advisable for the administrator of the group to carry so much money. It was actually on those dates of Passover when the Israelites were obliged by an ancient law to pay what they called the second tithe. In other words, once the amount of the offering made in the temple and the first tithe had been set aside, each Hebrew had the obligation to consume or spend within Jerusalem. This was essential, the aforementioned second tithe according to their economic possibilities. If the Jew, as I say, lived far from the holy city, he could convert the second tithe into money and take it to Jerusalem, where he had the obligation to spend it on food and drink, precisely during the Passover festival. The Mishnah dedicates 5 chapters to what can and cannot be done with said tax. Judas was perfectly aware of this obligation, and presumably, when taking stock of the general funds, he had already set aside the money that was to be consumed in Jerusalem as the second tithe. The fact, however, that he left it in Simon's hands suggested that Jesus and his men would still take a few days to go to Jerusalem to celebrate the traditional Passover meal. Although this is only a very personal presumption, since I never tried to find out, it is possible that Christ had already exchanged impressions with Judas, as the person responsible for the money, even setting the day for said rite. By visiting Jerusalem in the following days, I was able to realize the great importance that the presence of those thousands of pilgrims had for the habitual residents of the holy city, coming from all the provinces and from abroad, and above all, the economic benefit that it represented to them, the fact that each Hebrew had to spend a part of his annual income during the Passover. A money that was always considerable if we take into account that this second tithe was extracted from the global profits from the sales of livestock, fruit trees, and 4-year-old vineyards in addition to artisanal work. The Nazarene finished his talk, telling them that he would still leave them many instructions and lessons before returning to the Father. But the disciples did not fully understand what he meant. In the end, no one dared to ask a single question. Once the conference was over, Christ took Lazarus aside, who had accompanied me to Simon's house, and recommended that he make the necessary preparations to leave Bethany. Jesus, the resurrected man himself, and all of us knew that, after the miracle, the Sanhedrin had discussed and reached the conclusion that Lazarus should also be eliminated. What was the point of arresting and executing Galileo if his friend, an exceptional witness to the miraculous event, remained alive? This approach, not devoid of logic, had moved the priests to plan a parallel action which would culminate in the arrest of Lazarus. My friend obeyed, and a few days later he fled to the town of Philadelphia in the easternmost area of fertile Perea. When the Sanhedrin police came to arrest him, only Martha, Mary, and their servants remained in the house. The rest of the morning, until 1:30 in the afternoon, when the giant gave the order to leave for Jerusalem, the rabbi preferred to retire to the most lush areas of Simon's garden. That same night back in Bethany, I had the courage to ask him why he had chosen that way of entering the holy city. The master, a perfect connoisseur of the scriptures, answered me briefly.
This was appropriate, so that the prophecies would be fulfilled.
Indeed, both in Genesis 49:11 and in Zechariah 9:9, it is said that the Messiah who liberates Jerusalem would come from the Mount of Olives, mounted on a little horse. Zechariah specifically says, "Rejoice greatly, O daughter of Zion. Shout, O daughter of Jerusalem. Behold, your king has come to you. He is just and brings salvation. He comes as the lowest, riding on a donkey, on a colt, the offspring of a donkey." Around the 6th hour, 12 noon, after a frugal lunch, Jesus, who had recovered the excellent good humor of the previous day, asked Peter and John to go to the town of Bethphage.
When you reach the crossroads, you will find the baby of a donkey tied up. Release the colt and bring it.
But Lord, what should we say to the owner?
If someone asks you why you do it, simply say, "The master needs it."
Peter, already very accustomed to these disconcerting situations, shrugged his shoulders and left for Bethphage. Young John, a silent, almost taciturn little boy, he must have been around 16 or 17 years old, thin as a reed and with eyes as black as coal, remained for a few moments contemplating his idol. Surprise and a certain fear could be seen in his eyes. What was the master up to? Suddenly he realized that Peter was already heading towards the exit door, and jumping, he ran in pursuit of his friend. By then, David Zebedee, one of the most active followers of Christ, without counting at all on the master or the 12, had had the brilliant intuition to take the road to Jerusalem and, in the company of other believers, began to alert the pilgrims of the imminent arrival of Jesus of Nazareth. That initiative, as was later demonstrated, was going to contribute decisively to the massive and triumphant entry of the Master into the Holy City. In addition to the hundreds of Hebrews who, like every day, had come to Bethany, thousands of other inhabitants of Jerusalem, and those who had just arrived for the Passover, had full news of the presence of that Galilean, a worker of wonders, and with enough courage to stand up to the high priests. It was not necessary to wait long. At around 1:30 in the afternoon, Peter and John met with the rest of the delegation, which was already waiting for them on the outskirts of the village of Lazarus. Just as the Master had predicted, when the willing Peter arrived at Bethphage, the animals were there, a donkey and its calf. The truth is that, knowing the town and its people, all of them fervent followers of Jesus, finding the aforementioned donkeys in its streets and convincing its owner to lend one of them to the rabbi should not be considered a miraculous event either. That at least was my impression. If Bethany and Bethphage were distinguished in anything from the rest of the populations of Israel, it was precisely in that, in the deep affection and strong faith of its inhabitants for Christ. Lazarus confessed to me that he was convinced that that miracle of the Nazarene, possibly one of the most extraordinary of those carried out during his public life, had taken place in Bethany, not so that the people of both villages would believe, but rather because they already believed. The theory was not bad. Much more important cities and towns, Nazareth, Capernaum, Jerusalem, etc., had rejected Jesus. The fact is that according to Peter, when he was about to release the donkey, the owner showed up. When asked why they were doing that, the disciple explained who it was for, and the Hebrew, without further ado, responded,
"If your master is Jesus of Galilee, take him the colt."
Upon seeing the donkey, brown-haired, barely 3 feet tall, and possibly of the so-called wild breed, very common in Africa and the East, Almost all of us present asked ourselves the same question. What could the master need that docile baby donkey for? Jesus had always trodden the paths with the only help of his strong legs, which today would be envied by many marathon runners. Shortly afterwards, upon seeing him parade through the crowds that crowded the road and in the streets of Jerusalem, on the back of the baby donkey, I began to suspect what could be the real reasons that had prompted Jesus to seek the help of that small animal. The master, without further delay, gave the order to leave for Jerusalem. The twins, in a gesture that Jesus thanked with a smile, arranged their cloaks over the donkey, holding it by the halter while that giant rode astride. The Nazarene took the rope that served as reins and gently hit the donkey with his knees, inviting it to move forward. The rabbi's considerable height forced him to bend his long legs backwards so as not to drag his feet in the dust of the road. With all due respect to the Lord, his figure, riding in such a manner on the donkey, was quite a spectacle. Half ridiculous, half comic. Little by little, as I say, I began to realize that this, precisely, was one of the effects that the master seemed to be looking for. Tradition, both Eastern and Roman, established that kings and heroes always entered cities on the back of spirited steeds or decorated chariots. Some of the Jewish prophecies even spoke of a king, a Messiah who would enter Jerusalem as a brave liberator, shaking off the yoke of foreign domination from Israel. But what kind of feelings could a man of such height riding a donkey provoke in the town? Undoubtedly, one of the reasons for entering the holy city in this way had to be found in an intentional idea of ridiculing purely temporal power, and Jesus was going to achieve it. At first, both the men of his group and the 10 or 12 women chosen by Jesus, in that they had joined the procession, were bewildered. But the master was like that, unpredictable, and they loved him above all. So they accepted the fact with resignation. Jesus himself, with his constant jokes, contributed, and not a little, to unloading the misgivings of his faithful followers. I myself was surprised to observe how the Nazarene laughed at his own shadow. That festive atmosphere intensified as we moved away from Bethany. A crowd that I couldn't calculate had gathered on both sides of the road, greeting, cheering, and recognizing Christ as the prophet of Galilee. The 12 who surrounded the rabbi closely, both Peter and Simon the Zealots, Judas Iscariot, and even Andrew himself had taken precautions, and their swords had returned to their sashes, were stupefied. Their initial fear for the safety of his boss and the rest of the group dissipated as we moved forward. Hundreds, perhaps thousands of pilgrims from all over Judea, Perea, and even Galilee seemed to have suddenly gone mad. Many men took off their clothes and spread them on the dust of the path, smiling and showing delight at the passage of the little donkey. As a single individual, the women, children, elderly, and adults shouted and repeated incessantly, "Blessed is he who comes in the name of the divine. Blessed be the kingdom that comes from heaven." As expected, the people did not shout the well-known Hosanna, for the simple reason that this exclamation was a sign or request for help, according to the original etymology of the Jewish word. I want to believe that the same chill that ran down my spine and made me tremble was also experienced by the apostles when, spontaneously, many of those Hebrews cut olive branches, greeting the master, throwing the violet flowers of the cinnamon trees in his path, and even burning the branches of this tree so that a fragrant aroma spread through the environment. Honestly, none of the followers of Christ could expect a reception like that. Where were the threats and the arrest warrant from the Sanhedrin? Some women lifted their children, placing them in the arms of the Nazarene, who caressed them incessantly. The heart of Jesus, without any doubt, was happy. But to my surprise, when everything suggested that the procession would continue along the usual path, the one I had taken to head to Bethany, Jesus and the 12 turned to the right, beginning the ascent of the eastern slope of Olivet. I had not noticed that steep and rocky trail that in fact served as a shortcut. A few feet later, Jesus agilely jumped off the willful baby donkey, continuing on foot to climb towards the summit of the Mountain of Olives. The rain had long since stopped, although the sky was still filled with black, threatening clouds. As the group stretched, walking practically single file through the olive groves, my heart skipped a beat. Although the module was at the highest point of Olivet, and on some rocks where we had not noticed any path, There was always the possibility that the participants in that agitated demonstration of joy could penetrate the security strip of the cradle. Instinctively, I moved out of the way and warned Eliseo of the approach of the procession. Upon reaching the summit, the master stopped. I breathed a sigh of relief when I realized that the module's contact point was much further to the right and about 300 feet from where we had stopped. Jerusalem, from that privileged position, appeared in all its splendor. The towers of the Antonia fortress of Herod's palace, and above all the dome and walls of the temple, had turned yellow with the fall of the afternoon, standing out against a mosaic of ashen white houses and alleys. A sudden silence fell over the procession, barely broken by the murmur of motley groups of Israelites who ran from the gates of the fountain and the Tejoletus to the south of the walls, warned of the prophet's arrival. Christ's countenance suddenly changed. From that open and contagious good humor, he had gone to extreme severity. The disciples realized this, but they simply did not understand the rabbi's reasons. Everything was going as planned. The silence finally became total, almost anguishing, when those gathered there saw how Jesus of Nazareth, advancing to the edge of the western slope of Olivet, began to cry. It was a soft cry without any stridency. Tears flowed gently down the cheeks and beard of the Nazarene. I felt a shudder and a rough lump formed in my throat. With his arms spread out along his tunic, Christ, unable to avoid his emotion, and with a broken voice exclaimed,
"O Jerusalem, if only you had known, even you, at least in this your day, the things belonging to your peace, and that you could have had so freely. But now, these glories are about to be hidden from your eyes. You are about to reject the Son of Peace, and turn your back on the gospel of salvation. The days will soon come, when your enemies will make a trench around you and besiege you on all sides. They will destroy you completely, to the point that not one stone will be left on top of another. And all this will happen because you did not know the time of your divine visit. You are about to reject the gift of God, and all men will reject you."
Obviously, none of those who heard those phrases could even intuit the tragic end that the rabbi had just prophesied. 33 years later, from 66 to 70, the Roman general Titus Flavius Vespasian would first fall on Israel with 3 chosen legions and numerous auxiliary troops from the north. His son Titus would complete the destruction of the temple and much of Jerusalem in the midst of a bloodbath. More than 80,000 men, members of the 5th, 10th, 12th, and 15th legions, reinforced by cavalry, would arrive shortly before the full moon in the spring of the year 70 before the walls of the holy city. In August of that same year, and after fierce fighting, the Romans planted their insignia in the sacred precinct of the Jews. In September, just as Jesus had warned, not one stone will be left on top of another of what had been the city navel of the world. According to Tacitus's calculations, at that time around 600,000 Jews had gathered in Jerusalem in order to celebrate the traditional Passover. Well, the historian Flavius Josephus affirms that, during the siege, the number of prisoners, not counting those crucified and those who managed to escape, rose to 97,000. And he adds that in the course of 3 months, 115,000 corpses of Israelites passed through one of the city gates. Those who survived were sold into slavery and dispersed. The tears and laments of the Nazarene were more than justified. The young John, one of the disciples most beloved by Jesus, no doubt because of his innocence and generosity, approached the master, and with a moved soul, he handed him a cloth, one of those usually used to remove sweat from the face, and that they usually keep knotted on either arm. Christ, without saying another word, wiped away his tears and remounted the donkey, beginning the descent toward the city. The stream of people we had seen from the top was already climbing up the slope, their cheers growing louder. Jesus, strongly escorted by his men, responded to those manifestations of affection, advancing with increasing difficulties. The crowds pouring out of the walls of Jerusalem were not content just to cheer him on both sides of the road. Many of them, especially children and adolescents, crowded around the donkey, forcing the disciples to make way between shoving and shouting. It was the delirium. The commotion had so moved the Hebrews of the city and the encampments set up in its surroundings that, Shortly after, when the procession was pushing to cross under the arch of the fountain gate at the southern corner of Jerusalem, a group of Pharisees and Levites, alerted by the tumult, and who, according to indications, were rushing out with the idea of arresting the impostor, appeared among the crowd. The temple police, armed with swords and maces, stood by, awaiting the priest's order. But the enthusiasm and clamor of those thousands of Jews were such that they had to think more calmly and prudently let Jesus and his followers pass. The rabbi, with enviable cunning, had avoided their tumultuous entry through the northeastern area of Jerusalem. From the summit of Olivet, entry into the holy city would have been much quicker, crossing the dry bed of the Kidron and entering through the so-called probatic gate, or through the eastern gate on the eastern side of the walls. That maneuver, however, entailed a latent risk, passing very close to the Antonia fortress, headquarters and general quarters of the Roman occupation forces. On the other hand, when planning the triumphal entry through the southernmost area, Jesus was forced to cross some of the most populated streets in the lower and old part of the capital. Although I never asked him, when I contemplated that imposing demonstration of the Jewish people, turned out with and for Jesus, I was certain that the Master wanted to direct his steps through that sector of Jerusalem, precisely with a double intention, thus allowing a longer and warmer reception that, incidentally, would protect him and his men against the hunting and capture order issued by the Sanhedrin. That outburst was so sincere and clamorous that, as I have already mentioned, the priest did not dare to carry out the arrest. Upon entering the streets of Jerusalem, the crowd became so expressive that many of the young people and women, upon reaching the Rose Garden, the only garden allowed in the Holy City, plucked dozens of flowers, throwing them in the path of Christ. That gesture overwhelmed the disturbed spirits of the Pharisees and scribes who had gone out to meet the impostor, and some of them, the most daring, pushed and elbowed their way, closing the path of the Nazarene. Raising their voices above the tumult, the priests shouted to Jesus,
"Master, you should reprimand your disciples and exhort them to behave with more decorum."
But the rabbi, without losing his calm, answered them,
"It is appropriate that these children welcome the Son of Peace, whom the chief priests have rejected. It would be useless to silence them. If I did so, the stones on the road could speak instead."
The Pharisees, discouraged and enraged, turned around and with the same violence disappeared into the head of the demonstration, undoubtedly on their way to the temple, where, as I was able to verify shortly afterwards, the Sanhedrin was holding one of its regular councils. These priests gave an account to their colleagues of what was happening in the streets of the old quarter of Jerusalem. Joseph of Arimathea, a member of this Sanhedrin and a good friend of Jesus, would relate the next morning to Andrew and the rest of the apostles how the Pharisees burst with disfigured faces into the room of the cut stones, place of sessions of the Sanhedrin, exclaiming,
"Look, everything we do is useless. We have been confused by that Galilean. People have gone crazy with him. If we don't stop these ignorant people, everyone will follow him."
The triumphant procession continued its march through the narrow and steep streets of the city. People looked out of their windows or greeted him from the rooftops, and many, who were actually seeing the Nazarene for the first time, asked, "Who is this man?" The crowd itself and the disciples were responsible for responding loudly. "This is the prophet of Galilee, Jesus of Nazareth." At about 3:30 or 4 in the afternoon, we reached the long west wall of the racecourse. Once there, to the south of the great temple enclosure, Jesus definitively descended from the donkey, asking the Alphaeus twins to return to Bethphage and return it to its owner. Attracted by the incessant shouting of the Jews, some of the members of the Sanhedrin looked out from between the high arches of the aqueduct that linked the southwestern corner of the temple with the upper part of the city, watching in amazement as the crowd shouted for Jesus to speak and be proclaimed king. In the general mood, including those closest to the Nazarene, there was the belief that he was the expected liberator. For a moment I let myself be carried away by fantasy and imagined what could have happened if the rabbi had acceded to the incessant requests of the people. But those were not Galileo's intentions. Quite the opposite. Ignoring the suggestions of his own disciples, who begged him to address the crowd, Jesus of Nazareth silently and with his peculiar quick step, left the people standing, entering the great esplanade of the temple by the so-called double door. The 10 apostles and the women remembered Christ's orders not to speak publicly to the Hebrews, and reluctantly and sullenly they followed the Master into the enclosure. I remained for a few moments at the foot of the imposing south wall of the temple, observing how part of those who had been hailing him dispersed, while hundreds of others finally decided to accompany the Messiah. Upon entering the large esplanade that surrounded the sanctuary, and despite having seen that formidable rectangle from the air, I was overwhelmed by the magnificence of the work. Herod had risked everything in the construction of that temple. Huge blocks of stone, meticulously squared and fitted, the largest measuring 16 by 13 feet, constituted the lower courses of the ashlars. The immense courtyard of the Gentiles, which completely surrounded the sanctuary itself, had been surrounded with a superb colonnade. A balustrade isolated the temple from the area intended for non-Jews, the aforementioned atrium of the Gentiles. On 2 of its 13 doors leading to the interior, in which the Levites or policemen stood guard under the command of 7 permanent guards, I was able to read warnings, in Greek, which naturally I respected at all times. They said literally, "No foreigner can penetrate inside the fence and wall around the sanctuary. Anyone caught violating this order will be liable for the death penalty that will follow." Actually, historians like Josephus or Tacitus had not exaggerated when describing that wonder. Upon entering the gigantic rectangle, no matter what access was used, one was dazzled by the luxury. All the doors, both the probatic and the golden ones, or the double, triple, and royal porticos, had been covered with gold and silver plates. There was only one exception, although I was not able to verify it since it was in the very center of the temple. It was the so-called Gate of Nicanor. According to Josephus and the Mishnah, all the doors there were gilded, except the Gate of Nicanor, because a miracle had happened in there. According to others, because the bronze shone like gold. At those hours of dusk, with the sunlight falling obliquely on Jerusalem, the sharp points that stood out on the roof, entirely bathed in gold, shimmered and sparkled, providing the whole with an almost magical and fascinating halo. The courtyard of the Gentiles, especially the entire area next to the colonnades of the so-called royal portico, presented unusual movement. Much of this southern area of the large rectangle of the temple was crowded with stalls, tables, and cages with pigeons. Taking into account that said esplanade measured 735 feet in its narrowest part, right at the foot of the colonnade of the royal portico, it is easy to get an idea of the volume of sales stalls that, in 3 or 4 rows, had been set up in the mentioned esplanade. I didn't manage to add them all up, but I highly doubt that the vendors' tables were less than 300 or 400. Most of them were middlemen who traded in the animals that were to be sacrificed at Passover. Lambs, pigeons, and even oxen were sold there. In many of the stalls, which were nothing more than simple wooden boards mounted on the cages themselves, or, at most, provided with legs or folding supports, many of the products necessary for the rite of the Passover sacrifice were offered and sung to the public. Oil, wine, salt, bitter herbs, nuts, toasted almonds, and even jam. And in the middle of that open-air market, I could also distinguish a long row of tables of the so-called changers, mostly Greeks and Phoenicians, who were dedicated to exchanging coins. The fact that many thousands of pilgrims were Jews living abroad had made the presence of such bankers almost obligatory. There I saw Greek coins, silver tetradrachms, Attic didrachms, drachms, obols, chalcos and leptons, or bronze coins. Roman coins, silver denarii, brass sesterces, dispondios, aces or asarius, semis and quadrants. And naturally, all the variants of the Jewish currency, denarii, maos, and pondios, all of them in silver, and aces, musmis, quaterns, and perutas in bronze, among others. These changers also offered an important service to the Hebrews, since they provided them, in situ, with the necessary change to be able to satisfy the obligatory tribute or contribution to the temple treasury. Their presence in the place, therefore, was as old as it was tolerated. And I make these preliminary remarks because the next day, Monday, April 3rd, I was going to be an exceptional witness of a historical event, the misnamed expulsion of the merchants from the temple by Jesus, which, judging by what, as far as I could see, it had not been described correctly by the evangelists. While the Master and his disciples walked among the sales stalls, contemplating the preparations for Passover, I took the opportunity to exchange some of my gold nuggets for Roman and Hebrew currency in equal parts. In total, and after quite a bit of haggling with one of those damned Phoenician speculators, I obtained 12 aureus and 40 silver denarii, as well as some aces or fractional coins for almost half of my bag. As I contemplated the Rabbi of Galilee surrounded by his friends, chatting peacefully with those hundreds of merchants, a disturbing doubt assailed me. How could Jesus appear so calm and natural with those changers and intermediaries when the gospel affirms that, on one of his many visits to the temple, he started whipping them, making the tables fly into the air? The explanation, logical and simple, would arrive, as I say, the next day. Little by little, the crowd that had followed him, even to the great esplanade that surrounds the sanctuary, began to forget the Nazarene, and the Master, in the company of his disciples, entered the temple through the Corinthian portico, getting lost inside. I had no choice but to wait in the court of the Gentiles. This circumstance would prevent me from being present at the well-known event of the widow, who at that time had to go to one of the brushes where the Jews deposited their contribution for the support of the temple. As the group left, Andrew told me the lesson that Jesus had just given them, and that in essence has been correctly narrated by the evangelists. What I did not know is that these brushes, 13 in number, were strategically located in a room that surrounded the women's atrium. The Hebrew women could not leave that enclosure and enter the courtyards of the men or the priests. They were trumpet-shaped containers, narrow at the mouth and wide at the bottom, to protect them from thieves. The third of these brushes was in charge of a certain Pethahiah, responsible for the sacrifices of the birds, and who controlled the money that was deposited in said third brush. Instead of offering the animals, the Jew could give the equivalent in money. Well, this Pethahiah, whose real name was Mordecai, had received this nickname because of his extraordinary ease as a polyglot. He knew 70 languages. The word patage means opened. That is, it opened the words when interpreting them. That allusion from Andrew was going to be highly profitable for me, since days later, this Pethahiah was going to play a prominent role in one of Peter's denials. While I was waiting for the group to leave the interior of the sanctuary, I sat very close to merchants, and I was able to witness a phenomenon that apparently was frequent in buying and selling. Many of the intermediaries cruelly abused the most humble Hebrews, going so far as to sell them a turtle dove for 9 and 10 aces. If we take into account that the normal price of these birds in Jerusalem was 1/8 of a denarius, or 3 aces, the profits of these usurers were disproportionate. But the most irritating thing is that that business was owned by the powerful family of Annas, former high priest. This did explain the tolerance of the trade in animals for sacrifice in that place, despite its sanctity. That observation was also going to be important to understand what would happen the next day. Outraged with the miserable attitudes of those intermediaries, I tried to distract myself, fixing as many details as possible about everything around me. I even counted the number of columns in the royal portico, 162 slender Corinthian-style pilasters. The balustrades had been worked in stone. One of them, 3 cubits high, 62 inches, separated the inner and outer atrium, accessible to us pagans. In some areas of this exterior balustrade, the same warnings that I had read on several of the access doors to the temple had also been engraved. The porches that surrounded this immense esplanade, carefully paved with stones of different colors, were covered with coffered ceilings made of cedar wood, possibly brought from the forests of Lebanon. When I saw the first disciples appear, a group of Greeks who had arrived in Jerusalem in those days, and who, of course, had heard of Jesus, approached Philip and expressed their desire to meet the Master. Jesus had not yet left the temple, and the disciple went to consult the apostle who, until after the resurrection of Galileo, would hold the moral authority of the group, Andrew, Peter's brother. This fisherman had caught my attention from the first moment because of his seriousness. He almost always appeared silent, as if worried and distant. Perhaps this introversion was due to his rudimentary culture or his marked shyness. He was somewhat thinner than his brother, more or less the same height, approximately 5 feet 2 inches, a small head and thin, abundant hair, unlike Peter, who suffered from extreme baldness. He always appeared neatly shaved. It is assumed that he was somewhat older than Peter, although the former's baldness made him look older. Andrew listened in silence to his companion's message, and after observing the group of Greeks, he returned with Philip to the interior of the sanctuary. Soon Jesus appeared and gladly chatted with those Gentiles. Some of the Greeks knew of the rabbi's mysterious announcement about his death and questioned him about it. Jesus answered them,
Truly, truly, I tell you, that if the grain of wheat thrown into the ground does not die, it remains alone. But if it dies, it produces much fruit.
Is it necessary to die to live?
Whoever loves his life loses it. Whoever hates it in this world will keep it for eternal life.
And what will happen to us if we follow you?
He who approaches me approaches the fire. Whoever walks away from me walks away from life.
One of those listening interrupted Galileo.
Those words are similar to an old Greek saying attributed to Aesop. He who is close to Zeus is close to lightning.
Unlike Zeus, I can give you what no eye has seen, what no ear has heard, what no hand has touched, and what has never entered the heart of man. If any of you want to serve me, let him follow me. Where I am, there my servant will also be. If anyone serves me, my Father will honor him.
But the Greeks did not seem very willing to submit to the rabbi's orders and ended up walking away. Jesus, unable to hide his sadness, commented to his disciples,
Now my soul is troubled. What shall I say? Father, release me from this hour. But this is why I have come at this hour.
And raising his face towards the overcast sky of Jerusalem, he shouted,
Father, glorify your name.
What happened immediately is something I couldn't explain exactly. As soon as those heartbreaking words were uttered, at the base, or inside, of the cumulonimbus that covered the city, and whose average height, as Eliseo confirmed to me, was about 6,000 feet, a kind of lightning or flash occurred. If it had not been for the powerful metallic voice that was heard next, I would have attributed it to a possible electrical spark, so common in this type of storm clouds. But as I say, almost in unison with that flash, the hundreds of people who remained in the large esplanade could hear a voice that, in Aramaic, said,
I have already glorified, and I will glorify again.
The crowd, the disciples, and myself were overwhelmed. Finally, people began to react, and most tried to calm down, assuring that that had only been thunder. But deep in our hearts, we all knew that thunder does not speak. The Hebrews once again gathered around the Master, and he announced to them,
This voice has come, not for me, but for you. Now is the judgment of this world. Now the prince of this world is going to be expelled, and me, lifted up from the earth, will draw all men to me.
But just as I feared, that mob did not understand a single word. The disciples themselves looked at each other as if saying, What is he talking about? Some of the priests who had left the sanctuary upon hearing that enigmatic voice replied that they knew from the law that the Messiah would always live. Jesus, without flinching, turned to the newcomers and answered them,
Still a little longer, the light will be among you. Walk while you still have the light, and do not be surprised by the darkness. He who walks in the darkness doesn't know where he's going. While you have the light, believe in the light, so that you may be children of the light.
It is us, the priests, who have the power to teach the light and the truth to these.
The rabbi, pointing with his right hand to the crowd, replied,
Blind. You see the speck in your brother's eye, but you do not see the beam in your own. When you have managed to remove the beam from your eye, then you will see clearly, and you will be able to remove the speck from their eye.
Jesus then crossed the walls of the temple, followed by those closest to him. Night would soon fall, and the Master, as was his custom, crossed the old quarter of Jerusalem in the direction of the fountain gate in order to rest in Bethany. During the triumphal entry of the Nazarene into the city, the crowds had been such that, frankly, I barely had the opportunity to look at the streets and buildings. Now, however, it was different. Leaving behind the 640 feet of the outer wall of the Hippodrome, the group slipped through the very narrow streets of the Old City. Jerusalem was then divided into two large nuclei. This sector through which we were now traveling, also known as Suk HaTaiton or Accra, and the upper area or Suk Halion, located to the northwest. Both cities were separated by a depression or valley, the Tyropean. That root, Suk, designated the nature of both places. This word means bazaar, and that's what I could see on this and subsequent tours of Jerusalem. Endless bazaars where everything was sold. Each of the sectors of the city was crossed by main streets, adorned with colonnades, the Great Market Street in the upper area, and the Small Market Street in the Old City. These two commercial arteries were linked by a swarm of cross streets that constituted a labyrinth. In that network of alleys, most of them unpaved and immersed in a foul smell, a mixture of burning oil, stews, and urine thrown in the center of the roads, thousands of houses were crammed together, almost all of them on one floor and with peeling walls. But the group, always led by Jesus, avoided those uncomfortable and dark alleys, directing their steps along one of the widest roads in this lower part of Jerusalem. To my surprise, we suddenly entered a street almost 26 feet wide, perfectly paved, which ended next to the Pool of Siloam. The torches and lanterns, strategically placed on the walls of the houses, were already beginning to illuminate the night of the Holy City. However, despite the sudden darkness, pedestrian traffic was incessant. At the doors of the buildings on that street, more than 656 feet long, I observed numerous artisans, completely engrossed in their work or in endless haggling with potential buyers. The most noble and considered professions of Jerusalem had settled in that lower old area. The pagans, proselytes, and impure, on the other hand, had their domains in the upper part. The fanaticism of the Jews in this sense had reached such an extreme that, for example, the sputum of an inhabitant of the upper city was considered impure, something that did not happen with the expectorations of the residents in this area of the city. Andrew explained to me that, basically, everything had started as a result of the installation of the bananeros, or fabric bleachers, in said upper area. These appeared among the despicable professions of the Israelite community. Along with the most varied shops, or janyot, there were lined up, always on the street, tailors, barbers, doctors or bleeders, sandal makers, carpenters, shoemakers, sellers of lamps and kitchen utensils, copper craftsmen, and even dressmakers from Tarsus, without forgetting the sought-after sellers of perfumes and ointments. That, in short, constituted a unique spectacle, in which the proclamations of the merchandise, children's screams, laughter, and the aroma of the fried foods ended up enveloping and captivating you. It was in one of those outdoor stalls where, suddenly, I decided to purchase a beautiful bottle of tuberose essence. Without hiding his surprise, good Andrew, who served as my timely mediator, obtained a substantial discount, paying a total of 250 denarii for the precious jug. The vessel had been exquisitely carved by the very ancient procedure that the Hebrews called decanting of liquids, of circular polishing. The slip and burnishing had reduced the porosity of the vessels, with a polish so brilliant that, at first glance, it gave the impression of a glazing process. We caught up with the Master and the remaining disciples as they passed under the arch of the fountain gate at the southern end of Jerusalem. I knew that the city, especially in those days before Passover, was a nest of beggars. But when I crossed the walls, I was impressed. Dozens of lepers were preparing to spend the night, wrapped in their cloaks and rags, while a legion of lame, crippled, swollen, deformed, and blind people came out to us, begging for alms. If it had not been for Andrew, who pulled me unceremoniously, it is most likely that my remaining 150 denarii would have ended up in the hands of those supposed unfortunates. And I say supposed because, according to Peter's brother, the vast majority were professional simulators who took advantage of the celebration to move the hearts of strangers and not strike a blow. I don't think I fully realized the general confusion of Christ's disciples until we had walked just over half a mile towards Bethany. The Master, silent, led the group, pulling the 10 with his characteristic strides. Not a single one opened their mouth the entire journey. Those Galileans seemed confused, depressed, and even moody. I soon figured out what the reason was. After the apotheosis and unexpected reception given to the Master, the apostles had not understood why Jesus had not taken advantage of that magnificent opportunity to proclaim himself king and definitively establish his kingdom in Judea, later extending it to the remaining provinces. Seeing their faces, it was not difficult to imagine what their thoughts were. Andrew, concerned about his responsibility as leader of the group, was perhaps the one who least valued that popular outburst around the Master. The truth is that, in the following days, some of those close to him, especially Peter, James, John, and Simon Zelotes, had to make considerable efforts to assimilate so many emotions. Simon Peter was possibly one of those most affected by the popular demonstration, and more than for the exciting reception, for the incomprehensible fact that the Master had not addressed the crowd, or at least that he had allowed them to do so. For Peter, that had been a magnificent opportunity. Lost. As he walked towards Bethany, I noticed that he was distressed and sad. However, his passion for Christ was such that he knew how to accept the strange behavior of the Nazarene without the slightest reproach or sign of displeasure. The feelings of James Zebedee were very similar to those of Simon Peter. Their initial fear had faded as they descended the slope of Olivet. The sight of that crowd cheering his Master had given him hopes of power and influence, but everything had fallen apart when Jesus descended from the little horse, getting lost in the temple. How could he so gracefully give up a golden opportunity like that? For his part, John Zebedee had been the only one who had sensed Jesus' intentions. He remembered that the Master had spoken to them on some occasion about the prophecy of Zechariah, and not without difficulties, he associated that triumphal entry with the true intentions of Jesus. That largely saved him from the general depression that caused the traumatizing finale. His youth and blind love for the Nazarene also prevented him from suspecting or even imagining that the Master had made a mistake. Philip, the intendant and practical man of the group, had suffered another type of worry. When he saw that human flood, he thought for a moment that Jesus could ask him, as he had done on other occasions, to feed them. Therefore, when he saw him abandon the procession and walk calmly through the temple grounds, he felt a deep relief. When those fears disappeared from his mind, Philip joined Peter's feelings, sharing the opinion that it had been a shame that Jesus had not taken advantage of that opportunity to definitively establish the kingdom. That night, immersed in doubt, he asked himself again and again what all those things could mean. But his faith in Galilee was solid, and he would soon forget his uncertainties. Matthew, a cautious man, although extremely faithful, was amazed at that multicolored outburst around the rabbi. However, his natural skepticism overcame him, and he would soon forget those emotions of Sunday afternoon. There was only one moment when Matthew was on the verge of losing his usual calm. It happened in the midst of a popular explosion, when one of the Pharisees publicly mocked Jesus, saying, "Look, everyone, see who is coming, the King of the Jews on a donkey." That was about to drive him crazy, and he almost jumped on the priest, as he confessed to me days later. The next morning, as I say, Matthew had overcome the general crisis, appearing as cheerful as ever. After all, he was a loser who knew how to take life philosophically. Thomas, like Peter, walked dazed. His deep heart could not find the reason for that celebration, absolutely childish according to his criteria. He had never seen Jesus in a mess like that, and it had disoriented him. For a moment, the practical and cold Thomas came to suppose that all that commotion could only be due to one reason: to confuse the members of the Sanhedrin, who, as everyone knew, were trying to arrest the Master. And he was right. Another confused by that event was Simon the Zealot. His sense of patriotism had made him conceive all kinds of dreams regarding the political future of his country. He cherished the idea of freeing Israel from the Roman yoke and returning its sovereignty to the people. And Jesus, of course, was to occupy David's overthrown throne. Upon witnessing the triumphal entry into Jerusalem, his heart trembled with emotion, and he saw himself already in command of the military forces of the new kingdom. When descending the Mount of Olives, he even imagined the priests and sympathizers of the Sanhedrin executed or exiled. He was without a doubt the apostle who shouted the loudest and constantly encouraged the crowd. That's why, at dusk, he was also the most humiliated, silent, and disillusioned man. Sadly, he would not recover from that blow until long after the Master's resurrection. There was no problem with the Alphaeus twins. For them, carefree and joking, it was a perfect day. They enjoyed it intensely and kept that experience as the day they were closest to heaven. Their superficiality prevented sadness from germinating in them. Simply put, that afternoon all their aspirations culminated. As for Judas Iscariot, I never knew exactly what his true feelings were. At some moments I thought I noticed obvious signs of disagreement and repulsion on his face. It is possible that all that seemed childish and ridiculous to him. Like the Greeks and Romans, he considered anyone who consented to ride a donkey grotesque and despicable. I don't think I'm wrong if I deduce that Judas was about to abandon the group there, but possibly the fact that he was the administrator of the assets stopped him. That meant a permanent possibility of having money, and Judas felt a special inclination for gold. Perhaps one of the most dramatic moments for the vengeful Judas was shortly before reaching the walls of Jerusalem. Suddenly, an important Sadducee, a friend of Jesus' family, approached him and, patting him on the back, said, "Why this look of confusion, my dear friend? Come on and join us as we hail this Jesus of Nazareth, the King of the Jews, as he enters the city gates on the back of a donkey." That mockery must have hurt him deeply. Judas could not bear that feeling of shame. That could have been another compelling reason to accelerate his revenge plan against the Master. The apostle had the sense of ridicule so embedded that he became a deserter right there. With very few exceptions, the disciples of Christ demonstrated in that historic event, despite their 3 long years of learning and living with the Messiah, that they had understood nothing at all. I understood and respected the harsh silence of Jesus at the head of those sunken and perplexed men. He was one step away from death, and no one seemed to understand his message. April 3rd, Monday. According to my information, there were very few disciples who managed to fall asleep that night from Sunday to Monday, April 3rd. Except for the twins, the rest remained ruminating on their thoughts. Those Galileans were so out of their minds that they did not even establish the usual guard shifts at the doors of Simon's house, where Jesus, Peter, and John were staying. Saying goodbye, each one continued in silence towards their respective shelters. The rabbi did not open his lips either. Of course, he had to know the mood of his friends, and possibly, in order to avoid further tensions, he preferred to have dinner at Lazarus' house. Despite the late hour, Martha and Mary once again went out of their way to assist us. They washed our hands and feet, and in the company of their brother, we ate some cheese and fruit. Neither the Master nor I felt much appetite. For a long time, Jesus remained locked in hermetic silence, with his eyes fixed on the reddish, undulating flames of the fireplace. Before she retired to rest, I begged Mary to accept the bottle of spikenard essence that I had bought that same afternoon in the company of Andrew. It was hard for me, but finally she accepted it. That gesture seemed to encourage the Master, who emerged from his enigmatic isolation, fully joining the quiet conversation that Lazarus and I were having. During the frugal refreshment, I had been explaining to the resurrected man and his sisters the splendid event that we had experienced a few hours before. Lazarus, unlike the apostles, did immediately realize the significance of Jesus' act. Without forgetting the symbolism, that crowd had done nothing other than protect the rabbi from the clutches of the Sanhedrin. I will not tire of repeating this aspect of the matter. In the Gospels I had studied, there is no mention of this at any point. And honestly, anyone with common sense and a minimum of information about what was happening in those final weeks would not have been able to overlook the fact that this maneuver was a masterstroke on the part of the Galilean. As they say in our time, he killed several birds with one stone. Seeing that Jesus of Nazareth was happy to engage in conversation, I took the opportunity to ask him his opinion about that afternoon.
I have been in the midst of the world and have revealed myself to them in the flesh. I have found them all drunk. I have not found any thirsty. My soul aches for the children of men, because they are blind in their hearts. They don't see that they have come empty-handed into the world and are trying to leave it empty-handed. Now they are drunk. When they vomit up their wine, they will repent.
Those are very harsh words. As harsh as the ones you spoke over the Olivet in view of Jerusalem.
Perhaps men think I have come to bring peace to the world. They do not know that I am here to bring division, fire, sword, and war upon the earth. For there will be 5 in a house, 3 against 2, and 2 against 3. The father against the son, and the son against the father. And they will be alone.
Many in my world, I added, trying not to make my words seem too strange to Lazarus, could associate those phrases of yours about the end of Jerusalem as the end of times. What do you say to that?
Future generations will understand that the return of the Son of Man will not come at the hands of a warrior. That day will be unforgettable. After the great tribulation, such as has not occurred since the beginning of the world, my banner will be seen in the heavens by all the tribes of the earth. That will be my true and final return. On the clouds of heaven, like the lightning that comes from the east and flashes to the west.
What will the great tribulation be?
You could call it a birth of all humanity.
At least tell us when it will take place.
About that day and that hour, no one knows. Neither the angels nor the Son, only the Father. I can only tell you that it will be so unexpected that many will be caught in the middle of their blindness and iniquity.
My world, the one I come from, is distinguished precisely by confusion and injustice.
Your world is neither better nor worse than this one. Both are only missing the principle that governs the universe: love.
Give me at least a sign so that we know when you will reveal yourself to men for the second time.
When you undress without shame, take your clothes, put them under your feet like children and kick them. Then you will see the Son of the Living One, and you will not fear.
Then my world is still very far from that day. There men are enemies of men and even of God himself. According to beliefs, God is a righteous God who condemns those who die in sin to the fires of hell.
Then you are wrong. God has no enemies. Men are skillful manipulators of truth. A father may be distressed by the folly of a son, but he would never condemn his own to permanent evil. Hell, as you believe in your world, would mean that a part of creation has slipped from the Father's control. And I can assure you that to believe that is to not know the Father.
Why then did you once spoke of eternal fire and gnashing of teeth?
If speaking in parables you don't understand me, then how can I teach you the mysteries of the kingdom? Truly, truly I tell you that he who bets heavily and is wrong will feel his teeth grinding.
Is life a gamble?
You said it, Jason. A bet on love. It's the only good at stake from birth. What worries you?
According to this, what can we think of those who have never loved?
There are no such.
What about the bloodthirsty, the tyrants?
They love in their own way too. When they cross over, they'll get a real scare.
I don't understand.
They will realize that, when they leave this world, no one will ask them about their crimes, wealth, power, or beauty. They themselves, and only them, will realize that the only valid measure on the other side is that of love. If you have not loved here, in your time, you alone will feel responsible.
And what will happen to those of us who have not known how to love?
You mean, with those you have not wanted to love? Those, my friend, will be the most scammed and, consequently, the last in my Father's kingdom.
So your God is a God of love.
You are God.
Me, Lord?
Truly, I tell you that all those born bear the seal of divinity.
But you haven't answered my question. Is God a God of love?
If it weren't like that, it wouldn't be God.
In that case, should we exclude any type of punishment or reward from his mind?
It is our own injustice that is revealed against ourselves.
I am beginning to sense, Master, that your mission is very simple. Am I wrong if I tell you that your whole job is to leave a message?
You couldn't sum it up better.
You know my heart is hard. Could you repeat that message to me?
Tell your world that the Son of Man has only come to transmit the will of the Father, that you are his children.
We already know that.
Are you sure? Tell me, Jason, what does it mean to you to be a child of God?
I felt trapped again. Honestly, I didn't have a valid answer. I wasn't even sure of the existence of that God.
I'll tell you. Having been created by the Father is the maximum manifestation of love. Everything has been given to you without asking for anything in return. I have been commissioned to remind you. That's my message.
Let me think. So no matter what we do, we're condemned to be happy?
It's a matter of time. The necessary for the world to understand and put into practice that the only means for this is love.
I had to think very carefully about my next question. In those moments, the presence of Lazarus could constitute a certain problem. If your presence in the world obeys a reason as elementary as that of depositing a message for all humanity, don't you think that your church is superfluous?
My church? I have not had, nor do I have the slightest intention of founding a church, as you seem to understand it.
But you have said that the word of the Father must be extended to the ends of the earth.
And truly I tell you that it will be so. But that does not mean conditioning or bending my message to the will of power or human laws. It is not possible for a man to ride 2 horses or shoot 2 bows, and it is not possible for a servant to serve 2 masters. He will honor one and offend the other. No one who drinks old wine immediately wants to drink new wine. New wine is not poured into old wineskins, lest they be torn, nor is old wine transferred into new wineskins, lest it be spoiled. Nor do you sew an old patch to a new garment, because it would cause a tear. In the same way, I tell you, my message only needs sincere hearts to transmit it, not of palaces or false dignities and purples that shelter it.
You know, it won't be like that.
Woe to those who put their permanence before my will.
And what is your will?
May men love each other as I have loved them. That's all.
You're right. For that, we don't need to set up new bureaucracies, codes, or leadership. However, many of the men in my world would like to ask you a question.
Go ahead.
Could we get to God without going through the church?
Do you need that church to look into your heart? Long before the tribe of Levi existed, Brother Jason, long before man was able to stand on his own, my Father had sown beauty and wisdom on the earth. Who comes first, therefore, God or that church?
Many priests in my world consider that church holy.
Holy is my Father. You will be holy the day you love.
So, and I beg you to forgive me for what I'm about to tell you, that church is superfluous.
Love does not need temples or legions. A man draws good or evil from his own heart. I have given you only one commandment, and you know what it is. The day my disciples make all humanity know that the Father exists, their mission will be completed.
It's curious that Father seems to be in no hurry.
Truly, I tell you that he knows that he will end up triumphing. The man suffers from blindness, but I have come to open their eyes. Other beings have already discovered that it is more profitable to live in love.
So what's happening to us? Why can't we find that peace?
I have said that I will vomit the lukewarm from my mouth, but do not try to consume your brothers in laziness or haste. Let each spirit find its own way. Him himself, in the end, will be his own judge and defender.
So that whole final judgment thing...
Why are you so worried about the end, if you don't even know the beginning? I have already told you that a surprise awaits you on the other side.
I have the impression that you would be excessively liberal for the churches of my world.
God is so liberal, as you say, that he even allows you to make mistakes. Woe to those who take on the role of Savior, responding to error with error and evil with evil. Woe to those who monopolize God.
God, you're always talking about God. Could you explain to me who or what it is?
I doubt there is a wall, heart, or distance that could not be reached by such a force. Can you explain to these where you come from and how? Can a man capture colors in his hands? Can a child keep the ocean between the folds of your robe? Can the doctors of the law change the course of the stars? Who has the power to restore the fragrance to the flower that has been trampled by the ox? Don't ask me to tell you about God. Feel it. That's enough.
Am I right if I tell you that I feel it as a energy?
You're doing great.
And what is underneath that energy?
There is no under nor beneath. Love, that is, the Father, is everything.
Why is love so important?
It's the ship's sail.
Let me insist, what is love?
To give.
To give, but what?
To give. From a look to your life.
What can we who are anguished give?
The anguish.
To whom?
To the person who loves you.
What if you don't have anyone?
That's impossible. Even those who don't know you can love you.
And what about your enemies? Should you love them too?
Especially those. He who loves those who love him has already received his reward.
The conversation would continue well into the early hours of the morning. Now I know that my skepticism towards that man had begun to crack. 4 hours later at dawn, Eliseo woke me up. The day before, the Master had given precise orders to his disciples to leave early for Jerusalem. Around 7 o'clock, 2 hours before the third, I went to the house of Simon the leper. Jesus and the 12 were gathered in the garden. This time, the rabbi's instructions were much more concise. No ostentation and public demonstrations. The apostles, except for the Alphaeus twins, had not recovered from the experience of the previous day. They remained mute, as if abstracted. To be honest, no one knew Jesus' intentions, and him, on the other hand, was not excessively explicit either. Going to the holy city at that time was a box of surprises. The Sanhedrin was still lurking, and Galileo's intimates did not know what fate could have in store for them. Around 8 in the morning we set out. Jesus, as always, led the way. As we ascended the slope of Olivet, I tried to persuade the disciples. How different that walk was. The joy and enthusiasm of the previous Sunday had been transformed into fear, expectation, and confusion. There was a common thought among those men. What should they do? Continue with the Master or give up and retire? But none of them had enough courage to confront Jesus and express their concerns. At around 9 o'clock, the group entered Jerusalem. Judging by the movement of pedestrians, the number of pilgrims had increased considerably. The Master, without wasting time, headed towards the temple. The proximity of Passover kept the esplanade of the Gentiles in full boiling. The booths and stalls appeared much busier than on Sunday afternoon. Hundreds of Jews from all social classes were busy buying or exchanging their coins, thus preparing for the obligatory offerings for the payment of tribute to the treasury of the sanctuary, or simply arranging for the election of a blameless victim for the Passover meal. Gradually, due to the abuse of the priests, the common people had ended up going to those middlemen, buying their lambs and poultry there. The cunning and greed of those temple servants had reached such extremes that any animal purchased outside of that enclosure could be rejected for technical reasons. In other words, those in charge of the sacrifices, who had the obligation to previously examine each of the victims, could reject a lamb or a pair of turtle doves simply because they considered that the color of the animal was not appropriate. This represented public shame and, what was worse, having to acquire a new victim. To be on the safe side, the Hebrews came to this market, thus obtaining animals that were totally guaranteed. As I noted previously, this trick was always accompanied by an overcharge that was as dishonest as it was ruinous for the most humble families. To make matters worse, the tax or tribute that each Hebrew had to pay to the temple had been fixed in a common currency, the shekel, a piece the size of 10 cents but twice as thick. A month before the Passover, the official changers set up their tables in the different cities of Palestine, thus supplying the pilgrims with the money necessary for this task. It goes without saying that in each operation, these bankers kept a commission, which ranged between 5 and 15% of the value of what was exchanged. If the currency exchange was higher, these usurers could get a double commission. Finally, when the festival was imminent, the changers headed to Jerusalem, establishing their headquarters in the aforementioned esplanade of the Gentiles. This business had been bringing great benefits to the true owners of the livestock, the exchange tables, and the multitude of ingredients and equipment that had to be used in the Passover sacrifice. Those owners, as I said, were none other than the priests and most especially the sons of Annas. Jesus knew this situation, and so did the rest of the people. But the power and tyranny of these individuals was such that no one dared to raise their voice against this desecration of the house of God. In this atmosphere, between shouts, discussions, haggling, and the incessant coming and going of hundreds of Hebrews, the Nazarene, as was his custom, prepared himself that morning of Monday, April 3rd, to address his word to the numerous believers and followers who had been gathering near the vendors' stalls. The master began his preaching, but soon his powerful voice was drowned out by two events that were going to precipitate events. At one of the exchange tables, very close to the steps on which the rabbi had sat, a Jew from Alexandria began to argue heatedly with the person responsible for the exchange. The pilgrim rightly protested the abusive commission that the changer intended to charge him. Things escalated and people gathered around the vociferous Hebrews. As if that tumult were not enough, at that moment a herd of oxen burst onto the esplanade, just over 100, and were led through the atrium to the corrals located in the north wing next to the probatic gate. Those animals, property of the temple, were destined to be burned in the upcoming sacrifices and consequently were usually locked up in stables attached to the atrium of the Gentiles. Jesus, in view of those roars and the increasingly exalted behavior of the changer, the Jew and those who supported him, chose to pause and wait. His disciples remained withdrawn about 15 or 20 steps away and in silence. But that violent situation, far from subsiding, grew worse. The tight crowd made it almost impossible for the young shepherd to gain control of the oxen, which had been scattered among the tables. In that moment, while the Nazarene waited impassively, a third event came to cause the final spark. Among the Jews who wanted to hear Jesus was a Galilean, an old friend of the Master. I later learned that he had met with the rabbi during his stay in Iron. This humble farmer had begun to be harassed by a group of pilgrims from Judea. Between shoves and elbows, the conceited individuals mocked him for his gullibility. When the giant noticed this last scene, to the astonishment of his disciples and all of us who were present, he dropped his cloak and, letting it fall on the steps, went out to meet the shepherd, snatching the rope whip from him. With unprecedented confidence, the Galileo gathered the bulls, leading them out of the temple amidst loud shouts and sharp, powerful whip blows on the paved esplanade. When the crowd saw the master leading the cattle, they were electrified. But that was not all. Once the cleansing operation was completed, Jesus of Nazareth, in silence, majestically made his way through the crowd, heading with long strides and with the whip in his left hand towards the corrals located on the other side of the atrium of the Gentiles at the foot of the Antonia fortress. That was new to me, and I ran after him. Upon reaching the stables, the master, with a coldness that left me speechless, opened, one after another, all the gates, encouraging the oxen, goats, and lambs to come out their enclosures. In an instant, hundreds of animals burst into the atrium, and the rabbi, with the same determination and skill with which he had led the first herd out of the temple, directed those frightened animals in the direction of the tables and sales stalls of the changers and middlemen. As expected, the stampede caused panic among the Hebrews who, in their hasty flight towards the exit porticos, knocked down countless stalls. The oxen, for their part, ended up trampling the goods, spilling numerous jugs of oil and salt. The confusion was taken advantage of by a large group of pilgrims who retaliated by overturning the few tables that were still standing. In a matter of minutes, that business had been materially wiped out, with the consequent rejoicing of the thousands of Jews who hated this permanent desecration. By the time the Roman soldiers appeared, everything seemed calm and silent. Jesus of Nazareth, who had not touched a single Hebrew with the whip, nor had he knocked over a table, I can attest to this, since I remained very close to the master, then returned to the top of the stairs and, addressing the crowd, shout,
You have witnessed this day what is written in the Scriptures. My house will be called a house of prayer for all nations, but you have made it a den of thieves.
My surprise reached its maximum when, before the rabbi concluded his words, a crowd of young Jews stood out from the crowd, applauding Jesus and singing hymns of gratitude for the audacity and courage of the Galileo. That event, of course, had nothing to do with what is told in the Gospels and in which, incidentally, the Messiah appears as a wrathful individual, capable of hitting and whipping people. As I have already mentioned, Jesus had preached many other times on that same temple esplanade and had never behaved in that way. He knew perfectly well the trading and theft that took place daily in the court of the Gentiles, and however, he never protested violently against such a situation. If on that Monday morning it caused the cattle stampede, it was, in my opinion, as a consequence of a very specific and unsustainable situation. Those in charge of the temple were obviously the ones who couldn't be missed. When the priests learned of the incident, they rushed to where Jesus was, questioning him sternly.
Have you not heard what the sons of the Levites say?
Praise is perfected in the mouths of children and infants.
The young people then increased their singing and applause, forcing the Pharisees to leave the place. From that moment on, groups of pilgrims stood at the entrance doors to the temple, preventing the exchange of coins and normal sales by the intermediary from being restored. The young people did not even allow a single vessel to be transported across the esplanade. Perhaps the saddest and most heartbreaking thing about that event was the attitude of the 12. During their master's fiery intervention, the group remained little more than huddled in a corner, without raising a hand to help or protect Jesus. This new and surprising action by the Galileo had plunged them into total confusion. But if the confusion of Christ's disciples was notable, that of the heads of the temple, scribes, and Pharisees was no less. That had been the straw that broke their patience. Taking advantage of the fact that Joseph of Arimathea, Nicodemus, and other friends of Jesus were not present, the Sanhedrin held an emergency meeting analyzing the situation. The impostor had to be stopped without loss of time. But how and where? The scribes and the rest of the priests realized that the crowd was on Galileo's side. There was, in addition, another factor that they could not lose sight of: the presence of the Roman procurator Pontius Pilate in Jerusalem. If the arrest of Jesus materialized in daylight and in sight of the thousands of pilgrims arriving from all corners of Palestine and abroad, the capture could give rise to a general revolt. That would have surely meant violent repression by the Roman forces quartered in the Antonia Tower and in the temporary camps set up by the soldiers in the northwest area of the city, in the vicinity of the Bezada pools. What could they do then? For hours, the members of the Sanhedrin argued over the ideal formula to capture Jesus. But in the end, they did not reach an agreement. The only valid resolution was to create 5 groups of experts, especially scribes and Pharisees, who would follow in the footsteps of Galileo and try to confuse and ridicule him in public, thus decimating his prestige and influence among simple people. Following this slogan, around 2 in the afternoon, one of these groups made their way to the place where Jesus had continued his talk. And with their characteristic style, proud and authoritarian, they asked the master,
"With what authority do you do these things? Who has given you such authority?"
They knew that the Nazarene had not gone through the obligatory rabbinical schools, and that, therefore, his teachings and the title of rabbi that many attributed to him were not correct from the strictest legal and juridical purity. But Jesus, with that brilliance of reflections that characterized him, answered them with another question.
I would also like to ask you another question. If you answer me, I will also tell you by what authority I perform these works. Tell me, John's baptism, where did it come from? Did John obtain this authority from heaven or from men?
The scribes and Pharisees formed a circle among themselves and began to deliberate in low voices, while Jesus and the crowd waited in silence. They had tried to corner Galileo, and now they were the ones who found themselves in an embarrassing situation. Finally, turning to Jesus, they replied,
"Regarding John's baptism, we cannot answer. We don't know."
The reason for that refusal was very clear. If they claimed that from heaven Jesus could answer them, why didn't you believe him then? Furthermore, in this case, the master could have added that his authority came from John. If, on the other hand, the scribes answered that of men, that crowd, which had considered John a prophet, could attack the priests. Christ's strategy once again had been brilliant and resounding. And the rabbi, looking at them intently, added,
"Well, I won't tell you by what authority I do these things either."
The Hebrews burst into loud laughter at the impudence of the highest teachers of Israel. Red with anger and shame, Jesus then looked towards those who had tried to lose him and said to them,
"Since you are in doubt about the mission of John and at enmity with the teaching and actions of the Son of Man, pay attention while I tell you a parable. A certain great and respected landowner had 2 sons. Wanting help in managing his lands, he went to one of them and said, 'Son, go work in my vineyard today.' And this son, without thinking, answered his father, 'I'm not going.' But then he repented and went. When the father found the second, he said to him, 'Son, go work in my vineyard.' And this son, hypocritical and disloyal, said to him, 'Yes, father, I'll go.' But when his father had left, he did not go. Let me ask you, which of these sons really did their father's will?"
The people, as one man answered, "The first child." Jesus then replied, looking at the priests,
"Well, thus, I declare that the tavern keepers and prostitutes, although they seem to refuse the call to repent, will see the error of their ways, and will enter the kingdom of God before you, who make great claims to serve the Father in heaven, but who reject the works of the Father. It was not you, scribes and Pharisees, who believed in John, but the innkeepers and sinners. You don't believe in my teachings either, but simple people listen to my words gladly."
That second public ridicule forced the scribes and Pharisees to turn around and enter the sanctuary, and the Master continued preaching in peace, delighting the crowd. From Joseph of Arimathea, we learned that the anger of the priests had reached such a paroxysm that the Levites almost surrounded Jesus that same morning, proceeding to capture him. But the entry into play of the Sadducees, who constituted the majority in the Sanhedrin, once again delayed the plans of the enemies of Christ. This priestly caste had poorly accommodated the dismantling of the changers and intermediaries and, for the first time, supported the plans of the Pharisees and scribes to eliminate Jesus. That meant an absolute majority when it came to deciding and condemning the Rabbi of Galilee. Meanwhile, Jesus had developed a second parable, that of the rich landowner who went so far as to send his own son to convince the rebellious workers in his vineyard to hand over their rent to him, asking the audience what the owner of the vineyard should do with those evil tenants.
"Destroy those miserable men and rent their vineyard to other honest farmers who will give them their fruits in every season."
Many of those present understood the meaning of Jesus' parable and said out loud,
"God forgive those who continue doing these things."
But some Pharisees did not give up and returned to the place where Jesus preached. The Master, seeing them, said to them,
"You know how your brothers rejected the prophets, and you know well that you are determined to reject the Son of Man. Did you never read in the Scripture about the stone that the builders rejected, and that when the people discovered it, they made it the cornerstone? Once again I will tell you, if you continue to reject the gospel, the kingdom of God will be taken away from you and given to other people, eager to receive good news and carry forward the fruits of the Spirit. I tell you that there is a mystery about that stone. Whoever falls on it, even if he is broken to pieces, will be saved. But on whomever this cornerstone falls, he will be ground to dust, and his ashes will be scattered to the four winds."
On this occasion, the scribes and chiefs did not even attempt to reply, and the Master continued his teachings, telling a third parable, that of the wedding feast. When he had finished, Jesus stood up and prepared to dismiss the crowd. At that moment, one of the believers raised his voice and questioned the rabbi.
"But Master, how will we know these things? What sign will you give us by which we will know that you are the Son of God?"
There was a new thick silence. The Pharisees pricked up their ears, and when they considered that the impostor had fallen into his own trap, The Galileo, with a sonorous voice and pointing with his left index finger towards his own chest, stated,
"Destroy this temple, and in 3 days I will raise it."
Jesus finished his talk and descended the stairs, inviting the disciples to follow him. The crowd began to disperse, immersed in a multitude of comments. Evidently, from what I could hear, they had not understood the true meaning of that last and lapidary phrase of Christ. "This temple has been under construction for almost 50 years, they said to each other, and he still says that he will destroy it and raise it in 3 days? Of course, his apostles did not understand the rabbi's intention either. Only later, long after his resurrection, did light come into their hearts. Around 4 in the afternoon, the group left Jerusalem again, heading to Bethany. As we ascended the western slope of the Mount of Olives, thus making the path to the village of Lazarus shorter, Jesus gave instructions to Andrew, Thomas, and Philip that, starting the next day, Tuesday, the disciples should prepare a camp in the outskirts of the holy city. That meant that the Nazarene intended to establish his usual resting place on the outskirts of Jerusalem. But why? What did fate have in store for us on those 2 days, Tuesday and Wednesday, so little known about the Master's activities? The unexpected decision of Jesus, not foreseen logically in our work program, since the canonical and apocryphal evangelical texts do not mention this camp, was going to precipitate my return to the module, established by Trojan horse for the sunset on Tuesday, April 4th. A few hours later, precisely at dusk on that Tuesday, and in view of what happened, I began to understand why the Rabbi of Galilee had given that order. For the second time, as we walked towards Bethany, I had the opportunity to see how almost all of Jesus' 12 trusted men had not understood the message or the intentions of the Nazarene. Their comments and above all their silences reflected deep confusion. The majestic action of their master throughout that Monday morning, ruining the sacrilegious trade of the money changers and middlemen of the temple, had restored their hope in a powerful Jesus, capable of establishing an earthly and political kingdom in Israel. But when the afternoon arrived, the rejection by the Jewish priests of their teachings caused them to fall again into uncertainty. Those men sensed something. Despite their low cultural level, the permanent contact with the tense reality of those days, and the repeated warnings of Jesus of Nazareth about his imminent end made them sense a catastrophe. Stiffened by fear and doubt, the disciples headed to their respective resting places, although, as I found out the next morning, very few managed to fall asleep. And that night of Monday, April 3rd, of the year 30, after temporarily saying goodbye to Lazarus and his family, I boarded the cradle, beginning the preparations for the second phase of the exploration, without a doubt the most tragic and exciting of all that any man has undertaken. The darkness was total when I began the ascent of Olivet along its eastern face. I had already warned Eliseo of my imminent return to the module as a consequence of the change of plans by the Master of Galilee. I was tempted to get a torch in order to walk more safely along the path that ran between the olive groves, but an elementary sense of prudence made me give up. The echo of the micro-transmitter installed in the buckle of my cloak clearly reached the cradle. That calmed me down. My objective at that time was to reach the upper level of the Olives Mountain, located to the right of the path. Once the stony clearing where the module was located, Eliseo would be in charge of guiding me through the auditory connection. An hour before, when we were returning to Bethany, I had tried to stay behind, tying in one of the branches of an olive tree right at the summit of Olivet, the small white cloth that I used to dry the sweat, and that, like the rest of the Hebrews, wore it permanently wrapped around the right wrist. As I presumed, and with the consequent respite on my part, I did not come across a single walker. Seeing the fabric, fluttering gently in the wind, I quickened my pace, and after removing it from the wild olive tree, I abandoned the path, entering the undergrowth heading north. To my left in the distance could be seen the flickering yellow lights of Jerusalem. A crescent moon appeared at intervals between the compact bands of cloud, considerably facilitating my approach to the ship. A few minutes later, I looked out over the clearing, locating the soft, rocky promontory on which the module must have been perched. Eliseo, in permanent connection, had been supervising my steps, correcting some of my inevitable deviations in course through the radar screen. Upon entering the security zone of the module, About 150 feet from the point of contact, my companion announced to me that he was proceeding to partially disconnect the infrared shielding in order to make the support feet of the cradle visible, thus making my entry into the ship faster. Suddenly, in the middle of the darkness and as if nailed to the rocks, 4 long tubes appeared, pointing like bluish ghosts towards the immensity of the sky. Simultaneously and with a soft puff, the hydraulic system lowered the aluminum ladder. Without loss of time, I entered between the landing gear of the cradle, climbing inside the module. I suppose if someone could have seen me at that time, ascending a ladder that apparently led nowhere, and progressively disappearing, first the head, shoulders and arms, and then the rest of the trunk, belly, legs, etc. The shock would have been considerable, perhaps believing that he had witnessed a divine vision. My meeting with Eliseo was especially intense and emotional. Once in the cradle, my partner shielded the support gear again, and after verifying that everything was still calm around the ship, we prepared to review and execute the second phase of the operation. My entry into the module had been recorded at 8:05 p.m. That meant I had about 9 hours before joining Jesus Group, scheduled, according to Trojan Horse, for 6:30 a.m. the next day, Tuesday, April 4th. After washing myself and changing my clothes, but not my shoes, Eliseo gave me what, familiarly, we knew as the rod of Moses, the only equipment authorized outside the cradle, and that was going to play a fundamental role in my next exploration, especially after the arrest of the Nazarene on the night of Thursday, April 6th. Obviously, on a journey of that nature, General Curtis's men had planned, at least for the hours of maximum tension, the filming of the main events, the night of the so-called Holy Thursday, Friday and Sunday of Resurrection. In addition to the aforementioned filming, Trojan Horse had special interest in the exhaustive monitoring, minute by minute, of the torture that the Nazarene was going to suffer, as well as his hours on the cross. The monitoring would be maintained from a double perspective. On one hand, my own personal testimony, and on the other, undoubtedly more important, through a sophisticated technical equipment, capable of filming and checking from a strictly medical angle at the same time. Naturally, these delicate operations could not be carried out openly. This would have gone against the basic principles of the project. It was impossible, therefore, for me to have carried a film camera or the complex devices for tracking the vital signs of Jesus of Nazareth. And since naturally it was not possible to implant cables or electronic devices in the body of the Master of Galilee that would allow us to control his organic functions, arterial and cardiac rhythms, etc., Trojan Horse designed and manufactured a complex system carefully camouflaged in what we called the Rod of Moses. This device, which I will detail progressively, consisted of a simple staff of fir wood measuring 5 feet 9 inches in length by 1.2 inches in diameter, with the corresponding upper finial in the shape of an arch. For any observer, oblivious to our intentions, it should not be of greater interest than any ordinary stick, such as those usually used by walkers and pilgrims. Inside, however, a very delicate piece of equipment had been arranged. At 5 feet 2 inches, always rotating from the base of the cane, there were 4 channels of simultaneous filming, with the objectives distributed in a cross pattern, so that everything happening in 360 degrees of our environment could be filmed at the same time. The 4 filming mouths, each 15 millimeters in diameter, had been concealed by a 1.2 inches wide ring formed by semi-reflective glass, so that it only allowed vision from the inside out. This type of clamp, exquisitely crafted by our technicians, so that it looked like a simple band of black paint on the white wood, had been reinforced and decorated with 2 rows of copper nails that held it firmly. These nails with wide heads had been worked according to the very ancient techniques of the metallurgical industry discovered by Nelson Glueck in the Arabah Valley, south of the Dead Sea, and in Esyon Geber, the legendary seaport of Solomon in the Red Sea. To avoid hypothetical problems, Curtis's men had followed to the letter the rules of the Mishnah, or Jewish oral tradition, which in its 6th order, dedicated to the prescriptions on purities and impurities, specifies that a cane can be susceptible to impurity if it has been adorned with 3 rows of nails. One of these nails, of a more intense greenish color than the rest, and slightly separated from the surface of the staff, could be pressed manually, thus starting, automatically, simultaneous filming. A new pressure was enough for the nail to return to its initial position, interrupting the recording. Also on the occasion of the Great Journey, Trojan Horse dispensed with the lenses commonly used in film cameras, installing in the cinema mouths a revolutionary system that, I am sure, will one day prevail in current photographic technique. Given the extreme miniaturization of the systems, it was very difficult to change lenses on the cameras, which would have allowed different shots to be taken. Using an extremely complex technique, glass lenses were replaced by what we could call gaseous lenses, capable of being transformed, without the need to change lenses, into wide-angle lenses, telephoto lenses, close-up lenses, etc. As I say, this gaseous lens device was going to be extremely useful. Throughout the intense and dramatic Thursday and Friday, the instant change from a wide angle to a telephoto lens, for example, would allow me to film extremely important details, especially during the hours that the crucifixion lasted. Although I prefer to refer to it later, the filming process was closely linked to another medical exploration system, infrared emission, also arranged in the Rod of Moses, although in a mechanism housed in the upper area of the staff, 5 feet 6 inches from the base. Both the filming and infrared equipment, as well as other ultrasound equipment, were supported by the aforementioned nuclear microcomputer strategically enclosed at the base of the rod. Its complexity was such that, in addition to the functions of automatic filming control, film accumulation, capable of 150 hours of filming, regulation of emissions, reception and processing of ultrasonic waves and infrared radiation, translating them into images and sounds, feeder of the ultra-frequency generators, etc. Its titanium memory even enabled it to control at every moment even the turbulence movements in each of the points of the 4 gaseous film chambers, correcting them and achieving perfect stability optics. April 4th, Tuesday. At 5:42 a.m. that Tuesday with dawn, I descended from the module, beginning the journey back to Bethany. The sky had regained its beautiful azure blue, and the temperature, although slightly lower than in previous days, the cradle registered 11 degrees Celsius at the time of my farewell to Eliseo, was bearable. That brief period in the module, in addition to allowing me a short but deep rest and a complete wash, had served to satisfy a small whim, intensely longed for in those first 5 days of exploration, being able to have breakfast the old way, although in such a special case perhaps I should say in the future, as was customary in the United States. So under the amused gaze of my companion, I myself prepared the scrambled eggs, the bacon, the buttered toast, and 2 generous cups of steaming coffee. And with the spirit ready, I took my new and inseparable companion, the Rod of Moses, keeping in the rubber bag a tiny microphone, the contact lenses, Crotallos, 2 emeralds, a colored rope, and the letter from a supposed friend from Thessaloniki. All of this, as we will see, is of utmost importance for the development of my mission. As I approached Bethany, following the same path I had taken the night before on my way back to the cradle, a growing curiosity took hold of me. What would fate have in store for me on those 2 days, Tuesday and Wednesday, that are barely talked about in the evangelical chronicles? What would Jesus of Nazareth do during the hours preceding his arrest? That concern made me quicken my pace. When I was near the road that leads from Jerusalem to Jericho, and which passed through Bethany, a thick bush caught my attention. These were beautiful clusters of sedges, of the sultan species, very prized by Jewish women. I knew that the Hebrew women liked to decorate their hair with bunches of these fragrant flowers, also extracting from their small ovoid tubers, somewhat smaller than hazelnuts, a kind of refreshing liquor, with a flavor very similar to horchata. Happy with my discovery, I plucked a copious bouquet and continued walking. Upon arriving at the village, the familiar noise of grinding grain alerted me. The inhabitants of Bethany had been busy with their chores for a long time, and presumably the Master of Galilee, a consummate early riser, had already started his day. I had no time to waste. Upon entering Lazarus' house, the family greeted me with lively displays of joy, offering me the traditional kiss on the cheek. Martha, especially, seemed much more nervous and happy than the rest about my new visit, but her embarrassment reached its limit when, unexpectedly, I placed the bunch of sedges in her hands. Her deep black eyes locked onto mine, And immediately, in one of her peculiar outbursts, she separated from the group, running and taking refuge in one of the rooms in the central patio. Mary and Lazarus could not contain their laughter. But my thoughts were focused on Jesus, and I immediately questioned Lazarus about the Master's whereabouts. That interest of mine in Galileo must have filled him with satisfaction, and in response to my request, he offered to accompany me to the mansion of Simon the leper. Due to the position of the sun, it must have been 7 in the morning when, after crossing the garden, I rejoined the group of disciples who were conversing with the rabbi at the foot of the stairs where I had had my first conversation with the Master. Prudently, I remained at the back of the large meeting, observing that, in addition to the 12 trusted men, there were a dozen women present, also chosen by Jesus at the beginning of his ministry, as well as 20 or 25 disciples, all of them very close friends of the Galileo, as well as the owner of the house, the elderly Simon. From the tone of his voice, deeper than usual, I understood that this meeting held a very special meaning. I was not wrong. Jesus, before the astonished eyes of his friends, was saying goodbye to them. At that moment, I surreptitiously pressed the copper nail, activating simultaneous filming. Nobody noticed the maneuver. However, and I think I must record it in honor of the truth, at the moment I started the recording, the giant, who had his back turned and talking to the group of women, suddenly turned his head, first fixing his gaze on me, and immediately afterwards on the staff that I held with my right hand. A surge of blood rose from my belly. But the Master, in a matter of seconds, ended up breaking into a broad smile, to which I think I responded, although I'm not really sure. For a moment I thought everything was falling apart. The apostles and disciples, who followed each and every one of the Master's movements, associated that look and the immediate smile with my presence, granting it no more significance than that of a warm greeting towards a Gentile who had been demonstrating an open and sincere interest in the doctrine of the rabbi. Immediately afterwards, Jesus addressed his 12 intimates, dedicating warm farewell words to each of them. And he began with Andrew, the true person in charge and head of the group of the apostles. In one of his favorite gestures, he placed his hands on the shoulders of Peter's brother, saying,
"Do not be discouraged by the events that are about to come. Keep your hand strong among your brothers, and take care that they do not see you fall into discouragement."
Then turning to Peter, he exclaimed,
"Do not put your trust in the arm of flesh, nor in metal weapons. Base your person on the spiritual foundations of the eternal rocks."
Those phrases left me perplexed. Almost unconsciously, I associated the words of Jesus with those others, spoken by the evangelist Matthew in his chapter 16, in which, after Peter's confession about the divine origin of the Master, he literally states, "Blessed are you, Simon Bar-Jonah, and I say to you that you are Peter, and on this rock I will build my church." When studying the canonical Gospels during my preparation for Operation Trojan Horse, I had detected a fact, repeated in different passages, that caused me a certain confusion. Some of the Nazarene's speeches or events related to his birth and public life were only recorded by one of the evangelists, while the other 3 were not aware of them. This was the case of the aforementioned paragraph from St. Matthew that supports the belief among Catholics that Jesus of Nazareth wanted to found a church, as we understand it today. And from the first moment, a doubt arose in me. How was it possible that such a decisive statement by Jesus was not equally recorded by Mark, Luke, and John? Did the Master of Galilee never utter those words about Peter and the church? Could this part of the so-called Peter's confession have been deficient information on the part of the evangelist? Or was I facing a manipulation long after the death of Christ, when the rabbi's teachings had begun to be channeled into collegial and bureaucratic structures that required justification at the highest level of their own existence? The events that I was going to have the opportunity to witness in the afternoon and evening of that same Tuesday, April 4th, would confirm my suspicions about the terrible reception by the apostles of many of the things he did, and that above all, Jesus said. And although I will never deny the possibility that the Galileo could have pronounced those words about Peter and his church, when listening to that personal farewell of the Master to Peter in the garden of Simon the leper, my doubt about a possible confusion on the part of St. Matthew grew significantly. Peter, upon hearing those emotional words, and in a reflex movement that betrayed him, tried to hide with his robe the hilt of the sword that he hid between his tunic and sash. But Jesus, pretending not to have seen this gesture, stood in front of James, saying,
"Don't be discouraged by outward appearances. Remain firm in your faith, and you will soon know the truth of what you believe."
He continued with Nathanael, and in the same tone of sweetness stated,
"Don't judge by appearances. Live your faith when everything seems to fade. Be faithful to your mission as ambassador of the kingdom."
To the imperturbable Philip, the practical man of the group, he said goodbye with these words,
"Do not be overwhelmed by the events that are going to occur. Remain calm, even when you can't see the road. Be loyal to your vow of consecration."
He then spoke to Matthew like this,
"Do not forget the grace you received from the kingdom. Don't allow anyone to cheat you out of your eternal reward. Just as you have resisted your mortal inclinations, desire to remain resolute."
As for Thomas, his farewell was like this,
"No matter how difficult it may be, now you must walk by faith and not by sight. Do not doubt that I can finish the work I have started."
Those words to Thomas, the great skeptic, were especially prophetic. He spoke to the twins like this,
"Don't let what you can't understand crush you. Be true to the affections of your hearts, and do not put your faith in great men or in the changing attitude of people. Remain among your brothers."
Then arriving in front of Simon the Zealot, the most politicized disciple, he continued,
"Simon, you may be overwhelmed by confusion, but your spirit will rise above all those who go against you. What you have not known how to learn from me, my Spirit will teach you. Seek the true realities of the Spirit and stop being attracted to unreal and material shadows."
The penultimate apostle was the young John. The Master took his hands in his, saying,
"Be gentle, love even your enemies, be tolerant, and remember that I have believed in you."
John, with moist eyes, held Jesus' hands while exclaiming in a low voice,
"But Lord, are you leaving?"
Judging by the expressions on their faces, I'm sure they had all asked themselves that same question. However, their spirits were so battered and confused that none, except the sincere and brave John, dared to express it aloud. Finally, the Master approached the lanky Judas Iscariot. From the first moment, the complex and tormented personality of that man had attracted me in a special way. To the best of my ability, I tried not to lose sight of him, and I can already say that the motivations that pushed him to betray Jesus were not, as implied in the Gospels, money. For a man like him, consideration of others and personal pride were far above greed.
"Judas, I have loved you, and I have prayed that you love your brothers. Don't feel tired of doing good. I warn you to be careful with the slippery paths of flattery and the poisonous darts of ridicule."
Jesus evidently knew very well the character of the traitor. When he had finished saying goodbye, the Master, with a certain shadow of sadness on his face, took Lazarus by the arm and walked away from the group, entering the garden. Only after his death, when there were just a few hours left before my return to the module, Martha would confess to me what had been the topic of that private conversation between Jesus of Nazareth and her brother. Jesus quickly recovered his usual good humor, and after ordering the disciples to set up camp that same morning at the Mount of Olives, he asked Peter, Andrew, John, and James to go ahead with him to Jerusalem. My choice offered no doubt, and in the company of a small group of disciples, I followed in the footsteps of those 5 men. As was customary, the Nazarene, with enviable physical fitness, covered the steep eastern slope of the Mount of Olives in just over half an hour. When we finally reached the top, Jesus and the apostles, far from stopping to rest, were already moving away down the hill toward the dry torrent of the Kidron. But contrary to what I imagined, the Master did not seem to be in an excessive hurry to enter the holy city, and he stopped on the aforementioned western slope of Olivet on an esplanade crowded with dozens of shops, most of them occupied by pilgrims from Galilee, as well as by wool merchants and sellers of animals for ritual sacrifices. From what I was able to verify, some of those families knew Galileo long ago and asked him to sit next to them. The master gladly accepted, caressing the children and appearing delighted when one of the Hebrew women presented him with a clay bowl of freshly milked goat's milk, as he said. Immediately, another woman placed on the straw mat on which the rabbi had sat a wooden tray with a handful of dates and a kind of yellowish-white cake that, according to one of my companions, was known by the name of fig bread. Smiling, the Nazarene removed with his left hand the numerous flies that were trying to land on the milk, and taking the container with both hands, he brought it to his mouth, drinking slowly and pleasantly. Shortly afterwards, after saying goodbye to his hosts, he made 2 more visits. Around the 3rd hour, 9 in the morning, the group continued on its way towards Jerusalem. It was then that Peter and James, who had been engaged in a controversy for several days about their master's teachings regarding the forgiveness of sins, decided to clear up their doubts. And Peter spoke.
Master James and I don't agree regarding your teachings on the redemption of sin. James affirms that you teach that the Father forgives us, even before we ask Him. I maintain that repentance and confession must come before forgiveness. Which of the two is right?
Somewhat surprised by the question, Jesus stopped in front of the eastern wall of the temple, and looking intensely at the 4, he answered,
My brothers, you err in your opinions, because you don't understand the nature of the intimate and loving relationships between the creature and the Creator, between men and God. You fail to know the understanding sympathy that wise parents have for their immature and sometimes mistaken children. It is truly doubtful that an intelligent and loving father will ever forgive a normal child. Relationships of understanding, associated with love, effectively prevent those disagreements that later require readjustment and repentance for the child, with forgiveness on the part of the father. I tell you that a part of each father lives in the son, and the father enjoys priority and superiority of understanding in all matters related to his child. The father can see the son's immaturity through his own maturity, the older man's more mature experience. Well, with small children, the Heavenly Father has infinite and divine sympathy and loving understanding. Divine forgiveness, therefore, is inevitable. It is inherent and inalienable to God's infinite understanding and perfect knowledge of everything concerning the wrong judgments and wrong choices of the child. Divine justice is so eternally just that it inevitably includes comprehensive forgiveness. When a wise man understands the inner impulses of his fellow men, he will love them. And when you love your brother, you will have already forgiven him. This ability to understand the nature of man and to forgive his apparent mistakes is divine. Truly, I tell you that if you are wise parents, this must be the way in which you love and understand your children. You will even forgive them when a momentary lack of understanding has separated you. The son, being immature and lacking full understanding of the deep father-son relationship, will frequently feel a sensation of separation from his father. But the real father will never be aware of this separation. Sin is the experience of the creature's conscience. It is not part of God's consciousness. Your lack of ability and desire to forgive your fellow human beings is the measure of your immaturity and the reason for your failures when it comes to achieving love. You hold grudges and fuel revenge in direct proportion to your ignorance about the inner nature and true desires of your children and neighbors. Love is the result of the divine and internal need of life. It is founded on understanding, nourished by generous service, and perfected by wisdom.
The 4 friends of Jesus remained silent. Possibly James and John did understand part of the Master's explanations, not so the fishermen brothers. Peter, nervously scratching his tanned bald head, followed in Galileo's footsteps, immersed in endless musings. Around 9:30 in the morning, Christ and his disciples crossed under the so-called Eastern Gate, on the east wall of the temple, heading toward the steps of the atrium of the Gentiles, the usual place of his speeches and teachings. The money changers and sellers of lambs and other Passover products had once again set up their tables and stalls, taking advantage of the first light of dawn. Everything seemed calm. None of those intermediaries made the slightest gesture of disapproval when they saw the Rabbi of Galilee and the small group of followers enter. Jesus, for his part, was perfectly aware that that sacrilegious trade had returned to normal. But as happened on many other occasions, he did not pay much attention. That position on the part of the master confirmed my conviction that what happened the morning of the previous day had been fundamentally due to an extreme situation. Many of the inhabitants of Jerusalem, as well as the pilgrims who were increasing day by day the population of the holy city and its surroundings, were already impatiently awaiting the appearance of the Rabbi of Galilee. Most of them, moved by a morbid curiosity in view of the serious events recorded on Monday morning on the esplanade of the temple, and expectant for the action that the Sanhedrin might follow. It was an open secret that Caiaphas and the rest of the great Jewish Council of Justice had made the decision to arrest and execute Jesus. But would they dare to do it in public? The rabbi himself, through some of the elders and Pharisees who had submitted their resignation to the Sanhedrin, was aware of these intrigues and of the dark threat that loomed over him. For this reason, many of the Hebrews secretly applauded the courage of the Nazarene, who did not show fear or nervousness, appearing and advancing serenely and majestically among the Levites or temple police, and above all in sight of the priests. Without further ado, and in the middle of that expectation, Jesus began his words. But he had barely begun when a group of students from the scribal schools standing out from the crowd interrupted the master, asking him,
"Rabbi, we know that you are a teacher who is right, and we know that you proclaim the ways of truth, and that you only serve God, for you fear no man. We also know that you don't care who people are. Sir, we are just students, and we would like to know the truth about a matter that concerns us. Is it fair for us to pay tribute to Caesar? Should we give, or should we not give?"
At that moment, one of Nicodemus's servants, who had long professed the doctrine of Jesus, made a comment in a low voice, reminding us that this impertinent interruption was part of the plan, drawn up at the fateful meeting of the Sanhedrin the day before. The Pharisees, scribes, and Sadducees had, in fact, united their votes to, in principle, form specialized groups that tried to publicly ridicule and discredit Galileo. That typical silence, typical of moments of great tension, was broken by the Nazarene who, in an ironic tone as if he knew perfectly well the false ignorance of those boys, among whom was a special representation of the Herodians, he asked them in turn,
"Why do you come like this to provoke me? Show me the tribute coin, and I will answer you."
The spokesperson for the students gave him a silver denarius, and the master, after looking at both faces, replied,
"What image and inscription does this coin have?"
The young people looked at each other strangely and responded, assuming that the rabbi knew the answer perfectly,
"Caesar's."
"Then give to Caesar what is Caesar's, to God what is God's, and to me what is mine."
The crowd, amazed at the cunning and sagacity of Jesus, burst into applause, while the would-be scribes and their accomplices, the Herodians, withdrew in shame. Instinctively, while Jesus was contemplating that denarius, I took a similar coin from my bag and examined it carefully. On one of its faces was the image of Caesar, sitting in profile on a chair. Around it, the following inscription could be read, Pontife Maxime. On the other side, the effigy of Tiberius, crowned with laurel, with another legend around him, Ave Augustus T. Caesar Divi. That new public trap had been very well planned. Everyone knew that the denarius was the maximum tribute that the Jewish nation had to inexorably pay to Rome, as a sign of submission and vassalage. If the master had denied the tribute, the members of the Sanhedrin would have quickly gone before the Roman procurator, accusing Jesus of sedition. If, on the other hand, he had shown himself in favor of obeying the orders of the empire, the majority of the Jewish people would have felt their patriotic pride hurt, with the exception of the Sadducees, who gladly paid the tribute. It was precisely the latter who, a few minutes after this incident, and following the strategy programmed by the Sanhedrin, advanced towards Jesus, who was trying to continue with his teachings, setting a second trap for him.
Master, Moses said that if a married man died without leaving children, his brother should take his wife and sow seed for the dead brother. Then a case occurred. A certain man who had 6 brothers died without issue. His next brother took his wife, but also died soon without leaving children. And the second brother did the same, also dying without children. And so on until the 6 brothers had the wife, and all passed away without leaving children. Then, after all of them, the wife herself passed away. What we wanted to ask you is this: when they are resurrected, whose wife will she be?
Upon hearing the Sadducees' speech, several of Jesus' disciples shook their heads in disapproval. As they explained to me, the Jewish laws on this matter had long been a dead letter for the people, in addition to the fact that such a specific case was very difficult to occur in reality. Only some communities of Pharisees, the most purists, continued to consider and practice the so-called levirate marriage. The rabbi, even knowing the insincerity of those Sadducees, agreed to answer, and he told them,
"You all err in asking such questions because you do not know the Scriptures or the living power of God. You know that the children of this world can marry and be given in marriage, but you don't seem to understand that those who qualify for the world's to come through the resurrection of the righteous neither marry nor are given in marriage. Those who experience the resurrection from the dead are more like the angels in heaven and never die. These resurrected ones are eternally children of God. They are the children of light. Even your father Moses understood this. Before the burning bush he heard the Father say, 'I am the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, and the God of Jacob.' And so, together with Moses, I declare that my Father is not the God of the dead, but of the living. In it, all of you reproduce and possess your mortal existence."
The Sadducees withdrew in great confusion, while their secular enemies, the Pharisees, came to the point of exclaiming at the top of their voices,
"True, Master, you have answered these unbelievers well."
I was surprised again, like that crowd, by the sagacity and mental reflexes of that giant. Jesus knew the doctrine of this sect, which only accepted as valid the 5 texts called the books of Moses, and he turned precisely to Moses in his response, disarming the Sadducees. But, from my point of view, the Pharisees who applauded the Master's words did not understand the depth of the Nazarene's message either. When he emphatically referred to those who experienced the resurrection from the dead, the saints, or separated as the Pharisees were popularly called, believed that, in the resurrection, bodies were physically raised. And Jesus, in his statements, did not refer to this type of resurrection. The Master seemed resigned to temporarily suspend his preaching and waited in silence for a new question. The truth is that it arrived within a few moments from the lips of that same group of Pharisees who had simulated such warm praise for the rabbi. One of them, pointing to Jesus, presented a topic that moved the crowd again.
"Master, I am a lawyer, and I would like to ask you what is, in your opinion, the greatest commandment."
There is only one commandment, and that is the greatest of all. It is this: Hear, O Israel. The Lord, our God, the Lord is one, and you will love him with all your heart, and with all your soul, with all your mind, and with all your strength. This is the first and the great commandment, and the second one is like this first one. In fact, it comes directly from him, and it is, "You shall love your neighbor as yourself." There is no other commandment greater than these. The entire law and the prophets are based on them.
"Truly, Master, you have said well. God, blessed be he, is one, and there is nothing else behind him. Loving him with all your heart, understanding and strength, and loving your neighbor as yourself is the first and great commandment. We agree that this great commandment must be taken into account much more than all the offerings and sacrifices that are burned."
Faced with such a response, the Nazarene felt satisfied and sentenced before the stupor of the Pharisees.
My friend, I realize that you are not far from the kingdom of God.
Jesus was not wrong. That same night, secretly, that Pharisee went to the camp located in the Garden of Gethsemane, being instructed by Jesus and asking to be baptized. That succession of dialectical disasters ended up dissuading the remaining groups of scribes, Sadducees, and Pharisees, who began to secretly withdraw. Observing that there were no more questions, the Galileo stood up, and before the poisonous priest disappeared, he asked them this question.
Since you don't ask any more questions, I would like to ask you one. What do you think of the liberator? I mean, whose son is he?
The Pharisees and their cronies were as if electrified while a murmur ran through that area of the esplanade. The members of the temple deliberated for a few minutes, and finally, one of the scribes, pointing to one of the papyri that he had tied to his right arm and that contained the law, responded,
"The Messiah is the son of David."
But the Nazarene was not satisfied with this answer. He knew that there was a bitter controversy about whether or not he was the son of David, even among his own followers, and he added,
If the deliverer is truly the son of David, how is it that in the psalm you attribute to David, he himself, speaking with the Spirit, says, The Lord said to my Lord, Sit at my right hand, until I make your enemies your footstool. If David calls him Lord, how can he be his son?
The Pharisees and temple leaders were so confused that they did not dare to respond. Towards the 5th hour, approximately 11 in the morning, Jesus concluded his stay in the temple and, since it was mealtime, he headed with his disciples towards the triple door in order, according to what Peter himself told me, to go to the house of Joseph of Arimathea in the lower city. Upon discovering that I was staying behind, determined not to disturb the intimacy of the group as much as possible, Andrew stepped back and invited me to share the second meal of the day with them. Meanwhile, Jesus and the others had already crossed between the tables of the money changers and merchants, getting lost through the superb door of the south wall of the temple. I was about to accept, of course, when a commotion from the easternmost side of the sanctuary made us look back. Amid heartbreaking screams, a woman was practically being dragged down the steps leading to the Corinthian portico. A patrol of the temple police, the Levites, possibly one of those stationed in the court of women, was heading across the esplanade where we were, in the direction of Solomon's portico, and more specifically towards the eastern gate. 2 of the Levites of this day guard were holding the Hebrew woman by the armpits, while a third had taken hold of her feet, barely supporting the girl's violent movements. Behind, half hidden among a swarm of curious onlookers, marched one of the temple's guards on duty and several priests. The crowd that was between the vendors' stalls immediately ran toward the patrol, shouting adulteress, adulteress, as if this event were something common and even celebrated by the mob. I questioned Andrew with my eyes, and the leader of the group, with a serious expression, lamented that somber coincidence, summarizing the unfortunate spectacle with the following phrase,
They are the bitter waters.
I instantly remembered that in one of my investigations in the biblical text, Yahweh specified the procedure to follow with the woman suspected of adultery. When the husband believed that his wife was unfaithful, he took her to the priest, forcing her to confess. If she refused to acknowledge her guilt, the unfortunate woman had to undergo the test, a kind of judgment of God, of the bitter waters. The priest would prepare a special concoction, made up, according to the Bible, of earth from the tabernacle and the ink used to write the curse ritual, previously diluted in water, and, between religious ceremonies, would give the suspect a drink of the potion. Jewish belief taught that, if the woman was truly guilty, the mysterious liquid attacked her insides, killing her. On the contrary, if she was innocent, the bitter waters did not alter her organism. To a rational mind, that test left much to be desired in terms of its possible objectivity. But to tell the truth, what fueled my curiosity was the formula of that potion. What could it contain? I was faced with a unique opportunity, and I begged Andrew to accompany me. I wanted to witness the execution of the sentence and, if possible, get a sample of the ink used to make the bitter waters. Andrew half understood my apparently morbid desire and reluctantly agreed to give me a few minutes. We crossed under the stone arch of the eastern gate, making our way through the crowd that already surrounded the patrol. Several Levites had formed a circle or security cord about 33 feet in diameter. In the center, the woman, always held by the temple police, remained standing, sobbing. She had been dressed in a black robe and stripped of all her adornments. My partner explained to me that this was the last phase of a process that had begun last Monday morning. The judges of the Great or Little Sanhedrin met precisely on Mondays and Thursdays of each week to resolve pending matters. This case of alleged adultery had been handled by the Little Sanhedrin, made up of 23 judges. At the request of her husband, the suspect, a young woman who was not older than 20, had been taken that morning of Monday, April 3rd, to the Court of Justice, and there interrogated and frightened with formulas such as the following. My daughter wine brings a lot of sin, laughter a lot, youth a lot, bad neighbors a lot. Do it, recognize the truth, for the name of God, which is written with holiness, so that it will not be erased with water. But judging by what was happening, the unfortunate woman had declared herself innocent, and the Little Sanhedrin ruled that she must submit to the test of bitter waters. When I questioned Andrew about the fate of that Hebrew woman, in the event that she had pleaded guilty, the apostle suggested to me that he did not know what could be worse. If the Jewish woman said before the court, "I am impure," she was forced to sign the renunciation of her dowry, thus proceeding to the consummation of the divorce liable. As Andrew pointed out, in these circumstances, the wife was left in the most absolute misery. She had to abandon her home and her children, being despised for life. Those laws established the right to divorce solely and exclusively on the part of the man. This lent itself to constant abuse, whims, and injustices. If the husband wanted to keep the dowry that the woman brought to the marriage and, at the same time, regain his single status, he only had to accuse his wife of infidelity. One of two: either the woman died because of the bitter waters, or she was burdened with the supposed guilt, with the consequences already mentioned. As I suspected, it was extremely rare for the victim to survive the ingestion of that concoction. In short, that unfortunate woman, after declaring that she was pure, had been led through the gate of Nicanor, as tradition dictated, to the narrow esplanade at the foot of the eastern wall of the temple, to the same place where the purification ceremonies for lepers and parturients were carried out. One of the priests then stood out from the crowd and with a determined step stood in front of the young woman, holding her tunic with his left hand and at the height of her belly. Then with a strong pull, he tore the clothing, revealing small white breasts. The wife's scream was practically drowned out by the roar of the crowd, excited by the contemplation of those beautiful breasts. Immediately, the same priest stood behind the woman's back, proceeding to release her long black hair. Andrew, nervous and upset, made to leave. Trying then to buy time and take advantage of my friend's logical desire to avoid such a regrettable event, I took my oilcloth bag and placed 2 silver denarii in his hand. Andrew looked at me without understanding. "I want to ask you a new favor. It is important for me to acquire a sample of the ink with which that curse has been written." The Galilean was perplexed, and anticipating his thoughts, I added, "Trust me. You know I can't go into the sanctuary and try to buy it myself. A small amount will suffice. Perhaps 1/10 of a log is enough." I continued staring at Andrew, trying to convey a minimum of confidence in him. Fortune smiled on me again, and the disciple, shrugging his shoulders, agreed, begging me not to move from the spot. As Andrew re-entered the temple precinct, I rejoined the march of events. The priest who had torn the woman's robe was now deliberating with the rest of the members of the temple. From time to time, they turned their heads towards that unfortunate woman, engaging in new and heated controversies. One of them left the group and walked a few steps, placing himself a hand's breadth away from the suspect of adultery. Unfazed by the woman's tears, he leaned down slightly, closely inspecting the small, dark nipples. After a few minutes, he returned to the center of the meeting, starting a new and even harsher controversy. In the end, and after reaching an agreement, another of the priests took an Egyptian belt, made up of intertwined ropes, and walked towards the girl. He covered her torso by cinching the fabric above her breasts so that the tunic could not be pulled down. At an order from the guardian of the temple and leader of the patrol of Levites, one of the Hebrews who remained with the priests and who turned out to be the husband, advanced to the center of the circle, placing a basket of straw with about 6 or 9 pounds of barley flour. Then, just as coldly, he withdrew. For a moment I thought that the plaintiff was going to place the small basket in the hands of the condemned woman, but at the direction of one of the Levites who was holding the woman, he ended up placing it on the ground. Upon my return to the module, on Sunday morning, the computer would clarify this point for me. Biblical tradition specified that the husband's offering, the ephah of barley flour, had to be placed on the victim's hands. The priest then placed his hand under the woman's, shaking the container ritually. He then brought it to the altar, took a handful and burned it. The rest was destined to feed the priests of the temple. The dangerous resistance of the unfortunate woman, who could not be freed from the firm control of the police, made it advisable in this case for the priest to ignore that part of the ritual. Suddenly, and in the area closest to the wall, the Jews opened a corridor, giving way to another priest closely escorted by 6 Levites. A murmur arose among the crowd when they discovered that that priest was carrying something in his hands. The object, quite light judging by the little effort exerted by the Hebrew, appeared covered by a white canvas. I instantly imagined that it could be the container that contained the bitter waters. Unfortunately, I didn't have to wait long to clear my doubts. The newly arrived escort stood around the woman and the police officers who were holding her, forming a second security cord. The priest removed the cloth, and a small reddish clay bowl appeared in view of those present, with a capacity of approximately 1/4 of a gallon. Upon seeing it, the wife suffered a new attack of despair, convulsing violently and uttering screams that caused the numerous doves that were perched on the towers and dome of the temple to take flight. A total silence, broken only by the prisoner's howls, little by little fell over the place. The priest carrying the clay pot then raised his voice, urging the woman to, for the last time, plead guilty or innocent. The crowd waited expectantly, but the Hebrew, between moans that were increasingly muffled, only managed to utter 2 fateful words.
I'm innocent.
The member of the temple, who seemed to be in an incomprehensible hurry, turned his head towards one of the Levites, whispering something in his ear. The police officer then left his post, joining the 3 colleagues who were holding the young woman. And standing behind the victim, he grabbed her by the thick bush of hair, pulling it down and forcing her to keep her face toward the sky. The screams grew louder, while the patrol firmed its feet on the rough terrain, holding the woman's arms and legs with new vigor. 2 other police officers stood a few inches away from her, each facing one side. And as if that operation had been studied or practiced at length, while the Levite on the left side closed the adulterous nose with his fingers, the one on the right side placed his hands at a low height from her face, waiting for the danger of suffocation will force the Jewess to open her mouth. Between sobs and poorly contained snorts, the girl ended up sucking in air. As if moved by a spring, the policeman's hands sank inside her mouth, violently separating the lower jaw. In split seconds, the priest carrying the bowl stepped forward, pouring its contents into the victim's mouth. Despite the 6 police officers who were taking part in the immobilization of the Hebrew woman, she managed to tilt her head slightly, causing part of that blackish liquid to spill over her cheeks, neck, and tunic. Once the drink was finished, the priest stepped back, while the Levites on the sides left her nose and mouth free. The one who pulled the hair, however, like the 3 who imprisoned her arms and legs, remained at their post. Despite my preparation for this mission, a wave of indignation shook me from head to toes. However, as established by Trojan horse, I could not do anything other than watch that tragic event impassively. Now I recognize that it was a decisive test to assimilate my mission and be able to attend, with complete coldness, the no less dramatic hours of Good Friday. Not even 5 minutes had passed when the woman began to suffer a series of spasms. Her knees bent as the Levites tried to keep her upright. Later, when analyzing the ink sample, I understood that the police officer's attitude had a single and well-studied objective: to prevent the condemned woman from vomiting the bitter waters by falling to the ground and flexing her abdomen, thus nullifying its effects. Slowly, the young wife lost strength. Her face took on a yellowish tint, and her eyes wide open and fixed on the infinite blue of the Jerusalem sky bulge, while the large arteries in her neck swelled to an alarming extent. Evidently, the poison had taken effect. The priest knew this and, noticing those symptoms, ordered the patrol to release the woman. Upon releasing her, she collapsed to the ground, while the dozens of curious onlookers began to parade in silence, crossing the wall again or moving away down the slope, towards the Kidron. It was the voice of Andrew, calling me from the arch of the eastern gate that brought me out of the sad contemplation of that fainted or perhaps lifeless body surrounded by the temple police. My friend must have immediately noticed my desolation, and taking me by the arm, he led me through the court of the Gentiles towards the lower city. Once outside the temple, the disciple secretly took out from among his clothes a small jug, about 7 inches high, equipped with a single handle and with the small circular mouth perfectly closed by a cloth stopper. Without further explanation, he placed the red clay container in my hands, as well as one of the 2 denarii that I had given him. Andrew did not ask a single question, and I was doubly grateful for his efficiency and discretion. Days later, when it was possible to analyze the contents of that container, my suspicions were confirmed. The ink contained 4 main substances: indigo, potassium carbonate, arsenic acid, and quicklime. All of this diluted in common water. The key circumstance that, according to the Old Testament, the ink had to be capable of dissolving in water considerably reduced the panel of inks presumably used in the 1st century in Israel. This important requirement of dissolving the ink in water, and the no less decisive fact that it caused the aforementioned effects in humans, led us almost inevitably to the so-called blue ink. Our technicians also discovered that one of its ingredients, arsenic acid, was not actually part of the original substances necessary for the composition of the ink. Along with indigo, potassium carbonate, and quicklime, arsenic sulfide appeared, but never arsenious acid. How could this be? The explanation was elementary. The Israelites used the type called yellow arsenic sulfide, which occurred spontaneously in nature, in masses composed of semi-transparent sheets, yellow-gold in color, odorless, tasteless, insoluble in water, and volatile in fire. This yellow arsenic sulfide is not toxic. This explained that it could be manipulated without problems. However, a very active poison was housed inside, pure arsenic acid with very energetic effects. The Jews achieved the dissolution of this poison, insoluble in water, as I mentioned previously, thanks to other substances that did appear in the composition of the blue ink, potassium carbonate, and quicklime, both of which have strong alkaline power. Probably the priest in charge of the manufacturing of the bitter waters boiled the first 4 substances, indigo, potassium carbonate, yellow arsenic sulfide, and quicklime, achieving a complete dissolution. Next, after filtering the resulting liquid, they added a small portion of pulverized gum arabic, found by our specialists in blue ink and in an identical proportion to quicklime, resulting in a concoction that was doubly useful, as ink and as poison. As for the bitter taste, which gave its name to the potion, it could be due to the presence of potassium carbonate, with a strong, acrid flavor. Given the sacred nature of this ink, it is most logical that it was not composed until shortly before its use. The Mishnah, in its 3rd order, dedicated to women, explains that the priest filled a new clay bowl with an amount that ranged between 1.25 log of water from the basin, that is, between 125 and 250 grams of common water. He then entered the sanctuary and went to the right, where there was a place 1 cubit square, about 7 square inches, with a marble table and a ring fixed to it. After lifting it up, he took the ash that was under it and put it in the bowl, in such a way that it became perceptible in the water, just as it is written, "Of the ashes that are on the floor of the sanctuary, the priest will take and put it in the water." Finally, the priest took the ink and wrote the ritual formulas. Yahweh, as specified in the sacred book, Numbers 5:23, ordered that it be written on a book, in other words, on a roll. Nor should he use rubber, vitriol, or any other substance that remains fixed. Logically, if the aim was for the accused to drink the poison contained in the ink, it had to be perfectly soluble in water. After those verifications, a series of doubts, more intense and fascinating, if possible, remained floating in the spirit of the men of the Trojan Horse Project. Firstly, if the departure of the Jews from Egypt was recorded around the year 1290 BC, how is it possible that the Hebrew people knew about arsenious acid and its fatal action on the human organism if the first news about said acid began to spread throughout the world in the 9th century AD? And if they were not the discoverers or creators of such a formula, who did? The immediate conclusion can only be one: Yahweh. But accepting this hypothesis, who was this Yahweh capable of transmitting such precise chemical formulas, also ahead of the times? And above all, why would a being who defined himself as God establish such unfair and horrendous procedures when it came to determining a person's guilt? According to specialists in toxicology and legal medicine, the woman who ingested a substance with the characteristics mentioned in the bitter waters suffered from gastroenteritis. In fact, a dose of 120 milligrams of this arsenic acid could cause the woman's death. Within a few minutes, the typical signs appeared: very intense thirst, vomiting, bowel movements, cramps, and altered features, causing an asphyctic death. Other poison experts thought that perhaps the bitter waters could contain, instead of arsenic acid, another powerful toxin extracted from the desert viper known as gariba. In this case, and to make such a deadly poison effective, the priests introduced quicklime into the potion, which burned and tore the internal mucous membranes of the unfortunate woman, making the viper's venom active, harmless orally. If the bitter waters were prepared with this last poison, there was always the possibility of working the miracle. It was enough to suppress the toxin produced by gariba or Echis carinatus, very common in the deserts of the Sinai Peninsula, so that the alleged adulteress would not suffer any harm. Naturally, this trick, also taught by the suspicious Yahweh, lent itself to numerous manipulations of the ignorant crowd and, of course, to possible blackmail by those responsible for the aforementioned bitter waters. A matter worthy of in-depth study. In some haste, very justified of course, Andrew led me through the narrow streets of the lower part of Jerusalem until we reached a house located between the synagogue of the freedmen and the pool of Siloam, at the southern end of the holy city. The facade, entirely made of carved stone, displayed a circular shield with a 5-pointed star on the stone lintel. In the beautiful high relief worn by the passage of time, I could read the word Jerusalem, formed by the 5 Hebrew letters, each of them located between the points of the no less famous Star of David. Joseph of Arimathea, noble decurion, a kind of advisor to the Sanhedrin by virtue of his wealth and noble lineage. His family came, like that of Jesus, from the mythical King David, was a personage of great prestige in the Holy City. His liberal spirit, undoubtedly the result of his travels through Greece and the Roman Empire, had drawn him from the beginning towards the teachings of Jesus of Nazareth. And although he was born in the village of Arimathea, today Rentis, northeast of Lydda, his childhood and youth had passed almost entirely in Jerusalem. That house, as he told me throughout that lunch, had been built by his ancestors, precisely on the remains of the ancient city of David, on the promontory called Ophel. His considerable fortune, amassed mainly through the construction business, had allowed him to equip that mansion with the most refined luxuries, with a clear Hellenistic influence evident throughout its decoration. That profession of his, and this was one of the aspects that most attracted me to Joseph, had also allowed him close contact with the Roman procurator, Pontius Pilate. Upon his arrival in Judea, by order of the Roman Emperor Tiberius, Pilate displayed great activity. One of his first works was the construction of an aqueduct of about 300 stadiums, almost 31 miles. Well, Joseph of Arimathea was one of the main suppliers of lead and mortar. Andrew knew the house well and led me directly to the spacious open-air courtyard where the master, his disciples, about 30 Greeks, the same ones who had approached Jesus in the early hours of Sunday afternoon and who, it seemed, had reconsidered, looking for the master again, and Joseph of Arimathea, with the 19 members of the Sanhedrin who had resigned in view of the serious irregularities of the Supreme Tribunal with regard to Jesus, were gathered. The meal, consisting mainly of game and vegetables, was already in its third course when I took a seat at one end of the table. The Nazarene, in a tired tone, seemed to address those foreigners from Alexandria, Rome, and Athens.
I know my time is approaching, and I am distressed. I perceive that my people are determined to scorn the kingdom, but I rejoice to receive these Gentiles, seekers of truth, who come here today, asking for the path of light. However, my heart aches for my people, and my soul is troubled by what is before me.
The master paused, and the diners looked at each other, bewildered by that obsessive idea that the rabbi had been expressing day after day. Upon entering the patio, I had tried to rest my staff on one of the white marble walls, pressing the nail that started the filming. And to tell the truth, the time I stayed in Joseph's house, my attention was more focused on the staff, and that it would not be knocked down by the endless number of servants who came and went with the delicacies, than on my host and his guests.
What can I say when I look ahead and see what is going to happen to me? Should I say, "Save me from that horrible hour"? No. For this purpose I have come into the world, and even to this hour. Rather, I will say and pray that you join me. Father, glorify his name. Your will be fulfilled.
Peter fixed his blue eyes on his brother Andrew, but judging by the expression on their faces, neither of them fully understood. At the end of the meal, some of the Greeks and disciples stood up, begging the master to explain more clearly what the horrible hour meant and when it would take place. But Jesus evaded any answer. As I picked up my staff, my attention was drawn to a splendid crystal vase, enclosed together with a small collection of small ovoid and spherical stones in a glass display case. Joseph must have noticed my interest in those pieces, and, approaching, he explained to me that it was a valuable diatreta glass, covered with silver filigree. It had been found in Germany and was a unique example of the difficult art of glass, so masterfully practiced by the Romans. As for the stones, about 2 inches each, they were part of another unique collection. They were ancient sling projectiles, made of flint and limestone, used, according to Joseph's ancestors, by the special troop of 700 left-handed Benjaminite soldiers, capable of shooting at a hare without missing the blow, as quoted in the Book of Judges, 20:16.
It is very possible that David used a similar stone in his fight against Goliath.
That brief meeting with the venerable Joseph, who should be around 60 years old, was very useful for the plans that Trojan horse had laid out for me. One of my objectives before nightfall on Thursday was precisely to establish contact with the Roman procurator in Jerusalem. When I expressed my desire to hold an interview with Pontius Pilate, Joseph was hesitant. I then tried to gain his trust, explaining to him that I had worked as an astrologer in the service of Tiberius and that, taking advantage of my short stay in Israel, it would be of great interest to Pilate if he could learn about the serious events indicated in the stars. Joseph, as I expected, expressed acute curiosity and promised to arrange the interview for the morning of the next day, Wednesday, as long as he could be present. I happily agreed. Around 2 in the afternoon, Jesus said goodbye to Joseph of Arimathea, going up the cobblestone streets towards the south wall of the temple. On the way, he warned his friends that this was going to be his last public speech, but his trusted men made no comment. In reality, their hearts were in deep confusion. Was the master, who had always escaped the clutches of the Sanhedrin, was going to allow himself to be captured? Once on the esplanade of the Gentiles, the rabbi settled down in his usual place, the steps that surrounded the sanctuary, and in an extremely affectionate tone began to speak.
All this time, I have been with you, coming and going through these lands, proclaiming the love of the Father toward the children of men. Many have seen the light, and through faith have entered the kingdom of heaven. In connection with this teaching and preaching, the Father has done wonderful things, including the resurrection of the dead. Many sick and afflicted people have been healed because they believed. But all this proclamation of truth and healing of diseases has not served to open the eyes of those who refuse to see the light and those who are determined to reject the gospel of the kingdom. I and all my disciples have done our best to live in peace with our brothers, to fulfill the reasonable commands of the laws of Moses and the traditions of Israel. We have persistently sought peace, but the leaders of this nation will not have it. By rejecting the truth of God and the light of heaven, they place themselves on the side of error and darkness. There can be no peace between light and darkness, between life and death, between truth and error. Many of you have dared to believe in my teachings and have already entered into the joy and freedom of the consciousness of being children of God. You will be my witnesses that I have offered the same sonship with God to all Israel, even to these same men who today seek my destruction. But I tell you more. Even now my Father would welcome these blind teachers, these hypocritical leaders, if they would turn their faces towards him and accept his mercy.
Jesus had been pointing with his hand to the different groups of scribes, Sadducees, and Pharisees who, little by little, were joining the hundreds of Jews who wanted to listen to the Rabbi of Galilee. Some of the disciples, especially Peter and Andrew, turned pale upon hearing their master's bold attacks.
Even now, it is not too late for these people to receive the word from heaven and welcome the Son of Man.
One of the members of the Sanhedrin, upon hearing these expressions, became visibly upset, dragging the rest of his group to leave the esplanade. Jesus fully realized the fact, and raising his voice, attacked them.
My Father has treated these people with mercy. Generation after generation, we have sent our prophets to teach and warn you. And generation after generation, they have killed our envoys. Now, your willful high priests and stubborn leaders continue to do the same. Just as Herod murdered John, you are also preparing to destroy the Son of Man. As long as there is a chance for the Jews to turn their faces toward my Father and seek salvation, the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob will keep his hands extended toward you. But once you have overfilled the chalice of your impertinence, this nation will be left to its own devices and will quickly go to an inglorious end.
The deep-rooted sense of patriotism of the Hebrews was visibly moved by those sentences of Jesus, and the crowd who sat listening on the flagstones of the court of the Gentiles stirred restlessly, murmuring disapproval. But the Nazarene was not altered.
These people had been called to be the light of the world and to show the spiritual glory of a God-knowing race. But until today, you have departed from the fulfillment of your divine privileges, and your leaders are about to commit the supreme madness of all time. I tell you that you are about to reject God's great gift to all men and all times, the revelation of his love. Truly, truly I tell you, once you have rejected this revelation, the kingdom of heaven will be handed over to other people. In the name of the Father who sent me, I warn you, you are one step away from losing your position in the world as upholders of eternal truth and as custodians of divine law. Right now, I am offering you your last opportunity to enter, like children, by sincere faith, into the assurance of salvation in the kingdom of heaven. My Father has worked for a long time for your salvation, and I have come down to live among you, to personally show you the way. Many of the Jews and Samaritans, and even the Gentiles, have believed in the gospel of the kingdom, and you, who should be the first to accept the light of heaven, have refused the revelation of the truth of God, revealed in man, and of man, elevated to God. This afternoon, my apostles stand before you in silence, but soon you will hear their voices crying out for salvation. Now I ask you to be witnesses, my disciples and believers in the gospel of the kingdom, that once again I have offered freedom and salvation to Israel and its leaders. In any case, I warn you that these scribes and Pharisees still sit in the seat of Moses, and therefore, until the greater powers that rule the kingdoms of men do not banish and destroy them, I order you to cooperate with these greater of Israel. You are not asked to join them in their plans to destroy the Son of Man, but in anything else related to the peace of Israel. In these matters, do what you are told and observe the essence of the laws, but do not take an example of their evil actions. Remember that this is their sin. They say what is good, but they do not do it. You know well how these leaders make you carry heavy burdens and do not lift a finger to help you. They have oppressed you with ceremonies and enslaved you with traditions. And I will tell you even more. These priests, focused on themselves, delight in doing good works so that they are seen by men. They make their phylacteries vast and widen the edges of their official dresses. They ask for the main places at feasts, and they ask for the first seats in the synagogues. They covet greetings and praise in the markets, and desire to be called rabbis by all men. And even while they seek all these honors, they secretly take possession of the widows and benefit from the services of the sacred temple. Out of ostentation, these hypocrites make long prayers in public and give alms to attract the attention of their fellow men.
At those moments when Jesus launched his first and deadly attacks against the priests and members of the Sanhedrin, the apostles who had been in charge of setting up the camp on the slope of Mount Olivet made an appearance on the esplanade, joining the group of the disciples. It was a pity that they had not heard the first part of Jesus' speech, especially Judas Iscariot. On a personal note, I believe that if the traitor had witnessed those first sentences, offering mercy, perhaps he would have changed his mind. But from what I could deduce on Wednesday afternoon, the last half of the Master's talk in the temple was decisive for him to desert the group. His sense of ridicule and his negative conditioning to what will people say were much more pronounced in his soul than I believed.
And just as you must honor your chiefs and reverence your teachers, you must not call any man father in the spiritual sense. Only God is your Father. Nor should you seek to dominate your brothers in the kingdom. Remember, I have taught you that he who is greatest among you must be a servant of all. If you seek to exalt yourselves before God, you will certainly be humbled. But he who sincerely humbles himself will surely be exalted. Seek in your daily life, not your own glory, but that of God. Intelligently subordinate your own will to that of the Father in heaven. Do not confuse my words. I have no malice towards these chief priests, who even seek my destruction. I have no ill will against these scribes and Pharisees, who reject my teachings. I know that many of you believe secretly, and I know that you will openly profess your loyalty to the kingdom when the time comes. But how will your rabbis justify themselves if they say they speak with God and try to reject him and destroy him who comes to the worlds to reveal the Father? Woe to you, scribes and Pharisees, hypocrites! You close the doors of the kingdom of heaven to sincere men because they are uncultured in their forms. You refuse to enter the kingdom, and at the same time, you do everything in your power to prevent others from entering. You remain with your back to the doors of salvation, and you clash with all those who want to enter. Woe to you, scribes and Pharisees! You are hypocrites. You cover heaven and earth to make proselytes, and when you have achieved this, you are not content until you make them twice as bad as they were as children of the Gentiles. Woe to you, priests and chief leaders! You dominate the property of the poor and demand heavy taxes from those who want to serve God. You, who have no mercy, can you expect it from the worlds to come? Woe to you, false teachers, blind guides! What can be expected from a nation where the blind lead the blind? Both will fall into the abyss of destruction. Woe to you, who dissemble when you take an oath! You are scammers. You teach that a man may swear before the temple and break his oath, but he who swears before the gold of the temple will remain bound. You are all blind and crazy.
Jesus had stood up, the atmosphere charged with those fist-like truths that everyone knew but that no one dared to proclaim out loud, much less in the presence of the temple's dignitaries, became increasingly tense. No one even dared to breathe. The disciples, increasingly cowed, lowered their faces or looked with fear at the groups of priests. But the Nazarene seemed ready for anything.
You are not even consistent with your dishonesty. Who is greater, the gold or the temple? You teach that if a man swears before the altar, it means nothing. But if one swears before the gift, that is before the altar, then he remains a debtor. You are blind to the truth. Who is greater, the gift or the altar that sanctifies the gift? How can you justify so much hypocrisy and dishonesty? Woe to you, scribes and Pharisees! You make sure that they bring tithes, mint and cumin, and at the same time, you do not worry about the heavier matters of faith, mercy, and justice. Rightly, you should do the one, but without forgetting the other. You are indeed blind and deaf teachers. You reject the mosquito and you swallow the camel. Woe to you, scribes, Pharisees, and hypocrites! You are scrupulous about cleaning the outside of the cup and dishes, but the dirt of extortion, excesses, and disappointment remains inside. You are spiritually blind. Take it from me that it would be best to clean the inside of the cup first. Then, whatever overflowed from it would clean the outside. Wicked reprobates! You make the outward acts of your religion conform to the letter, while your souls are steeped in iniquity and murder. Woe to you, all who reject the truth and disdain mercy! Many of you are like whitewashed tombs. On the outside they seem beautiful, but on the inside they are full of men's bones and all kinds of uncleanliness. Even so, you, who knowingly reject the counsel of God, appear before men as holy and upright, but inside your hearts are inflamed with hypocrisy. Woe to you, false guides of the nation! In the distance you have built a monument to the prophets martyred by the ancients, while you conspire to destroy him of whom they spoke. You decorate the tombs of the righteous and flatter yourselves by saying that, if you had lived in the time of your fathers, you would not have killed the prophets. And with this righteous thought, you prepare to murder the one of whom the prophets spoke, the Son of Man. Go ahead then, and fill the chance of your condemnation to the brim. Woe to you, children of sin! John truly called you the offspring of vipers. And I wonder, how can you escape the judgment that John pronounced on you?
The Nazarene remained silent for a few seconds, while the members of the Sanhedrin, red with anger, were taking notes in the scrolls or books that they used to carry in their arms. That fact brought to mind another reality that, as I had been seeing, would be regrettable. None of the apostles or followers of Jesus ever took a single note of what he did, and above all, what his master said. Given the multiple teachings of the Rabbi of Galilee and their considerable length, such as the speech he was giving at that time, it was going to be almost impossible for his words to be collected in the future with integrity and total fidelity. It was a shame that none of those men had proposed the very important mission of collecting the talks and events that the Nazarene was involved in. That same night at the Olivet camp, I would have the opportunity to verify that I was not wrong in my personal assessments.
But I offer you mercy and forgiveness in the name of my Father. Even now, I offer you my hand. My Father sent you the prophets and the wise men. You killed the first and persecuted the second. Then John appeared, proclaiming the coming of the Son of Man, and you destroyed him, even though many had believed in his teachings. And now you prepare to shed more innocent blood. Do you understand that a terrible day will come when the Judge of all the earth will hold you accountable for the way you have rejected, persecuted, and destroyed these messengers from heaven? Do you understand that you must give an account of all this honored blood, since the first prophet, murdered in the time of Zechariah, between the sanctuary and the altar? And I tell you more, if you continue with this evil behavior, that account can be demanded, even from this same generation. O Jerusalem and children of Abraham, you who have stoned the prophets and murdered the teachers, would even now gather your children as a hen gathers her chicks under her wings. but you don't want to. Now I'm going to leave you. You have heard my message and made your decision. Those who have believed in my gospel are saved. Those of you who have chosen to reject God's gift will no longer see me teach in the temple. My work is done. Be careful now. I continue with my children, and your house is desolate.
The crude denunciations of Jesus of Nazareth had closed all possibility of reconciliation with the leaders of the Sanhedrin and the priestly class of Jerusalem. At the end of his words, the Master ordered his disciples to follow him, and we all left the temple, heading towards the Olivet camp. But a question remained floating in the atmosphere of the holy city. What fate awaited the Rabbi of Galilee? When we were about to leave, one of the 12, Matthew, who remembered his master's prophecy at the top of the Mount of Olives, approached Jesus and, pointing to the heavy ashlars of the temple wall, commented with evident disbelief,
"Master, see how this is built. Look at the solid stones and beautiful ornaments. How can it be that these buildings are going to be destroyed?"
The rabbi, without slowing down his walk through the streets of the city, heading towards the fountain gate, said to him,
"Have you seen those stones and that massive temple? Truly, truly I tell you that days will come very soon in which not one stone will be left upon another. They will all be thrown down."
And the giant remained silent. The rest of the group then engaged in endless controversies, considering that it was very difficult for that fortress to be demolished. Not even the end of the world, some of the apostles even suggested, could cause the destruction of the temple. The day was already heading towards sunset, and Jesus, trying to avoid the crowd of pilgrims coming and going through the Kidron Valley, suggested to his disciples that they leave the road that led to Bethany, taking one of the paths that runs through the southern slope of Olivet, heading north. Upon reaching one of the peaks, Jerusalem suddenly emerged to our left, majestic and bathed in gold by the last rays of the sun. In the sanctuary and in the alleys, the first oil lamps had begun to be lit. That spectacle made the group stop, while one of the disciples, pointing to the holy city, asked Jesus,
"Tell us, Master, how will we know that these events are about to occur?"
The group ended up sitting on the grass, and the rabbi, standing and without haste, said to them,
"Yes, I will tell you something about the times when these people will have filled the chalice of their iniquity, and justice will fall on this city of our fathers. I'm about to leave you. I'm going to my Father. When I leave you, be careful that no man deceives you. Many will come as liberators and will lead many astray. When you hear rumors about wars, do not be dismayed. Even if all this happens, the end of Jerusalem will not have come yet. Nor should you worry when you are handed over to the civil authorities and are persecuted for the gospel."
The apostles looked at each other with fear reflected on their faces.
"You will be dismissed from the synagogue and taken prisoners because of me, and some of you will die. When you are brought before governors and leaders, it will be as a testimony of your faith, and so that you show firmness in the gospel of the kingdom. And when you are before judges, do not be anxious beforehand about what you should say. The Spirit will teach you at that very moment what you should answer to your adversaries. In those days of sorrow, even your relatives, under the leadership of those who have rejected the Son of Man, will hand you over to prison and death. For a time you will be hated because of me, but even in those persecutions, I will not abandon you. My Spirit will not leave you helpless. Be patient. Do not doubt that the gospel of the kingdom will triumph over all enemies, and in due time will be proclaimed by all nations."
The Master remained silent as he looked at the city, and I, sitting with the others, was amazed at the precision of those phrases. Indeed, 40 years later, when Titus's legions surrounded and devastated Jerusalem, none of the apostles were in the city. Had they not been warned by the Master, it would have been more than likely that some, perhaps, would have perished or been taken prisoner. The silence was broken by Andrew.
"But Master, if the holy city and the temple are going to be destroyed, and if you are not here to lead us, when should we leave Jerusalem?"
You can stay in the city after I am gone, even in those times of pain and bitter persecution. But when you finally see Jerusalem surrounded by Roman armies after the revolt of the false prophets, then you will know that its desolation is at hand. Then you must flee to the mountains. Do not let anyone stop you or allow others to enter. There will be a great tribulation. These will be the days of vengeance of the Gentiles. When you have fled from the city, those disobedient people will fall under the edge of the swords of the Gentiles. Meanwhile, I warn you, do not be fooled. If any man comes to you and tells you, "Look, this is the liberator," or "Look, here he is," do not believe him. Many false teachers will emerge, and others will be led astray. Don't be fooled. You see that I have warned you in advance.
How resounding and prophetic those words sounded in my ears. The apostles and disciples could not even suspect the sublime reality of that prophecy. For anyone who has studied, even briefly, the approach of the Roman armies to Jerusalem shortly before the full moon in the spring of the year 70, the Master's warning must be stark. As Galileo had just announced, Israel would become hell between the years 66 and 70. At that time, the party of the zealots or fanatics, armed to the teeth, ended up revolting the entire Jewish community. In May of the year 66, the Roman garrison was overwhelmed as a result of the request of the procurator Florus, who demanded 17 talents from the temple treasury. The Jews take Jerusalem and prohibit daily sacrifice in honor of the emperor. This exhausted Rome's patience, and it sent a legion under the command of the governor of Syria, Cestius Gallus. But the revolts had ignited the country, and the Romans were forced to withdraw. The Jewish nation prepares for war and fortifies its cities, and Flavius Josephus, who would later become a historian, is appointed generalissimo of its armies. And in fact, Nero entrusts 3 legions to Titus Flavius Vespasian, who, accompanied by his son Titus, falls on Galilee, crushing it. But Nero commits suicide and Titus Flavius has to rush back to Rome. His son would be in charge of completing Rome's great revenge. The Hebrews were shocked to see thousands of soldiers from the 5th, 10th, 12th, and 15th legions marching towards Jerusalem, accompanied by cavalry and auxiliary troops, as well as heavy assault and demolition equipment. In total, 80,000 men who, just as Jesus prophesied in the year 30, were taking positions and surrounding the holy city. Jerusalem, full of pilgrims, is subjected to strong internal tensions, to the madness of sudden appearances of liberators who try to drag the masses in fear. But by the time Titus's men began the attacks, the apostles of Jesus, who remembered those words spoken on the afternoon of Tuesday, April 4th of the year 30, in front of Jerusalem, had already escaped from the city. A few months later, Roman artillery, capable of throwing stones weighing a quintal from 607 feet away, would devastate Jerusalem, leaving no stone unturned. Peter, despite his goodwill, did not seem to understand what Jesus was announcing to them. From his comments, I deduced that he associated that destruction with the end of the world and not with the fall of Jerusalem. When he asked the rabbi his question, I was fully convinced.
But, Master, we all know that these things will happen when the new heavens and the new earth appear. How will we know then that you come to bring all this?
The giant looked at him with infinite compassion, understanding that his fiery friend had not understood his message. And he said to him,
Peter, you always err because you always try to relate the new teaching with the old. You are determined to misunderstand my teaching. You insist on interpreting the gospel according to your established beliefs. However, I will try to explain to you. Why do you continue to seek the Son of Man, to sit on the throne of David, and hope that the material dreams of the Jews will be fulfilled? The things you now cherish will end, and it will be a new beginning, from which the gospel of the kingdom will reach the whole world. When the kingdom reaches its full fulfillment, be sure that the Father in heaven will not stop visiting you. And so, my Father will continue to manifest His mercy and show His love even to this dark and evil world. And so, after my Father has invested me with all power and authority, I will also follow your destinies, guiding you in the affairs of the kingdom with the presence of my Spirit, which will soon be poured out on all flesh. I will therefore be present among you in spirit, and I promise that one day I will return to this world in which I have lived this life of the flesh and had the experience of simultaneously revealing God to man and leading man to God. Very soon I must leave you and carry out the work that the Father has entrusted to my hands. But have courage. I will return sometime. In the meantime, my Spirit of truth will comfort and guide you.
Without expecting it, Jesus had gone from the prophecy about the destruction of Jerusalem to an extreme that interested me deeply and that I had already discussed with him, his announced and confusing second coming to earth. So all my senses focused on those words, so misinterpreted and worse transmitted in the future by his followers.
Now you see me in weakness and in the flesh, but when I return, it will be with power and spirit. The eye of the flesh sees the Son of Man in the flesh, but only the eye of the Spirit will behold the Son of Man, glorified by the Father, and appearing on earth under his own name. But the times of the reappearance of the Son of Man are only known by the councils of paradise. Not even the angels know when this will happen. However, you must understand that when this gospel of the kingdom has been proclaimed throughout the world for the salvation of men, and when the fullness of the age has arrived, the Father will send you another bestowal of divine appointment, or the Son of the Man will return to close the era.
Upon hearing those revelations, I was perplexed, and I was tempted to take the floor and question Jesus about this mysterious closure of an era. However, my status as a strict observer kept me out of the conversation.
And now, regarding the sorrow of Jerusalem, I truly tell you that not even this generation will pass away without my words being fulfilled. Concerning the new coming of the Son of Man, no one on earth or in heaven can claim to speak. You must be wise in relation to the maturity of an era. You must be alert to discern the signs of the times. You know that when the fig tree shows its tender branches and puts forward its leaves, summer is near. Likewise, when the world has passed the long winter of material mentality, and you see the coming of spiritual spring, then you should know that summer has arrived for my new visit.
Of all the teachings of the Nazarene, none, in my opinion, was as confusing as that to the minds of his apostles and sympathizers. When one reads what was written decades after his death regarding the second coming and the destruction of Jerusalem, and knows as I do the true meaning of Jesus' speech on that Tuesday evening, one cannot help but feel a great desolation. At least in this part, the canonical Gospels were poorly constructed, but unfortunately this was not going to be the only passage ignored or misinterpreted by the evangelists. An almost full moon was rising in the east as the group resumed their journey. Jesus, at the head, continued northward along the rugged summit of Mount Olivet. Upon reaching the vicinity of the public camp, where the pilgrims from Galilee had settled, the Master turned to the right, trying to surround the tents and the endless number of bonfires that could be seen at a short distance on the western slope of the mountain. Evidently, the rabbi did not want a new meeting with his countrymen and friends. Minutes later, when we were in front of the temple sanctuary, we began to descend towards the Kidron, crossing one of the paths that leads from Jerusalem to Bethany. The darkness did not allow me to clearly distinguish the surroundings, but I deduced that I must not be very far from the contact point where the module rested. Maybe it was 1,000 or 1,500 feet that separated us from Eliseo. The group then entered one of the natural platforms that were so abundant on the western slope of Mount of Olives. Although the next morning I was able to explore the terrain more comfortably, I noticed that it was an esplanade about 197 to 262 feet long and another 98 to 131 meters wide, perfectly enclosed by a stone wall barely a meter high. On one side of the rectangle, very close to the entrance gate, I made out an enormous stone vat, 4 feet 9 inches high. In the background, blurred in the darkness, were a line of olive trees with thick, tortured trunks. Jesus and the disciples headed directly to the right of the olive grove. A few steps away, in taking advantage of the wall, the Nazarenes' men had set up 2 rudimentary tents or shelters. Several pieces of cloth tarred and assembled with ropes constituted the roof. The tarps, about 13 feet deep and 10 feet wide, were supported by 2 rough conifer branches on the front and by a third located in the center of the tent. The roof ended in the stone fence. There, the fabrics had been stretched and secured with thick stones. The sides, in turn, were made up of 2 other bands of cloth and goatskins, poorly sewn together. The entrance, about 6.5 feet high above the reddish and dusty ground, lacked protection. By the light of the bonfire that stood in front of the 2 shelters, I could see that the floor of the tents had been covered with blankets and mats. At the bottom of them, I noticed some packages that I assumed were household goods and cooking utensils. But as I say, the darkness was so dense that I preferred to postpone until the next day a more exhaustive reconnaissance of the land and everything that made up that orchard, property of old Simon the leper. The reunion with the rest of the disciples lifted the depressed spirits of the men who accompanied Jesus. And very soon we found ourselves sitting around the fire. The temperature had dropped noticeably, and the apostles, pressed against each other, had wrapped themselves in their heavy robes. There, among the reddish reflections of the walnut and fig branches, of which Philip, the person in charge of supplies, had made an abundant supply, sizzling under a starry sky, I met for the first time a little boy of about 12 or 13 years old with a shaved head and deep circles under his eyes, who did not utter a single word and who followed the Master's teachings and gestures with an interest and devotion like I had not seen until that moment. His name was John Mark, and he was going to play an important role in the early hours of Thursday. Jesus' conversation with his apostles as we returned to the Gethsemane camp immediately spread among the disciples, and, much to the rabbi's dismay, the matter of his departure soon appeared among those rough and slow-thinking men. Thomas, taking the floor, addressed the Master, asking him,
"Since you are returning to finish the work of the kingdom, what should be our attitude while you are away on the Father's business?"
Jesus, sitting on the other side of the bonfire, played with a stick, stirring the fire. Those high flames gave his face a strange majesty. With enviable patience, the Nazarene looked at Thomas over the fire, answering,
"Not even you, Thomas, can understand what I have been saying. Have I not taught you that your relationship with the kingdom is spiritual and individual? What else should I tell you? The fall of nations, the breakup of empires, the destruction of non-believing Jews, the end of an era, and even the end of the world. What do they have to do with someone who believes in this gospel and who has sheltered your life in the security of the eternal kingdom? You, who know God and believe in the gospel, have received the assurance of eternal life. Since your lives are in the hands of the Father, nothing should worry you. The citizens of the heavenly worlds, the builders of the kingdom, need not worry about temporal shocks or be disturbed by terrestrial cataclysms. What does it matter to you if nations fall, ages end, or all visible things fall, if you know that your life is a gift from the Son and is eternally secure in the Father? Having lived the temporal life with faith, and having given the fruits of the Spirit as proof of service for your fellow men, you can look forward with confidence. Each generation of believers must carry out its work with a view to the possible return of the Son of Man, exactly as each individual believer carries out his life with a view to the inevitable and always prompt natural death. When you have established yourself as children of God, nothing else should worry you. But make no mistake, this living faith reveals more and more the fruits of that divine Spirit that was inspired for the first time in the human heart. The fact that you have accepted to be children of the celestial kingdom will not save you from knowing the persistent rejection of those truths that have to do with the progressive spiritual fruits of the incarnate children of God. You, who have been with me in the Father's affairs on earth, can even now leave that kingdom. If you see that you do not like the way of humanity's service to the Father, as individuals and as believers, listen to me while I tell you a parable.
Unintentionally, upon hearing those last phrases of Jesus, I diverted my gaze to Judas Iscariot. The man who had already deserted in his heart followed his master's words with a coldness that gave me chills.
There was a certain man who, before leaving for a long trip to another country, called all his trusted servants and gave them all his possessions. To one he gave 5 talents, to another 2, and to the third 1. He entrusted everyone with his goods, according to their different abilities. When the Lord had left, his servants set to work to profit from the fortune that had been entrusted to them. Immediately, the one who had received 5 talents began to trade with them, and very soon made a profit of another 5 talents. Likewise, he who had received 1 talent soon gained 2 more, and so did all the servants, accumulating new profits for their master, except the third. He left and made a hole in the ground, hiding the money. But the master returned unexpectedly and called his servants. The one who had received 5 talents went forward to his master and, giving him the 10, said, "Lord, you gave me 5 talents, and I am pleased to present you another 5. Then the master said to him, "Well done, good and faithful servant. I will make you a steward of many." Then he who had received 2 talents came forward, saying, "Lord, you delivered 2 talents into my hands. Look, I've won 2 more. And his master said to him, "Well done, good and faithful servant. You too have been faithful, and now I will put you above others." Finally, the one who had received only 1 talent came to the count. "Sir," he said, "I know you, and I realized that you are a cunning man, because you expected profits when you personally had not worked. Therefore, I was afraid to risk what you had entrusted to me. I kept your talent safe on earth, and here it is. Now you have what belongs to you." But his master answered, "You are an indolent and lazy servant. In your own words, you have confessed that you knew that I was going to ask you to account with reasonable benefit, as your colleagues have done. Knowing this, you should at least have placed my money in the hands of the bankers, so that, upon my return, I could receive my money with interest." Then the master said to the chief servant, "Take the talent from this servant and give it to the one who has 10. To everyone who has, much more will be given, and he will have abundance. But from him who does not have, even the little he has will be taken away. You cannot sit still in the affairs of the eternal kingdom. My Father requires that all his children grow in grace and knowledge of the truth. You, who know these truths, must produce increasing fruits of the Spirit, and manifest increasing devotion in generous service to your fellow servants. And remember that whatever you give to the least of my brothers, you will have done in my service. And so you must do the work of the Father, now and later. Continue until I come. The truth is life. The Spirit of truth always leads the children of light into new realms of spiritual reality and divine service. The truth is not given to you so that you can crystallize it in ready-made, safe, and honorable forms. What will future generations think of those repositories of truth if they hear them say, "Here, Master, is the truth that you entrusted to us hundreds or thousands of years ago. We haven't lost anything. We have faithfully preserved everything you gave us. We have not allowed changes in what you taught us. Here is the truth that you gave us. Freely you have received. Therefore, you must freely give the truth of heaven. Truly, truly I tell you that then, that truth will multiply and radiate new light, even when you administer it."
Well into the night, the group got up, dividing themselves among the tents. Jesus, however, remained alone in front of the bonfire. lost in thought. I settled at the foot of one of the ancient olive trees, wrapping myself in the mantle, and before the Nazarene retired to rest in one of the tents, sleep ended up overcoming me. April 5th, Wednesday. Shortly before the early morning swallows woke up the camp with their black and tumultuous flights, Eliseo had already alerted me through the auditory connection of the proximity of dawn.
The cradle registers 9 degrees Celsius, slight decrease in relative humidity. It seems that the wind has increased. Some gusts of 20 to 40 knots are expected, especially during the afternoon. Good luck.
Eliseo was not wrong. Those first moments of the day seemed especially cold to me. The light blue of my cloak appeared dotted with countless droplets of dew. The same thing happened with the little grass that managed to emerge at the foot of some olive trees. As it became light, a distant and mysterious chattering began to intrigue me. It seemed to be born somewhere, at the bottom of the field where I was. I stood up, and after taking a look at the camp, I found that everything was calm. The disciples slept inside the tents. Others, wrapped in their robes, rested at the foot of the stone wall or, like me, under the first row of olive trees. In front of the shelters in the small clearing, at the entrance to the orchard, the ashes of the bonfire could be seen. The master, I assumed, must be sleeping, but that chattering continued to fill the increasingly bright morning, breaking the deep silence of Gethsemane. I didn't doubt it anymore. I took the rod of Moses and headed inside the farm following the stone fence. That property of Simon, the neighbor of Bethany, was dedicated exclusively to the cultivation of olive groves. From the place where the tents had been pitched, the ground rose slightly. When I reached the bottom of the orchard, I had counted 50 old olive trees, lined up 4 deep. Some of those trees impressed me with their size. One of them, in particular, had to reach 26 feet in circumference. A reddish-brown substance flowed from their knotted and tortured trunks, forming bright streams in the incipient sun that was already advancing behind the summit of Olivet. The last feet of the rectangle that constituted the Garden of Olives, where the famous prayer of Jesus was to take place, experienced a more pronounced elevation. The mysterious noise had become clearer and more intense. I left the olive grove behind, and a little more than 33 feet away, a stone mass about 16 feet high appeared before me. With an entrance that was wider than it was tall, I had to bend down to enter, which led to the interior of a natural grotto. In front of the cave, other white limestone formations spilled out, badly eroded by rain and wind. The presence of the rocky mass and the stones, barely 12 or 16 inches high, that occupied that end of the orchard explained why Simon had not been able to take advantage of the northern boundary in the cultivation of the olive grove. To the right of the cave, and almost attached to the rock, grew a corpulent tree. When I looked up, the unusual chattering was explained. It was a cane fistula. That beautiful specimen, very similar to the walnut tree, was being swayed incessantly by the wind, and its long fruits, when they collided with each other, emitted that penetrating chattering noise. Between the tree and the stone wall, attached at that point to the east face of the cave, I discovered a small plantation of galbanum and tragacanth, both of recognized medicinal virtues. The grotto, practically immersed in darkness, was about 62 feet deep and another 33 feet wide. Its ceiling, very low in the first few feet of the entrance, became much higher inside. The walls had been whitewashed. On one of its sides, the one facing east, there were 2 smaller extensions or grottos. In one of them, there was a wooden press, undoubtedly intended for crushing olives, judging by the smell and the remains of oil that, half dried, still permeated the inside of the press. A long beam which served as the arm of the press was embedded in a small cavity located just over 3 feet away in the southern wall of the grotto. In the background, on the north face, on a mat, several sacks rested. 2 of them contained wheat and the remaining 3, dried figs, legumes of different types, onions, leeks, garlic, etc. I later learned that it was the supply that Philip had bought the morning of the previous day and that it constituted the basic diet of the men who made up the camp. I also inspected the outside of the grotto, checking how on its north face, at the opposite end to the entrance, a canal had been made that descended to a kind of purification basin. Simon had excavated the top of the enormous rock, thus taking advantage of the rainwater that would descend through the aforementioned canal to the basin. From there, once filtered, the water was accumulated in a lower concavity, also made in the rock. Once my curiosity was satisfied, I returned to the camp, this time following the western wall. When I reached the entrance to the garden, some of the women in Jesus' group were already busy around a budding fire. While 2 of them ground the grain, preparing wheat flour, others carried water, filling several basins. To the right of the gate, and close to the wall, was the large stone vat that I had seen the night before. It was an old oil mill, or about 13 feet in diameter, perfectly circular and with a parapet 31 or 35 inches high. It was empty. A heavy log, completely blackened and inserted at one end into an open niche in the stone wall, rested in the geometric center of the vat. That beam had been provided with large circular and flat slabs, attached to the second end by thick ropes that passed through 2 central holes. From what I could deduce, when the mill was filled with olives, this enormous weight at the end of the wood must have acted as a press, crushing the fruit. Large baskets of esparto grass were also piled up at the bottom of the vat, possibly used to transport the olives. I was still inspecting the vat when, around 7 o'clock, I saw Jesus of Nazareth appear in the clearing. He was the first to leave the tent intended for men. I stayed still. The giant who had thrown off his cloak was barefoot. He walked a few steps towards the bonfire and, after greeting the women, he placed the palms of his long hands close to the fire, trying to get warm. Then, raising his face towards the blue of the sky, he closed his eyes, taking a deep breath. His tanned skin was illuminated by the caress of those warm sun rays. One of the women took the master out of those pleasant moments, telling him that she had the clay basin ready with water for his toilet. Jesus responded to the disciple with a smile and quite naturally took his white tunic by the wide collar, pulling it over his head. Under that garment, the rabbi covered his buttocks and lower abdomen with a type of loincloth, also white. The piece consisted of a simple band of fabric, possibly cotton, about 12 inches wide and sewn at one end to a cord that was tied around the waist. This part, the one sewn to the thin belt, fell covering the buttocks and then passed between the legs to end in 2 other shorter cords, each located in a corner of the fabric. This last strip of the loincloth was tied to the waist cord, thus covering the genitals and part of Jesus' belly. Once naked, Galileo knelt next to the wide vessel. He put his hands into the water and began to bathe his face, chest, armpits, and arms. In a matter of seconds, that muscular body, without an ounce of fat, was covered in water. Immediately afterwards, the giant took a square bone-colored pill and began to rub it vigorously. It didn't take long for a faint white foam to appear. When the master considered that it had been sufficiently soaped, he leaned over the basin again, proceeding to rinse. Minutes later, Galileo stood up, and the same woman who had prepared the water gave him a cloth very similar to the one I had seen in Lazarus' house, and with which Martha had wiped my hands and feet. Jesus took that kind of towel and dried his body. When he finished, he threw his head back, shaking his hair. But before putting on his robe again, the rabbi extended his hands, and the woman poured a few drops of an oily liquid onto his palms. As was customary at that time, the Nazarene spread the essence over his armpits, neck, torso, and hair, then covering himself. Finally, rolling up the edge of his tunic, he entered the basin, washing his feet. While Jesus finished putting on his sandals with leather straps, Philip, Andrew, and other disciples began to leave the tent. At that moment, I saw little John Mark appear in the camp, carrying a basket. Without saying a word, he handed it to one of the women, then sat down next to the bonfire. His eyes no longer lost sight of Jesus. Some of the apostles imitated the Master, and after the ablutions, also occupied a place around the flames, ready to have breakfast. The women began to distribute hot milk. One of them removed the cloth that covered John Mark's basket, and with lively displays of joy, showed the disciples 2 enormous loaves of bread. Philip took charge of them, and after cutting them into slices, distributed them. I took advantage of those moments to approach the basin where the Lord and his men had washed and examined the square bar of soap. When I smelled it, I immediately noticed a very pleasant rosemary perfume. One of the women, seeing me so absorbed in the soap, walked up to where I was and laughing warned me.
Jason, you can't eat that.
The good woman had no problem telling me how they made that soap. When they did not have tallow on hand, they used cow marrow. Once melted in hot water, they mixed it with oil, adding rosemary essence, as in this case, or different perfumes, such as thyme, orange blossom, or lemon juice. Afterwards, it was all a matter of pouring the liquid into rudimentary wooden or iron molds and wait. When the group had time and money, the women preferred to scent the soap with laudanum. Some shepherds were dedicated to selling them. Apparently, they found it quite easy to obtain. They just had to be patient to comb the beards of the goats that grazed in the bushes. The reem in question impregnated the strands of hair of the animals, and the shepherds, as I say, only had to remove it. Paying attention to the woman's explanations, I did not realize that someone was behind me. When I turned around, I received a new surprise. It was Jesus. He carried a steaming bowl of milk in his left hand and a slice of bread in his right. Seeing my shocked face, he smiled maliciously, winking at me again and inviting me to accept the snack. As I took the bread in the container, my fingers brushed his skin, and I noticed, alarmed, how my heart multiplied its pumping. How difficult it was to maintain objectivity in the face of that extraordinary human specimen. I couldn't understand it very well. Why were the disciples of Jesus of Nazareth so silent? That breakfast was tense. No one seemed willing to open their mouths. Certainly the events of the last few days and, above all, the ghost of the Sanhedrin's decree against the person of the Master hovered over the hearts of those men. However, it was shocking that the Nazarene was the least tormented of the group. The swords were still at the belts of some of the 12, and that night, as on the previous one, the routine guard service would be established at the camp gates. Judas Iscariot was the last to leave the tent. From his red eyes and haggard countenance, I got the impression that he hadn't gotten much sleep. He finished his ration and, like his companions, remained seated as if distracted. The Master finally broke the silence, saying,
"Today, I want you to rest. Take time to meditate on everything that has happened since we came to Jerusalem. Reflect on what is about to come."
Jesus' decision surprised those in attendance a little. Everyone believed that the rabbi would enter the temple again and address the masses. However, the Galileo stood up and confirmed his decision, letting the leader of the group know that he planned to withdraw for the entire day and that under no excuse they should go beyond the gates of the holy city. Andrew nodded his head and Jesus retreated into the tent. That, I confess, disconcerted me as much or more than the disciples, although for very different reasons. What did the Nazarene intend? Where was he planning to go? My mission was to follow in the footsteps of Jesus of Nazareth, wherever he was or might be, as long as my presence did not alter historical facts. On the other hand, Trojan Horse had assigned me the difficult and urgent task of connecting with the Roman procurator. It was vital that Pontius Pilate knew about me, that he knew me personally. This would facilitate my entry into the Antonia Tower next Friday morning. Furthermore, that appointment, in the hands of Joseph from Arimathea, was initially scheduled for this Wednesday morning. What should I do? To make matters worse, a thought began to plague me. What was Judas's brain scheming? Something deep inside me told me that that day was going to be decisive in the traitor's plans and decisions, and I had to be aware. Judas, as I have said on other occasions, especially attracted me. Deep down, he was the only one who rebelled against all that. I was immersed in these serious doubts when Jesus appeared at the door of the tent. He had taken his cloak and tied a scarf or shroud around his head. That meant he intended to walk quite a bit. At that moment, David Zebedee, one of the largest and quickest-thinking disciples, who would play an extraordinarily practical and effective role during the terrible days of Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, came out in front of the giant, telling him the following.
"You know well, Master, that the Pharisees and leaders of the temple seek to destroy you. Despite this, you prepare to go into the hills alone. This is crazy. Therefore, I will send 3 armed men with you to protect you."
The Galileo looked first at David Zebedee and then at the 3 burly servants of the impulsive disciple, who were waiting at a distance. And in a tone that brooked no reply or discussion, he answered so that we could all hear him.
"You're right, David. But you are also wrong about something. The Son of Man does not need anyone to defend him. No man will lay hands on me until that hour when I must give my life, just as my Father wishes. These men are not going to accompany me. I want to go and be alone, so that I can communicate with my Father."
Upon listening to Jesus, David Zebedee and his guards withdrew, and feeling something breaking inside me, also understood that I could not follow the protagonist of my exploration. For some reason that he had not wanted to detail, the master had to remain alone. But when I had already given up on that part of the mission, something happened that made me regain hope, and that luckily would allow me to reconstruct part of what Jesus did on that Wednesday. When the rabbi was already heading towards the entrance of the garden, ready to get lost in God knows what direction, the boy who had brought the basket with the loaves of bread emerged from among the disciples and ran after the master. Seeing him, the rabbi stopped. John Mark had filled that same basket with water and food and suggested that, if he planned to spend the day in the mountains, he should take at least some provisions. Jesus smiled at him and bent down, as if to take the basket. But the boy, moving ahead of Galileo, grabbed the basket with all his strength while timidly hinting,
"But Lord, what if you forget the basket when you go to pray? I will go with you and carry the food. This way you will be freer for your devotion. I will be quiet. I will not ask questions. I will stay sitting next to the basket when you go away to pray."
The disciples who witnessed the scene were stunned by John's audacity, and the master smiled again. He stroked the boy's head and said,
"Since you long for it with all your heart, it will not be denied to you. We will leave alone and have a good trip. You can ask me how much comes out of your soul. We will comfort and console each other. You can carry the basket. When you feel fatigued, I will help you. Follow me."
And they both disappeared up the slope. Nobody made the slightest comment. The apostles' faces reflected total dismay. It was painful that a simple child had won the game. I suppose that everyone present there, except for Iscariot, burned with the desire to accompany their master. However, none had been able to open their hearts and speak to Jesus with the sincerity of John Mark. And from surprise, they went on to poorly concealed disgust. Within a few minutes, several of the intimates had already engaged in a bitter dispute over the convenience of the rabbi walking through the Judean mountains without an escort and with an errand boy for company. That discussion was beginning to fascinate me. They all provided more or less valid arguments, but none seemed willing to publicly acknowledge the true reason why they had been left alone. The discussion was heating up little by little when, suddenly, I saw Judas coming out of the tent. Stealthily, he headed towards the entrance of the orchard, moving away in the direction of the Kidron ravine. I didn't doubt it. After reminding Andrew of my appointment with Joseph of Arimathea, announcing to him that I would return as soon as I could, I crossed the stone enclosure, trying not to lose sight of the Iscariot. He had descended along one of the narrow paths that led to a small bridge over the dry bed of the Kidron, and that linked the eastern esplanade of the temple with the Mount of Olives. Judas, with a determined step, crossed the place where I had attended the test of the bitter waters, stopping under the busy arch of the eastern gate of the temple. Blended among the numerous pilgrims that were coming and going, I could see how the traitor kissed another Hebrew, and they both entered the court of the Gentiles. Adopting all kinds of precautions, I also entered the temple. I arrived just in time to see how Judas and his companion climbed the steps of the sanctuary, disappearing through the door of the Corinthian porch. I cursed my bad luck. That precisely was one of the few places in Jerusalem where a Gentile could not enter. The sanctuary was sacred. There was no room for any stratagem there, and much less with my appearance as a foreign merchant. What could I do to follow in Judas's footsteps? I dropped down on the steps where the master usually sat and tried to find a formula to discover the reason that had brought the apostle inside the sanctuary, when one of the Sadducees, a friend of Joseph of Arimathea, who had participated in the lunch offered by that one to Jesus on Tuesday morning, came to simplify my problems. The man recognized me, taking an interest in my health and asking me why I was looking so sad. After measuring the possible consequences of the idea that had just been born in my brain, I decided to talk to him. After begging him to keep what I was going to tell him in the strictest secret, to which the Sadducee agreed in a tone that seemed sincere, I explained to him that I had well-founded suspicions about the lack of loyalty of one of the disciples of the Rabbi of Galilee. I added that I had just seen Judas enter the sanctuary and that I feared for Jesus' safety. The former member of the Sanhedrin, that Sadducee was one of the 19 who had presented their resignation to Caiaphas, tried to reassure me, assuring me that this was not new.
There are many of us who know that Judas the Iscariot does not share the way of being and acting of the Master.
Despite his words, I pretended not to be satisfied and begged him to enter the temple and try to find out about Judas's plans. But before answering my request, the priest who secretly shared the doctrine of Jesus questioned me in turn, seeking an explanation for my strange behavior. I also believe in the Master, and I do not wish for him to be destroyed. My words must have sounded so firm that the Sadducee smiled, and patting me on the back, acceded to my wishes. Before parting, I announced to him that I had an appointment that same morning with Joseph, and that if it seemed appropriate, we could meet again before sunset, at the home of his friend, the one from Arimathea. Above all, and for basic security reasons, this must remain between us. My new friend was satisfied, and, somewhat more relieved, I resumed my path towards the lower city. But as I approached Joseph's house, an uncomfortable doubt assailed me. Had I really lied to the Sadducee when I said that I also believed in Jesus of Nazareth? Joseph of Arimathea received me with some concern. The incidents at the Gethsemane camp and the tracking of Judas delayed my arrival a little at the old man's house. Without wasting time, the wiry friend of Jesus wrapped himself in a luxurious wool cloak, dyed in fiery red, carrying a medium-sized amphora, approximately 1/8 of an ephah, or 5.6 liters. The appointment with the Roman procurator had been made for the 5th hour, around 11 in the morning, and like me, Joseph did not like to wait or make people wait. As I left the mansion, I begged the venerable member of the Sanhedrin to allow me to carry that jug. Joseph gladly consented, and although I was curious to know the content of it, the silence of my companion inclined me not to ask any questions on the matter. The road to the Antonia fortress, located northwest of the city, was relatively long, although the Roman headquarters had an entrance through the westernmost corner of the temple. As I think I already mentioned at the time, this fortification was attached to the immense rectangle that constituted the sanctuary and its atrium. Joseph of Arimathea, I suppose that for mere prudence, avoided the temple precinct at all times. We leave behind the intricate labyrinth of the alleys of the lower city, then crossing the brief depression of the Tyropaean Valley, a natural separation of the two large and well-differentiated neighborhoods of Jerusalem, the lower and the upper. The great theater appeared on our left, and shortly after, we came out onto the main street of that upper area of Jerusalem. Like the one I had seen in the lower city, this road, which ran from Herod's palace at the westernmost end of the city to the west wall of the temple, near the esplanade of Sixtus, appeared adorned with thick columns. Its porticos were lined with bazaars of vendors considered impure. From manufacturers of all types of artistic objects, potters, blacksmiths, perfumers, etc., to tailors, wool merchants, etc. The shouting, confusion, and symphony of smells were identical to those in the slum or Accra. Joseph quickened his pace as he crossed under the fish gate at the intersection of the second northern wall with the depression or valley of the Tyropaean. I never knew if the old man's haste was due to the presence, next to the aforementioned door, of a group of Tyrian merchants who sold all types of fish, or to the proximity of the Antonia fortress. The fact is that finally we found ourselves in front of the 4 feet 9 inches high stone wall that completely surrounded the impressive castle, headquarters of Pontius Pilate, while the Passover festivities lasted. Although I had already the opportunity to contemplate from a certain distance the legionaries who were sent precisely from the Antonia Tower to put order in the esplanade of the Gentiles, when Jesus of Nazareth caused the stampede of the oxen, the presence of the Roman sentinels at the doors of that wall moved me. Joseph addressed one of them in Aramaic, but the soldier did not understand the Israelites' language. Somewhat upset, the man from Arimathea then spoke to him in Greek. However, the legionnaire still did not understand. In view of the dire situation, the young Roman, I guess he was no more than 20 or 25 years old, made a sign for us to wait and, turning around, headed inside. The second sentinel remained mute and impassive, blocking the way with his long pilum or spear. Under his shiny greenish iron and bronze helmet, the legionnaire's eyes did not lose sight of us. The soldier wore the usual field suit, a chain of mail braided with iron mesh, and sheathed as if it were a short tunic, up to mid-thigh, that protected the entire trunk, belly, and upper part of the lower extremities. This cuirass of great flexibility and solidity was in direct contact with a leather doublet of identical dimensions and shape as the chainmail. Finally, the heavy outfit rested on a red tunic, provided with short sleeves and protruding about 4 or 6 inches below the armor, just above the knees. Sandals with thick leather soles protected the feet with a cumbersome system of straps, also made of leather, perfectly sewn around the entire perimeter of the footwear. On a later occasion, when examining one of those painstaking sandals, I counted up to 50 strips of tan cowhide. The soldier closed these laces at the top of the foot and at the level of the ankles. But it was later, in the courtyard of the fortress, when I would have the opportunity, as I say, to discover one of the feared characteristics of this garment. His outfit was completed by a leather belt, about 2 inches wide, covered with an endless number of nail heads. 8 stripes fell from the center, also made of leather, covered by small metal circles. This ornament had, above all, the mission of protecting the legionnaire's lower abdomen. On his right side hung the famous sword, type Hispanicus, 20 inches, perfectly sheathed in a wooden sheath with bronze reinforcements. On the opposite side, the semi-spatha, or dagger, approximately half the length of the gladius Hispanicus. Leaning on one of the corners of the wall door, I observed the shields of both sentinels. They were rectangular and about 31 inches high. They had a slight convexity, and in the center, an umbon, or circular metal protuberance, decorated with a yellow eagle that stood out against the red background of the rest of the shield. They appeared bordered with a metallic border and exquisitely painted in their central area with 4 concentric squares, from smallest to largest, black, black and yellow. The corners of the largest had been replaced by swastikas, also in black. The handles were made up of 2 straps, one for the arm and the other for the hand. But what undoubtedly fascinated me about that combat equipment was the spear. That pilum must have measured just over 6.5 feet, of which at least half corresponded to the iron and the rest to the shaft. This one, made of very light wood, had a diameter of no more than 30 millimeters. The shaft had been embedded in the iron. In the middle area of the weapon, I observed a very short cylindrical reinforcement that served as a handle and, possibly, to regulate the center of gravity of the javelin. As I learned about the life and organization of that army, I understood how and why it had come so far in its conquests. The legionnaire caught my gaze, absorbed in the gleaming steel of the arrowhead at the end of his spear, and, with a malicious smile, tilted the pilum until the sharp end was a hand's breadth from my chest. Joseph was scared. For a moment I tried to imagine what would have happened if the soldier had tried to stab me with his weapon. Probably the sentinel's shock, upon seeing that his pilum was broken, or that it did not penetrate my torso, would have been greater than mine. The snakeskin that covered my body was perfectly designed to withstand such an attack. Far from backing down or showing concern, I responded to the legionnaire's smile with a more intense one, letting him understand that I knew it was a joke. That gesture, which the soldier interpreted as a sign of courage and which earned me his respect, was going to be extremely useful to me, unintentionally, during the capture of the Galileo on the night of the following day. At that moment, the sentinel who had gone inside the fortress called for our presence from the gate of the tower. Joseph and I crossed the 33 or 49 feet of vacant land that separated the outer stone wall or parapet from a deep moat. 538 square feet, 74 feet, dug by Herod when he ordered the rebuilding of an ancient fortress of the Maccabees and who gave the aforementioned title of Antonia in honor of Mark Antony. This moat, dry at that time, surrounded the residence of the Roman procurator in its entire perimeter, except for the south face which, as I already explained, was attached to the north wall of the temple. Its foundations were a gigantic rock, completely smooth on its top and sides. Herod, in anticipation of possible attacks, had covered the latter with enormous iron plates, so that access through them would be impassable. And on this solid base stood a magnificent bastion built with large rectangular stones. There, Pilate's successive interrogations of Jesus would take place, as well as the savage punishment of scourging. As I crossed the drawbridge, about 16 feet long and built of thick logs on which a thick metal covering had been fixed, I couldn't resist the temptation to look up. The blue-gray stone facade, 40 cubits high, was divided into two symmetrical and perfectly crenellated sections. Each of these blocks, about 164 feet long, had 3 rows of windows, those corresponding to the first floor in the form of embrasures, and in the center, between the 2 wings that formed the facade, a kind of terrace or viewpoint, about 65.5 feet long, with the prisms of the battlement somewhat smaller than those of the upper areas. The 4 corners of the castle had been reinforced by as many towers, equally fortified. I knew their dimensions from Flavius Josephus, but when I saw them from such a short distance, they seemed much more graceful to me. At the mouth of the tunnel that constituted the main entrance to the fortress, the sentinel we had found next to the outer wall and an officer were waiting for us. When I discovered a vinewood staff in his right hand, I understood that I was facing a centurion. His height was somewhat taller than the normal average for legionnaires, but perhaps this was due to the plume of red feathers that adorned his helmet. After greeting him, Joseph identified himself to the head of the sentry, telling him that he was a friend of the prosecutor and that an audience had been scheduled for that morning. The centurion, also in Greek, responded to the greeting and asked me to identify myself. Then, addressing one of the soldiers, who was standing guard at the door of a room located to the right of the tunnel, he asked him for something. The legionnaire hurried into what must have been the guard room and returned immediately with a wax tablet. Some names had been written on that kind of blackboard. From the upper left corner of the frame of the tablet hung a short and well-handled rope to which a bronze nail about 3 inches long had been tied, and which, judging by the lines on the wax surface, served as a burin or stylo. The centurion read the contents and returned the tablet to the legionary, who disappeared back into the room. By then, several of the soldiers who formed the excubii or day guard in that sector of the fortress, and who were resting on one of the wooden benches inside the room, had peeked out of the door, observing us with curiosity.
What does that jar contain?
It's wine from the underground cellars of Gibeon. I know the procurator likes it.
You'll have to open it.
I exchanged a quick glance with Joseph, and without flinching, he took the amphora, removing the clay lid that closed it. The legionnaire took charge of the container, filling a brass cup. After smelling the contents, he brought the pink liquid to his lips, drinking it. The centurion accepted the verification and asked us to hand over our weapons. The one from Arimathea explained to him that we were men of peace and that we did not carry a sword. But the officer, without paying much attention to the old man's words, ordered 2 of the sentinels to search our attire. After feeling the sides, waist, chest, and arms, the legionnaires shook their heads negatively. At that moment, the conscientious officer noticed my staff.
You'll have to leave it in the care of the guard.
And before I could react, another of the Romans snatched the rod of Moses from me. My heart skipped a beat. That was not planned. And although the wooden cylinder had been conditioned to withstand the most violent swings and clashes, the mere thought that it could be damaged or lost plunged me into deep anxiety. That also meant not being able to film the interview with Pontius Pilate. On the other hand, it was obvious that the centurion was not willing to let me pass with the staff. If I truly wanted to carry out the Trojan horse project, I had to resign myself and trust in fortune. I remained silent, trying not to attach too much importance to my rod. The opposite would have aroused misgivings and suspicions that were not desirable in that unrepeatable opportunity. The centurion then made a sign with his hand, indicating for us to follow him. We exited the vaulted tunnel and found ourselves in a spacious quadrangular patio, open to the sky, about 164 feet on a side, and paved with hard limestone slabs measuring 10 square feet each. An endless number of doors, crowned by wooden lintels, forming semicircular arches, lined the sides under as many porticos supported by colonnades. That fortress, as I was able to verify as I entered it, had been built with great care. Through that large patio into which the bedrooms, stables, and some warehouses led, numerous legionaries came and went. Many of them, off duty, wore only the short maroon wool tunic, cinched with a very light belt. The centurion who was guiding us crossed the center of the courtyard, surrounding a circular fountain, above whose center stood a beautiful representation, also in stone and life-size, of the Roman goddess. The statue wore a tunic with multiple folds, exposing the goddess's right breast. In her right hand she held a spear, and in her left hand she held a sphere from which a stream of water gushed. This was stored in the circular pond that constituted the lower part of the fountain. Several soldiers of the Roman cavalry were washing and brushing half a dozen horses. Unlike the infantrymen, the riders wore a long-sleeved purple jacket and very tight red pants that extended to the shin. Unlike what happens, for example, with our Western armies, none of those soldiers stood at attention or saluted as the centurion passed by. Him, always with his euedes, or vine staff, in his right hand, and gathering his loose purple toga, or cape, over his left arm, continued on his way to the back of the patio. To the right and left, and especially under the porticos, other legionaries attended to cleaning their weapons or sandals. In one of the corners, a crowded group of soldiers formed a circle around something that was happening on the pavement. Despite my curiosity, I couldn't get close. The officer, who did not turn his head even once, continued at a good pace toward the stairs that could already be seen in the eastern part of the patio. Before leaving that room, another scene caught my attention. To our right and motionless on the paving, one of the legionnaires carried a heavy sack on his neck and shoulders. The load forced the man to keep his trunk and head slightly inclined toward the ground. Next to him, another legionnaire, with his regulation clothing and weapons, kept his companion in sight. Upon my return from the interview with the Roman procurator, I was going to have a complete explanation of all that. As soon as I stepped onto the polished white marble staircase, which started from the very edge of the patio, I sensed that we were entering the noble part of the building. Those stairs, with a slight slope, placed us in a kind of rectangular hall, all covered with very fine marbles that, judging by the subtle gray and blue veining, must have been imported by Herod the Great from Cyprus and Carrara. In front of the staircase that led to the first floor of the Antonia Tower, a double door opened almost 16 feet wide, exquisitely carved with palm trees, flowers, and carved cherubs. There you could see once again the hand of the Phoenician craftsmen and builders who, possibly, were in charge of the construction of the fortress. On both sides of the door, 2 infantrymen stood guard, crossing their pilum in the shape of a cross. The centurion addressed one of them, warning him, I suppose, that we were on Pontius Pilate's audience list. Seconds later he turned around, and after raising his arm in greeting, he disappeared down the stairs. Obviously we had to wait. Joseph then went to one of the sides of the hall, sitting in one of the X-shaped chairs, without backrest and with a leather seat, located on a fluffy Babylonian carpet. Behind him, through 2 tall, bare windows, came the light and the cold breeze from the north. I tried to imitate my companion, while trying to fix in my memory the most outstanding details of that stay. 4 large sculptures were lined up on both sides of the door, 2 on each of the panels. The closest to the sentinels were busts, made of equally white marble. I could recognize the others. They were a replica of the Amazons that are currently kept in the Capitoline Museum in Rome. The busts, however, were unrecognizable to me, and without being able to contain my curiosity, I asked Joseph about the meaning of those heads, supported on magnificent cylindrical pedestals. The one from Arimathea made a gesture of displeasure, and almost reluctantly he explained to me that they were the busts of Caesar. One, located to the left of the door, represented a teenage Tiberius, the other to the emperor today.
Those statues were the cause, some years ago, of great lamentations and pain for my people.
As soon as he arrived in Judea, Pontius Pilate, according to the old man's testimony, placed these images in Jerusalem, taking advantage of the darkness of the night. The Jewish people did not accept the presence of images, not even those of the Roman emperor, and this caused a revolt. Thousands of Hebrews went to Caesarea, the capital of the invaders, begging the procurator to remove the statues and thus respect the tradition and beliefs of the Jewish nation. But Pilate paid no attention, refusing to remove the images of Tiberius. For 5 days and 5 nights, the Jews remained around the procurator's house. In view of the situation, Pontius summoned the crowd, and when everyone believed that the Roman governor was about to give in, the troops surrounded the Hebrews. The procurator then warned them that if they did not receive the images, those 3 squads would tear them to pieces. And at an order from Pilate, the legionaries drew their swords. The crowd, bewildered, fell on their faces to the ground, moaning and shouting that they preferred to die than see their holy city desecrated. Pilate, moved and amazed by this attitude, ended up consenting, ordering that the busts of Caesar be removed from Jerusalem and moved inside the Roman headquarters, the Antonia Tower. Without being able to avoid it, I got up from the seat and slowly approached the first bust. But that boyish face, with bangs perfectly trimmed on his forehead, didn't tell me anything. And I then went to the second effigy. As I passed in front of the legionnaires, they both followed me with their eyes. That second bust represented an adult Tiberius, about 50 years old. The emperor was appointed Caesar in the year 14 of our era, when he was 55 years old, but extremely favored. In my training prior to this mission, and especially in view of the interview I was about to hold with Pontius Pilate, I had received exhaustive information about the figure and personality of Tiberius. There, logically following the guidelines of the artists of the time, who hid the defects of the people whom they immortalized in stone or bronze, the multiple ulcers that covered his face did not appear, nor his baldness, nor the slight deviation to the right of his nose, or the defect in his left ear, which was more detached than the one on the other side. These last two defects appear clearly in the so-called bust of man, made when Tiberius was not yet emperor. However, a drooping mouth was observed, a consequence of the loss of teeth. Except for these concessions, the artist had accurately captured the head of that controversial and introverted Caesar, a triangular face with a wide forehead and a short pointed chin. As a whole, that bust emanated the philanthropic, resentful, and elusive air that characterized Tiberius, and that was going to play a decisive role in the will of his procurator in Judea when it came to saving or condemning Jesus of Nazareth. But let the events speak for themselves. Suddenly the big door opened. Joseph, like me, hurried to the threshold. As if a mechanical spring had acted on them, the soldiers withdrew their spears, making way for an individual wearing the Roman toga of the commoners. I barely had time to notice him. On the other side, a centurion held the door. In his left hand, he held a wax tablet, identical to the one I had seen at the guard post. He called our names and with a smile invited us in. That room, larger than the hall, perplexed me. It was oval and the walls were completely lined with cedar. The cypress wood floor creaked under our feet as we approached, always accompanied by the officer, to the end of the room where a short man was waiting, Pontius Pilate. Upon seeing us, the procurator stood up from his seat, greeting us with his arm raised, just as Hitler's Germans would do centuries later. Upon reaching the table, Joseph bowed his head slightly, then proceeded to introduce me. Instinctively, I repeated that slight bow, feeling how the governor of Judea pierced me with his blue bulging eyes. Pontius sat down again and invited us to do the same. The centurion, on the other hand, remained standing and to one side of that simple but expensive table with cedar board and ivory feet. He did not wear a helmet, but he did carry his regular weapons, a sword on his left side, unlike the troops, a dagger, and of course, the chainmail. His attire was very similar to that of the legionnaires, except for his cape and helmet. While the old man from Arimathea spoke to him in Greek, offering him the amphora of wine, Pilate, who kept his eyes on me, had to notice that the curiosity was mutual. Honestly, the image that I had been able to conceive of that man was far from reality. His small size, perhaps 5 feet, confused me. He was thick, with a prominent belly, which the procurator tried to hide under the folds of a silk toga of a faded violet color that fell from his left shoulder, wrapping and girding his abdomen and part of his thorax. Under this mantle, Pontius wore an ankle-length white tunic, also made of silk and with delicate gold brocades along a short, thick neck. From the first moment I was surprised by his hair. I couldn't say for sure, but I'm almost certain that he had resorted to a hairpiece to hide his baldness. The arrangement of the hair falling exaggeratedly and studiously over the forehead, and the clear contrast with the long hair that hung over the nape of the neck in the form of manes, revealed the existence of a blonde wig. Little by little, as I got to know the procurator, I observed an almost unhealthy desire to imitate his emperor in everything, and the hairpiece seemed to be another proof. Baldness, according to all historians, was one of the characteristics of the Claudians. Tiberius had lost his hair since his distant youth, apparently using blonde wigs, made, according to Ovid, with the hair of the slaves and prisoners of barbarian peoples. Other emperors, such as Julius Caesar and Caligula, had this disease. Seneca masterfully describes Caligula's serious complex as a consequence of his baldness. Looking at his head, says the Spaniard, was a crime. Of course, in recovering in health, I tried to look as little as possible at Pilate's hairpiece. A rampant cavity had decimated his teeth, peppering them with black spots that made that white face, swollen and round like a shield, even more unpleasant. Pontius, aware of this problem, had tried to remedy his poor teeth, having 2 gold teeth placed in his upper jaw and another in the lower jaw. Those prostheses also denounced his privileged economic situation. Pilate knew it, and I observed that even if there was no reason for it, he loved to smile and show his powers. Despite his very close shave and the perfume he used, his appearance in general was not very pleasant. Also, I believe, Pontius Pilate's physical description fit with the typological classification that Ernest Kretschmer had made. At least from an external point of view, it coincided with the so-called picnic type. But what really interested me was his way of being. It was vital to be able to dive into his spirit in order to better understand his motivations and draw some kind of conclusion about his behavior on that morning of Friday, April 7th. The procurator thanked Joseph for the gift and, falling on me, he asked me between giggles,
"And how is the little old man?"
I knew that Tiberius' harsh character and extreme seriousness, already from his youth, had earned him this nickname, and I tried to respond without losing my cool. On my trip to this eastern province, I had the honor of seeing him in his retreat on the island of Capri. His health continues to deteriorate as rapidly as his mood.
But has he returned to Capri?
That ended up alerting me. Pilate, with those and the following questions, was trying to find out if I was part of the group of astrologers that surrounded Tiberius and that Juvenal, years later, would ironically describe as a Chaldean flock. The die was cast, so I tried to follow along. As a precautionary measure, Trojan Horse had established that, for the duration of my meeting with Pilato, the auditory connection with the module would be practically permanent. The auxiliary information from Santa Claus, our computer, could be very useful. Hence, throughout the interview, I remained with my right hand pressed to my ear, simulating difficulty hearing my interlocutor. In reality, as I already explained, this trick allowed the voices of those gathered there to reach Eliseo clearly. I understand that the news has reached you late, and that you are not yet informed of the Emperor's voluntary retreat to Capri. He remains there today in the company of his friend and teacher of astrologers, the great Thrasilo. Pontius did not give up. That delicate situation seemed to amuse him.
Then he will have brought with him his personal doctor, Musa.
Pilate's new trap also bore no fruit. I knew that Antonio Musa had been the doctor of his predecessor, Augustus. But how could I rectify the supreme leader of the Roman forces in Judea without hurting his twisted spirit? No, procurator. I know that Tiberius admired Musa's care for his stepfather, but the emperor preferred to take the no less prudent and eminent Caracals. According to my information, Tiberius calls him from time to any of the 12 villas on Capri where he lives. Pilate began to play with the small ivory phallus that hung from his neck. That ornament, so common in imperial Rome, came to show me something I already suspected, that Roman was deeply superstitious. The presence of phalluses in all types of ornaments, necklaces, rings, furniture, paintings, etc., was motivated by the desire of Roman citizens to attract fortune and avoid misfortune.
Yes, Tiberius has always been a sickly man, and we all sometimes suffer from his irritability. I suppose, Jason, that his weakness will become greater and greater.
There was some truth in those comments. But among these half-truths, there were also new attacks on my professionalism as a supposed astrologer, and ultimately on my knowledge of Caesar. I can assure you that Tiberius retains all his strength. He is capable, as you very well know, of piercing a green apple with his finger. His old age has not diminished his strength, although it has diminished his eyesight. And in one thing I do agree with your wise opinion. The emperor is a man tormented by his destiny. He did not know how to rise above the adverse circumstances of the divorce that Augustus imposed on him. He will never forget his great love, Vipsania. This, the possessive nature and ambition of his mother, Livia, and those repulsive ulcers that disfigure his face have ended up transforming him into a shy, resentful, and elusive man. At that moment, Eliseo intervened.
According to Pliny the Elder, in his specific natural history, Tiberius was one of the men with the best eyesight in the world. He was able to see in the darkness, like owls, although during the day he suffered from myopia. This was according to Dion, History of Rome, one of the reasons he gave for not accepting the empire.
Shy, resentful, elusive, and cruel.
In my opinion, the procurator was satisfied with my representation. From that moment on, his questions and comments were no longer so venomous. However, those statements had begun to shed light on Pontius's behavior towards the emperor, and especially his personal judgment in relation to Tiberius and his actions. On one hand, as I had the opportunity to verify, Pontius Pilate liked to imitate his Caesar. On the other hand, he hated and feared him with the same intensity. Those last years of Tiberius, from shortly before his retirement to Capri, were truly terrifying. Suetonius describes it, stating that the fury of denunciations that was unleashed under Tiberius, more than all the civil wars, exhausted the country in full peace. Everyone spied on each other, and everything could be a reason for secret denunciation to Caesar. Tiberius' distrustful character fueled, and not a little, this wave of denunciations. And when any brave man, such as Calpurnius Piso, raised his voice protesting this situation, Caesar was in charge of annihilating him. Tiberius saw traitors and betrayals even in his most intimate friends and collaborators. The Tiberian terror reached such extremes that, according to Suetonius, even a word escaped in a moment of drunkenness was spied on, and even the most innocent joke could constitute an excuse to denounce. This very serious situation, of enormous significance in my opinion when judging Pilate's behavior towards Jesus of Nazareth, is perfectly illustrated by the event involving Paulus, a praetor who was attending a meal. Seneca tells it in his work, The Beneficence. This Paulus wore a ring with a cameo on which the portrait of Tiberius Caesar was engraved. Well, good old Paulus, urged by a physiological need, was imprudent enough to pick up a urinal with said hand. The event was observed by a certain Maro, one of the best-known informers of the moment. But a slave of Paulus noticed that the informer was spying on his master and, quickly taking advantage of his drunkenness, took the ring off his finger at the very moment when Maro took the diners as witnesses of the insult that was going to be done to the emperor, bringing his effigy closer to the urinal. At that moment, the slave opened his hand and showed the ring. That saved the careless Paulus from certain death and the total loss of his property, which, according to the law of Tiberius, was always going to end up in the hands of the informer. This and old hatreds were the most common causes in all the denunciations. Pontius Pilate naturally knew these facts and feared, like any other citizen of Rome, that he would be the target of the many professional or amateur informers who swarmed then. In the short time that I stayed close to him, I sensed that Pilate was not exactly a coward. The fact of representing Caesar in a province as difficult and riotous as Israel already presupposed him, at least theoretically, as a man of certain mettle. And although it was a political error, he demonstrated by refusing to remove the images of Caesar located in Jerusalem, or by appropriating the temple's treasure for the construction of an aqueduct. I believe, in honor of the truth, that procurator could feel, and this would happen on Friday, fear of the situation that the empire suffered in those years, not of the truth when it emerges cleanly and directly between two men. Pilate presented himself to me as an emotionally unstable man, but not as a coward, as has always been claimed. This, as we will see later, should be another concept to review, especially by the Catholic Church.
Shy, resentful, elusive, and cruel.
Silence fell like a burden on the room. Joseph, who seemed not to believe what he had heard, shifted nervously in his leather chair. That same violent silence must have brought Pilate out of the depths of his mind, and adopting a more conciliatory tone, he asked again,
"But tell me, Jason, what does the emperor do now?"
As I have already told you, I understand that Tiberius has escaped from Rome, fleeing from himself. His mortal enemy is his resentment or his lack of generosity. and the stars announce events that will shake the empire. Now he spends his time walking alone, as always, along the steep cliffs of Capri. He doesn't talk to anyone except his astrologers, and I can assure you that his distrust and senile instability are such that he is even murdering my colleagues.
He's killing his astrologers?
The governor interrupted me with a smile of disbelief. That news apparently had not yet reached remote Palestine, and I tried to take advantage of it. That's right, Procurator. His dementia is compromising everyone who knows him. Every afternoon, Tiberius receives an astrologer. He does so in the tallest of the 12 villas that he had built on the island, and which, as you know, are dedicated to 12 other gods. Well, if the emperor believes that the astrologer on duty has not told him the truth in his omens, he orders the robust slave who accompanies him to, upon his return from the palace, throw the Chaldean off the cliffs. Pilate smiled maliciously and, pointing his index finger at me, asked bluntly,
"And you? How are you still alive?"
I tried to follow the advice of my teacher, Thrasylus, and what my own heart dictated to me. That is, I told the truth to the emperor. Eliseo then transmitted to me the text of a legend that circulated at that time, and which, if true, reveals the aforementioned hardness of character of Tiberius.
When Thrasylus was called by Caesar to announce his future, he, turning pale, bravely warned him that great danger threatened him. Tiberius, comforted by his loyalty, kissed him, taking him as the first of his astrologers.
Pilate could not contain his curiosity and burst out,
"And what are those events that, according to you, will move the entire empire?"
"We have read in the stars, and they predict a very serious event, which will affect, above all, the emperor." At that time, I enjoyed the enormous advantage of knowing history. We were in the year 30, and I tried to focus my predictions on the immediate future.
"Go on, continue."
Pontius urged me, symbolically pushing me with his short, chubby hands, between whose rosy fingers stood out the onyx seal of his procuratorate, Sejanus. Upon hearing that name, pronounced by me with a well-studied theatricality, the procurator turned pale. At that time, and especially since Caesar had retired to Capri, 26 AD, alias Sejanus, commander-in-chief of Rome's Praetorian forces and trusted man of Tiberius, was the true emperor. The ill-concealed ambition of this general and his influence on Tiberius had made him a second horror for the citizens of the empire. His power was such that his image appeared, along with that of Caesar, in the places of honor in the city, on the insignia of the legions, and even on coins. His true intentions, to replace Tiberius in the empire, led him to all kinds of excesses, intrigues, and murders. He even tried to marry one of Tiberius's granddaughters, possibly Julia Livilla, daughter of Germanicus. But Caesar put him off, thus truncating Sejanus's hopes of erasing the dark and humble origins of his birth. A cold and calculating man, Tiberius's lieutenant was eliminating the emperor's possible successors, initiating a brutal offensive against Agrippina, granddaughter of Augustus, and her children, Nero I, Drusus III, Caio, better known for Caligula, Agrippina II, Drusilla, and Julia Livilla. These attacks by Sejanus began with two prestigious representatives of Agrippina's party, Silius and Sabinus. The suicide of the first, a great soldier, in the year 24 after Christ so as not to be executed, and the trial and subsequent murder of the second, 28 AD, plunged Rome and its provinces into anguish. Tacitus confirms these facts. Never, he says, consternation and fear reigned as then in Rome. Pontius Pilate and the centurion who accompanied us knew very well who Sejanus was and what his power was. History, as I already mentioned, and especially the Catholic Church, should have explained to the world, or at least to those who call themselves believers, the disastrous influence exerted on the entire empire, precisely in those crucial years, by the prime minister of Tiberius. Only in this way, knowing the iron and despotic government of Sejanus and the no less cruel attitude of Caesar, can we begin to understand why Pilate was going to wash his hands in the trial against the master of Galilee. All Roman governors of provinces, not to mention Pontius, knew that their positions and lives hung by a simple thread. The slightest scandal, murmuring, or denunciation inevitably led to dismissal, exile, or execution. As we will see at the time, The Roman procurator in Israel, faced with the threat of the Jews to accuse him before Caesar of allowing one of those Hebrews to proclaim himself king, preferred to bow down, thus avoiding a confrontation with the implacable Sejanus or with Tiberius, each more intransigent. I believe, therefore, that given the social, political, and government circumstances of that year 30 in the empire, Pilate's act was not one of cowardice, but of diplomatic prevention. Between both terms, I believe, there is a clear difference that, although it does not justify the determination of Caesar's representative, or Sejanus in this case, it does help to understand him better.
What does he have to do with your predictions?
Pilate asked in a contemptuous tone. Trojan horse had carefully considered that interview of mine with the Roman procurator, and although it was planned that I would try to gain his trust and friendship, with a view above all to obtaining greater ease of movement inside the Antonia Tower on Friday morning, General Curtis's men had considered that it was not advisable to warn Pontius Pilate of the tragic fall of Sejanus in the year 31. If the procurator came to believe this prophecy at face value, which would in effect be fulfilled on October 18th of that year, his fear of Sejanus could partially disappear, thus changing his decision to execute Jesus. This logically went against the most basic ethics of the project. We were simple observers, and any maneuver that could cause an alteration of history was strictly prohibited to us, so I limited myself to telling him part of the truth. The stars have shown themselves favorable to Sejanus. His power will be increased by the appointment of consul. Pilate, as I expected, gave credence to my omens. Upon hearing the prediction, he left the table, facing the large window that closed that arch of the living room. He remained like that for a few minutes, with his hands behind his back and his head slightly bent forward.
So, consul.
But that's not the most serious thing. The stars indicate a serious plot against the emperor.
Does Tiberius know?
My master Thrasilo took it upon himself to announce it to him shortly before my departure from Capri.
Well, the cohorts of Syria are restless because of Sejanus. But you don't have to be an astrologer to expect that one day or another.
The stars have pointed out a name. Pilate said nothing. He picked up his long robe and sat down very slowly, still watching me. I looked at the centurion, feigning a certain distrust for the officer's presence. But Pontius, sensing my attitude, was quick to reassure me.
Don't be afraid. Civilis is my Primipalus. The entire legion is under his command. Speaks with complete freedom. Here there are no artificially prepared holes, as happened with the naive Sabinus.
Sejanus.
That bastard.
And in one of those abrupt changes of character, Pilate hit the table with his fist, making some of the parchments and papyri jump, perfectly rolled and stacked on a wooden tray. Some of those documents or letters made of goat, calf, or lambskin, which the Romans called membrane, rolled down the board, falling at the officer's feet. He hurried to pick them up, while the procurator, nervous and obviously confused, clung to his ivory phallic amulet.
Are you sure?
But before I had a chance to respond, he looked at the centurion, questioning him in turn.
What do you know?
The officer shook his head without even opening his lips.
A plot against Tiberius.
Pilate was actually talking to himself. He put his fingers to his face, stroking his chin thoughtfully, and finally raising his eyes to the ceiling. He asked me as if he had just caught me in a mistake.
Let's see if I understood. Astrology says that the gods are on Sejanus's side, but you have also just announced that he is preparing a plot against Caesar. If that were so, and since you say that Tiberius is informed, how is it possible that the head of the Praetorians continues to enjoy the confidence of the emperor? Answer.
Pilate had turned to look straight at me, and with a fierceness that made Joseph of Arimathea tremble. But I held his gaze. Just as we had anticipated, the Roman procurator had taken the bait. With all the calm I could muster, I went straight in search of what had really brought me there. There is a plan. Pontius was appeased. Now I am sure that my imperturbable serenity disarmed him.
Speak.
But first I would like to request a small favor from you.
Granted, but speak.
You know that, in addition to my studies as an astrologer, I am dedicated to the wood trade. Well, a rich Roman citizen of Thessaloniki has learned of the wonderful underground heating system that Augustus had built under the floor of his triclinium. All Rome is aware of your exquisite taste and that you have ordered another similar system placed under your triclinium. I have received the express and urgent request from this friend of mine from Greece to consult with you, if you deem it prudent, some technical details regarding its installation. I am the bearer of a letter in which he asked you to allow me to ask some questions about this, and immediately afterward I rescued the small roll of parchment from my oilcloth bag, meticulously sealed and made by the Trojan horsemen. I extended it to Pilate, who, to tell the truth, was astonished. After reading the message from my non-existent friend, he dropped it on the table, visibly satisfied by so much adulation.
I didn't know that in Rome they knew. Granted, tomorrow you can ask all the questions you think appropriate.
Tomorrow, dear Procurator, I will not be able to go to the Antonia fortress, but I will on Friday.
Say no more. On Friday.
I don't want to abuse your consideration, but you know how difficult it is to access your residence. Could you provide me with an order or safe conduct, which would make my job easier? Pontius was beginning to lose patience, and with a gesture of reluctance he indicated to the centurion to bring him one of the scrolls that were lined up on a large shelf behind the officer and that, at first glance, must have contained 100 long scrolls. The procurator straightened the papyrus and, taking a goose quill, scribbled a series of phrases in almost square letters and in Latin.
Here you go. On Friday, when you present this authorization, you must ask for civiles. And now, by all the gods, speak at once.
What I'm going to tell you is extremely secret. Only the emperor and some of his intimates in Capri, including my master, Thrasylus, know this. I hope that your proverbial prudence knows how to guard and manage what I am going to reveal to you. Tiberius, as I told you, is no stranger to that plot. He knows as you do of Sejanus's intrigues and his responsibility for the deaths and banishment of Agrippina and her children. But he has given secret orders for Antonia and her grandson Caligula to travel to Capri and place themselves under his protection. Pontius Pilate remained speechless, as if he were seeing a ghost. Finally, almost stuttering, he managed to say,
Caligula, of course, the great-grandson of Tiberius, the Botida. So, if Caesar's plans are fulfilled, we can already imagine who his successor will be. But what do the stars say about the life of Tiberius? Will it last long?
Enough so that a lot of blood still flows. I knew, obviously, that Caesar's death would not occur until the year 37. The sudden appearance of one of the procurator's servants in the Oval Room, announcing him that lunch was ready, interrupted that conversation. I honestly breathed a sigh of relief. But Pilate, excited and grateful for my revelations, asked us to accompany him. Joseph and I looked at each other, and the one from Arimathea, who had not opened his mouth during the entire interview, gladly agreed. I could not suspect that that same afternoon I would have the opportunity to witness an event that would be extremely illustrative to better understand the dark event of the escape of the guardians of the tomb where Jesus of Nazareth was going to be buried. A little more relaxed, the four of us headed towards the opposite end where we had held the interview. The procurator, moving forward slightly, led us towards a secluded triclinium separated from the official office by semi-transparent muslin curtains. The speed with which we had been introduced into that oval room and the circumstance of having remained the entire time in the northern sector, with my back to the rest, had prevented me from observing it carefully. My mission next Friday morning required me to know its distribution as accurately as possible, so I took advantage of those moments, simulating a special interest in a bust housed in a large niche in the center of the wall that also housed Pilate's library, to mentally photograph as many details as I could. Pontius stopped when he saw that I was falling behind. I leaned slightly over that small bronze bust, recognizing with surprise that it was an identical effigy, perhaps it was the same one, as the one I had contemplated during my training in the metal cabinet of the Paris Library. In this bust of Emperor Tiberius, Caesar's characteristic rictus of bitterness could be seen in his mouth. Beautiful!
Who? The Caesar or the bust?
The sculpture, of course, in my opinion, is one of the few that does him some justice.
I like your sincerity, Jason. You know, I would like to guess what history will say about this tyrant.
That, precisely that. Here lies a cruel despot and a bloodthirsty tyrant. Pontius Pilate could not even suspect that I was announcing the epitaph that his biographers would write on his tomb in the year 37. Although it is also true, and in this I share the opinion of the great historian Wiedermeister, that if Tiberius had been born in the year 6 before Christ, history would have dedicated a very different phrase to him. Here lies a great strategist.
Me, on the other hand, would have his favorite phrase chiseled, "After me, may fire make the earth disappear."
Pilate was right. As Seneca and Dion record, that was the phrase most repeated by Tiberius. To the right and left of the bust of Caesar, nailed to separate wooden feet, had been placed the banner of the legion and the zodiacal sign of Tiberius, respectively. The first one, a metallic eagle, probably in gilt bronze, with its wings spread and a beam of lightning between its talons. The second, a scorpion, equally metallic and with an intense golden shine. These sacred Roman insignia appeared mounted on poles more than 6.5 feet in length and provided with metal tips, so that they could be nailed into the ground, or, as in this case, into a quadrangular base of reddish wood. Following that same wall, the living room had a door that was much more sober and smaller than the one leading to the hallway. That's where the servant had appeared, and that's where I assumed we could reach the procurator's private rooms. The rest of the room was practically empty. In total, taking into account the small dining room that closed that ellipsoidal room, the place must have measured around 59 feet in upper diameter and another 29.5 feet in lower diameter or maximum width. The ceiling, about 42 feet high and completely vaulted, seemed to me to be another example of the pride and conscientious work carried out by Herod in that fortress. But my surprise was even greater when, upon separating the curtains that divided the triclinium from the office, a cascade of light flooded us all. Instead of a twin window to the existing one at the other end of the room, the architects had opened a rectangular skylight in the ceiling more than 10 feet on each side, closed with a single sheet of glass. The sun, at its zenith, poured in, providing the cozy room with a luminosity and warm warmth that I was deeply grateful for. In the center was a circular table, barely 16 inches high, covered with a white linen tablecloth and presided over by a centerpiece of fragrant orange blossoms, almost all of them citron and lemon. Around the table and scattered on the floor were piled up a good number of cushions or pillows, full of feathers, which usually served as a seat or kneeler. The apse that constituted the wall of the triclinium, also lined with cedar wood, presented half a dozen skylights or oil lamps, now extinguished, and in the area that was nothing more than the extension of the wall where I had contemplated the bust of Caesar, I discovered a narrow door, masterfully hidden between the grains of the cedar panels. Precisely there, 4 or 5 slaves appeared, all of them dressed in short ivory-colored tunics. Apparently they came from Syria, except for a Gaul with long blonde hair. During the meal, Pilate would confess to me that that beautiful young man was a jewel. After quite a bit of haggling, he had managed to buy him in the Jerusalem slave market for the not inconsiderable sum of 1,000 sesterces, about 250 silver denarii. Each of those servants carried a copper basin or foot bath with a small wooden support inside, which served to place the sole of the foot, thus making washing more comfortable. After the obligatory ritual, Pontius suggested that I not wear my sandals. Him and the centurion had done the same. At first I didn't understood, but Pilate, smiling and pointing to the floorboards, clarified the reason for that suggestion.
This way, you will have the opportunity to experience for yourself the excellence of my underground heating system, which worries you so much.
When I placed my feet on the cypress wood, I began to feel, in fact, a very subtle and comforting heat. Honestly, I was amazed. The hot water circuit that ran under the floor transmitted enough heat energy to the floor to warm the room, without the need for chimneys or uncomfortable stoves. Naturally, and knowing a little about the special psychology of my host, I did not hesitate to praise that revolutionary and ingenious device, promising to talk about it to as many dignitaries and courtiers as I had the opportunity to meet. And while the slaves were placing the different food on the table, I took advantage of those first moments of lunch, as Roman citizens were accustomed, to present Pilate and Civilis with 2 small emeralds obtained by Trojan horse from the Muso mines. The project, as I already explained at the time, had planned to simplify my access to the Roman procurator through this gift. In principle, the mission had given me only 2 stones of green brilliance, as Pliny defined them, that should be gifted to Pilate. But suspecting that my freedom of movement on Friday's journey through the Antonia Tower would be greatly conditioned by the will of the chief of the centurions, I decided on the fly to also earn his appreciation. And nothing better than giving him one of those beautiful emeralds, the most sought-after stones in the Roman world after diamonds and pearls. It was the first and the only time I saw a fleeting smile appear on Civilis's almost stony face. Pilate, on the other hand, was generous in his fuss, swearing by his ancestors that he would not forget my face or my name. Actually, I was happy for that fickle spirit to remember me, at least until Friday. And although the procurator tried to imitate Caesar in many of his ways and actions, especially those that had a public residence, at mealtime, however, he was far from the extreme sobriety of Tiberius. The refreshment that the slaves had begun to serve consisted, among other minutiae, of sea urchins and oysters, brought expressly from the artificial breeding grounds of Lake Lacrina, of fattened and oiled pullets on oyster patties and other seafood, such as those called by Pontius sea acorns, black and white. And all this as an entry. The 4th, 5th, and 6th courses were even more sophisticated. Roe deer sirloin, birds coated in flour, and something I had never seen before, sow's udder and udder empanadas. And as a finale, brown wine from the Strait of Gades, Cadiz, and dates immersed in a black and sweet broth from the Sicilian vineyards. That banquet was permanently watered with the wine that Joseph had brought, as well as other no less estimable wines from Lesbos and Chios. Given the time of year and the long journey that the oysters and the rest of the shellfish had endured, I tried not to try them, excusing myself to Pontius with a supposedly acute stomach ailment. In return, I found myself in the painful obligation of tasting those sow's udders. Between laughter and jokes, Pilate asked me if I had had the opportunity to taste delicacies like those at Tiberius's table in Capri. Naturally, and to his great delight, I told him that Caesar's frugality was starving his friends and astrologers. In a timely and quick intervention in the module, my brother completed my information, reminding me of some of Tiberius's favorite dishes that Santa Claus had extracted from the natural history of Pliny the Elder.
Almost exclusively vegetables, and especially some asparagus and cucumbers that his gardener grew in boxes with wheels to transport them in the sun or in the shade, depending on the weather. He also ate some radishes that he had transported from Germany. These vegetables were the cause of frequent disputes with his son Drusus II because he refused to taste them. The emperor was equally a fan of the fruit. Pears were his favorite. Tiberius boasted of having in his villa of Tiber the tallest tree in the world. His sobriety went to the point of drinking, already in his old age, a sour wine from Sorrento, similar to Basque Chacoli.
When I was explaining these details of Caesar's daily diet, Pontius Pilate, who was not very well informed on this subject, exclaimed after letting out a long, cavernous belch,
"By Jupiter! Tiberius drinks vinegar. Now I understand why he doesn't need doctors. I had heard about his sense of humor, but I didn't imagine that he also liked to suffer."
And releasing one of those greasy sow's udder pasties, he began to laugh out loud, while signaling to the Gallic slave to bring him a ewer. The young man waited until his master had washed his hands, and, as if it were a common custom, he leaned over the procurator, offering him his long, silky hair. Pilate, without even looking at him, dried himself with the slave's hair. Joseph and I exchanged a look of disgust, but Pontius had focused the topic of conversation on his emperor's well-known sense of humor and asked me to tell him some of the latest jokes and anecdotes featuring Tiberius. That caught me so unexpectedly that it almost cost me a serious mishap with the procurator. And even knowing that what I was going to tell him is due more to legend and popular invention than to historical rigor, I used an anecdote that circulated around Capri in those years of Caesar's voluntary exile. It is said that not long ago, The emperor was scared by a fisherman from the island when he approached him to give him a fish. Tiberius, with the cruelty that characterizes him, ordered that his face be rubbed with the fish, and, between woes of pain, the fisherman, who must have been in a mood as special as Caesar's, congratulated himself for not having offered him a lobster. Upon hearing this, the emperor, following his subject's humorous comment, had a lobster brought to him with a shell bristling with spikes, rubbing it in his face. Pilate nodded his head, exclaiming,
"That's Tiberius."
By that time, Santa Claus had already memorized other events, some a faithful reflection of the deep contempt that Tiberius Caesar felt for his fellow men. And even at the risk of Pontius knowing them, I proceeded to relate them to him. It is also said, admired procurator, that on the first occasion, the emperor received some ambassadors from Troy who had come to express their condolences for the death of Caesar's son. As these Trojans arrived quite late, Tiberius responded to them, "I in turn offer my condolences to you on the death of your most glorious citizen, Hector." Pilate drained his umpteenth glass of wine, leaning back further into the soft feather pillows and motioning for me to continue. Another anecdote also circulates in Rome. Tiberius once gave a banquet, and the guests, upon entering the triclinium, observed that there was only half a wild boar on the table. Caesar then made them see that half of it had the same taste as a whole boar. Just as I was beginning to assume, the fumes of the wine and the feast soon took effect, and Pontius, who was trying to support his head on the palm of his right hand, began to nod suddenly. In a somewhat lower tone, I told what would be the last event. There were times when that humor disguised terrible cruelty. This was the case of an event that occurred shortly after being named emperor. As you know, I continued without losing sight of the governor's nods. When Augustus died, he left an important financial legacy in his will, which Tiberius distributed little by little. Well, one day he happened to pass a funeral in front of the Capitol, and one of those present approached the corpse, pretending to speak in his ear. Tiberius was surprised and asked him why he had done that. The joker told him that he had asked the dead man to convey to Augusto that he had not yet received payment. Tiberius turned red with anger and ordered that he be killed, so that he himself would carry the message to the deceased Emperor Augustus. At the end of my presentation, Pontius Pilate was already lying, face up in a deep sleep, and stealthily, on the centurion's advice, we left the dining room, while one of the servants, following, apparently, another routine obligation, began a more than painful task, poking his master's jaws with a feather in order to provoke him, vomit, and could enjoy the delights of the next meal. Already in the hall, and when we were about to say goodbye to Civilis, another centurion came out to us. In Latin and almost in his ear, he communicated something. The chief of the centurions did not respond to his companion's words. He hesitated for a moment and, finally turning towards us, he tried to excuse himself, informing us that the tribune of the legion, also stationed with him and his men from Caesarea, was waiting for him to proceed with the execution of a sentence. This was also new to me, and I was very curious. But although I did not manage to open my lips, Civilis, who seemed to read the thoughts of everyone around him, must have caught my wishes, and addressing Joseph, let him know with an air of irony and contempt for his condition as a Jew.
If you wish, now you can witness one more proof of the justice of the Roman people.
Neither the old man nor I had any idea about the matter, but the centurion's voice had sounded almost like an order, and we hastened to follow him. Accompanied by the other officer, Civilis descended the marble stairs, heading towards the right of the porticoed courtyard. It was deserted, with the exception of that legionary who was still carrying a heavy bag on his neck and shoulders, and the sentinel who remained at his side. Where was the rest of the troops? I would soon clear up my doubts. Upon crossing one of the doors in the north wing of the patio, we suddenly find ourselves in an esplanade, also outdoors, just over 300 feet long and another 150 feet wide. That place, completely covered by very fine white sand, was located within the fortress enclosure, occupying a good part of its northern face. The enclosure appeared perfectly surrounded by the outer wall of the Antonia Tower and by the complex of buildings of the Roman headquarters in its remaining wings. At the easternmost end, a dozen tents were lined up, occupying the entire side of the rectangle to which the officer had led us, and which, as he explained to me, was nothing more than a training field. The tents, made of goat skins and dyed an earthy yellow, featured a two-sloped roof. Below these covers was a series of slats that constituted the framework of each of these barracks, capable of holding 10 men. According to Civilis, the influx of those thousands of Hebrews to the annual Passover festival forced them to reinforce the garrison of Antonia. Those tents perfectly covered the needs of the legionaries who were traveling with him from Caesarea. In front of the Papilio, the name they gave to these tents because of the similarity of their curtains, gathered at the entrance door with the wings of butterflies, the Roman army had planted half a dozen poles of just over 5 feet high, all of them loaded with notches, a consequence of the blows that rained down on the aforementioned trunks in training. Some of the swords and spears, weighing twice as much as normal pilum and gladius, were stuck in the sand. The shields and helmets rested on them. Several hundred legionnaires, all of them off duty judging by their clothing, had been gathering on the esplanade, forming groups and exchanging impressions in low voices. Seeing Civilis, the soldiers hurried to make way for him, adopting a respectful silence. The chief of the centurions stopped in front of the training posts, greeting the tribune and the centurions gathered there. The first, much younger than Civilis and the rest of the officers, constituted an intermediate command, responsible more than for the tactical command of the legion, which was the responsibility of the chief of the centurions, of the leadership of its internal regime. At that time, however, his importance had decreased significantly. One of his functions, precisely, was to initiate the execution of a capital punishment. His clothing was practically the same as that of the centurions, although his toga or cape was violet, and generally he did not carry weapons. The officers held a very brief council, and immediately afterwards, one of them gave the order for the prisoner to be taken to the arena. Suddenly, the legionnaires began to gather around 2 other soldiers who had just entered the training field. Each one carried a good number of 3-feet-long sticks in their arms. Between pushing, protests, and all kinds of imprecations, 50 Romans finally took over the canes, and silence fell again on that mass of madmen. Soon, and through the same door through which we had entered the esplanade, we saw a young man appear, covered in the typical red tunic of legionnaires, escorted by 2 sentinels. Upon arriving in front of the centurions, Civilis greeted him with his arm raised. The condemned man responded to the greeting, and without further ado, the head of the centurions ordered the guard to strip him of his clothing. From my position, behind the officers' backs, I watched as Civilis handed his staff to the tribune. While one of the sentinels held his companion's spear, the latter, seizing the neckline of the tunic, gave a strong tug, tearing it up to the waist. Immediately, the soldier took the garment from the lower part of the tear, opening it completely with another accurate blow. He threw the tunic into the sand, then proceeded to strip the unfortunate man of his loincloth. Once naked, the guard and the centurions retreated a few steps, leaving the prisoner in the middle of the circle that the 40 or 50 legionaries who had obtained one of those rods had been forming. To my surprise, that unfortunate man didn't even move. His face had turned pale, and his eyes, wide with growing terror, seemed absent. The tribune then approached the Syrian, gently touching him with the branch that Civilis had given him, and instantly, as if driven by a savage and irrational hatred, the legionnaires jumped on the victim, beating him amid screams and insults. The young man instinctively raised his arms to his head, but the rain of blows was such that he soon bent his knees, with his forehead, face, and ears materially crushed and covered in blood. Once fallen, those human beasts, sweating and panting, intensified their blows with their clubs until the legionnaire ended up curling up into a ball, burying his face in the sand. At that moment, Civilis signaled to one of the centurions, and that colossus, almost 6 feet tall and with the wingspan of a bear, pushed his way through the maddened mob. Upon seeing him, the legionnaires ceased their attacks, and silence, barely broken by the agitated breathing of the beaters, reigned again in the place. That centurion, called Lucilius, and whom the legions of Pannonia had baptized with the nickname Cedo Alteram, because as soon as he broke a rod on the back of a soldier, he asked for another and another, always saying Cedo Altrum, whose image would already be difficult to erase from my mind. He would play a prominent role in the scourging of the Master of Galilee. Lucilio stood 3 feet away from the prisoner. He snatched the stick from one of the soldiers and, raising it above his head, delivered a sharp and precise blow to the back of the condemned man's head. Upon receiving that impact, the legionnaire's head bent in his body, now lifeless, collapsed on its sides. The beating, the usual execution formula in the Roman legions, had ended. As the soldiers returned the batons and slowly left the training ground, one of the medics knelt before the victim, proceeding to take his pulse. But the coup de grace of the gigantic Ceto Alterum had been decisive, undoubtedly shortening the sufferings of that deserter. Civilis, who did not seem in the least disturbed by that bloody spectacle, answered my question about the cause of that execution, explaining to me that that legionnaire had committed one of the worst crimes a soldier can commit, abandoning his guard post. After a very summary council, the tribunes and officials had decreed his death. That tragic event, as I mentioned previously, made me reflect on what I had read in relation to the supposed abandonment of the guard by the legionaries guarding the tomb of Jesus, and a feeling began to float in my brain. If the Roman sentinels knew what kind of fate awaited them in the event that they deserted the mission entrusted to them, how then to fit those comments by numerous Catholic exegetes who affirm that the sentinels guarding the tomb fled in terror? Once again, the events recorded on that Sunday dawn were not going to coincide with these theological justifications, as hasty as they are lacking rigor. Seeing us enter the mansion of Joseph, the Sadducee whom I had begged to follow in the footsteps of Judas, the Iscariot, and who had been waiting for us since shortly after the 6th hour, 12 noon, kissed us on the cheek in welcome sign. Ishmael ben Phaebi I, a descendant of the former high priest Simon, and also a Sadducee, and whom I will never be able to thank enough for his loyalty and information, settled in the courtyard where the lunch with Jesus and the Greeks had taken place, and after putting Joseph in background of the mission that had been entrusted to him, went on to tell us what happened in the temple. The one from Arimathea, as Ishmael had referred to me on the Gentiles' esplanade, was another of Jesus' friends and disciples who, of course, knew of Judas's irregularities as administrator of the group, as well as his increasingly more open opposition to the ideas about the nature of the kingdom that the Master preached. Deep down, Ishmael recognized that that meeting with me had been a matter of providence. While heading inside the temple in search of information, the Sadducee began to develop a plan that when he explained it to Joseph, he instantly approved. The resignation of those 19 members of the Sanhedrin, among whom he was, had been perhaps a very hasty measure. The Master's followers knew of Jesus' hunt and capture decree and did not take long to regret that massive abandonment of the supreme body of justice. Without a trusted man who could follow the steps of the Sanhedrin from within, the safety of the Rabbi of Galilee and the entire group was seriously compromised. It was necessary for someone to simulate the re-entry into the Council of 71, acting as a confidant.
And that could be the golden opportunity to tighten the surveillance of Joseph, alias Caiaphas, and his supporters. So, gathering courage, I went to the high priest's chambers, requesting an interview with him. But first, and knowing as I do the extreme vanity and greed of Caiaphas, I procured a cup of gold and silver. It was not very difficult, especially after putting that rich gift in his hands, to convince Caiaphas of my honest intentions to return to the bosom of the Sanhedrin. After deep reflections, I told him, I have finally understood that reason assists you. It is blasphemous that this Galilean is proclaiming the resurrection of the dead. The high priest was pleased with this decision of mine, entrusting me to advocate with the rest of the dissidents so that they would follow my example. Thanks to this trick, dear friend, I was able to have access this morning to an informal meeting of Caiaphas with the Sanhedrin, and in which, without imagining it, Judas was going to be one of the protagonists. And we owe it all to you, Brother Jason. May God, blessed be his name, bless you.
In the depths of my being, however, an uncomfortable uncertainty began to arise. What had happened that morning in the temple? Why was Ishmael so effusively grateful for my idea of following Judas?
1 hour after the 3rd, as I was telling you, almost the entire Sanhedrin met in the room of carved stones. For a long time, Those gathered there discussed the nature of the charges against Jesus, and especially the form of arrest and the formula to follow to bring him to Roman authority and guarantee the execution of the death sentence. This last point is the one that still worries Caiaphas and the scribes and Pharisees. They know that the procurator is not an easy man, and they have not ended up agreeing on the legal arguments that they should present to him.
As Ishmael found out the previous night, Tuesday, and while Jesus and his disciples were returning to the Gethsemane camp, the Sanhedrin had met again, analyzing that last speech by Galileo on the temple esplanade. All, for one reason or another, ratified the previous decisions of the council, urging Caiaphas to proceed immediately and without further delay to the arrest of Jesus of Nazareth. Suspecting that the rabbi of Galilee would not appear at the temple the next day, Wednesday, the high priest and the counselors issued a new and more precise order to the Levites so that the capture would take place before Friday. However, a question remained floating in the air: how to arrest the impostor without disturbing the masses, and above all, without provoking the Roman garrison responsible for order in Jerusalem? The group of Sadducees was much more radical than that of the scribes and Pharisees. They voted for the murder of the rabbi. However, the Pharisees rejected the proposal as they considered it too risky. You say that in the assembly this morning, the charges against the master were once again exposed.
That's right.
Could you specify them for me?
For the Pharisees, the motives are different from those of the Sadducees. Those are based on the following. First, they fear Jesus because they are very conservative and do not want people to take away their old prestige as religious teachers. Second, they maintain that Jesus is an offender of the law. They claim that he has violated the Sabbath and many other sacred ceremonies. Third, they consider it a blasphemy that he proclaims himself as the Son of the Divine. And fourth and last, they feel offended by that last denunciation of the rabbi in the temple. As for the Sadducees, their desire to see our Master dead is based on this. First, they fear that the people's growing sympathy for Jesus seriously endangers the existence of the nation. The Romans, they say, will never accept a revolutionary movement like the one Jesus seems to preach. Second, that strange doctrine of the Rabbi of Galilee, proclaiming brotherhood among all men, seems to them an insult. They are the only ones responsible for the social order, and they tremble before such a philosophical current. And third, the cleansing of the temple by the Master, causing the overturning of the money changers' tables and their withdrawal from the atrium, has exhausted their patience. According to my information, their financial losses have been very large. As I suppose you know, both Caiaphas and his father-in-law, Annas, have a part in the business of middlemen and coin changers. Even if the Master was the true liberator of Israel, the supreme priest has his heart choked by hatred and resentment, and will not give up until he eliminates him.
Ishmael looked at Joseph with deep sadness and added,
His fate is cast.
I tried not to divert the conversation further and begged the Sadducee to inform us about what had been recorded that morning.
Well, you see, according to my findings, on Tuesday, Judas held a meeting with some of his friends and relatives. Among the first were Sadducees, close to his father's family, and it was these who encouraged him to take the step that, fatefully, he has just taken. The Iscariot had told them that, after much meditation, he had come to the conclusion that his stay in Jesus' group had been a mistake.
Why?
As he said, the Master was just an idealist, a well-intentioned dreamer, but not the expected liberator of Israel. And he added that his obsession was to find a way to withdraw from that movement in a satisfactory way. This confession of Judas was skillfully taken advantage of by the Sadducees, who enveloped his heart, assuring him that his resignation would be very well received by the priestly dignitaries, and they even promised him great honors and public recognition, enough to raise his prestige among the Hebrews and erase that unfortunate association with the unenlightened Galileans.
That trap was Judas's downfall. Knowing his acute sense of ridicule and his unstoppable ambition, the promises of public honors, dignities, and recognition irreversibly triggered his long-ago decision to desert Jesus' group. Curiously, and I think this point is of utmost importance, Judas did not think about the gold when selling his master. That was a mere consequence. Thinking objectively, what could he care about the 30 silver coins when he, precisely, was the treasurer of the group and had been managing and disposing of everyone's money for 3 years? Should I remember in this regard that, before the triumphal entry of Jesus into Jerusalem on Sunday morning, the Iscariot, in a feature of undoubted honesty, put the common purse in the hands of Simon the leper? If Judas had entertained the idea of money as the only reason for his betrayal, the most logical thing is that, with his flight, he would have taken over all, or part, of the economic fund of the movement of which he was administrator. As we will see, the apostles' motivations were very different and much deeper.
Judas confessed to his relatives and friends that he was convinced that his master's mission could not prosper. Facing the powerful members of the Sanhedrin like this could only occur to a madman, and him, in his own words, did not want to perish with the rest at the hands of Jewish or Roman justice. Deep down, what Judas does not seem to tolerate is being identified one day with a failed movement.
To these manifestations of the Sadducee, I dared to add a fact, already mentioned by me previously, that also, in the opinion of my friends, had been devastating when it came to understanding Judas's behavior. I referred to the incident of the bottle of perfume that Mary poured on Jesus, and the harsh criticism that the Iscariot was subjected to by the master. And both Joseph and Ishmael, I repeat, agreed that, already in those moments, the mind of the susceptible disciple began to plot a way to get revenge.
Yes, Judas is a resentful man. In my opinion, he never forgave the master for not distinguishing him from the rest, just as he has done with John, Peter, and James. It is likely that Judas's twisted spirits go against both Jesus and those 3 companions.
The fact is that, after the meeting of the Sanhedrin, Caiaphas ordered Judas and one of his relatives to enter the room. As I understood, it was a cousin of his. This, at the request of the council, was the first to speak. He introduced Judas, boring us all with a long speech, in which he wanted to justify his cousin's decision to leave the Galileo group. He claimed that Judas had discovered his mistake and that he wished to publicly renounce his association with Jesus. In return, he requested the forgiveness, trust, and friendship of the high dignitaries gathered there, and as proof of his sincerity, Judas's spokesman explained that his relative was willing to facilitate the silent and secret arrest of the Nazarene, thus avoiding the danger of the crowd rising and a new and possible delay in his capture, as a consequence of the imminent Passover festival. Those last statements by Judas's cousin extraordinarily encouraged the members of the Sanhedrin, who thus saw a new light to proceed with the arrest of the impostor. Caiaphas then invited Judas to confirm what we had just heard. And the traitor, taking a few steps towards the presidency, responded with as much firmness as coldness. "I will do everything my cousin has promised. I want Jesus to remain in your custody. In exchange, I ask for public recognition."
That word, custody, repeated several times by Ishmael, was going to be of utmost importance for Judas. His reiteration when demanding the custody of the master was not gratuitous. As we will see at the time, in addition to the deep disillusionment of the traitor with respect to the priests, Judas never thought that his master would be executed, but simply imprisoned or guarded.
I think the traitor, visibly disappointed, did not catch Caiaphas's look of contempt. If Judas had realized the trap that was being laid for him, he probably would not have accepted that situation. But the cunning Caiaphas did not reveal his true intentions, and avoiding Judas's arguments, he replied, you must agree with the leader of the Levites on the way to bring this Galilean to us this very night, or, at the most, tomorrow, Thursday, after sunset. When he has been delivered to us, you will receive your reward." Upon hearing the words of the high priest, Judas's eyes shone with a special light. He felt satisfied and expressed it publicly. Then he left the room, having a long interview with the chief of the temple police. I couldn't withdraw from the council of the Sanhedrin, but after a while, I learned that the Levites, following the instructions of the traitor, had scheduled the master's arrest for tomorrow night, Thursday, once the pilgrims and residents of Jerusalem have retired to their homes. Through Judas himself, the Levites had learned that the Nazarene was absent from the Gethsemane camp, and that, consequently, not being able to know exactly the time of the master's return, his capture had been postponed until the following night. In order to further specify the details about the proper place and time of the arrest, the chief of the Jewish police had asked Judas to appear at the temple during the morning of the next day. Once the secret capture of Jesus was completed, the priests gathered there breathed a sigh of relief, congratulating each other on the unexpected and providential presence of that renegade. And right there, after a short discussion, Caiaphas already set the price for Jesus' purchase, 30 shekel of silver. Some of the Sadducees, believing that the Sanhedrin was going to fulfill its promise to glorify Judas, considered that this money was excessive, but the high priest made them see and understand that those were not his intentions.
A desolate silence put an end to that meeting in the house of Joseph, the one from Arimathea. As Ishmael had very well pointed out, the master's fate was cast, unless, of course, those two men acted immediately. Before leaving for the Gethsemane camp, Joseph and Ishmael got into an argument that made me cringe. For the first time in the course of my mission, my intervention, despite all precautions, was about to cause something irremediable. Both the Arimathean and the Sadducees believed that Judas had to be denounced and the entire group alerted. Their eagerness was completely understandable. However, in a last-ditch effort not to upset the situation, I tried to make them understand that this wasn't the wisest course of action. I agree with your righteous desire to warn the master, but what do you gain by making public the betrayal of the Iscariot? Neither the old man nor Ishmael seemed to understand me, and I was forced to resort to an argument that ended up being accepted by both of them. You know of the old enmity and jealousy of Judas towards men like John, Peter, and James. If they even suspected what their partner had just planned, what do you think would happen? My friends nodded in silence. Talk in secret to the master, if you wish, but do not burden the already strained atmosphere of the group. Let Jesus be the one who speaks to Judas, if he considers it prudent. The rabbi also loves the Iscariot and will know what must be done. After a heated discussion, Ishmael and Joseph accepted my proposal, and the three of us, taking advantage of the last light of the day, headed towards the foot of the Mount of Olives. The old man and the Sadducee, with the sole and exclusive purpose of speaking with Jesus of Nazareth, and me, with my soul crushed by the possibility that my excess of zeal to follow in the footsteps of Judas could cause a catastrophe. When we entered the camp, the women had prepared a comforting bonfire. Jesus had not yet returned, and the disciples, restless and bad-tempered, came and went, reproaching each other for their lack of decision, for not having escorted the master. Peter, more upset than the rest, even proposed that a group of armed men go out in search of him. But Andrew, with his usual serenity, reminded them of the rabbi's words, making them see that if he had said that no man would lay hands on him before his hour had come, so it should be. While we were awaiting the return of Jesus and John Mark, David Zebedee joined the group made up of Joseph of Arimathea, Ishmael, Ben Phaebi, and I, and with great secrecy he informed us that his agents in Jerusalem had already informed him of the plot that it was being plotted to end the master's life. We look at each other not knowing what to do, but Joseph had long known the special discretion that distinguished that astute disciple, and he reassured us. To my great relief, Judas's meeting with the Sanhedrin had slowly been leaked, and the men working for the Zebedees soon informed him. For years, the Jesus Group had a curious network of couriers or emissaries, organized and directed by David Zebedee, whose job was to transmit news. In this way, the numerous friends, family, and sympathizers of the movement were aware of the messages and slogans that emanated from Jesus or his men. David had seen how his master's relations with the members of the Sanhedrin deteriorated step by step, and on his own initiative, that Wednesday he had decided to set up a special corps of messengers in the Gethsemane camp. Like Lazarus and his sisters, that Jew with a clear mind and great courage seemed to have understood much better than the apostles what the end of Jesus was going to be. However, I never saw him expose these fears to the rest of the Nazarenes' intimates. And following this same discreet course of action, David communicated his pessimistic impressions to us, also letting us know that, anticipating greater evils, one of his couriers, sent by him several days earlier to the town of Bethsaida, north of Lake Gennesaret, had sent a message to his mother and Mary, the mother of Jesus, to travel immediately to Jerusalem. That messenger had returned around 4 p.m. on that Wednesday, informing Zebedee that the women and part of the Galileans' family were already on their way and that they might enter the camp that same night or, at the latest, on Thursday morning. Joseph thanked David, on behalf of everyone, for the trust he had shown in informing us of these details and, in return, and pleading with him to keep his mouth shut, confirmed Zebedee's news about Judas's betrayal. But our conversation was suddenly interrupted by a growing commotion among the disciples wandering around the garden. Andrew rushed toward us, blurting out point blank,
"The news has spread that Lazarus has fled from Bethany."
Don't be alarmed. It was one of my messengers who brought Lazarus the news that the Sanhedrin was preparing to arrest him today. He has orders to go to Philadelphia and take refuge at Abner's house.
I did not consider it appropriate to ask who this Abner was, although I imagined that he was one of the followers of Jesus in Perea, on the other side of the Jordan. Joseph was very impressed. He greatly esteemed the resurrected man, and upon learning what had happened, he began to value, in all its dimensions, the very serious resolution of Caiaphas and his priests to arrest the master. But overcoming himself, he waited patiently for Jesus to arrive. As the night was very close, the giant and Mark broke into the camp, as alone as they had left. Jesus released the cloth that he had tied around his hair, and showing himself in an excellent mood, greeted his friends, sitting by the fire, as was his custom. But the reception was not very warm. Those men were too scared and confused to follow their master's jokes. Deep down, they had become accustomed to his presence, and that day without him had seemed extremely long and empty. Jesus immediately noticed the tense atmosphere and the long faces. However, no one dared to ask him. Not a single one had the courage to tell him the rumor about Lazarus's hasty escape. Despite this, Galileo tried by all means to erase that charged atmosphere, and for a long time, he took an interest in the families of the disciples. Upon reaching David Zebedee, Jesus was much more specific, questioning him about his mother and younger sister. But David, lowering his eyes to the ground, did not answer. It was clear that the head of the couriers, who did not stop entering and leaving the camp, had preferred not to hurt Jesus, announcing that he had given orders for Mary and the rest of his family to appear in Jerusalem. At that moment, upon observing the extreme delicacy of the disciple, I felt great sympathy for him. That feeling would end up transforming into admiration, in view of his behavior in the hard hours that followed the arrest of Jesus. That man precisely and his body of messengers were going to constitute the heart and brain of the battered group during the dark days ahead. Seeing as those last hours were not turning out to be as intimate and familiar as the Master desired, he, taking the floor, told them,
"You must not allow large crowds to deceive you. Those who heard us in the temple and who seemed to believe our teachings, those precisely, listen to the truth superficially. Very few allow the word of truth to hit them hard in their hearts, laying down roots of life. Those who only know the gospel with their minds and do not experience it in their hearts cannot be trusted when bad times and real problems come. When the leaders of the Jews reach an agreement to destroy the Son of Man, and when they take a single command, then you will see those multitudes flee in dismay or move aside in silence. Then, when adversity and persecution descend upon you, you will come to see others, who you thought loved the truth, abandon you and renounce the gospel. You have rested today in preparation for these times to come. Watch, therefore, and pray, that in the morning you may be strengthened for what is coming.
Hearing those last words, Judas, who had returned to the camp shortly before us, looked up, staring at Jesus. But with the exception of David, Zebedee, and the three of us, none of the disciples associated that warning with the imminent defection of the Iscariot. And around midnight, Galileo invited his friends to retire to rest.
Go to sleep, my brothers, and keep your peace until we get up tomorrow. One more day to do the Father's will and experience the joy of knowing that we are his children.